Business tycoon Chu Lang returns to his 20s. Bitcoin is only $5? Buy. Local mines have yet to be surveyed? Buy quickly. Stock market crash? Those stocks glowing green and about to delist? Buy them all. New energy, artificial intelligence, super defense equipment, how to choose investments. Only children make choices. Adults want them all. Asterisk, asterisk, chapter 1. Rebirth at 20 asterisk, asterisk. Have I transcended time? Chu Lang lay in a hospital bed, grasping a mirror to gaze at his reflection, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Though his head was bandaged, it was evident that he bore the visage of his youth. Moments before, he was a commanding figure in the business world, poised to preside over a global summit. Yet upon awakening, he discovered he had inexplicably returned 20 years into the past. This bizarre occurrence sent his weathered heart racing uncontrollably. Xiao Wu, are you feeling better? Is it really necessary to treat my Xiao Wu this way over a mere debt? As the door swung open, a graceful figure entered Chu Lang's line of sight. With flowing hair, a curvaceous form, a slender waist, and a generous bosom, her long, toned legs adorned with white high-heeled sandals radiated the alluring charm of youth, evoking an irresistible beauty. Elder sister? Chu Lang stared at the woman before him, lost in nostalgia and astonishment. He had 4 elder sisters, all of whom had emerged from an orphanage alongside him. Eventually, Chu Lang succumbed to the vice of gambling. His eldest sister, Gu Qingsheng, was the chairwoman of the Qingsheng Group. After he fell into the abyss of gambling, she tirelessly filled the relentless void of high-interest debts until she was ultimately betrayed, leading to a catastrophic financial collapse and her tragic demise. Even after 5 years of repentance, during which he ascended to greatness in the business realm over a span of 15 years, Gu Qingsheng remained one of those he owed the most. Gazing at the calendar, he felt a surge of relief. He had been reborn just in time, returning to 20 years ago. It was still the very beginning of his descent into gambling, and his sister's company was still intact. Having squandered 5 years and harmed his 4 sisters, now that he had returned, everything would change. Xiao Wu, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Gu Qingsheng touched her flawless complexion. No, elder sister, you are cleaner than anyone. I apologize. I was wrong. I will never gamble again. This heartfelt apology arrived 2 decades too late. Upon hearing Chu Lang's tremulous words, Gu Qingsheng's expression softened into a gentle smile. As long as you don't gamble. Chu Lang felt a warm sensation in his heart. His elder sister always welcomed him with the utmost kindness, regardless of how many times he had deceived her. He silently vowed that now that he had returned, everything would be different. In just 15 years, he had transformed from a state of nothingness to wielding immense power. Now armed with greater foresight, he was confident he could reclaim his peak in even less time, providing everything for his sisters. In this life, he would no longer be alone. Then, Gu Qingsheng extracted a bank card from her bag. Xiao Wu, there are 650,000 in this card. It's all I can provide for now. Use it to pay off some of the interest on your debts, and we'll figure out the rest later. Moved, memories surged in his mind. Elder sister, no need, keep the money. He understood that Gu Qingsheng's cash had long been depleted by his gambling, and the funds in the card were likely from a car she had pawned. Gu Qingsheng was taken aback. In the past, upon seeing money, Chu Lang's eyes would widen with greed. Yet today he was refusing it. Take it. I have money. Otherwise those people will come after you again. Gu Qingsheng forcefully pressed the bank card into Chu Lang's hands at that moment. A cold, discontented voice drifted in from the doorway. Elder sister, you're indulging him again. Are you determined to give everything to this brat until you have nothing left? A young woman clad in a white lab coat entered. Her beauty was striking, her stature slightly taller than Gu Qingsheng. Though not as voluptuous, her golden-rimmed glasses paired with the lab coat and long legs presented a unique charm. Yet, her expression was frigid, embodying the essence of an ice queen. Fourth sister, Chu Lang, who had relied on his 4 sisters for support, recognized this woman as his 4th sister, Shun Tian. Later, when Chu Lang was nearly beaten to death by creditors, modern medicine had no remedy, and Shun Tian vanished while seeking treatment for him. After achieving success, he spent billions searching for her, yet found no trace. Shun Tian, icy on the outside yet warm within, was also among those he owed the most. Fourth sister, Xiao Wu says he wants a change. He said that countless times. A dog cannot change its nature. Shun Tian scolded him for his lack of progress. Yet she didn't reclaim the bank card, feeling pain for her brother's debts and the beatings he endured. At that moment, Gu Qingqing's phone rang. "Hello, Secretary Zhang. Are the transfer documents ready?" As Gu Qingqing answered, she moved to leave. When Xu Lang heard the words transfer documents, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He then looked up at the electronic calendar on the hospital wall. July 12th. If memory served correctly, Gu Qingqing had recently taken on a significant project. Yet this project required capital. Since Xu Lang had fallen into gambling, he had nearly exhausted all of Gu Qingqing's resources, prompting her to opt for equity transfer financing. Through his later investigations, he discovered that this equity transfer was a trap. In a drunken state, Gu Qingqing would be coerced into signing different rights for the same stock agreement, relinquishing 40% of her shares. From that moment on, she would lose control of the company, slowly being undermined until it became insolvent, with her as the legal representative pursued by creditors, ultimately leading her to a tragic end. The timeline for this tragedy was set for July 22nd. Only 10 days remained before disaster would strike. Xu Lang had to prevent this calamity. Otherwise, once the contract was signed, all would be lost. As a business leader, he should not be so frantic. However, with the fate of his elder sister, Gu Qingqing, at stake, chaos ensued. Suddenly kicking off the sheets from his bed, he attempted to rise. "What are you doing? You've sustained an injury. You shouldn't be getting up yet." "Fourth sister, step aside. I need to speak with elder sister." Xu Lang attempted to rise, only to realize his mistake. Having just transcended time, his former memories were yet to resurface, and upon kicking off the sheets, he felt the cold air envelop him, realizing he was completely unclothed. "Brat!" Fourth sister Shintian was about to reprimand him, but froze in place upon seeing his state. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly averted her gaze, inwardly acknowledging that her brother had grown up. Yet her professional demeanor quickly reasserted itself. "Hurry and get dressed." Despite this, Xu Lang disregarded his injuries. As he made a move, he suddenly felt dizzy, his body weakened, and he toppled toward Shun Tian. Shun Tian instinctively took 2 steps back. In truth, her retreat was ill-timed. Her already graceful and tall figure collided perfectly with Xu Lang, who had just fallen. Chapter 2. The tower rises from the ground. In his past life, it would take him another 5 years to reach a moment of clarity, yet by then his 4 sisters would no longer be present. Thus, this was the first time Xu Lang experienced the tender warmth of Shun Tian, stirring emotions within him. The exquisite fragrance, akin to orchids and musk, penetrated his senses, transforming into an invisible hand that tantalized his heart, leaving him restless. His already dazed mind became even more disoriented. However, he quickly remembered that he stood before the most aloof of his sisters, Shun Tian, and the heat in his chest suddenly cooled. Sister 4, I'm sorry, He expected a sharp reprimand from her, yet Shun Tian's voice was unexpectedly gentle. "Xiao Wu, are you all right? Quickly, lie down. You've injured your head and shouldn't stand for too long." Shun Tian's face flushed, her graceful legs taut, revealing her flustered state due to the sudden turn of events. Yet, out of concern for Xu Lang's injury, she attributed it to an innocent mishap, offering soft words of care instead of reproach. "Oh, all right." In his later years, having achieved great success and encountered various beauties of the world, he should not have felt such disarray. Yet, his 4 sisters remained the gentlest sanctuary in his heart, causing him to languish for half his life and return still as a youth. Once Xu Lang lay back on the bed, Shun Tian suppressed her inner turmoil. "You, rest first. I'll check if the medicine is ready." With an air of slight disarray, she turned and exited the room. At that moment, Gu Qingqing returned from a phone call, her expression somewhat grim. After all, selling off her hard-earned equity could hardly inspire joy. "Elder sister, you're back? Did something happen?" Xu Lang attempted to hint at Gu Qingqing's troubles. Gu Qingqing forced a smile. "It's nothing. Just focus on your recovery. Once you're well, come work at my company and steer clear of gambling." "Elder sister, about the company, I will handle the company matters. You need not worry. As long as you avoid gambling, I shall be content." "Be good." Xu Lang sighed inwardly. Gu Qingqing was always tender towards him, unwilling to speak harshly and cause him pain. Yet he understood that she did not believe he could assist her in any meaningful way. In her eyes, he remained merely a worthless gambler, a team used. It appears I must devise a plan to help my sister through this crisis. According to later investigations, the financial gap she faced, combined with my own gambling debts, amounted to approximately $43 million. With merely a week to secure over $40 million, the task indeed seemed daunting. Chu Lang clenched his fists, his eyes igniting with determination, reminiscent of the early days of his entrepreneurial journey. Though the challenge was considerable, for the sake of my sisters, I shall persevere. Great towers rise from the ground, and who has not begun their journey from humble beginnings? In 1 week, even excluding gambling debts, there was nearly $30 million needed for my sister's endeavors. I must meticulously plan a project, utilizing my foresight to orchestrate a significant breakthrough. Ding! At that moment, a news alert flashed on Chu Lang's phone. New virtual currency, Incoin, surges, world's richest man changes. Upon reading this news, Chu Lang's eyes narrowed. As a top businessman 2 decades hence, he recognized that this Incoin was a virtual currency based on Bitcoin algorithms. Since its inception in April, it had skyrocketed to $70,000 per coin by July and continued to rise. In his previous life, Chu Lang had been lost in the depths of despair, missing this golden opportunity. However, seizing this moment might just allow him to unearth his first pot of gold in a remarkably short span. Given the advanced electronic network technology of the future, establishing a basic Incoin mining operation would be exceedingly simple for him. However, the initial investment in mining equipment and facility electricity would amount to a substantial expenditure. Currently, Chu Lang was penniless, and his sister's company lacked surplus funds. Where was he to procure the startup capital? That was indeed a conundrum. Dingling. His phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, Chu Lang's eyes narrowed into slits. A fierce glint ignited within his gaze. Mao Zai. One of Chu Lang's dubious friends. It was this very individual who had lured him into gambling, entangling him in a lifetime of regret. Mao Zai, whose real name was Li Xiao, hailed from a family that owned a machinery factory producing various mechanical devices and air conditioning compressors. His family was relatively well off. However, like Chu Lang, he was unambitious and sought a life of ease. When his father tightened his financial reins, he resorted to becoming a broker in the gambling scene, extracting a considerable cut from Chu Lang. The two had arranged to meet outside the venue the following day before ending the call. The next afternoon, Chu Lang stealthily slipped out of the hospital. Outside the Furong Club in Shangjiang City, a place frequently visited by Chu Lang, where various gray industries thrived out Alang. Today, I consulted the Huang Daxian from Chengxi. We're bound to hit it big. Hurry inside, or someone else will snatch the fortune. Mao Zai, a lean youth of similar age to Chu Lang, stood before him, casting sidelong glances at others, certainly not the demeanor of a reputable individual. Chu Lang regarded this long-lost acquaintance with a cold smile, feigning a troubled expression. Forget it, I'm not going. I've lost too much lately. I'm out of money. A sinking feeling hit Mao Zai. Just yesterday, he had flirted with a married woman who demanded a necklace worth $20,000 in exchange for her affections. Thus, he had turned to Chu Lang, hoping he would lose $50,000 at the tables, allowing him to pocket a $2,000 commission. Don't be like that, Lang. Spending on food, drink, and frivolity is purely consumption, but gambling offers the chance for a return. You must rise from where you fell. Doesn't your sister have money? Ask her for some. Upon hearing this, Chu Lang's heart seethed with rage. His sister was his most vulnerable point. Whoever dared to touch it would face dire consequences. His eyes sparkled with hatred, his voice icy. She does not. Mao Zai, oblivious to the danger, pressed on. Your sister is so beautiful. You could easily lure her out to entertain the bosses. I guarantee you'll make a fortune. Buzz. Chu Lang's eyes turned crimson, his mind filled with a deafening roar of fury. With a swift motion, he seized Mao Zai by the collar, veins bulging on his forehead, a murderous intent radiating from him. Chapter 3. The mining company. Hey, what are you doing, Ailing? Don't scare me like that. The figure before Chu Lang appeared eerily unfamiliar and cold, sending shivers down Mao Zai's spine. Chu Lang glared fiercely at Mao Zai. Having sunk into the abyss of gambling and caused harm to his sisters was indeed partly due to his own wavering resolve. Yet this scoundrel was equally culpable. The audacity of this wretch to target his sisters again made Chu Lang wish to tear him to shreds right then and there. However, after the initial surge of anger, Chu Lang managed to suppress his impulse. The depth of his hatred mirrored the tranquility on his face. With a cold smile, he released Mao Zai and patted the wrinkled collar of his shirt, saying, "Let us not speak of anything trivial. I fear I might inadvertently harm you." All right. Mao Zai sensed a change in Chu Lang. This person had suddenly turned so cold and terrifying. Yet, he quickly composed himself. "So what should we do?" "Mao Zai, have you heard of cryptocurrency mining?" Of course I know. The richest have changed hands. I wonder if we have any mines locally. I would like to try mining if given the chance. Do you know where there are any, Ailing?" Chu Lang sneered inwardly, recognizing Mao Zai as a foolish swine. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Let's not discuss that. It's too far-fetched. My sister said that unless it's a legitimate investment, she won't give me any more money. Aren't we brothers?" Mao Zai exclaimed, "Absolutely. Have I ever let you down when you lost? We are as close as real brothers." "Good." Chu Lang rubbed his nose. If any of his business acquaintances from the future saw this gesture, they would surely be alarmed. Whenever Chu Lang rubbed his nose, it signified he was plotting something nefarious, and someone was bound to face misfortune. "My good brother, do me a favor and help me deceive my sister out of some money." "How can I help? Isn't your family in the machinery business?" "Give me a factory space equipped with high-voltage electricity. It doesn't need to be large, just around 100 square meters will suffice. I'll place some discarded machines inside and trick my eldest sister into investing. I reckon, given her trust in me, I could easily swindle 2 to 3 million. In Mao Zai's eyes, Chu Lang was nothing but a good-for-nothing. This man knew nothing but gambling. Little did he know, Chu Lang was secretly concocting a scheme to exploit the situation. No, perhaps it was more accurate to say he intended to kill the chicken to get the eggs. The mining of cryptocurrency demands immense power. Once Chu Lang constructed a factory of just over 100 square meters with his technical prowess, the daily electricity consumption would reach an astonishing 300,000 yuan in just 7 days, with the price of the cryptocurrency soaring to $70,000 per coin. Chu Lang was confident he could strike gold within that time frame. At that point, he could simply walk away, leaving this scoundrel to pay the exorbitant electricity bill. Moreover, Chu Lang's intentions went beyond merely scamming him for electricity costs. This wretch had squandered so much of his money and ruined his life. How could he let him off easily? Mao Zai's eyes sparkled with greed as he thought of the 2 to 3 million. If it all went down the drain, he could pocket 100,000. It is indeed possible, but I fear my father would disapprove. He does not permit me to act recklessly in his domain. Never mind. I can have my sister invest a portion first, and you can use that to placate your father. Excellent. You certainly possess a knack for maneuvering, he chuckled. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each secretly wishing to savor the other. As the cat returned to its tasks, Chu Lang opened his phone's map. Having not visited Shangjiang City for nearly 2 decades, many memories eluded him. After some time organizing the map, he finally pinpointed a mining machine company. Using the funds from his elder sister, Chu Lang purchased an impressive outfit and then dialed a number. "Hello, third sister. Xiao Wu, what is it? Are you free now? If so, please come to the HSBC building on Nangguang Road. I am waiting here, and I need your assistance." His third sister, Luo Hongchun, was formerly a film artist. Chu Lang had accumulated insurmountable debts. In an effort to navigate the treacherous waters with his creditors, she had accompanied others for drinks, only to fall victim to their nefarious intentions, ultimately leading to her tragic demise from a hotel balcony. The thought of Luo Hongchun's fatal plunge pierced Chu Lang's heart with anguish. Later, after achieving success, he took vengeance on those who had driven Luo Hongchun to her end, dismantling them piece by piece. Yet, she was gone, and life could not be reclaimed. Regret lingered like an old scar, eternally haunting Chu Lang. As he prepared to meet Luo Hongchun, whom he had not seen in 20 years, even his seasoned heart raced with excitement. If his sister Gu Qingqing embodied tolerance, then Luo Hongchun's relationship with Chu Lang could only be described as indulgent. Among his 4 sisters, his bond with Luo Hongchun was the most intimate. Beneath the HSBC building on Nangguang Road, from a distance, a figure that had faded for 2 decades quietly entered Chu Lang's view. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her features were delicate and charming. Though not particularly tall, her curves were exquisite. A hint of adorably youthful plumpness graced her face, and upon seeing Chu Lang, she smiled. revealing lovely dimples, sweet and refreshing, reminiscent of a cool summer beverage. Today, Luo Hongqin donned a striking crimson dress that accentuated her enchanting figure perfectly. Standing on the street, she resembled a resplendent rose in full bloom. Third sister, you are even more beautiful now. Chu Lang recalled the horrific image of Luo Hongqin covered in blood after her fall, and he could no longer contain himself, embracing her delicate form. The fragrance she exuded, like her demeanor, was sweet and refreshing, intoxicating him. Xiao Wu, please let go. So many people are watching. Are you not embarrassed to want to take me home like this? Luo Hongqin, feeling tense in his embrace, pushed him away, her face flushed with shyness. What is it? Please don't ask to borrow money. I've already given you all my earnings for this month. She smiled first, then wore a pained expression. Despite her fondness for money, luxury goods, and high-end cars, she had never turned down Chu Lang's requests. No, I want to be borrowing money from you, third sister. I only need your company for a matter. Chu Lang composed himself and organized his thoughts. But I don't know how to gamble, Xiao Wu. Chu Lang smiled gently, wrapping his arm around Luo Hongqin's delicate shoulder. No gambling. However, you must not call me Little Five today. What should I call you then? Call me husband. Luo Hongqin's charming face flushed with a sudden warmth as she allowed Chu Lang to embrace her, ascending the elevator to the office building. Her petite and exquisite figure, nestled in his hold, resembled that of a delicate little sister rather than an elder sibling. The sweltering weather had prompted her to dress lightly, and feeling the heat radiating from Chu Lang's palms sent her heart racing, leaving her feeling soft and as if she might melt into his embrace. Chapter 4. Wall Street Tycoon as a derivative of Bitcoin. Bitcoin has recently enjoyed a remarkable surge, approaching a staggering price of $70,000. It has driven cryptocurrency traders worldwide into a frenzy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the more glorious the rise, the deeper the concealed risks that lurk beneath. Chu Lang later ascended to the pinnacle of the global business realm, conducting thorough studies on the fluctuations of Bitcoin's value. Upon reading the day's news, a dormant memory, long asleep for 2 decades, was stirred awake within him. Today marks a pivotal shift in wealth, as the world's richest will change hands. The Federal Bank, controlled by the Rothschild family, is set to announce its rejection of Bitcoin as a legal tender. Previously ambiguous, the Federal Bank's stance today will deliver a significant blow to Bitcoin. Subsequently, the Wall Street Consortium, known as the Hornet Group, in collaboration with tech giant Elon Tech, announced that they would adopt Bitcoin as their settlement currency, thus rekindling its price. This heralded a prolonged period of volatility for Bitcoin's value. If Chu Lang possessed substantial capital at this moment, he could capitalize on this fluctuation for considerable profit. Alas, he was currently devoid of funds. The hundreds of thousands given by his elder sister could hardly leverage the colossal streams of tens or even hundreds of billions. He remained diligently focused on mining, working towards the initial accumulation of capital, prioritizing helping Gu Qingqing navigate her challenges. However, this did not imply that Chu Lang could not utilize the day's sequence of news, which had sent ripples through the international financial markets, to his advantage. Remember, once we enter, regardless of what transpires, maintain your composure and project an air of worldly sophistication. Do you understand? Yes, but Little Five, Dear husband, what exactly do you intend to do? Just follow my lead. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Nanfeng Technology was the name of this mining machine company. Chu Lang approached the front desk, his right arm still draped over Luo Hongqin's shoulder. Hey, summon your boss. I have a substantial deal to discuss. With the recent spike in Bitcoin's value, the receptionist, accustomed to such pretentious individuals, replied with indifference. The boss is currently attending to clients and is unavailable. He only meets with major clients. Not everyone gets an audience. Do you know who I am? Tell your boss to come out. Chu Lang feigned anger, while Luo Hongqin, adhering to their agreement, grasped his arm, her face slightly flushed. Dear husband, let it go. The boss is busy. We can seek out other companies. They are not the only ones available. Addressing Xiao Wu as husband still leaves Luo Hongqin feeling quite uncomfortable. The receptionist instinctively cast a glance and was immediately taken aback. You are Luo Hongqin? Which celebrity are you? Do you recognize me? The receptionist was astounded. Someone who could be entangled with a star was certainly no ordinary person. She nearly offended a deity. Thus, she quickly stood up. I apologize, Miss Luo, and to you as well, sir. Our general manager Wu is in his office. Please, come this way. Chu Lang secretly chuckled, while feigning a cold snort, At least you are perceptive. Following the receptionist, they arrived at General Manager Wu's office. A few minutes later, Chu Lang successfully entered the office. He nodded to himself, realizing that having his third sister come along was indeed a wise decision. Otherwise, he would not have even seen General Manager Wu today. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Wu Shangxi from Nanyan Technology. Are you here to purchase mining machines? Wu Shangxi, the general manager, had been relatively inconspicuous in Shangjiang City, but recently, with the surge in cryptocurrencies, his fortune had skyrocketed. Engaging in the sale of mining machines and trading coins, he had become a hot figure not just in Shangjiang, but even beyond, garnering significant attention. Faced with such a person, even Luo Hongqin felt somewhat intimidated. However, Chu Lang remained composed and nodded. Yes. I would like 3,000 units of the S9 model mining machines. I wonder if General Manager Wu has them available? 3,000 units of the S9? That is quite an expense, totaling 30 million. We currently only support payment in advance. I hope you understand, Mr. Chu. Once the funds are in place, we will ship immediately. Luo Hongqin's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing. As an actress, she had little knowledge of mining machines or virtual currencies. Yet upon hearing the sum of 30 million, she nearly gasped aloud. Fortunately, her training as an actress endowed her with a strong mental fortitude, preventing her from revealing anything to Wu Shangxi. Chu Lang promptly wrapped an arm around Luo Hongqin's slender waist, signaling her to remain calm, then smiled nonchalantly. 30 million is a trivial amount. However, I have just returned from Wall Street and am unaware of the domestic mining speed, return rates, power consumption, and terminal fees, all of which require evaluation. Therefore, General Manager Wu, I would need the machines first, so my team can establish the mining site. And I will settle the full payment in 7 days. Chu Lang was confident that with his 2 decades of expertise from the future, he could construct a revolutionary cryptocurrency mining facility, far surpassing current efficiencies. After 7 days, he would liquidate the cryptocurrency and leave, leaving behind a hefty electricity bill and Wu Shangxi's ire for Li Xiao. Perfect. Wu Shangxi laughed disdainfully, trying to pull a fast one. When I, Wu, was playing this game, you were still in diapers. Returned from Wall Street? Humph. During this time, my company has sent away dozens claiming to be back from Wall Street. Please, take your leave. I want to see you out. Wu Shangxi was no fool. He could easily discern Chu Lang's intentions. Initially, he thought that Chu Lang brought a small celebrity to the company as some wealthy second-generation playboy wanting to dabble in the latest trend of cryptocurrencies. Little did he know, he was dealing with a con artist. Chu Lang was well aware that matters would not be so straightforward. He exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Hongqin before addressing Wu Shangxi. Since Mr. Wu is unwilling to cooperate, I bid you farewell. Just as Chu Lang stood to leave, his phone rang, prompting a scene that left both Luo Hongqin and Wu Shangxi utterly astonished. Upon answering the call, Chu Lang unleashed a torrent of indignation in a remarkably authentic London accent, exclaiming, "You foolish groundhogs! I have returned to the Great Xiao with my assets. How absurd your threats are! Should you dare to intimidate me again, I swear by the name of God, I will ensure our mutual destruction. Do you doubt my resolve? Excellent. The N coin is merely your speculation. Do not be lulled into believing its rise is stable. I shall call Mr. Ross at the Federal Bank and instruct him to immediately announce the rejection of N coin as legal tender. Yes, right away. You moldy wretches have truly provoked my ire." After terminating the call, Chu Lang dialed another number. "Good evening, Mr. Ross. In my name, I request that you announce the rejection of the N-Coin legal tender proposal within 2 hours. Indeed, I have received word that the Jewish Hornet faction has allied with the world's wealthiest, the Elon Group, to continue their hedging against N-Coin. This is not favorable news for the federal capital market, so do not hesitate." Luo Hongqin, who understood foreign languages, regarded Chu Lang with a look akin to witnessing madness. Has he lost his mind? The Federal Bank? The Wall Street Hornet faction? The tech titan Elon Group? Is he filming a science fiction movie? Before Luo Hongqin could voice her thoughts, she snapped back to reality as Chu Lang wrapped an arm around her waist. "Come, my dear. We are unwelcome here. Let us seek another establishment." Wu Shangxi, having risen from humble beginnings without much education, was naturally perplexed by the foreign tongue. After Chu Lang departed, he inquired of his assistant, "Xiao Mei, what nonsense was that swindler babbling?" Xiao Mei, a top student, translated the exchange for Wu Shangxi. "Ha!" Wu Shangxi laughed until tears streamed down his face. "That scoundrel is truly entertaining. With such acting skills, he'd surely win an Oscar for any film." Mr. Wu, his London accent was remarkably authentic. That too is the mark of a fraud. Wu Shangxi dismissed Chu Lang from his mind, returning to his usual pursuits. As the owner of a mining company, he had dabbled in Bitcoin and Coin, engaging in some trading activities. It was now 9 in the evening, and the sun had just risen in America. Wu Shangxi planned to check the virtual currency market before heading home. Suddenly, a shocking headline seized his attention, making it impossible for him to divert his gaze from the screen. Chapter 5. Endless Opportunities. The federal bank announced the rejection of the Coin as legal tender proposal, causing Coin's value to plummet by $3,000 and continue its downward trajectory. From April to July, Coin had risen for 3 consecutive months, only to instantaneously lose $3,000. Wu Shangxi stood there, dumbfounded. Before this moment, one might have anticipated a decline in Coin, but surely no one expected it to occur at such a peak time. Even more astonishing, this drop amounted to $3,000. What's more outrageous is the involvement of the federal bank, with Mr. Ross himself issuing the command. A wave of negative news surged forth, causing Coin to plummet like a runaway roller coaster, wildly oscillating downward. In an instant, Wu Shangxi's assets diminished by millions, highlighting the severity of this decline. He was not particularly distressed over the loss of millions, but rather, the news struck him as eerily familiar. Yet, before Wu Shangxi could ponder further, another astonishing announcement emerged. The Jewish organization, the Hornet Group, in collaboration with the world's wealthiest individual, the Elon Group, declared that they would recognize Bitcoin as a legitimate currency for transactions, urging everyone to hold on with confidence. Upon this revelation, the world was taken aback. Was this the onset of a formal conflict between the federal bank and Wall Street? The downward trend of Coin immediately showed signs of alleviation. Nevertheless, the global financial markets trembled in response to these two pieces of news. As Wu Shangxi absorbed the information, an epiphany struck him. Xiaomei, come quickly. Mr. Wu, what's wrong? Xiaomei hurried into the room upon hearing Wu Shangxi's urgent call. You mentioned that the person who deceived Mr. Chu spoke with a London accent, referring to the federal bank, Ross, the Hornet Group, and the Elon Group? Xiaomei nodded, bewildered. Yes, what's the matter? Take a look. Wu Shangxi pulled Xiaomei to the computer, and the worldly-wise assistant was instantly shocked. The two exchanged bewildered glances. What kind of formidable figure have we encountered? I don't know. It seems he possesses the power to influence the conflict between two superpowers. My goodness. Mr. Wu, I can no longer fathom his identity. However, I believe we must connect with such a person. His return to Daxiao will undoubtedly incite a storm of chaos. If we fail to seize this opportunity, we might face dire consequences. Oh no. Wu Shangxi slapped himself hard. Now I understand why he spoke in a foreign language. He clearly did not wish for me to know. Thank goodness for you, Xiaomei. Otherwise, I would have missed out on $1 trillion. Just a moment ago, I criticized Mr. Chu. This is terrible. Where is Mr. Chu's business card? I must call him quickly. If he finds another partner, we are finished. Unbeknownst to Wu Shangxi, after leaving, Chu Lang was clutching his chest and fervently praying. That bumpkin must have someone around him who understands foreign languages. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Oh dear. I was truly terrified just now. Xiao Wu, have you really stopped gambling and turned to deceit? Wu Shangxi from Nanfeng Technology is currently thriving in our city. How dare you deceive him? Fortunately, he didn't hold a grudge. Otherwise, none of us would leave here today. As Luo Hongqin patted her prominent bosom, a sense of trepidation lingered in her heart, exuding an alluring demeanor. It's nothing really. Chu Lang, preoccupied with his own thoughts, could have savored the enchanting scenery that was Luo Hongqin. What do you mean nothing? Xiao Wu, who taught you foreign languages? Your pronunciation is quite standard. I don't recall you ever mentioning it before. In the business realm, Chu Lang had been wrestling with the world's elite, his spoken English having reached a level of remarkable fluency. I learned it from listening to English songs. It's not too shabby, is it? Luo Hongqin nodded. Her pretty face clouded with concern as she stood before Chu Lang, raising her head earnestly. Xiao Wu, whatever you choose to do, I will support you. But you must not delve deeper into this. Do you understand? If you're short on money, just tell your sister. I will help you find a way. I only hope you realize your errors and turn back, all right? Her tone was laced with worry, fearing that Chu Lang might not only gamble but also fall into the depths of fraud, which would lead to irreparable consequences. Recalling the tragic scene from his previous life where Luo Hongqin was forced to leap from a building for his sake, filled Chu Lang with both compassion and guilt. He grasped her shoulders firmly and declared solemnly, "Rest assured, third sister, I will no longer gamble. For reasons unknown." There was an unshakable steadiness about Chu Lang today that inspired confidence. Luo Hongchun pouted slightly. "Then I shall believe in you once more. If you refrain from gambling, there will be a reward for you." Speaking of rewards, her eyes sparkled like waves, seemingly ready to engulf Chu Lang. "What reward?" Luo Hongchun licked her enticing red lips. "We'll discuss it once you've quit. I have an engagement to attend, so I'll take my leave first. If Wu Shangxi gives you any trouble, just let me know. I'm off now." Chu Lang hardly absorbed the latter part of her sentence. His mind was wholly preoccupied with thoughts of Luo Hongchun's promised reward. What could it be? As he watched her sultry figure recede into the distance, he suddenly felt parched. After indulging in such fanciful thoughts, he shook his head in frustration. Turning back to the hospital, where he was still admitted, he realized he had been away for too long and must be worrying Gu Qingcheng and the others. Lying in his hospital bed, glancing at the sky, he mused that at this hour, the uncouth Wu must have failed to grasp his foreign language, resulting in a failed setup. It seemed he would need to plan more carefully. However, just as disappointment settled in, his phone rang. "Hello. May I ask if this is Mr. Chu Lang?" "Yes, this is I. Is there something I can assist you with, Mr. Wu?" Chu Lang's voice carried a hint of impatience, yet he balanced it perfectly, making Wu Shangxi feel both anxious and hopeful of proximity. "Mr. Chu, may I have the honor of visiting you? Come on over. It's settled." A wave of delight surged within Chu Lang, though his exterior remained composed. "I have a 10-minute window to meet you between 9:30 and 9:40 at Shanjiang Hospital." Although Wu Shangxi was puzzled by the hospital setting, his thoughts were solely focused on meeting Chu Lang, leaving little room for further contemplation. "Very well, I shall prepare to come over. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for your kind invitation." After ending the call, a smile graced Chu Lang's face, yet it did not linger for long. Through the hospital window, he observed Gu Qingqing entering, accompanied by a stranger. This man persistently harassed Gu Qingqing, causing Chu Lang's brows to furrow with sudden intensity. Chapter 6. The swarm of bees and butterflies. As Chu Lang delved into his memories to ascertain the identity of this man, he discovered that he was Jin Rue, a classmate of Gu Qingqing's, currently serving as the deputy director of the credit department at Huaidong Bank's Jiangshi branch. Though this position sounded impressive, a deputy director wielded little real power. Typically traversing various enterprises, he fancied himself well-connected. In the presence of those in need of funds, he assumed an air of superiority. Yet, before the financially secure, he was but a sycophant, even lesser than that. After the subsequent troubles that befell the Qingqing group, this man had even taken the opportunity to add insult to injury, which filled Chu Lang with disdain. "Qingqing, the 2 million loan is due in 2 months. Do you require my assistance in navigating this situation?" As Gu Qingqing walked ahead, Jin Rue trailed behind like a hound, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam as they roamed over her. Gu Qingqing, already stunningly beautiful, wore a pair of ultra-short shorts, her exquisite legs reflecting a crescent glow beneath the streetlights, captivating to the point of breathtaking awe. This was particularly enticing for Jin Rue, who had long harbored lustful thoughts towards her. Gu Qingqing, feeling repulsed, quickened her pace. "No need. I will repay your bank in 2 months." Jin Rue, eyeing her alluring legs as she passed by, swallowed hard and pressed on. "Qingqing, I know you recently secured a significant project and are in need of funds. You also have a burden at home to support and are even seeking to transfer shares. We are old classmates. Join me for a meal, and I can help you negotiate a 6-month extension. What do you say?" Gu Qingqing, a vision of ethereal beauty, had dispelled countless suitors and understood Jin Rue's intentions all too well. "I'm sorry, but I do not require your assistance. Please leave. I must go inside to see my brother. He dislikes it when I associate closely with other men. I will repay you on time. Goodbye." "Qingqing, did you not hear what my sister said?" Chu Lang's voice cut through, causing Jin Rue to choke momentarily. Upon recognizing the figure at the entrance, Jin Rue's expression shifted from surprise to contempt. "So it's you, the worthless gambler. What right do you have to interject in my conversation with your sister? If it weren't for you, would Qingqing have to endure such hardship? Now be gone." Jin Rue, aware that Gu Qingqing and Chu Lang were not related by blood, harbored intense jealousy towards Chu Lang, who enjoyed the privilege of being in close proximity to Gu Qingqing. His envy intensified, especially given Chu Lang's lack of ability to earn her affection. "Enough, Jin Rue. This is my brother, the person I cherish most. and I will not permit you to raise your voice at him," Gu Qingcheng declared, her anger evident. In her eyes, Chu Lang remains the timid and weak individual, easily frightened by Jean Rue's reprimands. Therefore, she stepped forward to defend him. A warmth enveloped Chu Lang's heart. It had been years since anyone had stood before him to speak on his behalf. Only in the presence of his sisters did he realize he was still that youthful boy. "Gu Qingcheng, do you dare to shout at me? Do not presume I am unaware of the immense financial pressure you currently face. Not to mention, you have this useless gambling dog as a burden. Do you believe that if I speak, no one in Shangjiang will dare to assist you? In just 9 days, the first tranche of funding for your project must be secured. I shall see how you manage that. With a shortfall exceeding 10 million. Even if you resort to selling your possessions, it would take countless nights to recover that amount. Stop pretending to be an authority. Do you truly think you are the boss?" Jean Rue, incensed, began to speak without restraint. "You." Gu Qingcheng's face flushed with anger. Yet she recognized the truth in Jean Rue's words, leaving her feeling distressed. "You are courting death." A cold, piercing voice emerged from beside Gu Qingcheng as a figure moved swiftly before Jean Rue, raising a hand. Slap. The sharp sound of a resounding slap echoed as it struck Jean Rue's face. Chu Lang's expression was fierce, his anger still simmering. "Dare to insult my sister? I shall silence your vile tongue." In his rebirth over the past 20 years, nothing was more precious to Chu Lang than his sisters. This scoundrel dared to berate Gu Qingcheng. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. "You." Another slap from Chu Lang sent Jean Rue crashing to the ground. Gu Qingcheng was taken aback. Moments ago, she had shouted at Jean Rue, fully aware of Chu Lang's timidity, never anticipating that he would dare to retaliate. Moreover, Chu Lang did not appear to be merely posturing. He exuded a remarkable confidence. "You dare to strike me. I should strike you. Failing to do so would be a tragedy. Apologize to my sister at once." Chu Lang's eyes glimmered with a hint of red. He had descended into despair and soared to great heights, reflecting on the desolate past, the storms of life, and only his 4 sisters remained steadfast. To speak of a reverse scale would not be an exaggeration. Chu Lang understood that great achievers must manage their emotions well. Yet if he remained indifferent while Gu Qingcheng was slandered and insulted, he would be unworthy of accomplishing great things. Jean Rue was stunned by Chu Lang's ferocity. Concerned that the situation might escalate, Gu Qingcheng grasped Chu Lang's hand. "Xiao Wu, let it go. No, from this moment on, I will not allow my sister to suffer any form of bullying." Chu Lang spoke with unyielding conviction, leaving Gu Qingcheng astonished and her heart racing. "Xiao Wu, it seems you have truly changed. Gamblers, very well. You instigated this. Our matter is far from over." Jean Rue viciously dialed a number, delivering a menacing message into the phone before directing his finger at Chu Lang. "Do not leave. My men are on their way, and you will see how I can destroy you." Gu Qingcheng, feeling anxious, said to Chu Lang, "Xiao Wu, Jean Rue is quite a formidable character. He knows a lot of people from all walks of life, and is a typical troublesome little devil. Perhaps you should hide in the back for a while. Do not fear him. I am here." Chu Lang stood tall and composed, exuding an air of extraordinary elegance. Soon, 2 golden vans came to a halt outside the hospital, and a dozen burly men approached with a fierce demeanor. "Director Jean, who has dared to offend you?" one of them exclaimed. "Leopard, it's him." Upon seeing his reinforcements arrive, Jean Rue's arrogance surged as he pointed at Chu Lang, cursing, "That brat dared to slap my face. Leopard, teach him a lesson. Make him regret it." Jean Rue had longed to strike Chu Lang in front of Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng held Chu Lang's hand, and he could feel her palms slick with sweat from her tension. Just as Leopard was about to act, a car horn blared behind them, followed by 2 LED headlights piercing through the darkness, illuminating the crowd with startling clarity. My goodness, a Mercedes-Benz S600. With the license plate A888880. This belongs to Boss Wu of Nanfeng Technology. Why is he here? Jean Rue, well acquainted with the high-profile individuals in Shangjiang City, recognized that Wu Shangxi had recently risen to prominence, becoming one of the new elite, bolstered by the momentum of the cryptocurrency boom. Jean Rue had once shamelessly sought Wu's favor for financial investments at his bank, only to be turned away without even a glimpse of the man. The car stopped just outside the crowd, and Leopard and his men instinctively halted, respectfully parting to create a path. Wu Shangxi exited the vehicle, adjusting his attire. Having been denied an audience with Jean Rue multiple times, he quickly donned a sycophantic smile and approached. Boss Wu, greetings. You, however. Wu Shangxi did not spare him a glance and swiftly walked toward Chu Lang. Mr. Chu, please forgive my lack of discernment. I failed to recognize your true capabilities. I apologize. Wu Shangxi adopted an unusually humble demeanor. In his eyes, Chu Lang was a figure capable of shaking the foundations of Wall Street. Though Wu Shangxi had recently thrived in Shangjiang City, he felt dwarfed in comparison to someone of Chu Lang's stature. The memory of Chu Lang's commanding presence, where his words seemed to carry the weight of law, filled Wu Shangxi with profound respect. He was convinced that with Chu Lang's guidance, he could ascend to even greater heights. What nonsense are you spouting? What capabilities could I possibly possess that warrant your attention? Chu Lang was reluctant to divulge the secret of his time travel, especially in front of Jean Rue and others present. Oh, yes, of course, it's nothing. Nothing at all. I wonder if Mr. Chu has a moment to spare for a casual conversation? Wu Shangxi's attitude left Gu Qingqing utterly astonished, let alone Jean Rue and the others. Jean Rue stared, incredulous, and asked, Wu boss, have you mistaken him for someone else? Silence. Do I need your input on my affairs? Who do you think you are? Wu Shangxi sternly reprimanded Jean Rue, who could only lower his head, trembling with fear. For Wu Shangxi was not someone he could provoke. Mr. Chu, may I inquire if you are available at this moment? Chu Lang raised an eyebrow. It appears I cannot converse with Boss Wu, as these individuals do not wish for me to leave. With a swift glance around, Chu Lang appeared honest. Yet his smile bore an unmistakable malice. His calm demeanor stemmed from the certainty that Wu Shangxi would arrive. And he understood better than anyone the formidable status Wu Shangxi held in Shangjiang City. While not necessarily at the pinnacle, it was unequivocal that he could easily subdue Jean Rue and his entourage. Having navigated the social realm for years, Wu Shangxi comprehended Chu Lang's intentions. It seemed Mr. Chu had been abroad and lacked influence domestically, thus being threatened by such scum. This realization sparked Wu Shangxi's thoughts, as it presented an opportune moment to curry favor with Mr. Chu. Leopard, Jean Rue, you scoundrels dare to trouble Mr. Chu. Wu Shangxi erupted in fury, raising his hand and delivering several resounding slaps to the faces of the leading individuals. I will end you. In today's society, capital reigns supreme. Though Leopard and his ilk were numerous, they found themselves utterly intimidated before Wu Shangxi. An uncanny scene unfolded as Wu Shangxi single-handedly dealt with the dozen or so men Jean Rue had brought, who dared not even flinch. The only sounds resonating in the air were the sharp slaps. Mr. Chu, may I ask if you are now free? Only after ensuring each person received their due did Wu Shangxi, with a beaming smile, address Chu Lang. Chu Lang surveyed the faces still marked with red impressions. How to respond? Wu Shangxi, regaining his composure, slapped Jean Rue on the back of the head, commanding, apologize. I am sorry, I understand my mistake. Please forgive me. Jean Rue stammered, nodding and bowing, no longer daring to show his teeth. That's more like it. If you're free, Boss Wu, shall we speak inside? Wu Shangxi, elated, finally saw his desires fulfilled and quickly accompanied Chu Lang into the hospital. I never expected, Mr. Chu, that upon your return, you would manage to deal with the formidable Gu Qingqing of the Qingqing group, a truly impressive feat, Wu Shangxi flattered, believing he understood men well. Chu Lang's expression darkened. If you cannot speak properly, then remain silent. Wu Shangxi's face stiffened, awkwardly chuckling twice while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, inwardly lamenting the unpredictability of such a significant figure. Chapter 9. The business is said it was not until the two figures vanished into the darkness that Jean Rue and Leopard exchanged glances, breathing a sigh of relief before retreating to their vehicle to return home. On the ride, Jean Rue dialed a number. Hello, young Master Jiang. As per your instructions, I have been applying pressure on Gu Qingqing, but unexpectedly, Chu Lang emerged. That gambler. That scoundrel seems to have established a connection with Wu Shangxi. The voice on the other end was low and composed. Wu Shangxi? No matter, in 9 days, my involvement with the Qingqing group is a foregone conclusion. Wu Shangxi could not be deterred. Does the Jiang family fear a newly wealthy individual? However, how could that gambler possibly know Wu Shangxi? Please investigate. Yes. After hanging up, Jean Rue fell into silence, muttering in frustration, That's you. We are not finished yet. At the city hospital, Bitcoin and Intcoin will continue to fluctuate within the current framework, so there is no need to rush into increasing holdings. The accumulation of knowledge over the past 2 decades, combined with a lofty perspective from the pinnacle, left Wu Shangxi in awe at the slightest revelation of Chu Lang's insights. He nodded repeatedly, feeling that every word from Mr. Chu was akin to profound wisdom. Just as Wu Shangxi was eager for more, Chu Lang tactfully interrupted. After all this discussion, Mr. Wu has yet to reveal the purpose of tonight's visit. Mr. Chu, please forgive me. I have immense respect for your influence and knowledge. I never anticipated that a great figure such as yourself would grace a city like Shangjiang. I fully understand your desire to develop within the domestic market. Due to your connections, the Hornet Party and the Federal Bank have completely severed ties. It is perilously dangerous over there. To this day, Wu Shangxi still believed that Chu Lang was embroiled in the struggles among the super financial magnates of Wall Street. In truth, their conflicts had little to do with him. Ahem, their quarrel is of no concern to me. Mr. Wu, please refrain from making such assumptions. If Chu Lang were to concede, Wu Shangxi would harbor some doubts. Yet, Chu Lang's denial only solidified Wu Shangxi's conviction that Chu Lang was indeed at the eye of the storm. Haha, exactly. It has nothing to do with Mr. Chu. I understand that you may not be in a position to mobilize substantial funds at the moment, which is why you sought me out to gauge Antcoin's return in the domestic market, correct? Chu Lang smiled with composure. When I say I have no money, do you believe I am merely a wolf in sheep's clothing, Mr. Wu? The more Chu Lang spoke the truth, the less Wu Shangxi believed him. His smile grew brighter. I believe everything Mr. Chu says. However, even if you are a wolf in sheep's clothing, I, Wu, am willing to stick my head into the trap. Mr. Chu, do you not require 3,000 mining machines? In that case, I sincerely wish to befriend you and will supply 5,000. By the way, do you need me to send personnel for setup? Is there a venue available? Chu Lang understood that this was Wu Shangxi's final test. However, he had already placed his trust in Chu Lang. The last 2 sentences were merely the cautious rhetoric of a businessman. I appreciate your generosity, Mr. Wu. The full payment will be settled in 7 days. As for the setup and venue, you can arrange it at the Li family's machinery factory. 3,000 turned into 5,000. What a delightful surprise. The more, the better for Chu Lang. After all, he did not plan to incur any costs. Mr. Chu, while I trust your character, rules are rules. We may still need an intermediary to sign a guarantee contract. What do you think? Wu Shangxi recognized that Chu Lang was indeed extraordinary, but as a businessman, he insisted on adhering to proper protocols when it came to business matters. Of course, with Mr. Wu's sincerity, how could I be hypocritical? I shall arrange for someone to sign the guarantee agreement immediately. Chu Lang rose and stepped outside to make a phone call. Hello, Cat. How goes the matter? No problem, brother. There's a high-voltage power room of over 200 square meters, and 1 room is vacant. However, my father seems a bit reluctant. After all, the factory shouldn't be rented out, right? Chu Lang smirked, fully aware that this scoundrel was attempting to extort money from him. Rest assured, I've spoken to my sister. She has already provided me with 100,000. Once we see the scale, she will invest more. Once the funds arrive, we shall take a significant risk. 2 million, a hefty sum. Come to Nanfeng Technology tomorrow. I'll procure a batch of scrapped machines to deceive my sister. You know my credibility. I need you to sign a guarantee agreement for them to release the machines. Chu Lang dangled the bait. As expected, Cat Li Xiu swallowed hard. Good brother, as expected of you. What time shall I come tomorrow to sign? Chapter 10. The arrival of the fortune Chu Lang was skillfully persuading Cat on the other end. In the hospital room where Chu Lang resided, Gu Qingqing and his 4th sister, Shin Tian, were whispering. 4th sister, do not judge Xiao Wu with outdated perceptions. I've noticed he has truly changed. Humph. Shin Tian disagreed. It's true. Let us not discuss today's events. Just the bank card I gave him, linked to my phone number. In the past, he would squander any money he received, but this time, aside from buying 2 outfits, he hasn't spent a single cent, and the rest remains in the account. Oh, Shin Tian expressed mild surprise. I believe Xiao Wu may genuinely have changed. I'll ask him shortly. What truth can you uncover by asking him directly? This lad speaks not a word of truth. Better to observe him in secret. Very well, I'll follow him discreetly tomorrow. However, 4th sister, I firmly believe my Xiao Wu has reformed. Trust me. I fear you may be disappointed. Absolutely not. As Chu Lang entered, Gu Qingqing instinctively inquired, Xiao Wu, why haven't you touched the money I gave you? I am using it for business. Gu Qingqing beamed. I knew Xiao Wu had changed for the better. Keep it up. Tomorrow, the Antcoin mining machines will arrive, and we will need an account for the cryptocurrency. Chu Lang realized he had already been blacklisted by the bank. Any amount deposited would be immediately deducted. Thus, he linked it to the bank card Gu Qingcheng had given him. However, he had not considered that all transaction information linked to the card would appear on Gu Qingcheng's phone. Exhausted from the day, Chu Lang soon fell asleep after linking the bank card. The next morning, Chu Lang was awakened by a cacophony of voices. Outside the hospital corridor, there was a commotion. Have you heard? A landslide suddenly occurred on Maliu Mountain, 20 kilometers from Shangjiang City to Sheiyuan City, burying several vehicles. Many family members have gone to Maliu Mountain to protest. This situation is escalating. Upon hearing the news, Chu Lang was suddenly moved, not by the fate of others, but by a blend of urgency and exhilaration. The lithium mine was on the verge of revelation. If his memory served him right, in recent days, there had been several landslides at Maliu Mountain, soon to be followed by reports of substantial lithium spodumene discoveries, igniting a frenzy throughout Shangjiang City and even the entire nation. Time was of the essence. He had to seize the opportunity swiftly, lest he find himself with nothing. Only a few days remained. Oh heavens! He fervently wished for the lithium spodumene mine to be unveiled after he had earned his first pot of gold. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Chu Lang immediately set off to Nanfeng Technology from the hospital, oblivious to the striking figure trailing closely behind him. Gu Qingcheng had noticed Chu Lang's furtive outings over the past 2 days and, adhering to her decision from yesterday, decided to follow him to uncover his clandestine activities. Was Xiao Wu secretly conducting business? Little did he know that she was observing his every effort from the shadows. Gu Qingcheng's conviction that Chu Lang had turned over a new leaf grew stronger. However, her smile froze when she witnessed Chu Lang meeting with Mao Zai. Wasn't that Li Xiao, the one who had led Chu Lang astray? Why were they still together? Gu Qingcheng's heart plummeted. After waiting outside for a dozen minutes, she finally saw the two emerge from Nanfeng Technology. Chu Lang, holding a contract, clapped Mao Zai on the shoulder. Mao Zai, my good brother, with your help in signing this guarantee agreement, once those obsolete machines arrive, I will surely con my sister out of her money. Then, Chu Lang produced 100,000 yuan, the very sum his sister had given him 2 days prior, and handed it to Mao Zai. Use this to fool your father. Gu Qingcheng felt as if icy water had been poured over her, extinguishing the flicker of hope she had nurtured upon overhearing Chu Lang's words. Xiao Wu was deceiving her. He was still deceiving her. Her complexion turned ashen, as if her faith was being slowly siphoned away, though Chu Lang had deceived her more than once. His recent peculiar behaviors had genuinely instilled a sense of hope within her. Yet, the greater the hope, the deeper the pain of disappointment. In a daze, Gu Qingcheng followed Chu Lang from Nanfeng Technology all the way to Li's machinery factory. At 9 in the morning, the mining machines arrived, and by noon, Chu Lang had completed the setup of the Yanti coin mining facility. The high-voltage power room, spanning over 200 square meters, was perfectly filled with 5,000 machines. Buzz, the equipment whirred to life, functioning flawlessly. Chu Lang remained in the control room until midnight. However, he was unaware that a pair of eyes had been fixated on him from the shadows. At midnight, as Chu Lang clicked the coin output button, awaiting the funds to arrive in his bank account, a voice pierced through the silence. Is this the business you spoke of, sister? Gu Qingcheng stood at the entrance, her face a mask of disappointment, with reddened eyes. Throughout her journey, she contemplated confronting Chu Lang more than once, yet clung to a glimmer of hope. However, upon encountering the so-called obsolete machinery before her, she ultimately realized that Chu Lang intended to deceive her. Enduring the torment until midnight, she could no longer restrain herself and rushed in. I ask you, is this what you call a business? Gu Qingcheng's disappointment and inquiries unraveled Chu Lang's seasoned heart, leaving it in disarray. Indeed, sister, this is all profitable, he replied. Chu Lang, how much longer do you intend to deceive me? I heard every word you exchanged with that Li Xiao, pretending to start a business with these scrap machines to swindle my money. Is that it? Taking the money to continue gambling. Is that your plan? Acting busy, so engrossed that you don't return home until midnight. All of it a performance for my sake, isn't it? As her agitation surged, Gu Qingcheng could no longer contain her grievances and indignation. She raised her hand, poised to strike Chu Lang. A resounding slap echoed, but it did not land on Chu Lang's face. Instead, it struck her own cheek. Seeing the imprint of her fingers on her face, Chu Lang felt a piercing pain in his heart. Sister, do not touch me. It is my fault for not heeding the words of our fourth sister. For indulging you and allowing you to become this way. It is all my fault. Gu Qingqing's emotions began to unravel, her voice tinged with desperation. Sister, I did not deceive you. Gu Qingqing was beyond listening, fists clenched in grief and fury. I mortgaged my entire fortune to repay your debts, betting everything on your redemption. Is this the answer you provide me? The answer is deception, is it not? You sought to swindle me, didn't you? Speak. I am willing to give you everything. Why did you choose to deceive me? Take it. Take it all. Her fervent emotions could no longer conceal her tears, which streamed from her eyes. Filled with resentment and sorrow, she retrieved her wallet, extracting her bank cards. This one has 3,000, and this one, 5,000, which I had set aside for your medication tomorrow. This is all I have. If it is insufficient, I will relinquish my shares in the company. Take my life as well. If I die, you will no longer need to worry about me. One by one, she threw the bank cards before Chu Lang. Upon hearing Gu Qingqing speak of death, the guilt he had buried for 20 years surged forth. He vividly recalled the scene from his previous life, where Gu Qingqing, driven to despair by his actions, had taken her own life. His heart ached. Chu Lang hurriedly bent down to gather the bank cards. Sister, please don't do this. Don't cry, all right? I did not deceive you. I am truly making money. Gu Qingqing wept profusely. I have heard and seen everything. How much longer will you continue to deceive me? Last night, I assured our fourth sister with unwavering conviction that you had changed. Last night, when you stood before me, chasing away Jean Rouet, do you know how happy that made me? I wished for the whole world to know that the person I love most, my dearest Chu Lang, had returned. However, it was only today that I realized the beauty of yesterday was merely a prelude to a nightmare. Chu Lang, I am utterly disappointed in you. Just then, the phone Gu Qingqing had thrown onto the ground lit up. Instinctively, she glanced at it. A foreign account, Chu Lang, had transferred funds into her construction bank card. The staggering amount pierced Gu Qingqing's eyes like a bolt of lightning, leaving her momentarily stunned. Chapter 11. Zhoming Mining. The overseas account of Chu Lang had deposited 720,000 into her bank card. All of Gu Qingqing's grievances, fury, and disappointment were frozen in that instant upon seeing the amount. Is this what you earned? Chu Lang felt a sense of relief that the funds had arrived promptly. Yes, I didn't deceive you, did I, sister? I'm so sorry, I was just. Gu Qingqing, who had been overwhelmed with emotion moments before, now felt a deep sense of shame. I should have believed you. Xiao Wu, I apologize. Her joy did not stem from the money itself, but rather the realization that Xiao Wu had not lied to her, causing her earlier emotions to dissipate. Chu Lang gently held her tear-streaked face, marked by fingerprints. How could I ever blame my sister? Please don't hurt yourself, it pains me too much. Hearing Chu Lang's tender voice, Gu Qingqing's heart raced, leaving her flustered. I'll take my leave now. Don't tire yourself too much, come back early, and stay safe. Gu Qingqing handed her phone card to Chu Lang before departing. Once she left, Chu Lang calculated the day's gains and losses. According to his previous estimates, the profit from a mining machine was approximately 0.0000636 coins a day. With 3,000 machines, that amounted to roughly 2 coins. In a week, he could extract 14 coins, and at a price of $70,000 each. That would total $350,000. Considering the current exchange rate and deducting transaction fees, the gross profit would be around 6 million. Moreover, these were machines fine-tuned with Chu Lang's expertise. If they used current technology, an S9 mining machine would yield a maximum of about 0.00005 coins daily. Additionally, the electricity costs were exorbitant. Thus, the returns from mining were not particularly high. However, Chu Lang was determined to reap all profits without considering costs. This unexpected windfall was due to Wu Shangxi providing 5,000 machines, directly increasing production capacity by 80%. In just 7 days, they could mine 22 coins. And after excluding fees and conversion rates, the anticipated gross profit would be 10 million. Today, in merely half a day, 16 coins entered the market, bringing in $112,000 to the account. Chu Lang promptly converted the funds into local currency. Upon completion, the total amounted to 72,812,836 yuan. A man who had once possessed trillions without feeling exhilarated now wore a joyful smile upon seeing this string of numbers. This sensation was long overdue, and this was merely half a day's yield. If it were for a full day, the returns would double. Chu Lang licked his lips and made his way to the power distribution room to check the electricity costs. The factory in question was originally a high-voltage distribution room. Upon observing today's electricity consumption on the meter, Chu Lang found himself unsettled, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Over 300,000 in electricity costs. In just half a day, each mining machine consumed an average of over 60 units. This was merely the electricity bill for the night, after the tiered pricing had kicked in. If the machines operated throughout the day, Chu Lang felt a rush of excitement at the prospect. In a week, he could simply walk away without having signed any contract with the Li family's machinery factory, and the guarantees signed by Li Xiao and Wu Shangxi would render him blameless. He could leave without a trace, leaving a staggering bill that would undoubtedly burden Li Xiao. At that moment, Chu Lang's phone rang. Initially, he assumed it was Li Xiao, but to his surprise, it was a familiar yet distant number. It was Fatty. He hadn't received a call from him in 20 years. Brother Lang, I managed to sneak out 20,000 from my wife, in cash. Where are you? I'll bring it to you. Fatty, known as Lu Jia, was Chu Lang's classmate. A stout man standing at only 5'3" and weighing over 200 pounds. As memories of Fatty flooded back, Chu Lang couldn't help but smile wryly. If the affection from his sisters was profound, then Fatty's loyalty was equally commendable. Whenever Chu Lang found himself in dire straits, he would think of Fatty, who would always manage to procure money from his wife to help him out. Even when the truth eventually surfaced and Fatty's wife divorced him, he never once inquired about repayment. Based on the timeline, it was likely that in about 3 months, Fatty's wife would discover the truth, leading to their separation. Later, after achieving success, Chu Lang had sought out Fatty, only to learn that he had tragically perished in a drunk driving accident at the age of 30. This news left Chu Lang filled with regret for quite some time. Instinctively, Chu Lang considered refusing the offer, but then a thought struck him. Lithium mica from Maliu Mountain flashed through his mind, and suddenly he had a plan. Fatty, bring the money tomorrow and wait for me at the entrance of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Oh, all right. Fatty assumed that Chu Lang only needed the money the following day and readily agreed without hesitation. As for the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, it was merely a location. Chu Lang felt a surge of emotion but chose to remain silent. Sometimes, the bond between men does not require words. The next morning, Chu Lang first visited the factory to ensure that the mining machines were functioning properly. He brought a heavy pack of Dezhongjiu for the security guard on duty, asking him to keep an eye on things and to call if any issues arose. As long as the power remained uninterrupted, the likelihood of problems was minimal. The security guard promised with fervor, displaying more loyalty than he did in his regular duties. Afterward, Chu Lang made his way to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Fatty's figure was hard to miss, easily spotted standing at the entrance of the bureau. It had been 20 years since they last met, a sight that evoked a sense of nostalgia in Chu Lang. Fatty, Brother Lang, here's the money. Taking the crumpled 20,000 from Fatty. A pang of emotion struck Chu Lang. Let us go inside. What are we doing in here? We're starting a company. This money will serve as your investment. 10%. The name is Zhoming Mining Company, Limited, and you are the legal representative. What? The chubby man was taken aback. Is the boss no longer gambling? Has he shifted to commercial maneuvers? However, with the boss's intellect, is that sufficient? Shortly after exiting the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, they transformed into the legal representative and CEO of the company. From this moment on, you, chubby man, shall serve as both the legal representative and the operational director of Zhoming Mining. Now, you must visit Chu Lang, who has gradually ascended to prominence in Daxia. Thoroughly understanding the domestic regulations, he has set his sights on Malayushan, fully aware of how to seize this lucrative opportunity. Upon hearing Chu Lang's meticulous plans, the chubby man was astounded. Is this truly the boss he knows? Why does he resemble the entrepreneurs seen on television so closely? Inform them of your intention to acquire the mining rights for the entire Malayushan, and you only need 1 year. Spodumene is the principal source of raw materials for lithium batteries, and with the recent surge in the development of new energy vehicles in the country, spodumene prices have soared. Yet, Chu Lang understands that he currently benefits from being ahead of the curve. The authorities may grant him some leeway, but they will never allow such a vast mineral resource to remain in private hands indefinitely. He requires just 1 year. After that, it must be returned to the government, or the consequences would be dire. But, boss, is this feasible? We only have 800,000. No worries, Malayushan is relatively uninhabited, and the landslide has cut off access today. You should assure them that we will construct a high-quality road within 2 months, and we will take full responsibility for the landslide. If we fail to deliver, We will withdraw automatically after 2 months. Moreover, the 800,000 is merely a deposit. I will invest 10 million to secure the mining rights for 1 year. What? 10 million? My goodness. Boss, does this mountain truly hold treasures? The chubby man was left speechless by Chu Lang's audacious actions. Strangely, he seemed to have no doubt about whether Chu Lang could actually produce such a sum. Chu Lang smiled meaningfully. Yes, there are great treasures. Hurry along now, don't just stand there. Oh right. The chubby man, half convinced, went off to take care of business. While Chu Lang returned to the factory, hearing from the security guard that there had been some electrical issues in the factory yesterday, with certain machines unable to function, it was decided that electrical repairs would take place from 9 to 12 tonight. Chu Lang chuckled inwardly, realizing that it was likely due to excessive power consumption that had overloaded the circuits. Well, 3 hours ISNT a significant loss. By 8:30 in the evening, Chu Lang sold the cryptocurrency mine that day. The bank account credited with 109, 155, 415 yuan. Having just spent 1 million to register the company, he had already recouped that amount today. The speed of profit generation was indeed swift, yet Chu Lang knew this path would not be sustainable. Once Wu Shangxi caught on, things would likely take a turn for the worse. Exiting the factory, with a fortune in hand, Chu Lang suddenly remembered that since his rebirth, he had encountered his elder sister, third sister, and fourth sister, but had yet to see his second sister. Her name is Yi Hanyu, and she runs a small bar, rarely returning home before dawn. Sister Air has shown an extraordinary depth of kindness towards Chu Lang. In a previous life, Chu Lang was kidnapped due to debts, and it was Sister Air who rallied a group to rescue him, sustaining severe injuries to her spine in the process. She remained in a vegetative state for a full 18 years, passing away just before Chu Lang's journey into another world. By the time of her passing, she had lost all semblance of her former self. Although Chu Lang later provided Sister Air, Yi Hanyu, with the finest medical resources upon his success, it was ultimately futile. Yi Hanyu's bar is named the Other Shore. Upon entering, one is greeted by a stunning woman clad in black leather, adorned in a punk style, with fiery red hair, engaging in revelry. This is Sister Air. At this moment, she is 1,000,000 times more beautiful than before her demise. Hearing Chu Lang call her name, Yi Hanyu abruptly turns around and playfully hooks her arm around Chu Lang's neck, beckoning, "Xiao Wuzi, come help your sister drink." Dressed in a leather outfit over a low-cut tank top, her gesture draws Chu Lang's gaze directly down her neckline, offering an unobstructed view of the alluring scenery beyond. Chu Lang's eyes widen as he swallows hard. Chapter 12. Dare you touch my brother's woman? In terms of beauty, each of the 4 sisters possesses unique charms. The eldest is gentle and graceful, exuding an air of regal elegance, with a figure that is both voluptuous and modest. The third sister is petite and adorable, easily cradled in one's arms. The fourth sister is tall and captivating, coldly beautiful, yet her figure is the least pronounced among the siblings. Sister Air, however, is the most fashionably and seductively adorned. After achieving great success in his previous life, Chu Lang encountered countless women, yet reflecting upon it now, he realizes that none could rival the beauty of his 4 sisters. Particularly, the subtle allure they exude leaves even someone as seasoned as Chu Lang utterly captivated. "Hey, little one, where are you looking?" It must be said that women are remarkably attuned to men's gazes. Noticing Chu Lang's distracted stare, Yi Hanyu playfully pats his cheek. She then tidies up and gently pushes Chu Lang onto the sofa, casually introducing him to those present. Yi Hanyu's bar is modest, featuring a central dance floor surrounded by several booths, around 20 in total. The position she occupies offers the best view, explaining her choice to sit at this table. Chu Lang, however, did not bother to memorize the names of the individuals around him, as the loud music and boisterous atmosphere distracted him. He did remember, though, that the host of this table, a man in black sitting to his left, is named Ji Guangfa, flanked by 2 heavily made-up women. Adorned with gold chains and flashy watches, he exudes the demeanor of a social boss, glaring at Chu Lang with palpable disdain. This animosity intensified upon witnessing Yi Hanyu's playful gesture around Chu Lang's neck. Hostility? Chu Lang squints slightly. Chu Lang had a faint recollection of this individual, a somewhat notorious social vagabond known in the southern district of Shangjiang City. It was later rumored that he sought to meddle in the mining of spodumene, which led to a conflict with a man named Chiu-san. Ultimately, he was no match for Chiu and subsequently vanished from sight. Some said he had been incarcerated. Others claimed he had fled, while yet more whispered of his demise. The mere thought of this man conjured another figure in Chu Lang's mind, Chiu San. During the fervent mining operations at the Malaysian spodumene mine, Chiu San was a well-known local tyrant. Many villagers heeded his commands. His influence extended not only in the city, but also held significant sway in the countryside. Leveraging his charisma in Malaysian, Chiu San navigated alliances among various factions, expanding his reach and growing increasingly powerful, eventually becoming a prominent figure across several nearby cities, even gaining influence in the provincial capital. Thus, if Chu Lang wished to embark on spodumene mining, he would inevitably encounter Chiu San as an insurmountable obstacle. As Chu Lang lamented his inability to converse with Chiu San, he learned that Ji Guangfa held a long-standing grudge against him. Perhaps, through Ji, he might find a way to connect with Chiu San. After all, the enemy of my enemy may indeed become my ally. Xiao Wuzi, quickly raise a toast to Brother Guangfa. In the future, let him know he has your support. Given his stature, Yi Hanyu accorded Ji Guangfa due respect, even pouring him a drink and signaling Chu Lang to do the same. However, Ji Guangfa rebuffed the gesture, rudely pushing away the blanket. Hanyu, I welcome you, but I never extended such a welcome to this Xiao Wuzi. Xiao Wuzi, is he some sort of eunuch? Yi Hanyu's expression froze, while those around them stifled their amusement at the unfolding drama. Chu Lang's countenance darkened. That is how my third sister refers to him, generally. Outsiders address me as Lang Go, and you may do so as well. A wave of astonishment swept through the room, louder than the music itself. Ji Guangfa erupted into boisterous laughter. This little brat is amusing, daring to speak boldly to me. Arrogance breeds calamity. This boy seeks his own demise. Brother Guangfa, my younger brother is naive. Please don't take offense. I raise my glass to you. Yi Hanyu, sensing the danger, felt a twinge of fear. Ji Guangfa was notorious for his brutality, and provoking him could lead to dire consequences. She hastily lifted her cup in reverence. With a sharp crack, Ji Guangfa knocked Yi Hanyu's glass from her hand. Hanyu, I have been supporting your endeavors for so long. Surely you understand my intentions? No need to feign ignorance. If you wish for Brother Guangfa to pardon your brother, that is acceptable. However, shouldn't you also comply with Brother Guangfa's wishes? Your figure is exceptional. Why not grace the dance floor and perform a dance for him? Ji Guangfa's predatory gaze roamed over Yi Hanyu. She was indeed a rare gem, upon first sight. He was unwilling to let her slip away, viewing her as a possession. Given that Yi Hanyu sought his assistance in maintaining her standing, he began to entertain ulterior motives. Yi Hanyu, trembled with a mix of astonishment and fury. However, Ji Guangfa wielded considerable influence in this area, unmatched except by Chiu San. Should I refuse him again? What if he turned against Chu Lang? 2,000. With a swift motion, Ji Guangfa tossed 2,000 in cash onto the table, proclaiming, jump. If you satisfy me, I will ensure your venue is protected, and this money is yours. Yi Hanyu's establishment was modest, yielding only that much profit in a day. Yet, being paid to dance was an utter affront to her dignity. Her expression darkened further. Is that insufficient? 5,000. Ji Guangfa, with a malicious grin, threw down an additional 3,000. Yi Hanyu understood that if she opened this door now, Ji Guangfa would undoubtedly impose even more egregious demands in the future. Nevertheless, with the bar situated here, offending Ji Guangfa could lead to an uncomfortable situation. Just as she hesitated, Chu Lang interjected, I too wish to see someone dance. He would not indulge Ji Guangfa, positioning himself protectively in front of Yi Hanyu. He gestured towards the two women Ji Guangfa had brought. You too, dance. He offers 5,000, I shall offer 10. Isn't it bullying my sister? Then I shall bully your women. You bastard. You seek death. Ji Guangfa slammed the table, and his companions glared furiously. The two women scoffed. You little brat, spouting off arbitrary prices? Do you realize the trouble you're courting with Brother Guangfa? Yi Hanyu was taken aback. How could this weakling, Xiao Wuzi, dare to speak up at such a moment? Ji Guangfa's intentions were as clear as day. Not enough? Then let us add another 10,000. Chu Lang, from his bag, tossed down 2 stacks of cash. This was the leftover money from registering a company earlier that day. He had also withdrawn some extra cash for emergencies, and now his bag felt heavy with it. Let us see who plays the game better. The two women, initially drawn to Ji Guangfa for monetary gain, now eyed the money on the table with unrestrained greed, realizing that such an opportunity to earn 20,000 was rare. Ji Guangfa, self-proclaimed as the big brother, was incensed by Chu Lang's monetary insult. How dare you touch my women? And how dare you touch mine? Chapter 13. Min Yihanyu felt as though struck by lightning, her body rigid as she turned to glance at Chu Lang. Did he just claim those women as his? An unexplainable flutter of emotions surged within her. Had this boy finally awakened to his potential? In the face of Chu Lang's imposing presence, Ji Guangfa, who was usually surrounded by his entourage, faltered. In the world of social maneuvering, it is not merely the number of people that matters, for there are always those who outnumber you. It is not simply wealth, as there will always be those richer than you. Ultimately, it is about discernment, the ability to perceive whether the opponent is a soft target or a formidable adversary. The imposing presence of Chu Lang was overwhelming as he spent lavishly, embodying an indomitable spirit that left Ji Guangfa uncertain of Chu Lang's hidden cards. My friend, he cautioned, one should always leave a line for future encounters. Truly tearing the mask off would yield no benefits. Initially poised to strike, Ji Guangfa opted for a moment of restraint, assessing the situation. However, Chu Lang scoffed, retorting, "Who the hell considers you a friend? The moment you threatened my second sister, you erased yourself from my list of acquaintances." Unyielding, Chu Lang recognized Ji Guangfa's nature. The more one concedes, the more he takes advantage, until he has stripped you bare. Moreover, there was no room for negotiation when it came to the humiliation of his sister. As he spoke, Chu Lang slammed down 2 stacks of crisp cash. "You too. Dance for me." The 2 women were momentarily taken aback. Unable to contain themselves, they exclaimed, "Brother Guangfa, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity, right? We'll go. Please bear with us." Seizing the money, they rushed towards the dance floor, sensually swaying to the music. Ji Guangfa's companions watched in discomfort as the 2 women danced. Although they were not his official partners, they were indeed his guests. For a figure like Ji Guangfa, having his women perform for other men was a profound disgrace. In the future, tales of this incident would inevitably circulate among his peers, and no doubt, it would reach Qiu San's ears, leading to his mocking laughter. How outrageous! Ji Guangfa fumed, shattering a bottle in anger and glaring at Chu Lang with fierce intensity. "You little bastard, it seems you truly wish for a life and death struggle today." He was on the brink of explosion. "They are merely dancing. Why such fury, Brother Guangfa?" Chu Lang, with a sardonic smile, called out to the women in the dance hall, "You too. Give Brother Guangfa a little more excitement. 5,000 for each piece of clothing you remove, and 10,000 for the pants." The bar erupted with cheers and whistles. The atmosphere electric as many recognized the women affiliated with Brother Guangfa. "Damn it, take action. Kill him." Ji Guangfa could no longer contain himself, his fury boiling over as he commanded his men, seizing the shattered bottle to hurl at Chu Lang. "Xiao Wu, be careful." In a moment of shock, Yihanyu snapped back to reality upon seeing Chu Lang in peril. A smirk graced Chu Lang's lips as he swiftly grasped Ji Guangfa's arm with his left hand while delivering a powerful strike with his right. With a resounding thud, Ji Guangfa's head was slammed onto the table. Then, freeing his left hand, he shattered a beer bottle, pressing it against Ji Guangfa's neck. Chu Lang's speed was astonishing. By the time they comprehended the situation, Ji Guangfa was already subdued. Yihanyu was astonished. When had Xiao Wu become so formidable? In his previous life, after attaining success, Chu Lang had trained with the world's top combat experts, making it a trivial task to handle Ji Guangfa. "Let us go together and kill him." Ji Guangfa, true to his notorious reputation, continued to scream for vengeance even as Chu Lang held him down. With a swift motion, Chu Lang struck Ji Guangfa with a beer bottle, piercing his skin. "I cannot say whether they can kill me, but I am certain that before they have the chance, I will take your life. At worst, I'll eliminate you and then escape, seeking an opportunity to eliminate your wife and child before I leave. Let us see whose life holds more value, yours or that of your entire family." Chu Lang's eyes glimmered with ferocity, his murderous intent palpable. Ji Guangfa's hair stood on end. "No, stop. Everyone hold on. Brother Lang, let us talk this through. It's merely a misunderstanding. There's no need for violence, right?" He sensed the seriousness in Chu Lang's demeanor, a madness underlying his words. Having navigated the underworld for so long, Ji Guangfa understood the gravity of the situation. Fear engulfed him. The bold feared the reckless, and the reckless, the desperate. Ji Guangfa was bold, but Chu Lang was beyond recklessness, a level higher. Chu Lang sneered. "Apologize to my sister. Miss Han Yuya, I apologize for my foolishness. Now leave. Today, the formidable Ji Guangfa was thoroughly subdued by Chu Lang, both financially and in terms of presence. The onlookers regarded this young man with profound respect. Ji Guangfa rose, casting a lingering gaze at Chu Lang, then took a deep breath. Let us go. A chorus of applause erupted for Chu Lang, who had taken on 10 opponents single-handedly. Truly impressive. All right, sister. If this scoundrel dares to trouble you again, call me, and don't indulge him. Yi Hanyu looked at Chu Lang with a complex expression, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Was this truly her weak brother? He appeared to be a man brimming with testosterone. Just as Yi Hanyu was about to speak, a deep, resonant voice emerged from behind. Brother, you are called Lang, correct? I am Chio-san from the southern city. May I have the honor of inviting you for a drink? Chio-san. Chu Lang raised an eyebrow and turned around. A middle-aged man clad in traditional attire, sporting a handlebar mustache, smiled at him. It was indeed Chio-san from the southern city. What a stroke of fortune to encounter him here, without the need for arduous searching. With a composed smile, Chu Lang replied, You are too kind, third master. Please, after you. Respect is reciprocal. When one shows me a foot of respect, I shall return it with 10. Chio-san appeared reasonable, and given that Chu Lang sought his favor, he naturally behaved with courtesy. Chio-san, not one to flaunt his status, smiled warmly. Brother Lang is straightforward, please. Though Chu Lang had never interacted with Chio-san in his previous life, it was evident that Ji Guangfa's defeat at Chio-san's hands was well-deserved. His demeanor surpassed Ji Guangfa's by leaps and bounds. Chu Lang requested Yi Hanyu to arrange a secluded private room. After entering with Chio-san, the two exchanged pleasantries. For indeed, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. Chio-san expressed his admiration for Chu Lang, and after clinking glasses, their rapport began to warm slightly. At last, Chu Lang revealed his true intention. I wish to acquire the mining rights to Maliu Mountain. I would appreciate it if you, Chio, could assist me in smoothing over the local powers. The hefty man had already made substantial progress with the relevant officials, leaving only the local factions to be dealt with. Chu Lang was certain that without Chio-san's intervention, once the matter of lithium ore became public, envious individuals would undoubtedly create disturbances, complicating matters significantly. Why should I? Chio-san replied with a smile. Chu Lang chuckled in return, because I can ensure that you, third master, will earn a fortune, an impressive fortune. Chapter 14. A branch of red blossoms with fragrance. Chio-san narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chu Lang deeply. How much? If he had not witnessed Chu Lang's lavish spending on Ji Guangfa, he would have found it hard to believe that a man of about 20 could be capable of such wealth. Chu Lang held up a finger. 10 million. He understood that in the realm of adults, goodwill can only be sustained through mutual benefit. Chio-san inhaled deeply. Like Ji Guangfa, those in their circle might appear formidable, yet their capacity for wealth accumulation often paled in comparison to that of ordinary businessmen. After all, business people primarily focus on their own interests, whereas he had a gang of subordinates to care for. A year? 10 million a year would be a substantial gain for you. No, I mean a month. Chio-san was taken aback. Was Chu Lang truly so confident? Aside from some meager coal deposits, Maliu Mountain held little economic value, primarily offering vegetation for development. Chio-san scrutinized Chu Lang closely. As a man of the society, he was no fool. The reason he treated Chu Lang with such courtesy was that the young man possessed an enigmatic aura that eluded his comprehension. I may not be a significant figure, Chio-san mused, but I certainly should not be outwitted by a mere youth. This Chu Lang is indeed extraordinary. This is my proposition. If you are willing to assist, I will offer you a 10% stake, guaranteeing you a monthly income of 10 million for a year. If I fail to deliver, I will personally compensate you. Chio-san's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. 10% for 10 million a month? That would mean Chu Lang's profits would reach an astronomical 1 billion. Chu Lang smiled. Third master, a 10% share yielding 10 million is a different concept from 100% yielding 1 billion. It was impossible for him to earn that much. After allocating Chio-san's share, he would still need to use the remainder to manage relationships and silence envious voices, which would be quite costly. Ha ha. Chio-san laughed heartily, raising his glass. It seems I was foolish. Please forgive me, Lang Go. Starting tomorrow, at the 3 entrances to Maliu Mountain, no one shall dare to impede your passage. Chu Lang exhaled a sigh of relief, smiling brightly. Third master, may our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed, may our partnership thrive. Not only will I keep an eye on Maliushan, but I shall also oversee the Bianan Bar for Lang Go. ensuring that that fool Ji Guangfa does not dare to cause any trouble. My gratitude to you, third master. After an enjoyable evening, Chu Lang received delightful news. The corpulent gentleman called to inform him that the officials had convened an emergency meeting and approved the outsourcing agreement for Maleishan's development. However, in 2 days, personnel will arrive to investigate the cause of the landslide, and they hope for Chu Lang's cooperation. Naturally, that poses no issue. Tomorrow, the project commences. With a light heart, Chu Lang shared a drink with Yi Hanyu. As the night deepened and the last table of guests departed, Yi Hanyu dismissed the staff, leaving only herself and Chu Lang in the vast bar. Having indulged in considerable libations, they found themselves pleasantly tipsy. Xiao Wu, you truly have the audacity to stand up to Ji Guangfa. You have certainly impressed me, she remarked, her enchanting features softened by a warmer smile than usual. Ji Guangfa is merely a brash man who seized an opportunity. How dare he bully my sister? That is akin to courting death. Yi Hanyu fell silent, her captivating gaze fixed intently on Chu Lang. Suddenly, she reached out, cradling his face in her hands. You have changed. Xiao Wu is no longer the same as before. With only 10 centimeters between them, Chu Lang could easily perceive her fragrance, which, despite the alcohol, bore no trace of its influence. Instead, it was a scent of pure sweetness that instantly intoxicated his mind, rendering the alcohol ineffective. Changed. I am still Chu Lang, he replied. Changed, indeed, more imposing, more masculine, and undeniably charming. Yi Hanyu breathed, her voice low and bewitching, stirring something profound within Chu Lang. Dressed in punk style, she wore a low-cut tank top paired with a cropped black leather jacket and form-fitting black shorts that accentuated her exquisite figure. Most striking was the black rose tattoo etched upon her flawless skin just below her collarbone, subtly revealing an alluring darkness with every movement. Yi Hanyu clearly noted the way Chu Lang's Adam's apple bobbed twice, eliciting a playful smile from her. They wish to see me dance. That's merely a fantasy. Since you helped me today, would you like to see me dance just for you? A rather revealing performance, perhaps? In the entire bar, only the two of them remained, and the atmosphere grew palpably charged. Chu Lang licked his dry lips. Perhaps we should reconsider. My sister is already quite fatigued. Dancing for my brother? How could that be tiring? Just tell me, do you wish to see? She teased, her intent evident. Chu Lang's throat tightened again. Yi Hanyu was truly a bewitching enchantress. A dangerous temptation. No, that might not be appropriate, he stammered, though his body betrayed him with its honesty. Yi Hanyu covered her mouth with a smile and turned gracefully towards the dance floor, her silhouette reminiscent of an elegant feline. As the music swelled, allure permeated the air. The dance concluded, and the haunting melody lingered, echoing in the vastness of the autumn night. At that moment, Chu Lang finally grasped why Emperor Cheng had faltered for Zhao Fian, for such a siren could indeed compel one to forsake the mortal realm. Little 5. Do you think my sister is beautiful? Yi Hanyu's radiant smile, imbued with a captivating fragrance, stirred every nerve within Chu Lang. He inhaled deeply, reflecting on how such a flawless woman had, for his sake, been grievously injured and rendered a mere shell for 18 years. A wave of both pity and regret washed over him, exacerbated by a parched throat and fraying reason. She was indeed breathtaking. Would you like to see an even more enchanting side of my sister? Today, Chu Lang exuded an undeniable charm, and Yi Hanyu found herself captivated by him. Is that permissible? Of course. Tonight, we shall not return. We will remain at the bar. The influence of alcohol, coupled with the surge of his emotions, was sufficient to catalyze all the beauty the world had to offer. Is that acceptable? As Yi Hanyu emerged from the dance floor, perspiration glistened on her forehead, further enhancing her delicate allure. In the midst of their conversation, she leaned in gently, her intoxicating fragrance enveloping Chu Lang as she approached him. As long as little 5 dares, anything is possible. Chapter 15. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Could it be that the long-buried aspirations of 20 years were finally poised to emerge today? In this moment, the seasoned Chu Lang, accustomed to the relentless storms of life, felt a nervousness akin to that of an inexperienced youth, beads of sweat forming as he fumbled in uncertainty. Why are you so anxious, little 5? Are you still? Suddenly, as Yi Hanyu and Chu Lang prepared to step forward, the entire bar erupted into brilliant light. Countless beams illuminated them, instantly erasing the fervent thoughts that had just ignited. The delicate atmosphere shattered, leaving only awkwardness in its wake. What are you two doing? It's so late, and you haven't returned. Don't you know that your older sisters are worried sick at home? The tall and captivating Shen Tian stood in the dance hall, her gaze icy and authoritative. What are you two embracing for? Building a tower? The pair grew even more embarrassed and hastily released their hold. Fourth sister, haha. Third sister, haha. Shen Tian, like a divine judge surveying the earth, looked down upon them. Second sister, from this moment until this gambling rascal reforms, I forbid anyone to be close to him. Listen well, young man. If I catch you weaving your charms on the other three sisters again, I will personally ensure your downfall. The threat was palpable. Chu Lang felt a chill run down his spine as he swallowed hard. Understood. If you know, then hurry up and get ready to come home with me. The two trailed behind Shen Tian, dejectedly taking a taxi back home. As for the automobile, the last one in the household was mortgaged by Gu Qingqing and given to Chu Lang. Observing his two elder sisters taking a taxi home at such a late hour, Chu Lang felt a surge of determination within him. He resolved to ensure that once he had everything in order, he would provide the best life for his sisters. With this thought in mind, he took a cold shower, extinguishing the fiery restlessness ignited by Yi Hanyu, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, another individual was unable to find rest. Have you found out? What is that scoundrel's background? Brother Ji, I am already investigating. I will notify you immediately upon discovery. As long as that scoundrel has no significant backing, I will swiftly bring him down. Ji Guangfa pounded the table in frustration, feeling that his lifelong reputation was tarnished today. Just then, another voice called out loudly, Brother Guangfa, we have business. Someone claiming to be from a bank called Jinrui wants us to teach a lesson to a guy named Chu Lang. What? Ji Guangfa slammed his hand on the table. Get him on the phone. I have questions for him. In the following days, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. The earnings from the cryptocurrency steadily reached around 150 to 60,000 daily, allowing Chu Lang to once again experience the thrill of accumulating wealth rapidly. However, he understood that this was merely a side venture, a temporary windfall that could not sustain itself. Once the electricity bill from the Li family's machinery factory arrived, or if Wu Shangxi uncovered his true identity, everything could come crashing down. Fortunately, after 5 days, Chu Lang had managed to amass an additional 8 to 9 million in operational funds. Yet, this still fell short of the 30 million his eldest sister needed. Not to mention that he himself was burdened with over 10 million in debts. As for Zhongming mining, all preparations were complete. Chu Lang invested all his available funds, and the mining permits were officially issued. Now, he held the exclusive rights to the annual extraction at Maliu Mountain. The accident investigation team had returned yesterday, and based on his deductions, Chu Lang anticipated that in 3 days, the authorities would announce information regarding the lithium-bearing ore mine at Maliu Mountain, which would create a nationwide sensation. Coincidentally, in 3 days, his eldest sister would sign the equity transfer agreement. 3 days. Within this time frame, assets must triple in value to prevent Jiang Wendong from investing in Qingqing Group, thus completely averting his sister's crisis. Furthermore, he would decisively eliminate Jiang Wendong and the Jiang family behind him, elevating Qingqing Group to become the commercial titan of Shangjiang City. Brother Lang, you have already invested 8 to 9 million. When will this end? Many are secretly mocking you, claiming that the suddenly emerging Zhongming mining is composed of fools, throwing money into a desolate Maliu mountain. Are you planning to sell mulberry trees for profit? Although I am unaware of the source of your funds, in a year, you may end up with nothing. How will you explain this to your sisters? The plump man reported to Chu Lang, his face etched with worry. Do not fret. Let the bullets fly for a while. Have you organized the various mark points on the map I provided you? Although the chubby individual is honest, he executes his tasks with remarkable precision. He has successfully delineated 46 points across the 4 cardinal directions. What purpose do you serve by marking these locations? To sell them. Chu Lang's smile resembled that of a cunning old fox. The cost and difficulty of self-development proved formidable and the pace sluggish. He conceived a more astute approach to swiftly recoup his investments and turn a profit. Outsourcing. The Maliu Mountain spodumene mines are abundant, yet not every site yields spodumene. In his previous life, after facing insurmountable losses, Chu Lang had once been forced to mine at Maliu Mountain, and he retains a vivid memory of these sites. He knows precisely which locations are fruitful and which are mere pits, more accurately than any machine. The chubby man was taken aback. Selling? Indeed. Remember who mocks us? John's Chemical. Ridiculing us on Weibo, infuriating. When the time comes, I will sell the 3 points, 51,430, to him at 3 times the price. Zhang's Chemical is a family enterprise of Jiang Wending. We must be ruthless in our dealings. After hanging up, Chu Lang was about to exit the Li family machinery factory when he noticed 2 officials in uniforms verifying something at the security office. Upon seeing their attire, his heart sank, prompting him to eavesdrop. Your factory's recent electricity consumption seems irregular. Take us to your supervisor. Alarmed, Chu Lang realized his cover was about to be blown. He swiftly turned back, shut down the entropy mining machines, and liquidated all his assets. After cashing out the final 500,000, he deleted all records and dialed Li Xiu's number. As soon as the call connected, Li Xiu's eager voice reached his ears. Brother Lang, it's been days. Have you deceived your sister yet? The stakes have been generous lately. They've won over 500,000. We need to capitalize on this. As a broker in the gambling den, Li Xiu still believed Chu Lang to be the same as before, attempting to lure him with various high-stakes temptations. Recently, Li Xiu had already taken over 200,000 from Chu Lang, but found it insufficient, seeking even more. If it doesn't work out, a few bosses have asked me to find some starlets for entertainment. Perhaps you could introduce your third sister? The referral fee is 100,000. We can secure that first. A cold smile crept across Chu Lang's face. In his past life, his third sister had tragically fallen to her death after an encounter with such entertainment. This scoundrel, dragging him into the abyss of gambling, now plots to harm Luo Hongchun. With the funds secure, instruct him to come to the factory. The officials have arrived. It's time for Li Xiu to face his reckoning. Is that so? Splendid. I'll come over immediately, Li Xiu exclaimed eagerly. As soon as the call ended, another one came through from Wu Shangxi, who, after a week, was not one to offer charity, urging Chu Lang to settle the payment for the mining machines. Chu Lang also invited him to the factory to finalize all accounts. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiu eagerly arrived at the factory, seeking out Chu Lang. As Chu Lang stood at the door, his expression inscrutable as he inhaled a cigarette. His gaze bore into Li Xiu with an unsettling depth. Li Xiu hurriedly approached, asking, Lang, where's the money? Chu Lang took a deep drag from his cigarette and replied indifferently, We'll discuss the money later, cat. I have something to ask you. What is it? Hurry up. I want to get the money and enjoy a big feast, Li Xiu exclaimed, oblivious to the gravity of the moment. Still thinking about money when doom is at your doorstep? Chu Lang extinguished his cigarette, his demeanor unwavering. Cat, let me ask you something. Do you realize you are a scoundrel? Chapter 16. Time's up, huh? Li Xiu was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Chu Lang, who had always regarded him as a confidant, would suddenly pose such a question. Lang, what's wrong with you? Chu Lang smirked mockingly, deep down. You know you are a scoundrel, don't you? Li Xiu had always perceived Chu Lang as a mere pig to be slaughtered, and the audacity to insult him ignited a fierce anger within. Damn you, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and get the money, stop wasting time. In stark contrast to Li Xiu's fury, Chu Lang remained calm, seemingly unfazed as he lit another cigarette. Since you encourage me to gamble, without considering the exorbitant interest of loans, I've lost over 39 million to my sister, while you have pocketed at least 6 million in commissions from me. His tone was interrogative, yet it exuded an air of certainty. The smoke curled languidly around them. You're talking nonsense. We always lost together, Li Xiu retorted, his temper flaring further. He had never anticipated Chu Lang's sudden awakening, which made him feel a twinge of guilt and anger. Unperturbed by the escalating tension, Chu Lang produced a photograph. In it were he and his 4 sisters, youthful and innocent, with an orphanage as their backdrop. My eldest sister has lost her shares and is drowning in debt, driven to the brink of suicide by medication. His eyes darkened with a blend of fury and regret, as if he could not distinguish between past lives and the present. What are you talking about? If you don't go to the venue, I will have those loan sharks come after you. This is my second sister. She is beautiful, isn't she? She might fight with the creditors to save me, only to be left in a vegetative state. Chu Lang's voice grew more chilling. And this is my third sister, the star you urge to entertain clients. She may jump off a building after a night of drinking. As he spoke of his fourth sister, his eyes reddened with unshed tears. I acknowledge my own wavering resolve, but your role in this is equally culpable. An overwhelming tide of anger and intent surged within him, yet his face remained as cold as frost. I don't know what nonsense you're spouting, Li Xiu observed, suddenly struck by the uncanny transformation of the once familiar, timid, and greedy Chu Lang. who now exuded an unsettling aura that made Li Xiu's heart race. It felt as though he was being scrutinized by a dragon emerging from the abyss, instilling a primal fear deep within his soul. "What do you intend to do?" Li Xiu stammered. "What do I intend to do? Heh, I am, of course, going to end you." Li Xiu was taken aback by Chu Lang's abrupt transformation, quickly succumbing to a fit of rage. "Damn it! How dare you, a mere gambler, come to challenge me? Yes, it was indeed I who encouraged you to gamble, and I orchestrated the scheme that led to your ruin. So what? My family possesses millions, and I am acquainted with more people in society than you can imagine. What can you, a pitiful gambler, possibly do to me?" Li Xiu shouted furiously, jabbing his finger at Chu Lang's nose. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed nearby. "Is this the high-voltage power plant that little brat has been meddling with?" Li Xiu's father, Li Yang, stormed in with a group of over a dozen men, exuding an intimidating presence. Li Xiu hurried to greet him. "Dad, what brings you here? You ungrateful wretch." Li Yang slapped Li Xiu across the face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chu Lang chuckled, knowing that such a scene would inevitably unfold. Yet Li Yang's reaction was even more explosive than he had anticipated. However, it was all quite fitting. "What is the matter, father?" Since the early hours of July 14th, the electricity consumption of the machinery factory has skyrocketed, reaching over 1 million per day. In less than a week, we have incurred a staggering electricity bill of 8.26 million. Li Xiu was left speechless. To put it into perspective, their factory's average monthly electricity bill was merely in the tens of thousands, totaling less than 4 million a year. This amount exceeded their total electricity expenditure for over 2 years. How could this be? "It's all due to the high-voltage power plant you've constructed, you fool. If it weren't for the power company alerting me, I would still be in the dark." Li Yang stormed into the factory, astonished by the dense array of cryptocurrency mining machines. "Dad, these are just discarded machines that Chu Lang used to deceive his sister. You must be mistaken. You imbecile. These are cryptocurrency mining machines. You've been played for a fool. Over 8 million. Our factory doesn't even have that much cash. I swear I will end you, you worthless scoundrel." The term cryptocurrency mining machines sent chills down Li Xiu's spine, and then the sound of Li Yang's slaps rained upon his face, relentless as a torrential downpour. Chu Lang, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, observed the father-son spectacle with an expression of detached indifference. "Chu Lang, you bastard, you've betrayed me." "Dad, stop hitting me. He is Chu Lang. Everything here is his doing. You must confront him," Li Xiu accused, pointing at Chu Lang. "You are Chu Lang? Is it you who racked up my bill of over 8 million? Li Yang demanded. "Indeed," Chu Lang replied calmly. "You think you can just consume the Li family's wealth? Calm yourself. It's merely a sum of over 8 million. Otherwise, you stand to lose even more." Chu Lang leisurely lit a cigarette, having previously quit, yet succumbing to the temptation today. Technical department. Get in here and find the data. We need evidence to take him down. Soon." A group of bespectacled individuals arrived, perplexed and distressed. The cryptocurrency mining equipment, along with all personal information and data, had been irretrievably lost. The opposing party's technology was far too advanced for us to recover anything. At that moment, a smile finally blossomed on Chu Lang's face. With 2 decades of advanced technology from his past life, how could these people possibly compete with him? The more composed Chu Lang appeared, the more frustrated and infuriated Li Yang and his son became. "Chu Lang, the money is with you. Compensate my family. You are nothing but a thief." "A thief?" The scent of smoke lingered as a deep, cold voice emerged from the man. "Thief? No. I, Chu, have clawed my way back from the depths of hell, and I intend to send each of you wretched spirits down to the same fate. Hence, I am the reaper for your Li family. I will kill you." Li Xiu, losing his sanity, feigned an attack on Chu Lang. "Get lost." With a swift kick, Chu Lang struck Li Xiu in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. It had been 20 years. He had anticipated this kick, this day, for a full 20 years. The word death uttered from someone like you is truly juvenile and laughable. Li Yang restrained Li Xiu, fixating his gaze intently on Chu Lang. "Young man, consuming over 8 million in electricity fees, how ruthless of you. However, in this society, you are not the only one with such ruthlessness. Your machines are in my factory, and since you just mentioned there is no contract, they are now unclaimed property, correct? Someone, destroy them for me. 5,000 units, surely worth more than 8 million. If you dare to swindle me, I will ensure you are left with nothing." Bang, bang, bang. Inside the factory, The sounds of destruction echoed as the 5,000 mining machines were soon reduced to rubble. Stop! What are you doing? Wu Shangxi's voice approached, filled with exasperation. Boss Wu, what brings you here? Wu Shangxi, a rising star in technology, was far beyond Li Yang's comparison. Why are you destroying Mr. Chu's machines? What is happening here? Li Xiu hastily exclaimed. Boss Wu, what Mr. Chu? He is merely a worthless gambler. What? Wu Shangxi was taken aback. Gambler? Mr. Chu? Li Xiu quickly recounted Chu Lang's background in detail, causing Wu Shangxi's expression to fluctuate between shock and disbelief. Mr. Chu, you are correct. My current identity is indeed that of a gambler. I deceived you, and I am sorry. I intended to return the machines to you, but unfortunately, they were destroyed by Li Xiu's father. My apologies. Chu Lang felt a twinge of regret towards Wu Shangxi, as he had indeed tricked him. Wu Shangxi's face turned pale, his gaze fixed on the chaotic scene within the factory. Ah, those are my mining machines. Li Yang, you owe me for my machines. Li Yang's heart sank. Aren't they Chu Lang's? Wu Shangxi, realizing he had been deceived and was left with nothing, experienced a wave of crimson and pallor across his face. He had not yet made the payment. No formal contract had been signed. It was your son who signed the guarantee. 5,000 mining machines, valued at 40 million. You owe me. Li Yang's eyes widened in shock as his defenses crumbled. The guarantee agreement signed by my son? He has just suffered a loss of 40 million. It's over. The Li family is finished. He has finally grasped the meaning behind Chu Lang's earlier words, urging him to remain calm, lest he endure even greater losses. Alas, Li Yang could no longer withstand such a heavy blow and fainted on the spot. Wu Shangxi was no philanthropist. He was unconcerned about Li Yang's fainting spell and promptly picked up his phone to make a call. Hello, notify the legal department. The Li family machinery factory has destroyed our 40 million worth of mining equipment. If the guarantor, Li Xiu, cannot produce this sum, I want immediate litigation against the Li family machinery factory and an application for a bank auction to recover the debt. No. Boss Wu, please. Li Xiu sat despondently on the ground. Realizing it was all over, his family was lost. Chu Lang, you wretched scoundrel. I swear I will make you pay dearly for this. Chu Lang pointed at Li Xiu. My actions against you do not stem from hatred, but rather from a desire to reclaim what I have lost. You have brought ruin upon my family. Seeking your total financial destruction is not excessive, is it? In his previous life, he had led Chu Lang into despair, causing him to lose everything, and even resulting in his sister's death. In this life, however, it was he who had been thoroughly betrayed by Chu Lang. The ownership of the Li family machinery factory changed hands overnight. Li Xiu, in pursuit of a mere few $100,000 in profits, had lost everything. Outside, Wu Shangxi gazed at Chu Lang. Mr. Chu, you truly are ruthless. Boss Wu, I apologize. I owe you a favor this time. Is your favor truly worth something? Wall Street, Mr. Chu. Wu Shangxi was clearly mocking Chu Lang. Nevertheless, he had not emerged empty-handed, having acquired the Li family machinery factory. Though he felt resentful at being outmaneuvered by Chu Lang, it is indeed valuable, should Boss Wu believe that this favor is worth a chance to resurrect a company. After securing the Li family, Chu Lang busied himself at Muliu Mountain for 2 days, personally overseeing the establishment of the mining site. On the morning of the third day, he spotted his elder sister, Gu Qingcheng, adorned in a stunning black lace dress, preparing to head out. Sister, where are you off to, looking so beautiful? There's a significant event at the company today. I am to preside over it. The moment of utmost importance had arrived. The time for the equity acquisition was upon them. Chapter 17. Old grudges and new hatreds furrowing his brow, Chu Lang glanced anxiously at his phone. The news regarding the lepidolite mine, which was supposed to have been published yesterday, had yet to surface. Had something gone awry? However, the arrow was nocked. It could not be unshot. Sister, I will accompany you. This day marked the inception of their family's tragedy. Chu Lang vividly recalled that night in his previous life when Gu Qingcheng returned, reeking of alcohol and utterly disheveled, presenting her bank card before him, warning him never to gamble again. At that time, Chu Lang was already ensnared, unable to extricate himself from the abyss. The memories of Chu Lang now evoke a profound sense of sorrow, even after the passage of 20 years. The transfer of equity bears a stark resemblance to the relinquishment of land. Despite the pressing financial constraints, Gu Qingcheng generously allocated a portion of her funds to Chu Lang for debt repayment, embodying true benevolence. However, Gu Qingsheng could not have anticipated the hefty price of differing rights associated with the shares, which thwarted her ambitious project, leading to its abrupt cessation due to the interference of Jiang Wendong, culminating in a total loss of her initial investments. Consequently, she was compelled to pivot to alternative ventures, transforming from a manufacturing enterprise to a real estate project, only to find herself in a dire financial predicament, resulting in a complete collapse. According to Chu Lang's subsequent investigations, the project that his elder sister envisioned was a battery chemical factory. This realization fueled Chu Lang's relentless pursuit of mining rights at Ma Lu Mountain, as the prospect of lucrative industries was evident to him. His choice of industry was inevitably influenced by the well-being of his sisters. Ensuring their comfort was an unwavering responsibility for Chu Lang. The Noxus Grand Hotel was the venue for the equity transfer meeting. Xiao Wu, I am pleased that you wish to learn and grow, but once we enter, remember to speak sparingly, refrain from making rash comments, and observe diligently. Do you understand? Ultimately, Chu Lang successfully obtained permission to accompany his sister under the pretext of learning the intricacies of business. Rest assured, dear sister, he reassured her as they entered the Noxus Grand Hotel. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Gu Qingsheng did not proceed directly to the conference room, but instead entered a small adjacent reception area. Several individuals were already present, all senior executives of the Qingxing Group. Upon her arrival, they all rose to their feet. President Gu, they greeted. Among them were both familiar and unfamiliar faces to Chu Lang. However, one young man with gold-rimmed glasses captured his attention. Zhang Kong. Currently, he served as Gu Qingxing's assistant. After Jiang Wendong gradually encroached upon the Qingxing Group, Zhang Kong unexpectedly ascended to the position of CEO. Chu Lang's later inquiries revealed that this individual orchestrated the equity transfer event, secretly conspiring with Jiang Wendong, effectively allowing a wolf to enter the fold. Even after Chu Lang's eventual success, the desire for vengeance against this man remained unquenched. As the previous grievances lingered with a bitter intensity, the rekindling of animosity surged within him upon encountering Zhang Kong once more. Unbeknownst to Zhang Kong, he had been marked for death by Chu Lang, who stood up, feigning composure, and proclaimed, President Gu, everything is prepared. The funds from Zhang's chemical are in place. Once we sign, we will secure substantial capital along with Zhang's technical support. The battery chemical factory will be launched without delay. Zhang Kong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his words laden with persuasive allure. However, the Zhang family made slight modifications to the contract, seeking to acquire 51% of the equity after initially agreeing to 20%. They require dominance over the production and research development of the battery chemical plant. I believe this proposal poses no issue. Please take a look. Here it comes. The imposition of unequal voting rights. Chu Lang's brow furrowed suddenly as he glanced at the intention document handed to Gu Qingxing. Unequal voting rights? It is akin to purchasing a 100% stake for a mere 20% of the cost, 30 million. Truly adept at calculations, huh? Chu Lang snickered derisively from the side. Finally, he laid eyes on the document, the root cause of countless calamities for their family, and his heart stirred with mixed emotions. Indeed, it was concocted by that Zhang. Zhang Kong cast a glance at Chu Lang, feeling a sudden sense of foreboding. Thus, he hastily urged, President Gu, this is merely a stopgap measure. Once we navigate this crisis, we can gradually devise a way to expel the Zhang family. Losing equity is trivial, surely. The shares in hand cannot vanish into thin air. Furthermore, the situation is urgent, and the battery chemical plant project requires immediate funding. You must also consider your illustrious brother. We cannot afford to delay. Zhang Kong emphasized the term illustrious, prompting suppressed laughter among several senior company executives nearby. Everyone knew the true character of President Gu's brother. Had it not been for his gambling losses, President Gu would not have been forced into selling equity. Gu Qingxing frowned, casting an irritated glare at Zhang Kong. While her brother's shortcomings were evident, only she had the right to comment. Any external remark was an affront. Chu Lang's eyes glinted with cold mirth. A tempest of old grievances surfacing. Assistant Zhang, if you choose to be a dog, you must possess the awareness that comes with it. The most essential trait of a dog is loyalty. If a dog not only proves disloyal but also bites its master, then it ought to be put down. The audience's eyes widened in shock at Chu Lang's audacity. What did you say? Zhang Kong seethed with rage, holding Chu Lang in utter contempt. To be insulted by a worthless individual was intolerable for the proud Zhang Kong. You, a gambling dog, Dare to insult me. Slap. Not only do I insult you, but I will also strike you. What will you do about it? Xiao Wu. Chu Lang's hand landed harshly on Zhang Kang's face, prompting Gu Qingqing to intervene hastily. Recently, Xiao Wu's demeanor had indeed changed significantly, slightly altering Gu Qingqing's perception. However, Zhang Kang was a senior executive, her right-hand man. She could not afford to lose him. Sister, allow me. Chu Lang turned to offer Gu Qingqing a reassuring glance, then approached Zhang Kang, seizing his collar. The company belongs to my sister. She is mine. While you are merely a dog, not only will I strike you, but I also command you. From this moment forth, due to your negligence and dereliction of duty, you are dismissed. As Song Dynasty's Zhao Pu once said, to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. With formidable adversaries on the horizon, Chu Lang had no time for idle chatter with Zhang Kang and swiftly eradicated the unstable elements surrounding Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing stood in stunned silence, particularly taken aback by the revelation that my sister was indeed mine. As she witnessed Chu Lang's ruthless demeanor, she bit her lower lip, her expression a tumult of emotions. Let me go? By what right do you dismiss me? I am the vice president and assistant to the president, a pivotal member of the company's upper echelon. You cannot simply expel me at your whim. Around her, the senior executives echoed her sentiments, urging, President Gu, please speak up. The company is in dire straits due to this individual's actions. Must we allow him to wreak havoc? Their indignation was palpable. Rest assured, I have my unequivocal reasons for dismissing him, Chu Lang replied, a smirk gracing his lips, as an aura of formidable intensity emanated from him. The Wolf of Wall Street has arrived. Chapter 18. Farewell to Jiang Wendong. Zhang Kang felt a sudden pang of guilt wash over him, followed swiftly by anger. How could he, of all people, be intimidated by a mere gambler? What do you wish to inquire? He snapped. If they intend to acquire Qingqing, they must undergo our scrutiny. Pray tell, what is their SLFP? Have you received their profit statement? Zhang Kang, consumed by fury, fell momentarily silent. He had conspired with the opposing party, banking on Gu Qingqing's urgency to liquidate her assets. He had never considered requesting the balance sheet or profit statement from their company. Yet, Chu Lang had anticipated his every move, certain that this treacherous wretch would never dare to ask Jiang Wendong for such documents. In preparation for his dealings with Jiang Wendong, Chu Lang had previously invested time investigating the Jiang family business. He discovered that their financial records were perpetually in the red. Despite projecting an image of prosperity, it was only after Chu Lang uprooted them that their losses became apparent. Thus, he was convinced that Jiang's chemical enterprise would never disclose their financial statements to a prospective buyer. Zhang Kang, a mere lapdog to Jiang Wendong, lacked the audacity to request such documents from his master. I believe the finances will pose no issue, hence I did not ask, Zhang Kang asserted. Humph. I do not care for your beliefs. I demand my own. The pressure exuded by Chu Lang rendered the executives of Qingqing Group breathless. Was this truly the so-called worthless gambler? How could he appear more like the chairman of the company, while Gu Qingqing seemed to be his subordinate? Observing Zhang Kang's discomfort, Chu Lang pressed on. What about the cash flow statement, the changes in owner's equity, and the project proposal? Have you received any of these? And you, dear sister, have you seen them? Gu Qingqing gazed at Chu Lang in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. How did Xiao Wu possess such profound knowledge? She shook her head. I have not seen any of that. Chu Lang turned his piercing gaze back to Zhang Kang. Why has President Gu not received these documents? Zhang Kang's complexion paled slightly. He had dismissed Chu Lang's earlier threat of dismissal as mere bluster. However, the gaps Chu Lang had exposed were indeed fatal flaws in his defense. Indeed, those matters require considerable time to prepare. However, Mr. Gu's urgent need for funds has compelled me to simplify everything. Zhang Kang devised what he believed to be an infallible justification. Humph. If I am not mistaken, the counterpart must be Zhang's Chemical, correct? Are you aware that recently there have been frequent personnel changes at Zhang's Chemical? 2 vice presidents have departed, and prior to the new year, allegations of financial report falsification surfaced, revealing severe losses for the company. If they are attempting to acquire Qingqing to shift their risks, can you bear the responsibility for that? In truth, Chu Lang only later discovered that Zhang's Chemical's financial records were far from pristine. As for whether there were issues raised the previous year, or if any vice presidents had departed, he was oblivious. However, his current demeanor exuded such authority that left no room for doubt regarding his words. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Kang's face, which had turned as pale as a ghost. Well, can you not articulate your thoughts? Whether to simplify or to betray, you know in your heart, Chu Lang stated. Due to your negligence, Assistant Zhang, you have been dismissed. You may leave. No. Zhang Kang, caught by Chu Lang, was hastily expelled, leaving him in a state of panic. Jiang Wendong had promised to reinstate him and offer him benefits, but all of that hinged on his role as an undercover operative beside Gu Qingqing. Without his utilitarian value, he was rendered worthless. How could Jiang Wendong invest in him then? Mr. Gu, I have served the company for many years, though I may lack merit. My diligence is evident. I have been a loyal minister assisting you in building this enterprise, and one cannot simply be dismissed. It was Jiang Wendong that I contacted. Without me, the share transfer would never succeed. Gu Qingqing regarded Chu Lang with a troubled expression. Today, he indeed seemed different, and she had long suspected that Zhang Kang might be problematic. Yet, she was in dire need of funds, urgently requiring the share transfer to be finalized. The contract for the battery chemical plant was scheduled for commencement tomorrow, with the site, workers, and equipment all prepared. If the funds did not materialize, it would lead to significant troubles. Xiao Wu, without that butcher Zhang, do you think we would still be eating unrefined pork? Let him go. However, Gu Qingqing, Chu Lang suddenly raised his voice, instantly silencing her, leaving her gazing at him in astonishment, a hint of reverence and grievance emerging on her otherwise exquisite visage. This was the commanding demeanor Chu Lang had cultivated over 2 decades in his past life. Seeing Gu Qingqing's expression of distress softened Chu Lang's heart. He gently cupped her face and reassured her, from now on, in your company, you may choose to do as you wish. But today, you must heed my words. From this moment forth, you have, and only have, one person you can trust unconditionally, Chu Lang. Be good and listen. Today marked the beginning of all tragedies from his previous life, and even Chu Lang felt a tinge of anxiety, unwilling to allow any missteps. In the past, when he sought money, he was meek, and when he did not, he was frivolous. None of that compared to his current formidable presence, akin to a mountain, commanding the entire situation. Gu Qingqing obediently allowed Chu Lang to hold her face, conceding, very well. No, Mr. Gu, you are prioritizing personal matters over public ones. This will not gain the support of the masses. This person will recklessly jeopardize the company. Zhang Kang was utterly flustered. Chu Lang sneered, if anyone is dissatisfied, they may leave now. The company is collapsing, and I will compensate my sister's family. Who dares to oppose? Step forward. The room fell into a profound silence. Then it is settled. The rest of you prepare to head to the conference room to meet with the Jiang family representatives. Today, my sister's assistant is none other than me, Chu Lang. Following closely behind Chu Lang, Gu Qingqing pouted in discontent. Look at you, acting as if you are the boss. Aren't we here to learn? Why seize power right at the outset? I could learn so much more by staying by your side. Chu Lang was the first to enter the adjacent conference room. Gu Qingqing gazed intently at Chu Lang's retreating figure, feeling a surge of madness at her decision to oust Zhang Kang and let Chu Lang take the lead. In the past, such a thought would have been unimaginable, yet she found herself inexplicably reassured, which puzzled her. Meanwhile, Zhang Kang remained rooted in place, his complexion alternating between red and pale. He finally managed to reach Jiang Wendong on the phone. Hello, young Master Jiang, there's been a change. That gambler Chu Lang has actually leveraged personal connections to oust me. You must help me bring him down. Today feels ominous. A voice on the other end responded, is it that Chu Lang again? I know how to handle them. You needn't worry. Jiang Wendong had previously heard of Chu Lang from Jin Rue, and now that name echoed once more. At this moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and Chu Lang was confronted once again by the individual he loathed most in life, Jiang Wendong. Chapter 19. Unconventional Tactics. Jiang Wendong, now in his late 20s, wore black-rimmed glasses. Not particularly handsome, yet his narrow eyes occasionally sparkled with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. Even if Chu Lang were to dismember him 1,000 times, the hatred he felt at this moment remained profound and unquenchable. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Gu Qingqing greeted Jiang Wendong warmly, indicating their prior acquaintance. Jiang Wendong was accompanied by 6 individuals, apart from a brutish man with a fierce visage beside him. The others appeared refined, likely senior executives of Jiang Chemical. Upon hearing Gu Qingqing's greeting, none responded, and only Jiang Wendong remarked indifferently, Ms. Gu, you are 3 minutes late. With that, He swiftly asserted his authority over Gu Qingqing. Mr. Jiang, allow me to explain. Gu Qingqing began, but was interrupted. Ms. Gu, to collaborate with the Jiang family. You must understand one principle. There are no excuses. A mistake is a mistake. Jiang Wendong's oppressive presence was formidable. It was not just Gu Qingqing who felt the strain, but even those familiar with his temperament exhibited signs of trepidation, swallowing hard. All right, I apologize, Gu Qingqing conceded, but before she could continue, Chu Lang interjected, Mr. Jiang. In our collaboration with the Qingqing Group, you must also grasp an essential truth. President Gu is always right, and no one is permitted to criticize his actions. This is the first time I forgive your impetuosity. I hope there will not be a next time. Jiang Wendong exuded an aura of arrogance, and Chu Lang was equally unyielding. Such words elevated Gu Qingqing above Jiang Chemical, viewing Jiang Wendong as not but a subordinate. Instantly, the employees of Jiang Chemical erupted in righteous indignation. What an audacious young man! How dare he speak recklessly before our President Jiang? It appears he is a naive newcomer, unaware of President Jiang's formidable reputation. Ultimately, who truly requires the other's capital? It seems he is courting disaster. While Jiang Wendong's associates murmured amongst themselves, those from Qingqing Group exchanged apprehensive glances. It is over. I should have anticipated that this lad would stir up trouble, but I never expected such chaos from the outset. Hee. Jiang Wendong chuckled, his fury masked by a veneer of amusement. Young man, one must temper their youthful exuberance, lest they invite calamity. What else is youth but fervor? If anyone is to suffer misfortune, it will likely be President Jiang first. Chu Lang stood his ground defiantly. The air suddenly thickened with the scent of sulfur. Jiang Wendong's eyes glinted with lethal intent. How shall I address you? Chu Lang, barely in his 20s, was several years younger than Jiang Wendong. Thus, it was not inappropriate for the latter to refer to him as young brother. Chu Lang serves as President Gu's assistant. Jiang Wendong scrutinized Chu Lang closely, sensing an inscrutable depth to this individual. He bore no resemblance to Jean Rui's Zhang Kong, who was described as a worthless gambler. Nevertheless, Jiang Wendong remained unperturbed, confident that a mere youth like Chu Lang would not seize the initiative. He scoffed. If memory serves, President Gu's assistant is named Zhang Kong, who also played a pivotal role in facilitating this acquisition. Where is Assistant Zhang? Perhaps he was dismissed for being an inept dog. Chu Lang, holding Gu Qingqing's delicate hand, took a seat. Jiang Wendong waved dismissively. I suggest you do not sit. Gu Qingqing's expression turned anxious, and her subordinates paled. President Jiang, what do you mean? Gu Qingqing inquired, bewildered. Observing her distress, Jiang Wendong felt a semblance of calm. This was the demeanor and attitude that Qingqing Group should embody. That Chu Lang appeared utterly anomalous. What do I mean? Perhaps you should inquire of President Gu herself. Zhang Kong is the linchpin of this acquisition. It is only out of respect for him that I agreed to finance President Gu's endeavors. To suddenly change the captain at such a critical juncture and introduce someone as reckless as this is nothing short of an affront to me. I see no necessity for this collaboration. You may leave. Gu Qingqing was in a state of panic. All her hopes rested upon Jiang Chemical. Should they withdraw their investment, Qingqing Group would collapse instantaneously. President Jiang, she began to explain, only to have Chu Lang grasp her slender, delicate hand. He then smiled and said, very well. It seems our words are ill-matched. If an agreement cannot be reached, then let us not pursue it further. However, if my memory serves me correctly, the conference room should be rented by our company. If someone is to leave, it should be Mr. Jiang. I will not see him off. Jiang Wendong's pupils constricted, utterly incredulous at what he had just heard. He had assumed that even if Chu Lang had employed Gu Qingqing as an unexpected trump card, he would still not dare to disregard his funding. Yet, Chu Lang had indeed acted in such a manner, without any hesitation whatsoever. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Today, listen to my elder sister. If something goes awry, I will stand with you and the Qingqing Group. Chu Lang had never favored being led during negotiations in his previous life, especially not when facing his sworn enemy. He would not allow him any comfort. Jiang Wendong was infuriated, his fury reaching a boiling point. From the moment he entered, he had been engaged in a psychological battle with the Qingqing Group. He had calculated that Gu Qingqing would not dare to turn hostile, hoping to extract the maximum benefits from this acquisition with minimal cost. Yet, this Chu Lang, defying all conventions, had flipped the table. Where could he seek justice? Now, Jiang Wendong found himself in a precarious position. He also wished to invest in the Qingqing Group and seize control. However, having spoken his mind, he could not back down now without losing face. Bang! Jiang Wendong slammed his hand on the table, losing composure in stark contrast to Chu Lang's unwavering demeanor. This signified his inner turmoil. A troubled heart dulls the blade. Fine. I had intended to give the Qingqing Group a chance, but since you failed to appreciate it, do not blame me for being unyielding. From this moment forth, Jiang Chemical will sever all ties with the Qingqing Group. Farewell. Jiang Wendong rose and strode towards the door. Although he was astonished by Chu Lang's unorthodox approach, he remained confident that the Qingqing Group could not survive without him. Regrettably, until he exited the conference room, he heard not a single word from Chu Lang, as if the latter were eager for him to leave. Inside the conference room, an oppressive silence reigned. President Gu, it's over. Jiang Wendong is furious and has withdrawn his funding. Our company is on the brink of bankruptcy. What shall we do? Why couldn't he assistant Zhang handle this properly? Why be so headstrong? This has turned disastrous. The members of the Qingqing Group were in a state of panic. And Chu Lang finally understood why Gu Qingqiang had been sidelined and devoured. Her executives were utterly inept. Silence. Each of you earns a six-figure salary, yet possesses less composure than gamblers in a casino. What use are you but to squander resources? A market director by the name of Zhao stepped forward, finally voicing his discontent. In no more than 20 minutes, Jiang Wendong will return. Do you believe that? Chu Lang remained calm and collected, a striking contrast to the flustered crowd. No, you drove him away with your reckless behavior. Very well, shall we make a wager? If you win, you shall be promoted to vice president. If you lose, you will be dismissed immediately. Chu Lang not only aimed to fend off external threats, but also sought to establish a robust foundation for Gu Qingqing's commercial empire. Let us wager. As soon as he uttered these words, the door to the conference room swung open. Chapter 20. Jiang Wendong's trump card, whether in his past life or the present. Chu Lang had always harbored a perplexity. Why was Jiang Wendong so determined to invest in the Qingqing Group? From the perspective of his previous life's developments. Although Jiang Wendong later usurped the Qingqing Group, driving Gu Qingqing to the brink of bankruptcy and eventual suicide, he did not profit significantly from this commercial battle. What could possibly motivate him to harm Gu Qingqing? Was it her beauty? Chu Lang had found no evidence of any ulterior motives Jiang Wendong might have toward Gu Qingqing. If not that, what could warrant such a convoluted scheme from Jiang Wendong? While Chu Lang remained uncertain, one thing was clear. Jiang Wendong was resolute in his investment in the Qingqing Group. That was sufficient. Indeed, reality proved his suspicions correct. The moment the door was pushed open once more, everyone turned in astonishment to behold the entrance. Jiang Wendong entered, accompanied by his associates, his expression somewhat awkward. Did President Jiang forget to take some documents? Just let me know, and I can have someone deliver them to you, Chu Lang remarked with a playful smile, causing Jiang Wendong's face to flush with embarrassment. I am a competent businessman who would not forsake profitable opportunities due to personal sentiments, Jiang Wendong retorted, his complexion shifting between shades of red and white before he feigned nonchalance and resumed his seat. I believe the commercial environment of the Qingqing Group is exceptionally suited for our investment. On this occasion, I shall overlook the previous grievances for the sake of President Gu. He added. Gu Qingqiang gazed at Chu Lang in astonishment. Today, Xiao Wu was truly remarkable. To describe him as a master strategist would not be an exaggeration. A sense of security surged within her, her previously anxious heart gradually settling. Suddenly, she noticed Chu Lang arching his brows. Knowing him well, she anticipated that he would not utter anything favorable, and thus she quickly tugged at his sleeve, smiling outwardly as she addressed Jiang Wendong, President Jiang. You truly are a person of great ambition, capable of bending and yielding. I appreciate your willingness to set aside past grievances. Shall we commence? Chu Lang pursed his lips. Originally, he had not intended to allow Jiang Wendong an easy exit. However, seeing his elder sister's anxious demeanor, he chose to accommodate her feelings. Jiang Wendong seized this opportunity to deflect, managing to gloss over the earlier awkwardness. Yet Director Zhao was in a state of trepidation, fearing that Chu Lang would hold him to the wager. Without further ado, since President Gu is present today, I shall present our utmost sincerity from the Jiang Corporation. This is our acquisition proposal. Please take a look, President Gu. Gu Qingqing picked up the proposal, only to have it snatched away by Chu Lang. 300 million in exchange for a 20% stake. Yet you desire a 5 billion equity share? President Jiang. As expected from someone in the chemical industry, your corrosiveness is indeed formidable. Originally, Jiang Wendong intended to engage in a dialogue with Gu Qingqing. However, upon observing Chu Lang's demeanor, he realized that evasion was no longer an option. There's no need for veiled threats. This proposal was mutually agreed upon in our prior discussions. What are your thoughts? I find it rather unappealing, Chu Lang replied, a derisive smile illuminating his face. Jiang Wendong, in this instance, appeared rather naive. Your calculations are melodious, but are you truly foolish, or do you presume others to be so? An uproar erupted among the representatives of Jiang's Chemical Corporation, fueled by indignation. A burly bodyguard, his face marred with fury, surged forward to confront Chu Lang, but was promptly restrained by Jiang Wendong. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Xiaowu, Gu Qingqing believed that Chu Lang merely held the upper hand, but it seemed he had no intention of proceeding with the transaction. Was this still in line with her original intentions? The director surnamed Zhao from her side bellowed. Assistant Chu, this plan was established after thorough discussions. Silence. Chu Lang interjected, pointing at Director Zhao. The disparity between voting rights will inevitably lead to severe power distortions, inflicting significant commercial losses upon major shareholders. As the market director, you should be aware of this. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Director Zhao stammered, nodding anxiously. Remember your position and whose interests you represent. I detest those whose loyalties are misaligned. Do you grasp my meaning? Under Chu Lang's icy gaze, Director Zhao felt as though a gun was aimed at him, and he managed to utter, I understand. I will always support the interests of Qingqing Group and safeguard President Gu's rights. Jiang Wendong narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised that this so-called gambler, rumored in the market, grasped the implications of unequal voting rights. Nevertheless, he had prepared extensively to secure Qingqing Group and could not afford to relent. President Gu, I urge you to contemplate carefully the repercussions of rejecting Jiang's Chemical Corporation. A 30 million deficit without our investment could easily drive you to bankruptcy and despair. Do you believe this? Upon hearing the word despair, an immense fury erupted within Chu Lang's composed demeanor. With a swift motion, he tore a stack of contracts in half. The sound of fabric ripping echoing through the room, and tossed the fragments at Jiang Wendong. I refuse. Both parties were taken aback. Up to this point, they had entertained the notion that Chu Lang was merely testing the waters, yet now, with the contract shredded, it was abundantly clear that cooperation was off the table. Bang! No matter how deep Jiang Wendong's strategic mind ran, he found himself unsettled by Chu Lang's actions, rising in agitation. You insolent fool! Chu, you have thoroughly enraged me. I will ensure you and Qingqing Group face the consequences. You have already provoked my ire. The repercussions you will face will be far more severe. Someone, Zhang Kong, come forth. At Jiang Wendong's command, Zhang Kong entered the conference room. Zhang Kong. Jiang Wendong sneered at Zhang Kong. In your capacity as the vice president and assistant to the chairman of the Qingqing Group, inform everyone below that the group is facing a colossal financial shortfall, inciting the ire of Jiang's Chemical, and is on the brink of bankruptcy. Have all the suppliers and banks wait at the battery factory. Yes, Zhang Kong, do you dare? Gu Qingqing exclaimed, both astonished and furious, unable to fathom that Zhang Kong, whom she had always trusted, would betray her at such a critical juncture. Ha. General Manager Gu, if you lack benevolence, do not blame me for being ungrateful, Zhang Kong replied coldly, picking up his phone. I am a senior member of the company. My word carries weight. Have you ever considered the magnitude of the upheaval that could ensue? General Manager Gu, you remain oblivious to the significance of us old comrades. Everything you do revolves around your brother, to the extent that you would almost hand the company over to him. Zhang Kong placed all the blame squarely on Gu Qingqing, leaving her speechless. Even the others from Qingqing Group regarded her with peculiar expressions. Chu Lang, observing Gu Qingqing's demeanor, chuckled softly. Sister, do not heed his nonsense. This man has long been in cahoots with Jiang Wendong, betraying from within. He is no concern of yours. Zhang Kang's expression fluctuated with embarrassment, having been exposed by Chu Lang. Historically, those who recognize the shifting tides are the true talents. If the Qingqing Group falls, what will you use to attack me? At that moment, Gu Qingqing's phone rang. General Manager, this is bad. The banks and suppliers are here. We are out of funds. Chapter 21. The edifice is crumbling. The conference room fell into a profound silence as the voice from Gu Qingqing's phone resonated clearly for all to hear. A chill ran through Gu Qingqing's heart. This was dire. Although Zhang Kong had been forcefully subdued by Chu Lang, his words still held considerable authority. Panic would undoubtedly ripple through everyone connected to the Qingqing group. The expressions of those present morphed into a kaleidoscope of emotions. Zhang's chemical reveled in their misfortune, while the Qingqing group was engulfed in trepidation. Jiang Wendong sat back, observing Chu Lang with keen interest. True confidence springs from a solid foundation. Baseless bravado is merely the folly of the ignorant. You belong to the latter category, to be audacious before one who could easily crush you. I wonder who has bestowed upon you such courage. Jiang Wendong's words were followed by a sinister laugh, reminiscent of a predatory dog. Chu Lang glanced at his phone. Do you think you've triumphed? Am I truly defeated? Ding ding ding. At that moment, the phones of the senior executives at Qingqing Group began to ring frantically. I am already aware. The Qingqing Group is indeed in trouble. Yes, it's over. Prepare yourselves over there. Do not call me anymore. I am equally helpless. General Manager entrusted matters to a madman, and now it spirals further into chaos. Some of these executives were taking calls from their subordinates, while others were engaged in discussions with partner companies, each lamenting their grievances over the phone. Gradually, they began to disregard Chu Lang entirely. Mr. Gu, my brothers have fought valiantly for you for so long. It appears the time has come to part ways. You have been obstinate, allowing your brother to mismanage affairs and creating a significant mess, all while ignoring the well-being of your brothers. We can no longer serve you. I resign. Director Zhao, long dissatisfied with Chu Lang, immediately stepped forward to occupy the moral high ground, attacking Chu Lang and seeking justification for his sudden withdrawal. Zhao's departure acted like a domino effect, prompting others to follow suit. I resign as well. Gu Qingqing's countenance grew increasingly grim, her delicate fists clenched tightly, and her elegant brows knitted in distress. I have treated you all generously. Salaries, bonuses, and benefits are among the best in our industry. And now, at this critical juncture for the company, you all choose to abandon ship? Gu Qingqing suddenly felt a profound sense of failure. In the midst of crisis, not a single person stood by her side. Mr. Gu, we apologize. We are merely employees. After the company collapses, there will undoubtedly be a great deal of chaos to manage, and we simply do not have the energy to assist you, especially since we all have families to care for. Forgive us. Director Zhao took on the role of opinion leader, and upon his remarks, everyone nodded in agreement. You. Gu Qingqing's eyes burned with indignation. Old Lin, your wife is ill and in need of funds. I lent you 600,000, did I not? Hongmei, your divorce was facilitated by my request for legal assistance, gradually helping you reclaim your assets. Otherwise, your husband would have fled with both money and his mistress, correct? And you, Xiao Shi. Gu Qingqing had shown great benevolence towards her subordinates. Those singled out averted their gazes, unable to meet her eyes. Ah, I see. The kindness of a grain of rice breeds enmity over a grain of millet. Today, I, Gu Qingqing, have witnessed this firsthand. Remembering those she had once aided as they callously turned away, her eyes reddened, her nose tinged with sorrow, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, a hand rested upon her shoulder, just when she was despairing of not having the opportunity to rid herself of the leeches surrounding her. This unexpected turn brought a glimmer of joy. Chu Lang's voice was deep and resonant. Gu Qingqing glanced at him helplessly. Xiao Wu, I understand you mean well, but this is not the time for your recklessness. Leave it to me. Chu Lang recognized that Gu Qingqing wished to take charge, yet he was reluctant to hurt his feelings, choosing his words with utmost delicacy. Understanding his elder sister's intentions, Chu Lang felt a warmth in his heart. Sister, have you forgotten what I told you? The only person you can unconditionally trust is Chu Lang. Do not fear. With me here, what are these tempests to worry about? Xiao Wu, we truly cannot act impulsively. Chu Lang gently placed his hand over Gu Qingqing's delicate lips. Impulsiveness is reserved for the night. During the day, I would never. Upon encountering the intense gaze of Chu Lang, Gu Qingqing's delicate face flushed ever so slightly. Xiao Wu's eyes seemed to crackle with electricity. Ha ha. Jiang Wendong could not contain his laughter. You stand on the brink of collapse, abandoned by all, yet still dare to speak so arrogantly. I, Jiang, have encountered numerous madmen, and I must say, you rank among the top 3. No sooner had he spoken than an urgent news bulletin unexpectedly interrupted from the television mounted on the wall. A breaking report from Shangjiang City announced that, following a period of rigorous exploration, a substantial deposit of spodumene had been discovered 20 kilometers south of the city. with astonishing economic potential. This revelation instantly transformed the tense atmosphere within the conference room into one of fervent excitement. Jiang Wendong's expression shifted dramatically. The spodumene deposit was the lifeblood of new energy vehicles. It was imperative to seize this opportunity. Quick, contact the authorities. We must secure the rights. Jiang Wendong, whose family owned a chemical factory with ties to battery production, hastily issued his orders. Jiang Zong, the deposit at Maliu Mountain has already been contracted by a company named Zhoming Mining. Any enterprises wishing to access the spodumene must negotiate with them for a transfer. What? Jiang Wendong gritted his teeth in frustration. Another insufferable crony. He sighed. Never mind. Get in touch with Zhoming Mining and inform them that we wish to contract the mining rights. Soon, news returned from their inquiry. Jiang Zong, Zhoming Mining has agreed to contract 3 mining sites to us, but at a price of 30 million, triple the market rate, which increases the risk. Why on earth? They claim your reputation is unfavorable and they do not look upon us kindly. Jiang Wendong glanced around, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chu Lang chuckled. It seems I am not the only one who dislikes you, Jiang Zong. Jiang Wendong shot a fierce glare at Chu Lang and instructed his assistant, agree to their terms. We can use the 30 million originally intended for investing in the Qingqing Group to secure the mining rights. He then fixed his gaze intently on Gu Qingqing. Gu Zong, do you regret your decision? Your funds are now being utilized in a venture with far greater economic value. However, I possess more than just 30 million. If you wish to navigate through this crisis, I will only consider investing if you relinquish 80% of your shares and 100% of the equity. Agree, or face bankruptcy. At this moment, Gu Qingqing, feeling abandoned and disheartened, perceived this as akin to selling the company outright. With a self-deprecating smile, she thought, perhaps selling would be for the best. I would no longer be burdened. Yet, what about Xiao Wu's debt? Just as Gu Qingqing was embroiled in her internal struggle, Chu Lang interjected, who told you my sister is short on funds? He placed a bank card before her. Sister, 30 million, every last cent. Chapter 22. A turn of events. This card is the corporate account of Zhoming Mining. All remittance transactions are recorded within it. Upon seeing the official announcement of the spodumene discovery in the news, a weight lifted from Chu Lang's heart. According to the timeline from his previous life, the announcement had been due yesterday, but had been suppressed for an entire day. Chu Lang speculated that the authorities were likely contemplating the matter, as it represented a significant opportunity. His astuteness lay in the fact that within just a year, he had capitalized on the situation, all while remaining within the tolerable limits set by the officials. Otherwise, a mere period of information suppression could lead to his downfall. When others witnessed him producing a bank card, they erupted in mockery. Jiang Wendong sneered, "What is this? Your credit card?" Zhang Kong chimed in, "Jiang, you're jesting. What creditworthiness does a gambler possess to obtain a credit card?" Gu Qingqing's car was lost to this gambler. Where could he possibly find the funds? Still pretending? Indeed. With his credit history, which fool would entrust him with money? Not a single soul present believed that Chu Lang could summon a staggering sum of 30 million. Unbeknownst to them, the fool they spoke of was none other than their leader, General Manager Jiang Wendong. A cold smile graced Chu Lang's face. I initially did not wish for you to see this, but withholding it would only stifle my pride. Do you have the means to verify the funds? Of course. He commanded, bring in the verification equipment. Since he showed no fear of death, why should they fear exposure? Jiang Wendong waved his hand, and a computer was promptly brought in by his subordinates, accompanied by a POS machine. At the moment Chu Lang inserted the bank card, Gu Qingqing's expression turned tense. Xiao Wu, what is this? Fear not. I, Chu Lang, never engage in unwinnable battles. Just then, the conference room door swung open once more, and several sharply dressed men rushed in. Vice President Zheng? Boss Ku? You. Gu Qingqing's anxiety surged as she recognized the newcomers. They were representatives from the bank and suppliers. General Manager Gu, is it true what your colleague Zhang conveyed? We have trusted you, which is why we permitted the delay in the payments and loans. Are you deliberately attempting to default? Vice President Zheng, speaking on behalf of the dissenters, expressed his dissatisfaction. Vice President Zheng, the money is right here. Just a moment ago, General Manager Gu's brother claimed there were 30 million. Let us verify together. Zhang Kong held no faith in Chu Lang's ability to produce such a sum and beckoned Vice President Zheng and the others. Despair enveloped Gu Qingqing. As Xiao Wu, how could he possibly muster such an amount? It seemed she was on the brink of financial ruin. Chu Lang surveyed the room. Everyone who needed to be present had arrived. He then placed the bank card into the POS machine and initiated the transaction. The verification commenced. All eyes were fixated on the computer screen as the data page loaded. When they beheld the balance on the bank card, an astonished silence fell over the room. Balance: 1,000,000 yuan. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. Zhang Kong cackled wildly. Jiang Wendong, though suppressing his laughter, wore a more piercing and acerbic smile. 1,000 yuan? Is it your vision that is flawed, Assistant Chu, or is your mind playing tricks? How could you mistake 1,000 yuan for 30 million? Vice President Zheng and his colleagues fixed their cold gazes upon Gu Qingqing. President Gu, it's time to repay the debt. Otherwise, we shall notify the bank to prepare for bankruptcy proceedings. Gu Qingqing managed a bitter smile, shaking her head. Xiao Wu, let it be. I understand your desire to stand your ground. Worst case, we relinquish the company. As long as you refrain from gambling, there will always be bread on the table. Chu Lang observed the scene, gently patting Gu Qingqing's hand. Indeed, there is bread available right now. He then grasped the mouse and delicately refreshed the screen. Zhang Kong scoffed. Continuing, what are you refreshing for? Who do you think you are? Do you believe you can conjure 30 million just by clicking? Manager Jiang, you must see this. Upon witnessing the newly refreshed figures on the computer screen, Zhang Kang's voice faltered, as if an invisible hand had seized him by the throat, filled with shock and disbelief. Everyone followed Zhang Kang's gaze, collectively gasping in astonishment. The balance displayed: 3,001,000,000 yuan. A string of zeros pierced their vision. Though they had all encountered large sums of money, they had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. One moment, it was merely 10,000, and in the next, it skyrocketed to 30 million. Jiang Wendong was left dumbfounded. Gu Qingqing was equally astonished. The number was profoundly dramatic. Jiang Wendong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How is this possible? The Qingqing group could not have amassed such a sum in such a short time. And as for Chu Lang, a gambler, it is even less likely. Who is it? Who dares to defy me by providing funds to the Qingqing group? After the initial shock, an overwhelming rage consumed Jiang Wendong. Money was his only means of controlling the Qingqing group, but this 30 million had undoubtedly rendered all his strategies obsolete. Chu Lang chuckled. Do you wish to know the consequences? If you discover who granted the Qingqing group these funds, I shall ensure they meet a gruesome fate. Jiang Wendong was infuriated. He had meticulously planned for the Qingqing group for a long time, only to end up with nothing. You will find out, he seethed. Chu Lang smiled as he withdrew the card from the POS machine, secretly reveling in the knowledge that substantial funds were currently flowing into Zhoming Mining. If he refreshed the screen once more, the amount displayed might very well leave these people in utter disbelief. However, Chu Lang did not wish to draw too much attention. 30 million was sufficient to silence everyone. Sister, am I correct? I will transfer this 30 million to the company account immediately. From now on, you need not worry about anything, except for matters other than money. Proceed with confidence. Xiao Wu, in a moment of desperation, turned fortune. Gu Qingqing could no longer contain her surging emotions and leaped into Chu Lang's embrace. The warmth and sweetness of the moment enveloped them. Chapter 23. The tenderness of sisterhood. Feeling the exhilaration and joy of salvation from the embrace, Chu Lang's heart swelled with warmth and satisfaction. 20 years. He had longed for this day for a full 2 decades. Countless midnight reveries had led him to yearn for today, to crush all beginnings at this very moment. Heaven, in its mercy, has heeded his prayers, allowing him to fulfill his obsessions. Perhaps, in the grand tapestry of his past life, marked by tumultuous ventures in the mercantile sea, today a skirmish barely registers as a ripple. Yet, it fills Chu Lang with profound joy. The soft form in his arms brings a familiar warmth and a long-lost fragrance, causing his voice to tremble with excitement. Sister, it's all right now. Everything is fine. I have returned. I, Chu Lang, have come back. Even if Gu Qingqing could not comprehend, Chu Lang felt compelled to express his feelings. Since his rebirth, he had been holding back. From this moment on, I shall not permit anyone to threaten you again. All threats shall be cast into the abyss. Gu Qingqing nodded in his embrace, finally convinced of the transformation in Xiao Wu. From a stagnant pool of despair, he had ascended into a towering mountain that sheltered all beneath its shade. The others present felt a twinge of awkwardness. The two were lost in their own world. Ms. Gu, we may have offended you earlier, but we were misled by a petty instigator. We had no idea such a formidable guardian stood behind you, Vice President Zheng nervously explained. With a substantial influx of capital, the Qingqing Group had been revived, and the backing of an even greater force made Vice President Zheng reluctant to relinquish this lucrative opportunity. Chu Lang fixed his gaze on him. Is bankruptcy off the table? No. The Qingqing Group is financially robust. How could it face bankruptcy? Zheng stammered, chuckling nervously. Chu Lang then turned to the suppliers. What about you? Shall we settle the accounts now, or should I replace you with other suppliers? Please, don't. We were merely confused. How about this? We'll offer a 10% discount on future materials. We absolutely cannot be replaced. Chu Lang scoffed. That's more like it. The suppliers, seething with animosity towards Zhang Kong, blamed him for their substantial losses. Those who had threatened to resign were now filled with regret. Ms. Gu, we were wrong. We were misguided. I want to resign. I want to come back to work. They cried, filled with remorse. The very individuals who had recently turned against Gu Qingchang were now desperate to return to her good graces. She glanced at Chu Lang, having entrusted all authority to him. He merely sneered, dispensing with unnecessary words. Get lost. No, please. Ms. Gu. Mr. Chu. He dismissed the traitors with indifference, finally locking his gaze on Jiang Wendong. Mr. Jiang, can you now tell me if I am arrogant or resolute? Jiang Wendong's face flushed with a mix of anger and disbelief. The entire plan had unraveled due to 30 million. If he were to realize that the 30 million Chu Lang possessed was the very amount he had just dispatched, one could only wonder what expression would grace his features. Alas, Chu Lang had no intention of revealing this. Jiang Wendong retorted fiercely, Chu Lang, don't think you've won. I don't care where you obtained the 30 million. From this moment forth, let us engage in a proper contest of strength. Chu Lang scoffed disdainfully, gesturing towards Jiang Wendong. It is only due to the shelter of your family that you are able to manipulate the tricks of capital. When it comes to true ability, you scarcely amount to refuse, much less qualify as my adversary. To play with me? You are unworthy. Having said this, Chu Lang completely disregarded the seething Jiang Wendong and took Gu Qingqing's hand. Let us depart, dear sister. The crisis has been averted. It is quite revolting to share the same roof and breathe the air of such people. Fixated on Chu Lang's retreating figure, Jiang Wendong's voice was as cold as steel. Chu Lang, our enmity has been sealed. From henceforth, it is either me or you. We shall see. Do not speak as if I would let you off the hook. Zhang's chemical has but 3 months to live. Meanwhile, the Qingqing Group shall ascend to become the foremost in this city. Although Chu Lang's voice echoed in the air, his silhouette had already vanished. Jiang Wendong was instantly consumed by rage, akin to a wild beast. It must be that bastard Wu Shangxi. I will not let this go. Unbeknownst to Chu Lang, Boss Wu had taken the blame for him. He accompanied Gu Qingchang to tidy up the mess and then settled the finances. By the time everything was concluded, it was already night. Past midnight, the world lay in silence. The city of Shangjiang is named for its proximity to the Qinghua River. At this moment, the banks of the Qinghua River were vast and serene, with the river clear and the moon near, accompanied by the melodious chirping of cicadas and croaking of frogs, offering a unique sense of tranquility and delight. By the riverbank, 2 figures nestled together amidst casually strewn bottles, all of which were of the same brand, Nyo Air. Gu Qingcheng had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, while Chu Lang struggled. Though Gu Qingcheng had only a slight intoxication, Chu Lang was already inebriated. Xiao Wu, the origin of that 30 million. I believe you already know it was lent to you by Boss Wu Shangxi, right? I noticed the rapport you two share. He truly is our benefactor. Chu Lang's mind was hazy, his tongue slightly tangled. Very well, whatever my sister says is true. As long as my sister is happy. Despite his dizziness, his mind remained clear. This was a skill Chu Lang had honed over 20 years. What should not be said, he would rather die than utter. On the other side of Malu Mountain, Chu Lang had other arrangements which were not suitable to disclose to his sister at this time. Gu Qingqing gently leaned against Chu Lang's shoulder, her silky hair cascading onto his chest, causing a delightful ticklish sensation. The faint fragrance wafted with the night breeze into Chu Lang's nostrils, sinking directly into his heart. The moonlight was enchanting, romantic as silk. Chu Lang could even hear his heart racing, unsure whether it was due to the wine or the allure of the person beside him. Gu Qingcheng clasped his hand, placing it upon her thigh. Under the moonlight, her long legs, ethereal as jade, radiated a dreamlike glow, breathtakingly beautiful. From the day we emerged from the courtyard, The five of us vowed never to part in this lifetime, except by death. I understand. Although we refer to each other as brother and sister, Xiao Wu, you must grasp the meaning behind our words, do you not? In a previous life, he was consumed by the vice of gambling, lost in a haze of confusion, and squandered the tenderness of all those around him. Yet now, he is undoubtedly aware. I know, ever since your descent into addiction, your sister has incessantly yearned for your redemption. I have always believed that my little Wu would surely undergo a transformation. The present Chu Lang stands as the greatest hero in Gu Qingqing's heart. As Gu Qingqing lifted her gaze, the moonlight illuminated her delicate, porcelain-like visage, casting a halo that was breathtakingly beautiful. Suddenly, she cradled Chu Lang's face, raised her ruby lips, and gently pressed them against his. Chapter 24. A bountiful harvest. In that instant, Chu Lang's mind came to a complete standstill. He had once possessed many women in his past life, celebrities, internet sensations, and noble ladies. Yet none could compare to Gu Qingqing, who remained one of his deepest obsessions. In comparison to her, those women were mere shadows of a single strand of her hair. Thus, Chu Lang felt as if he had returned to the innocence of his youth, rendered utterly incapable of coherent thought by Gu Qingqing's kiss. After a long pause, the environment ultimately dictated that no further actions were taken. Gu Qingqing released Chu Lang and, upon witnessing his dazed expression, stifled a giggle. I thought I would feel awkward my first time, but unexpectedly, you were even more so. You're hilarious. The contrast between Chu Lang's current state and his composed demeanor during the day's meeting made Gu Qingqing feel both sweetly amused and delighted. With a pure heart, he remained forever a youthful spirit. Chu Lang offered no explanation, instead smiling. Well, next time should be better. We'll discuss it then. But you mustn't tell anyone. Especially not Tian. She is the most stubborn and will surely create trouble if she finds out. Gu Qingqing cautioned Chu Lang. All right. So, are we heading to a hotel tonight or returning home? Chu Lang inquired. Gu Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully tapped his forehead. What are you thinking? You silly boy. We are going home. Besides, I'm not feeling well today. With reluctance, Chu Lang departed, returning home with Gu Qingqing. After taking a cold shower, he inwardly berated himself. Although he had acquired much knowledge in his rebirth, surely he could not have anticipated the intricacies of Gu Qingqing's cycles. What a blunder. A grave oversight. Who knows how long it would be before he encountered such a rare opportunity again. His fourth sister was becoming increasingly vigilant. Upon their return, she had nearly stripped Chu Lang of his layers, wanting to scrutinize every detail before allowing them to rest. The following morning, Chu Lang headed straight for Muliu Mountain, where the Renming Mining Company had established an office. As he entered, the rotund Lu Jie sprang up from his chair. Lang Gu, you're a miracle worker. The news of the spodumene mine has gone public, and the mining site you set up is selling like hotcakes. Last night alone, we sold over 68 million. Aside from the 30 million, there remains over 38 million, not only recouping the initial investment, but also yielding significant profits. Moreover, the majority of potential investors are still in a state of contemplation. As the mining operations progress, sales prospects will only improve. Lu Jie exuberantly expressed his delight. Chu Lang chuckled and patted Lu Jie's shoulder, saying, This is merely the beginning. We have much more to come. Your share will certainly not diminish. When did you become so impressive, Lang Gu? I am genuinely in awe. Lu Jie replied. Cut the chatter. None of that syrupy talk. Where's Sanyi? Ha ha. I see Lang Gu hasn't forgotten me. I thought once you secured this lucrative opportunity, you would distance yourself from us. Qiu San, clad in a traditional Tang suit, entered the office with a cheerful demeanor. Far from it. I merely had a stroke of luck. San Yi is the true expert. Without him, we wouldn't even be able to transport a single leaf, let alone spodumene. Qiu San laughed heartily, his worries alleviated. Upon receiving news of the spodumene mine yesterday, he had been in a state of shock all day. As a local, he had been oblivious. The surveying team only discovered it after several days of thorough inspection. How did Chu Lang know? This realization left Qiu San both astonished and slightly anxious. What if Chu Lang, blinded by profit, decided to abandon the partnership? Yet, Chu Lang proved to be more rational than he had anticipated, fully aware of how to maximize benefits. Fatty, accompany San Yi to inspect the several mining sites assigned to him. Ensure that spodumene can be extracted, and once San Yi is satisfied, we will proceed with the handover. Once we secure the mining sites, profits are guaranteed. Qiu San took a deep breath, knowing that if they truly could extract resources, one mining site could yield more profit than an entire company. Promises are mere words until they are acted upon, and that is when true camaraderie is forged. Langu, you are straightforward, and I, Chio-san, shall not hold back. As you lead me to wealth, I will abide by your guidance. In matters concerning Maliu Mountain or the southern regions of Shangjiang City, wherever you point, I shall follow. Chu Lang smiled slightly. Senyi, you are too courteous. It's getting late. Let us head to the mining site for inspection. Upon returning from the site, Chio-san was beaming, the joy still evident on his face. At this pace, earning 10 million in a month seemed effortless, perhaps even more. Fatty, from now on, you shall be the head and CEO of Zhoming Mining. Let us keep my involvement under wraps for the time being. For any inconvenient negotiations or other thorny matters, consult with San Yi. Yes, I understand, Langu. Rest assured, if I have any issues, I will bring them to you and ensure they are resolved adequately, Chio-san promised. Is there another reason you wish to keep your identity concealed? Chu Lang sneered. Indeed, we must earn money while simultaneously dismantling Zhang's Chemical. Chio-san was taken aback. Zhang's Chemical? Langu, they are one of the leading enterprises in the city, with formidable strength. The Zhang family ranks highly not only in the city, but also within the province. Should we not deliberate on this matter more thoroughly? Chu Lang replied, I have stated. The Zhang family has 3 months left. After 3 months, they will no longer exist in this world. Chio-san shivered violently. Indeed, Langu was no ordinary person. He had conducted an investigation into Chu Lang, and the data revealed him to be a thorough gambler. However, Chio-san, influenced by preconceived notions, dismissed this idea, for he trusted his instincts more than mere information. Upon their first encounter, he was captivated by Chu Lang's calm demeanor and swift, decisive actions. Sensing that this individual was far from simple, his intuition had rewarded him handsomely. Today, he realized he may have underestimated Chu Lang. The latter's ambitions were grander than he had anticipated. Chio-san had come to a crucial understanding. He could never be an adversary of Langu. Although the disparity between them was apparent, Chio-san suddenly felt a twinge of concern for Zhang's Chemical. Could they truly withstand the pressures imposed by Langu? 3 months? Time would reveal all. For now, he would gradually release mining points, resisting the urge to unveil them all at once, for these assets would only appreciate in value. Aside from expenses for equipment and public relations, how much liquid capital remained? Currently, they had over 38 million left in their accounts. However, the hefty man scratched his head. Unable to calculate, Chu Lang sighed. The man was reliable in his duties, but it was time to recruit some professionals, or else the hefty fellow would struggle. Very well. Allocate 3 million to me. The remaining 35 million should suffice to set up our initial batch of mining equipment. We must not skimp on the initial investment. Understood. Upon leaving the office, a striking figure suddenly caught Chu Lang's eye. It was her. Chapter 25. Is this apology resounding? Tang Xiaoshi, clad in a simple, elegant long dress that revealed her fair ankles, she possessed long legs and a slender waist. Her beauty accentuated by a ponytail that bestowed upon her a refreshing and clean aura, evoking a sense of understated grace. Chu Lang did not need to recall. He instantly recognized this woman. They had been classmates in middle school. At present, Tang Xiaoshi was likely a newly hired intern journalist. Rather than the formidable queen of crisis management, she would become 2 decades later. In the past, when Chu Lang's company faced several crises, he had entrusted Tang Xiaoshi to navigate them safely. Countless times, he extended an olive branch, even offering shares to recruit her, but she consistently declined. Her words had been clear. I come to assist you because I regard you as a classmate. I will not join anyone's company under any constraints. I cherish my freedom. Chu Lang felt helpless. Little did he expect to encounter Tang Xiaoshi once more in this place. At that moment, she was far from the composed figure she would be in 20 years. Instead, she was sweating profusely under a willow tree, clutching a handheld camera. Tang Xiaoshi. Ah, Chu Lang, what brings you here? Compared to her future self, Tang Xiaoshi was undoubtedly more approachable now, lacking the pride she would later possess. Oh, I'm just here for some fun. What about you? Chu Lang was not well acquainted with the pre-fame exploits of Tang Xiaoshi and sought to inquire further. Perhaps due to the presence of an old classmate, Tang Xiaoshi exhibited little defensiveness. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, she glanced around with a hint of resignation. The department assigned me the task of interviewing the president of Zhoming Mining. However, their president is both busy and enigmatic. I cannot secure an appointment and can only wait here. Chu Lang, having just visited several mining sites, appeared somewhat disheveled, donning a sun hat that rendered him indistinguishable from the local villagers. Yet, Tang Xiaoshi did not look down upon him for his attire. Rather, the joy of encountering an old classmate prompted her to vent her frustrations. What do you intend to interview their president for? The owner of Zhongming Mining is like Zhuge Liang reborn, having astonishingly acquired the mining rights for Maliu Mountain ahead of everyone else. The public is extremely curious about him. And if I could capture the intricacies of his operations and exclusive information, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Alas, how could their president possibly consent to an interview with an intern like me? Oh well. Tang Xiaoshi felt a tinge of disappointment. Chu Lang rubbed his nose, his mind whirring with ideas, and said to her, "Do not lose heart. Where there is determination, there is a way. I believe you can achieve it. By the way, it's midday, and a young lady like you ought not to be waiting here on an empty stomach. There is a delightful farmhouse restaurant on this mountain. May I treat you to a meal?" Still hesitating, Tang Xiaoshi heard him add, "Perhaps you might encounter their president there." Having not eaten breakfast or lunch, and feeling both fatigued and hungry, she smiled brightly at his encouragement and replied, "Sounds great, but I'll treat you." Maliu Mountain, a rustic farmhouse restaurant. This was the only sizable farmhouse establishment on Maliu Mountain, and its business today was exceptionally bustling, filled with many merchants drawn by the lithium or mines. After they were seated and exchanged pleasantries about their circumstances, a voice suddenly called out nearby, "Tang Xiaoshi, the station sent you to seek an opportunity to interview the president of Zhongming Mining, and here you are, using the station's funds to go on a date." A woman approached, flanked by 3 men, her expression decidedly unfriendly. The woman was heavily made up, exuding a bewitching allure. One of the men carried a camera. Another held a sunshade, clearly her entourage. The last was in his 30s, adorned with a large gold chain, wearing sunglasses, and revealing tattoos on his arms, a figure not to be trifled with. "Tang Xiaoshi, your colleague?" Tang Xiaoshi lowered her voice. "Yes, that is Jin Hui, an intern who arrived 2 months before me. However, I've heard she has strong connections, and the station even provided her with a photographer and makeup artist. She is always targeting me. It's quite bothersome. Let us avoid provoking her and proceed with caution." After introducing Chu Lang, Tang Xiaoshi turned to Jin Hui and clarified, "This is not a date. Chu Lang is my classmate, and this was merely a chance encounter. I'm treating him to a meal out of my own pocket, not using any station funds. Mumph, of course, if I see you, you're just a classmate, a private invitation. I can't imagine the unsavory deeds done when I wasn't looking." Jin Hui, in both appearance and figure, pales in comparison to Tang Xiaoshi. Being one of the only 2 interns at the station, she has often been subjected to comparisons, and over time, she has developed a deep-seated animosity towards Tang Xiaoshi. With a scornful gaze, Jin Hui turned to Chu Lang. "Tang Xiaoshi, your taste is as deplorable as your judgment. That boyfriend of yours, who you refuse to acknowledge, could he possibly be a mere villager from the mountains?" "Ha ha." Jin Hui laughed derisively. Chu Lang, feeling a surge of indignation, retorted, "If you can't speak properly, then kindly remain silent." "You, Jin Hui, that's enough. You can target me, but not my classmate." "Oh, so you think you're something special? Do you even know who this is beside me? This is Brother Yulifang, a subordinate of my uncle Chio-san. With his introduction, I will surely secure an interview with the president of Zhongming Mining. The only available position must belong to me. And what if I set my sights on you? What if I set my sights on your rustic man? What will you do about it?" Jian Hui's delight was palpable, knowing her family held some influence and that she had put in considerable effort for this interview. What could Tang Xiaoshi compare with her? Tang Xiaoshi was furious. Yet her family lacked wealth and power, and with a younger brother still in school, she could not rely on them for support. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, but after the grievance came a sense of helplessness. However, her helplessness did not mean that others were equally powerless. Chu Lang's voice rang out. "Even Chio-sen lacks the capability to secure an interview with the president of Zhongming Mining. How dare you boast such claims?" Yulifang, enraged by Chu Lang's challenge, slammed his hand on the table. "You little brat, you've just offended Hui, and now I find you intolerable. How dare you question me? Kneel down and apologize to Hui and me, or you won't leave Maliu Mountain in one piece today." Yulifang pointed a finger at Chu Lang, exuding arrogance. Jian Hui watched gleefully, remaining silent. Tang Xiaoshi, alarmed, urged, "Chu Lang, don't be impulsive. They're people of Chio-san from the south of the city. and Xiao San is a local tyrant in Maliu Mountain. He's not to be trifled with. Chu Lang had come to win over Tang Xiaoshi and was not hesitant to stand up for her, and fueled by his discontent towards Jian Hui and Yu Lifang. His anger flared. Apologize? Very well, let me offer you an apology. As he spoke, Chu Lang raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the fierce-looking Yu Lifang's face. Does this apology resonate? Chapter 26, A Phone Call. A name everyone present was stunned. It was one thing to be unaware of the other party's background, but Chu Lang clearly knew he was dealing with someone connected to Qiao San, and yet he dared to act violently. This was not merely an affront to Yu Lifang, but a slap in the face to Qiao San himself. And here, they were on Qiao San's territory. Are you looking for death? Yu Lifang roared, raising his fist, ready to strike Chu Lang's head. Little did they know, Chu Lang's movements were swifter. He grasped two chopsticks, halting them mere 2 centimeters from Yu Lifang's eye, poised to strike. Yu Lifang immediately froze, unable to move. In a brawl, he knew he could not prevail. In a contest of might, he could not win. A slap was but a minor reprimand. The current predicament of Chongming Mining forbade him from boastfully parading about or seeking attention. He would have to seek out Qiao San to admit his fault and accept punishment. Aware of Chu Lang's formidable skills, Yu Lifang understood that he might not stand a chance alone. So he seized his phone and menacingly declared, "You wait here. I shall call my brother and make you pay." He then turned to leave, with Chu Lang's figure trailing behind. "Make sure to inform your third master that the one who struck you is named Chu Lang." Tang Xiaoshi, visibly anxious, urged Chu Lang. "Perhaps it is best for you to leave. If Qiao San truly arrives, the situation may escalate. If I leave, won't Qiao San's wrath be directed at you?" A fleeting look of fear crossed Tang Xiaoshi's face, yet she forcibly suppressed it. "I am a reporter. He won't harm me." Chu Lang felt a genuine appreciation for Tang Xiaoshi's kindness. Indeed, she was far more benevolent now than she would be 20 years hence. Surely, she would be easier to deceive. Thus, he produced a slip of paper, inscribing a phone number and sliding it towards her. "Classmate Tang Xiaoshi, aren't you seeking to interview the president of Chongming Mining? Give this number a try." Tang Xiaoshi finally grasped the implication, exclaiming, "Huh? What is this?" "As a token of gratitude for treating me to this meal, this is the phone number of Lu Jie, the president of Chongming Mining." Chu Lang did not limit himself to one city or one pond. Chongming Mining was merely a stepping stone. Hence he appointed a corpulent individual as president while he orchestrated events from behind the scenes. Tang Xiaoshi, with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, accepted the slip. Jian Hui, noticing Tang Xiaoshi fixated on Chu Lang's note, sneered, "Tang Xiaoshi, why are you still staring at that? Surely, you don't believe it to be the president's number." She brandished her own business card, ostentatiously reciting the number inscribed upon it. It was not a selfless act. Rather, she had made numerous attempts to connect and had faced rejection each time. Reluctantly, her family had to expend considerable resources to secure an introduction to Yu Lifang, hoping it would yield results. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded. Her recitation was merely a display, aimed at embarrassing both Tang Xiaoshi and Chu Lang. However, as she finished, Tang Xiaoshi lifted the slip. "It truly matches. Chu Lang did not deceive me." "What? By what right does he possess President Lu's number?" Jian Hui's voice rose in pitch, but the digits on the slip indeed mirrored those she had just recited. Staring intently at Chu Lang's seemingly amused expression, she suddenly perceived a depth to this rustic man that was previously unrecognized. Jian Hui had invested considerable effort to obtain that number, only to have it handed to Tang Xiaoshi by this country bumpkin, igniting a mix of jealousy and resentment within her. Tang Xiaoshi, intrigued, turned to Chu Lang and asked, "Chu Lang, how did you acquire this number? A friend of mine is acquainted with him. Why not give it a try? Perhaps it could yield fruit." Chu Lang offered a faint smile. With a heart full of tentative hope, Tang Xiaoshi dialed the number. Previously, she had not even secured the digits, but now possessing them at least signified a glimmer of opportunity. "Hello, is that you?" Tang Xiaoshi spoke into the phone on speaker mode, allowing Jian Hui and the others to overhear. Lu Jie's voice sounded preoccupied, as if his mind were elsewhere. "May I inquire if you are General Manager Lu of Zhoming Mining?" "Indeed, that is I. Mr. Lu, I am a reporter from Shangjiang Television. My name is Tang Xiaoshi. Might I arrange an exclusive interview with you? I assure you it will not take more than 10 minutes of your time. No, merely 5 will suffice. I have no time. Please consult someone else. By the way, my number is rarely shared. Who provided it to you?" Lu Jie's voice carried a hint of displeasure. Despite Lang Ji's repeated admonitions to maintain a low profile, his number had somehow circulated widely, causing him considerable distress in recent days. Upon hearing this, Jianhui displayed a smirk of schadenfreude. Tang Xiaoshi glanced at Chu Lang, who nodded, encouraging her to speak candidly, assuring her that it was of no consequence. Mr. Liu, it was my classmate, Chu Lang, who provided it to me. He harbors no ill intentions. It is purely... Wait, who did you say? Chu Lang. Lang is your classmate? Indeed, from middle school. Tang Xiaoshi stammered. No, I mean, Tang Xiaoshi is seeking an interview, right? Would you be available this afternoon? Where are you currently? If it's inconvenient, would you like me to send someone to fetch you? Before Chu Lang, he had never exhibited such deference. Yet the hefty fellow understood that while one could jest with an elder brother, respect was paramount towards an elder sister-in-law. Such was the code of the underworld. This was also the reason for his cautious demeanor. Tang Xiaoshi was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? The elusive president of Zhongming Mining, whom she had endeavored to interview through countless means, suddenly acquiesced. Moreover, why did he sound increasingly subservient? Had it not been for Jian Hui's verification of the authenticity of the number, she might have suspected that Chu Lang and this individual were conspiring to deceive her. Jian Hui's earlier amusement transformed into sheer astonishment. Mr. Liu has agreed to the interview? And with such humility? From the tone of the hefty fellow, Chu Lang discerned that this chap seemed to have misunderstood something. Yet, the outcome appeared favorable, prompting Chu Lang to hastily remind Tang Xiaoshi, classmate Xiaoshi. Aren't you seeking the interview? Why are you still dawdling? Tang Xiaoshi dared not let Mr. Liu come to collect her. After confirming the time and location, she ended the call. It felt as though she had fallen into a dream, perceiving everything before her as surreal. Chu Lang, did Mr. Liu truly accept the interview? What is your relationship with him? Why has he so suddenly changed his mind? Would you believe me if I said I am his elder brother? Chirp, chirp. Chu Lang was not deceiving. The truth was simply too fantastical. He candidly admitted it, which only left Tang Xiaoshi in disbelief. In her joy, her actions became more casual as she playfully punched Chu Lang, saying, "You truly have a knack for humor. You must be an employee of Zhongming Mining, right? Otherwise, how could I possibly encounter you on the mountain? You even have President Liu's number." "Well, sort of," he replied. "I knew it." A weight lifted from Tang Xiaoshi's heart as she turned to Jian Hui, exclaiming, "It seems the opportunity for my formal employment is assured." "Humph, do not rejoice too soon." Jian Hui cautioned, "Let us not forget that you just assaulted someone from my Uncle Chio's team. Even if he is an employee of Zhongming Mining, this will undoubtedly lead to trouble." Chapter 27. Brother Lang outside a rural farmhouse. A man with a fierce appearance was furiously speaking on the phone. "Third Master, it's me. You Li Fong." "Ah, Li Fong, what brings you here?" "I have no business. Just thought I'd come by the office to share a drink with you." Chiu Sanchun was in high spirits, reveling in his success. A monthly profit exceeding 10 million was unprecedented for him. And he foresaw that as long as he allied with Chu Lang, this 10 million profit was merely the beginning. "Third Master, you must be encountering good fortune." "Indeed. Brother Lang has exceeded expectations, and we are all set to prosper alongside him, abundantly. By the way, why did you call me?" Yu Li Fong felt a surge of delight, knowing that Third Master's happiness would facilitate matters. "I must express my gratitude to Brother Lang. However, I may not be able to join you for drinks, as I was just slapped and threatened." "What? Who dares to threaten a brother of Chiu San on the mountain?" "Inform Old Four and the others to gather some men and investigate." "What is that person's name?" "Such audacity." Yu Li Fong pondered for a moment. "I believe his name was Chu Lang. He even had the audacity to suggest I seek Third Master for punishment. Laughable." Boom. A resounding crash echoed from Chiu San's end, sounding as if he had stood up in excitement, causing his chair to topple. "What did you say his name was?" "Chu Lang. Third Master, what is the matter?" "A young man wearing a straw hat?" Yes. Yu Li Fong swallowed hard, realizing the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. "You fool. You are courting death." "Yu Li Fong, that person is the very Brother Lang you were speaking of." Bang. Yu Li Fong felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in shock. "Chu Lang is Brother Lang." "Third Master, Yu Li Fong stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. What sparked this altercation? What did he say? Yu Li Fong dared not evade, recounting the events in full detail. "You should go apologize first. Brother Lang has pressing matters to attend to, and we must not expose his identity. Afterward, you should lay low. When Brother Lang has calmed down, I will intercede on your behalf. Remember, without my permission. You must remain utterly silent regarding any matters of Chongming mining. Do you understand? As Chu Lang's anger simmered, Qiu San's associates spoke indiscriminately, potentially jeopardizing the carefully laid plans. A cold sweat broke out on Qiu San's brow, for he understood that Chu Lang was subtly admonishing him through Yu Lifang's words to properly manage his subordinates. It dawned on him that they were no longer mere idle members of society, but rather individuals engaged in significant endeavors, necessitating a sense of organizational discipline. Upon ending the call, Qiu San promptly dialed a number. Lao Si, inform all core brothers that an emergency meeting will be held at Maliu Mountain. It's time to establish some rules. Inside the farmhouse, the atmosphere remained lively. Tang Xiaoshu anxiously fixed her gaze on the entrance, while Chu Lang exuded calm composure. Aren't you afraid, Chu Lang? Those are Qiu San's men, she observed, both impressed and curious at his apparent lack of concern. It was well known that Qiu San instilled fear in many, particularly among the lower echelons of society. What is there to fear? There are few things I truly dread. And that small henchman certainly isn't one of them. Tang Xiaoshu possessed her own keen perception of people, noting that Chu Lang's calmness was genuine, not merely a facade, which deepened her admiration for him. You are truly courageous, Chu Lang. Courage? Nonsense. Just wait until Yu Gu arrives with San Ye's men. He'll surely frighten that fellow into wetting his pants. Just as Jian Hui finished speaking, she noticed Yu Lifang entering through the door. Yu Gu, have San Ye's men arrived? Hurry, teach this rustic villager a lesson. As Yu Lifang reached the table, Jian Hui eagerly urged him on. To everyone's shock, he slapped Jian Hui across the face. Aside from Chu Lang, everyone else stood in disbelief. Wasn't he Yu Lifang the helper Jian Hui had summoned? Why had he struck her? Listen well. I am only assisting you out of respect for your father's 100,000. I am not your subordinate. Secondly, who do you think you are, the daughter of a country nouveau riche? What right do you have to challenge Lang and Miss Tang? Miss Tang is of refined character and won't stoop to your level. Look at how spoiled you've become. The more he spoke, the more astonished the crowd became. What was happening? It seemed as though everyone was making way for Tang Xiaoshu. Had the world gone mad? My apologies, Miss Tang, for startling you. I just reflected on my earlier words and realized my error. I should not have spoken of your boyfriend in such a manner. It's all right, no harm done, Tang Xiaoshu replied, momentarily suppressing her doubts and regaining her composure. Initially, she had considered denying it, but fearing that denial might lead to further complications, she opted to accept it. A misunderstanding was just a misunderstanding. It wouldn't cost her anything as long as she and Chu Lang remained safe. Mr. Chu, I apologize, she began. Enough with the pleasantries. In the future, refrain from speaking out of turn. We must act according to the rules, Chu Lang stated, referring to Qiu San's commands. Yes, understood. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Chu Lang waved his hand, and Yu Lifang slinked away in defeat. Tang Xiaoshu, who exactly did you invite? Why is the entire world making way for you? My face. Jian Hui was filled with shock and confusion. Although her family had a bit of wealth and some connections within the station, her influence was still limited. She had never witnessed such a bizarre scene before. Me? Tang Xiaoshu instinctively glanced at Chu Lang, feeling that her inexplicable stroke of luck began the moment she met him. However, lacking evidence, she refrained from jumping to conclusions. Turning to Jian Hui with a teasing smile, she said, Of course, I know influential figures. We shall see. Jian Hui, bearing the imprint of 5 fingers on her face, left in a huff. After the meal, at the entrance of the farm restaurant, Tang Xiaoshu felt as though everything was a dream. The inexplicable smoothness of events and the sudden twists left her bewildered. Chu Lang, that person associated with the water sports. What was going on? Was it because of you? Tang Xiaoshu blinked her beautiful large eyes, curiously observing Chu Lang. If you think so, then it must be. Tang Xiaoshu felt conflicted, believing it to be true yet doubting it. However, being as astute as she was, she understood that some matters were best left unexplored for the time being. They hadn't seen each other for years, and in interpersonal relationships, one should avoid delving too deeply too soon. Tang Xiaoshu smiled. Gosh, after all these years, your aura has changed significantly. In any case, thank you for providing me with General Lu's contact number today. Once I am officially confirmed, I will treat you to a meal. If you ever need my assistance, don't hesitate to call. Chu Lang felt a surge of joy within. The crisis management queen, Tang Xiaoshu, seemed to have been unwittingly swayed by his own public relations efforts before she even took off. All right, I will definitely trouble you, Xiaoshi. I won't keep you from interviewing General Liu any longer. Farewell. Only by reaching the status Chu Lang had in his past life did he truly understand the significance of crisis management. Many major enterprises had seen their century-long legacies crumble due to inadequate crisis handling. Watching Tang Xiaoshi's retreating figure, Chu Lang touched his nose, his eyes gleaming with determination. In this lifetime, I shall surely win you over. Chapter 28. Car purchase. While Chu Lang was contemplating how to draw Tang Xiaoshi into his camp on the other side of Shangjiang City, in Jiang Wendong's villa. Fool! Bang! Jiang Wendong's father, Jiang Luan, forcefully slammed a thick stack of documents regarding the Qingqing Group onto Jiang Wendong's head. You can't even handle such a small company. What use do I have for you? You useless waste. Dad, it's all Wu Shangxi and that Chu Lang working together, rendering our efforts futile. A fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Luan's eyes. Wu Shangxi, that nouveau riche dares to oppose the Jiang family. He is practically courting death. Find a way to eliminate this person. However, this matter is crucial to Din Ning's plan. And you've utterly messed it up. Dad, you must help me. Din Ning's punishment is far too dreadful. If Chu Lang were present at this moment, all his doubts would be resolved. The uncertainties he had buried for 2 decades revolved around Jiang Wendong's relentless targeting of Gu Qingqing. It appears that all the issues stem from Din Ning. Jiang Luan's expression darkened once more. Were it not for your incompetence, would I need to exert such mental effort? I have already informed Din Ning. He is quite upset. You are to continue your dealings with the Qingqing Group. However, Din Ning will not extend his assistance. Everything must rely on your own efforts. While Din Ning's punishments are indeed fearsome, his rewards are equally enticing. Let us not forget how the Jiang family rose to prominence. Jiang Wendong's eyelids twitched, his fear transforming into exhilaration. Yes, father, I understand. Although I could not secure the Qingqing Group with 30 million, we have acquired 3 mining sites at Maliu Mountain. This will certainly yield profits. In reality, we have not suffered any losses. We may even gain. Subsequently, we can slowly plot against the Qingqing Group. After all, her battery chemical factory cannot circumvent the lithium spodumene mines at Maliu Mountain. When the time comes, a mere stratagem will render her utterly bankrupt. Ultimately, she will fall into our hands. As for that pretentious Chu Lang, I shall not let him off the hook. I have already sent someone to stir up trouble for him. Good news will arrive shortly. Unbeknownst to Chu Lang, the Jiang father and son were conspiring in the shadows. The reason Chu Lang hurried down the mountain was that he had made an appointment. Hello, third sister, where are you? The person he was meeting was none other than his third sister, Luo Hongchen. Setting aside personal feelings, without Luo Hongchen's initial support, he would not have been able to deceive Wu Shangxi into acquiring the machinery. Now that he had made some gains, he naturally wanted to share his joy with Luo Hongchen. Moreover, Chu Lang planned to gradually inform his sisters of his achievements. Among his 4 sisters, Luo Hongchen shared the closest bond with him and possessed a somewhat naive disposition, making her the best candidate to confide in. Little 5, I originally intended to come. But the company suddenly scheduled an announcement for the opening celebration of a jewelry chain store. I will be delayed at the Wanluan Mall. Given Luo Hongchen's status, she could only take on such minor announcements. The major resources of the company were not available to her. No worries, you carry on with your tasks. I will come find you shortly. After hanging up the phone, Chu Lang hailed a taxi to the automobile sales center in Shangjiang City. Of his 4 sisters, Luo Hongchen had a particular fondness for luxury bags and cars, but due to Chu Lang's gambling habits, she had given all her money to him, leaving her only to yearn and envy. In his past life, after achieving success, Luo Hongchen was no longer present. In this life, he was determined to provide her with the things she desired most. Today, Chu Lang planned to surprise Luo Hongchen with 3 million in cash at his disposal. He deliberated for a time before deciding to visit the Maserati dealership. While a girl may not be fond of BBA, no girl would ever refuse a Maserati. Regrettably, it is rather disheartening that the urban expanse of Shangjiang is merely situated between the 2nd and 3rd tiers, devoid of a Maserati's official 4S dealership. Upon inquiring with Chiu-san, I learned that at this juncture, only the Volkswagen 4S outlet represents this brand of automobiles. With no other recourse, Chu Lang resolved to visit the Volkswagen 4S dealership. The opulent decor and layout of the establishment could indeed be described as resplendent. To avoid being looked down upon, Chu Lang deliberately donned a respectable outfit. However, as soon as he entered the 4S dealership, he heard someone calling out to him from behind. Chu Lang, Are you here to purchase a vehicle? Surprised by the greeting, Chu Lang turned to discover it was the sales manager of the dealership. Is that you, Jiamimi? He was equally astonished to encounter an acquaintance in such a setting. Jiamimi was also a classmate from his middle school days, and Chu Lang remembered her primarily due to her association with Tang Xiaoshi. Tang Xiaoshi and Jiamimi had maintained a cordial relationship during their school years, and when Chu Lang sought Tang Xiaoshi's assistance in a public relations crisis, she had mentioned Jiamimi. It was said that she had initially excelled in the automotive sales sector, but became entangled with a married man, leading to a scandal that cost her job. Subsequently, she succumbed to a life of decadence and ultimately fell gravely ill, passing away before reaching 40. At that time, Chu Lang and Tang Xiaoshi reminisced about the past with a sense of melancholy for Jiamimi, never anticipating this encounter. Since you're here, why not show me your vehicles? Chu Lang bore no animosity toward Jiamimi, given their shared history and his intention to spend 2 to 3 million. Her potential commission could be seen as a form of support for a former classmate. Certainly. What type of vehicle are you interested in? After a cursory glance around the showroom, Chu Lang noted that it predominantly featured mid-range models, with few low-end or high-end options. It appears that what I wish to purchase is not available in this showroom. Jiamimi, initially intrigued, suddenly scoffed derisively. You wish to buy a low-end model? I'm afraid. Chu Lang, you may not be familiar with our 4S dealerships protocols. My standing is quite elevated. I typically cater only to clients interested in vehicles above 300,000. I hardly have the time to attend to someone of your lesser status. Chu Lang's brow furrowed slightly. Lesser status? It was no surprise that this woman had later become involved with a married man. It seemed her values were rather superficial. A surge of indignation welled up within Chu Lang. His goodwill in allowing her to earn a commission was met with disdain. Very well. I shall look around on my own. Jiamimi, undeterred, evidently wished to showcase her superiority at Chu Lang's expense, loudly declaring, Wait, we are classmates after all. I shall have one of our interns assist you. Her rank aligns with your lower status. Xiao, come here quickly. You have not made any sales this month. Accompany my classmate here. He is an orphan with little money, so take him to that smaller showroom where the low-end models are displayed. Remember to give him a discount. Every penny counts for someone in his position. As Jiamimi beckoned, a young beauty stumbled over, her internship badge dangling from her neck. She was Yao Xiao. Fresh in her role, devoid of Jiamimi's worldly demeanor, she blinked her innocent big eyes and inquired, Sir, may I ask what kind of vehicle you wish to see? Do not be misled by my status as an intern. I am quite knowledgeable and can assist you. Seeing the girl's naive demeanor reminded Chu Lang of his own early days of societal immersion, when he too was unrefined and inexperienced. A faint smile graced his lips. Do you have a Maserati MC20? Jiamimi's ears perked up, her expression frozen in disbelief. What? Yao Xiao gasped. Are you referring to the Maserati MC20? The sports car valued at 2 to 3 million? Indeed, do you have it? If not, I shall opt for a Benz. Yes, we do. We just received one yesterday. It's still in our VIP showroom at the back. If you wish to see it, I can take you there. Yao Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the prospect of leading Chu Lang to the exclusive area. An MC20, without any additional features, could fetch upwards of 70 or 80,000. With enhancements, the price could double. For her, earning a mere 2,000 a month, such sums were astronomical. Just yesterday, they had discussed how selling such a vehicle could yield a substantial fortune, and now she had stumbled upon a potential buyer. Wait, Yao Xiao, the MC20 is far too precious. You cannot just bring anyone in there. Jiamimi exclaimed. Chu Lang, this is a 4S dealership, not a place for ostentation. If you cannot afford it, it's best not to look. In shock, Jiamimi found it hard to believe that Chu Lang could purchase such an extravagant car. During their school days, it was common knowledge that he was an orphan, often looked down upon by many. Although Jiamimi had never had a personal conflict with him, she harbored a quiet disdain, as nothing was more disheartening than witnessing someone who once struggled now surpassing her. Yao Xiao, the intern, and Jiamimi, the manager, were worlds apart in their hierarchy. Stifled by Jiamimi's reprimand, Yao Xiao glanced at Chu Lang, uncertain. Where is the computer for verifying funds? Without acknowledging Jiamimi, Chu Lang approached the verification computer and inserted his bank card. A glaring 3 million in cash lay quietly within. Gasping, onlookers drew closer, astonished. Jiamimi stood frozen, staring at the amount, her face a mix of embarrassment and shock. Can I see it now? Yes, Yao Xiu replied, regaining her composure. Then, I shall take you to see it, mister. Wait, Chu Lang. I'm your classmate. Let me show you. You meet the criteria. Scram. The prospect of earning tens of thousands in commission, along with accolades from superiors and paving the way for future promotions, was too enticing to overlook. All of this was unwittingly bestowed upon an intern by her own hands. Jia Mimi felt an overwhelming sense of regret, wishing she could deliver a resounding slap to her own face. The car shopping proceeded seamlessly. The MC20's design appeared to have been meticulously crafted for stunning women. Upon exiting the dealership, Chu Lang tossed his bank card with abandon. Here, charge the amount listed on the card for the additional options I wish to select. Hearing his words, Yao Xiu's hands trembled with excitement as she clutched the bank card. The total cost of the vehicle, inclusive of various taxes, amounted to approximately 2.3 million, with an additional 700,000 for optional features. The commission exceeded 170,000. Jia Mimi, acutely aware of the unfolding events, felt her heart bleed from the sidelines. At that moment, the general manager of the dealership was also alerted, and upon confirming that Chu Lang intended to purchase the MC20 and had already made a payment, he hurried over with obsequiousness. Hello, Mr. Chu. Thank you for your support of our dealership. Although he should not have been so effusive, their dealership was vying for the Maserati franchise, and this vehicle was considered a test run by the manufacturer. The fact that it sold so quickly, having arrived only yesterday, secured their claim to the franchise. The rewards from the boss would undoubtedly be substantial. Ah, why is Xiu showing the car? The manager thought. Mimi, come and assist Mr. Chu in selecting the additional features. The general manager, Jiang, believed that Jia Mimi's higher seniority would lead to greater profits from the options. However, Chu Lang waved his hand dismissively. Manager Jiang, please refrain. I do not consider myself of sufficient standing to impose upon such a high-caliber professional for assistance. I believe Yao Xiu is more suitable. Manager Jiang's eyelids flickered. Having spent half a lifetime in sales, he could easily discern that Chu Lang was displeased. As he observed Jiang's expression darken, Jia Mimi's heart sank. Manager Jiang, allow me to explain. No need for explanations. With your lack of quality, what right do you have to be a manager? Effective immediately, you are stripped of your managerial position. Yao Xiu, you are promoted. Work diligently for another 2 months. And if your performance meets the standards, the managerial role will be yours. Yao Xiu was elated. Thank you, Manager Jiang. I will certainly strive to excel. Meanwhile, Jia Mimi lamented, Manager Jiang, please. I have worked 3 years to attain this position. Spare me. Chu Lang, we are classmates. Please intercede with Manager Jiang on my behalf. That is an internal matter of your company. It has nothing to do with me. Manager Jiang disregarded Jia Mimi's pleas and turned to Chu Lang, ingratiatingly asking, Mr. Chu, are you satisfied with this resolution? That's acceptable. Just then, Chu Lang's phone rang. It was a call from his sister, Luo Hongchen. Upon answering, he detected a hint of urgency in her voice. Xiaowu, where are you? Can you come over? Chu Lang, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed the anxiety in Luo Hongchen's tone. Sister, have you encountered some trouble? Please come over first. A tightness gripped Chu Lang's chest as he hung up. Addressing Manager Jiang, he said, after the installation is complete, please drive the car to the newly opened jewelry store at Wanluan Mall. I have some matters to attend to. Boss Chu, please attend to your matters first. I shall personally deliver it to you once the installation is complete. The Wanluan shopping mall stands as the most bustling commercial hub of Shanjiang City. Its high foot traffic has rendered every inch of space immensely valuable. Upon Chu Lang's arrival, he found a crowd gathered at the entrance of a glimmering jewelry store, where he spotted Luo Hongchen standing amidst the throng. Dressed in an exquisite gown, she radiated beauty. Yet her cherubic face bore an expression of anxiety. Before her knelt a young man, clutching a bouquet of flowers. Beside him was a pristine Audi A4, its hood adorned with roses arranged in a heart shape, exuding a rather kitschy romance. Hongchen, we have known each other for 6 years, and you are aware of my feelings for you. Please marry me. I vow to cherish you for a lifetime. I understand your family is not affluent, and you have a penchant for handbags and cars. If you agree, I will gift you this high-spec A4, which I purchased for 400,000. I will also buy you countless handbags, all that you desire. This is the 12th time I have professed my love. If you refuse, I shall not rise. It was no wonder that the Luo Hongchen on the phone had sounded anxious. She was now faced with an unexpected proposal. The crowd began to chant, marry him, marry him. The color drained further from her face. Mr. Sure, I'm truly sorry, but we are not suited for each other. Furthermore, I know many of your ex-girlfriends. It's simply not possible for us. Shi Yong was a well-known playboy in Shangjiang City, and Luo Hongqin was certainly aware of his reputation. Yet, his wealth and relentless pursuit had become a source of great distress for her. Now, in front of such a large audience, this spectacle could tarnish her burgeoning acting career. How vexing, she thought. Luo Chun, I truly love you. I will buy you a car, handbags, everything you desire. Just be with me. Are you also delivering items to Luo Hongqin? Luo Hongqin exclaimed joyfully, Xiao Wu. Chapter 30. The arrival of the car amidst the chaos wrought by the onlookers. Luo Hongqin found herself ensnared, desperate for an escape, when she finally spotted Chu Lang in the crowd, akin to a lifeline. She pushed through the throng and rushed over. Sister, how did it come to this? Is your boyfriend proposing to you? Chu Lang feigned ignorance. Indeed, Luo Hongqin playfully thumped her small fist against Chu Lang's chest. Stop joking. I have no boyfriend. I'm merely attending an event, and Shi Yong came to propose to me. How embarrassing. Luo Hongqin, petite in stature, nestled into Chu Lang's embrace, embodying the image of a delicate maiden seeking solace from her beloved after facing distress. The sweetness of their exchange elicited a wave of jealousy from the bystanders. The crowd found themselves perplexed, pondering how the man who had just proposed could assume that Luo Hongqin was single. Is it you, Chu Lang? Shi Yong's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Chu Lang, particularly when he saw the woman he longed for embraced Chu Lang. His jealousy swiftly transformed into a surging fury. You wretched gambler, release Hongqin at once. What right do you have to be near her? Chu Lang smirked. Instead of letting go, he tightened his grip around Luo Hongqin's slender waist. Release her? I shall never let go in this lifetime. Luo Hongqin, flustered by Chu Lang's boldness, felt her heart race and gently twisted her body. Xiao Wu, be more restrained. Many eyes are upon us. And what of it? My dear sister is so fragrant. Only a fool would let go. Luo Hongqin's face flushed with heat. Today, Xiao Wu seemed different from his usual self. His audacity and dominance were far more captivating than before. Chu Lang's declaration of ownership ignited Shi Yong's fury to a boiling point. All his flowers, his prestige, and the lavish car he brought were all meant for Luo Hongqin, and now she was in another's embrace, acting affectionately. How infuriating. Chu Lang, I command you to release her. Chu Lang coldly retorted, Luo Hongqin already has a boyfriend. What audacity do you possess to pursue her? A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd, pointing fingers at Shi Yong. She already has a boyfriend, yet you persist in your pursuit. I thought you were sincere. But it seems you are merely trying to undermine others. Wealthy individuals truly are despicable. Can money grant you the right to distort someone's feelings? Bah, we disdain him. The tumult of voices thrust Shi Yong into the limelight of ridicule. Everyone, do not heed his nonsense. That man is not Luo Hongqin's boyfriend. They are merely siblings. Moreover, this Chu Lang is a bona fide gambler, burdened with debts exceeding 10 million. Luo Hongqin selflessly gave him all her earnings, yet he remains unsatisfied, driving his own family to ruin. Pray tell, how can such a person bring happiness to Hongqin? With his gambling debts? Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. The tide of public opinion shifted once more. So he is merely a gambler. It is evident he is no respectable man. Young lady, this gentleman is wealthy and upright. You should turn back while you still can. What future could you possibly have with someone like him? And what of this dubious sibling relationship? Do not squander your remarkable prospects. Shi Yong chuckled with satisfaction. Indeed, in this world, wealth is justice. What can that fellow Chu Lang possibly contest with me? Luo Hongqin's expression tightened. Do not listen to his lies. My Xiao Wu is already reformed. He no longer gambles. Shi Yong scoffed. A dog cannot change its nature. Even if he ceases to gamble, he is still burdened with insurmountable debts he will never repay. Hongqin, if you choose to be with me, I will give you the Audi A4L I just purchased, worth over 300,000. Just say the word, and it is yours. One should never entangle oneself with such a wretched gambler, for it may squander a lifetime. Shi Yong had long harbored an insatiable desire for Luo Hongqin. Thus he had thoroughly investigated those surrounding her. Silence. You shall not speak ill of my dear Xiao Wu. Regardless of his shortcomings, I shall not permit anyone to utter such words. Luo Hongqin exclaimed, her teeth clenched in anger. This was an instinctive defense. Chu Lang may be flawed, but such remarks were only permissible among her sisters. No one else was allowed to offend. Luo Hongqin's reaction caused Chu Lang, who had initially intended to take further action against Shi Yong, to pause momentarily. While warmth filled his heart, his ire towards Shi Yong, who sought to possess Luo Hongqin, only intensified. One must acknowledge their faults. What is there to be ashamed of? I, Shi Yong, possess assets worth millions, and personally, I hold a fortune in the hundreds of thousands. I could easily bestow upon you a vehicle worth several tens of thousands. Tell me, who is more worthy of you? I or this gambling wretch? Chu Lang retorted, even if you possessed billions, you would still be unworthy. My sister is a treasure beyond price. She deserves everything beautiful and exquisite this world has to offer. Luo Hongqin felt as if she were savoring honeyed confections, her cheeks flushed with sweetness. Speak of your wealth. Let me see it. You are now in need of borrowing even $10, are you not? With Shi Yong's mockery. Even the other artists accompanying Luo Hongqin to the event joined in the laughter. Hongqin, what are you hesitating for? You should have long abandoned the shadows for the light. Others might settle for a pauper, yet you choose to entangle yourself with a bottomless pit, wasting the sincere intentions of young Master Shi. Just as Luo Hongqin was engulfed in fury, a thunderous roar of a powerful engine pierced through the crowd from outside. The sound surged like an enraged bull, overpowering all other voices in the bustling marketplace. In Shangjiang, a city not renowned for its size, sightings of vehicles worth over 2 million were rare. Everyone turned to witness the source of the commotion. Under the sunlight, a blood-red Maserati MC20 gleamed brilliantly, its polished surface reflecting beams of light like arrows, blinding all present. The car's aristocratic silhouette and its captivating emblem revealed it to be a vehicle of unparalleled prestige. The owner of this magnificent automobile was equally distinguished. When compared to the brand-new Maserati, the adjacent Audi A4 appeared as mere scrap metal. The Maserati emitted another thunderous growl, prompting onlookers to step aside. A new MC20, starting at over 2 million. Has the owner arrived? As a privileged heir, Shi Yong was well aware of the Maserati's value, and he stood on tiptoe, gasping in astonishment. Even Luo Hongqin exclaimed, "How beautiful! Does my third sister fancy it?" "Indeed. Who wouldn't he? I shall gift it to you." In a moment of playful banter, Luo Hongqin cast a smile back at Chu Lang, treating his words as a jest. "All right then, little five, you must put in your utmost effort." Amidst the collective gaze of the audience, the car door swung open. Dressed in the uniform of the dealership, Manager Zhang alighted from the vehicle and approached Chu Lang with measured steps, presenting 2 car keys with reverence. "Mr. Chu, your vehicle has arrived." Chapter 31. Infuriated beyond measure, Manager Jiang offered the keys with utmost respect. Having received a phone call from his boss at the dealership during his journey to deliver the car, showering him with praise, he had successfully secured the authorization from the Maserati dealership. It is noteworthy that cities like Shangjiang, situated between second and third-tier classifications, are currently experiencing rapid growth. Acquiring representation for an international luxury vehicle brand, with a mere semblance of advertising, promises substantial profits. Furthermore, Manager Zhang's exemplary performance had garnered his boss's trust, ensuring that he continued to oversee the Maserati dealership. Elated by this turn of events, he felt immense gratitude towards Mr. Chu, culminating in the scene before them. The audience watched in astonishment, fixated on the keys in Manager Zhang's hand. Shi Yong, in disbelief, shook his head, exclaiming, "No, this is impossible. How could he afford such a luxury car? He is nothing but a gambler." His murmured protests were drowned by laughter. Even if Chu Lang had heard him, he would likely have dismissed him. Receiving the keys, Chu Lang asked, "Is everything in order?" In response to Mr. Chu's inquiry, Manager Zhang replied, "All configurations have been completed, and the paperwork is fully prepared. You merely need to hit the road. However, you may need to bring your identification tomorrow for registration." Chu Lang nodded. Turning to Luo Hongqin, "Third sister, do you have your ID and driver's license?" "Huh, do I have them?" she stammered, finally realizing, as she fumbled through her bag to produce the documents. After taking them from her, Chu Lang handed them directly to Manager Jiang. "Could you please assist with the registration? The vehicle will be under her name." Manager Zhang's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he glanced at the ID, noticing the surname Luo. Upon observing Luo Hongqin's visage, reminiscent of a petite starlet, he internally mused about Mr. Chu's playful nature. Haha, Miss Luo is indeed fortunate to have found such a passionate young master, willing to lavish her with extravagant gifts. Luo Hongqin's face flushed with shyness, leaving her momentarily speechless. The onlookers were abuzz with envy and astonishment, whispering amongst themselves about the luxury vehicle worth over $2 million. To simply give away such a car. In comparison, that A4 is mere trash. An impoverished fool pretending to be a wealthy heir pursuing a celebrity. How absurd. Look at the true wealthy young master. His generosity amounts to millions. He is deserving of a star. And to accuse him of being a gambler. Have you ever seen a gambler who bestows a luxury car worth over $2 million? Indeed, as Chu Lang had anticipated, in the realm of reality, power commands respect and admiration, rendering all who witness it in awe. The notion of power, as it stands, is synonymous with wealth. Luo Hongchun gazed at the car keys in her hand, still struggling to grasp the reality before her. Xiao Wu, is this truly yours? No. It now belongs to you. Luo Hongchun lifted her gaze, fixating intently on Chu Lang. Did you win? Third sister, rest assured, I promised you I would not gamble again. And I shall keep that promise. This is my hard-earned money. Accept it without worry. Luo Hongchun withdrew her scrutinizing gaze, replacing it with her signature, sweetly endearing smile. Coupled with her naturally cherubic features, she appeared both adorable and gentle. This is the first gift I've received from Xiao Wu, and it's my favorite car. Are you happy, third sister? Of course I am. I would be delighted with any gift from Xiao Wu, let alone something so precious. I'm overjoyed. At this juncture, Luo Hongchun finally embraced the reality of the situation, yet she could not suppress the flutter of excitement within her. She wrapped her arms around Chu Lang's neck and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Xiao Wu. Chu Lang brushed his fingers against the warmth lingering on his cheek, along with the sweet scent of Luo Hongchun, and smiled faintly. I should be the one thanking you. Third sister, thank you for your unwavering tolerance, even indulgence, towards me. You have guided me back home from the depths of despair. From now on, feel free to ask for anything you desire. I will buy you the stars from the sky. A profound sense of fulfillment enveloped Chu Lang. Having returned to life, his greatest ambition was to mend his past regrets, which primarily revolved around his four sisters. He had never experienced the joy of being cherished by them until now. At that moment, he finally noticed Shi Yong, who was lurking among the crowd, caught in a dilemma. I have always told you, whatever my sister desires, I shall provide. You cannot offer anything, nor will you. Now, clear away your trash, as it is quite repulsive to me. Shi Yong, trembling, pointed a finger at Chu Lang. Where did you acquire such wealth? You must be involved in some illicit activities. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. What a foolish loser. Unable to compete. He resorts to slander. The various murmurs left Shi Yong utterly humiliated. Yet, having expended considerable effort and resources in pursuit of Luo Hongchun, he could not simply relinquish his aspirations. Humph, a mere gambler. How could he possess such riches? There must be some trickery involved. I will sue him. Shi Yong had become completely unhinged. Chu Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, a surge of anger igniting within him. Initially, he intended to let Shi Yong retreat in disgrace. But to his surprise, the man displayed audacity in his persistence. Chu Lang had preferred to keep his rebirth a closely guarded secret, unwilling to reveal any hint that could lead others to suspect the truth. However, Shi Yong's insufferable nature compelled Chu Lang to confront him directly, regardless of the potential exposure. Shi Yong, do you remember a girl named Wang from the vocational college? Everyone was perplexed, uncertain as to why Chu Lang would make such a statement. Upon hearing this, cold sweat began to bead on Shi Yong's forehead. He had once gotten a girl from the vocational college pregnant, and was subsequently confronted by her brother, whom he had left in a vegetative state. Utilizing his family's connections, he had managed to bury the incident. What had originally been a well-concealed secret was now exposed by Chu Lang. How do you know? Shi Yong stammered. I don't know what nonsense you are spouting. Nonsense. I merely wish for others to recognize who the true scoundrel is. Initially, I had no intention of meddling in your sordid affairs, but you have thoroughly provoked me. Angering me is perilous. Chu Lang scoffed in anger, revealing that he had learned of these matters after Shi Yong's family fell into disgrace, and his misdeeds were publicly exposed. Chu Lang was also aware of Shi Yong's despicable nature. Furthermore, regarding the female sales associates from your family's clothing store, some have returned home. Would you like me to disclose the reasons behind their departures? Shi Yong could no longer contain himself, howling in horror. Chapter 32. An unexpected turn. Shi Yong suddenly felt as though he were standing before Chu Lang, without any garments. All his secrets laid bare. What exactly do you do? Aye. His family was in the clothing business, and he had coerced and lured several attractive sales associates into his clutches. When they became pregnant, he would pay them off and force them to return home. Two with strong wills had reportedly committed suicide upon returning. These guilty deeds had been buried deep within Shi Yong, only to be unveiled by Chu Lang. Observing Shi Yong's guilty demeanor, Chu Lang sneered, "Not only do I know. Would you like me to reveal the names of those women?" In truth, while Chu Lang was aware of Shi Yong's sordid affairs, he had no knowledge of the specific names involved. Even if he later had the means to inquire, he lacked the interest, especially since he had no idea he would be reborn. However, Chu Lang knew that Shi Yong was now sufficiently intimidated, afraid to allow the names of these women to be exposed in public. Indeed, Shi Yong was terrified. "No. Chu Lang, no. Brother Chu, Lord Chu, we are all friends. Let us discuss this amicably. Do you think you are worthy of discussing friendship with me? Just moments ago, you were spewing profanities about gamblers. Did you consider friendship then? You wish to speak of friendship now?" Chu Lang's demeanor was calm, yet chilling. Shi Yong hastily nodded. Yes. I find your Audi repulsive. Smash it. And then we can discuss friendship." "Huh. You won't smash it, will you? I will make your materials public tomorrow. Prepare for your fall from grace, young Master Shi." "No. Lord Chu, I will smash it. I will do it now. It is my fault for sullying your and Miss Hongchen Luo's eyes." Shi Yong was acutely aware that if Chu Lang possessed knowledge of his dark secrets, he could easily uncover even more. He understood better than anyone the extent of his own transgressions. Should these revelations come to light, the consequences would be dire. Not only would he face dire repercussions, but he would also be condemned to a lifetime behind bars. In comparison to freedom, his Audi was utterly inconsequential. From a jewelry store, Shi Yong retrieved a chair and, with a cacophony of cracking sounds, reduced his pristine Audi A4L to mere scrap metal. "Master Chu, does this suffice? Very well. Remember to manage your lower half in the future. Your facade of virtue holds no value before me. Do you understand?" Yes, I comprehend," Shi Yong replied, his voice laced with trepidation. Chu Lang did not cast him another glance. Instead, he took Luo Hongchen's hand and strode towards the Maserati. "Third sister, let us take it for a test drive." It was not that Chu Lang was merciful, but rather that he recognized Shi Yong would soon be his own undoing, leading himself to incarceration. Chu Lang had more pressing matters to attend to, particularly with Jiang Wendong, and thus could not waste time on someone as inconsequential as Shi Yong. After Chu Lang departed, those who remained were left in stunned silence, observing the wreckage of the Audi with shaking heads. News of the third-tier artist, Luo Hongchen, being fervently pursued by a mysterious wealthy young man who lavishly spent $3 million on a sports car, rapidly spread, becoming the headline in Shangjiang City. Regrettably, the accompanying images featured only Luo Hongchen, with no clear photographs of Chu Lang, whether by design or happenstance. All images captured either his back or a fleeting profile, and even the rare frontal shots were rendered blurry due to his movement. As a future titan of the global business world, Chu Lang faced media scrutiny far more sophisticated than that of the Shangjiang populace. To prepare for such encounters, he had engaged professionals to train him in managing the press. Capturing a clear image of his face proved to be an exceedingly challenging task. Nonetheless, this incident had slightly elevated Luo Hongchen's profile, drawing growing attention to the once overlooked artist. On the road, the Maserati MC20 glided across the expansive streets of Shangjiang City, leaving a trail of stunning crimson that captivated onlookers. Unbeknownst to Chu Lang, lurking in a shadowy corner, several black Jinbei vans lay in wait. "Brother Guangfa, Chu Lang is in that vehicle. Pursue. Eliminate." Inside the car, Chu Lang inquired, "Third sister, how is it? Is it enjoyable?" He watched as Luo Hongchen excitedly maneuvered the steering wheel, her exhilaration palpable. Dressed in a short, lace-sleeved gown for today's event, her arm movement revealed a glimpse of a striking red that surpassed even the allure of the sports car, complemented by her radiant complexion. "Xiao Wu, what are you secretly staring at? How am I supposed to drive with you distracted?" It must be said that women possess an acute sensitivity to the gazes of men. Even though Luo Hongchen remained focused on driving without turning back, she still sensed Chu Lang's gaze penetrating deeply into her sleeve, an all-consuming stare. Despite being an artist, Luo Hongchen was more prone to shyness compared to Yi Hanyu and Gu Qingqing. Under Chu Lang's unwavering gaze, her cherubic face, adorned with a touch of baby fat, flushed with two enticing hues of red, stirring a restless yearning within Chu Lang. Cough. Cough. No. Third sister has misunderstood, Chu Lang stammered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he quickly averted his gaze, albeit reluctantly. In truth, if little Wu wished to gaze upon her, then let him. She could endure it. Even while concentrating on driving, Luo Hongqin's voice trembled with shyness. Chu Lang, having been indulged by Luo Hongqin to an outrageous extent, felt his heart race. He glanced around the car's interior and took a deep breath. Over 2 million. The suspension should be adequate, right? Luo Hongqin was puzzled, wondering what could be wrong with the car's suspension. Just as she was about to inquire, suddenly, a black Jinbei van surged forth from the left side of the sports car, racing with reckless abandon. Chu Lang was a man, not a deity. By the time he reacted, the van was already perilously close. Third sister, watch out. Luo Hongqin barely had time to jerk the steering wheel, letting out a piercing scream as the Jinbei van collided forcefully with the left side of the sports car. Boom. The Maserati's door crumpled instantly, the glass shattered, and the airbags deployed only to be ruptured almost immediately. Luo Hongqin, completely out of control, toppled towards Chu Lang. Third sister. As Luo Hongqin flew from the driver's seat, she collapsed into Chu Lang's embrace, her forehead and the back of her head marred by 2 ghastly wounds. Blood oozing profusely and soaking through Chu Lang's clothing. With her eyes tightly shut, Luo Hongqin did not respond to Chu Lang's horrified cries. A wave of panic surged within him. Third sister. Luo Hongqin. The fear that had not surfaced in many years resurfaced within him. Since the departure of his 4 sisters, he had not felt such dread. Yet, witnessing Luo Hongqin collapse in his arms, bloodied and lifeless, thrust him back into a state of terror. Chapter 33. Pursuit. What if third sister dies? He had sworn to provide them with the best life, yet in an instant, his sister lay in a pool of blood. It bore a striking resemblance to the scene from his past life, when someone had jumped from a building. All blood. No. The adage concern breeds chaos rang true. Had it been anyone else, Chu Lang would have remained composed. But with Luo Hongqin gravely injured, he found it impossible to maintain his calm. He endeavored to steady himself and pulled out his phone, preparing to dial the hospital. At that moment, the Jinbei van suddenly shifted into reverse, swiftly retreating. Something was amiss. Chu Lang was jolted with alarm. This was no mere traffic accident. Someone was scheming to harm him. Chu Lang had navigated the turbulent waters of commerce for 2 decades, encountering numerous harrowing situations. In an instant, he regained his composure. At a critical juncture, he swiftly dialed Qiu San's number, tossing the phone onto the center console, before swiftly placing Luo Hongqin into the passenger seat and pressing the accelerator. The Maserati roared to life, responding with the swiftness of an arrow released from a bow. Shooting forward, the golden van, however, was a beat too late. After accelerating, it collided with the greenery, rendered immobile. Hello, Langu. Qiu San's voice emanated from the phone on the dashboard. Bring someone over. I'm being cornered at the intersection of South 3rd Ring and Zhongzhou Road. Upon hearing this, Chu Lang's gaze fell upon the blood-soaked and unconscious Luo Hongqin, and his voice turned frigid. Bring weapons and trustworthy allies. The more, the better. What is going on? Langu? Qiu San, a seasoned veteran, sensed the suffocating intent to kill in Chu Lang's tone. It's time for those people to see blood. A fierce glint flashed in Chu Lang's eyes. After sharing his location with Qiu San, he ended the call. Sister, hold on. I'll take you to the hospital. The engine roared. Chu Lang was uncertain whether he could successfully deliver Luo Hongqin to the hospital, but her condition had reached a perilously critical state. He had to instill a glimmer of hope for her survival. The sports car surged forward, racing at over 170 miles per hour. Only such high speed could provide Chu Lang with a sense of absolute security. His eyes were fixed ahead, sensing that these adversaries had targeted him. Initially, he sought a stable development and gradual accumulation. Since they were so hastily courting death, he could merely accelerate their descent into hell. After ensuring Luo Hongqin's safety at the hospital, he would settle the scores with those scoundrels. However, Chu Lang underestimated their resolve to eliminate him. Just as his speed approached 200 miles per hour, 2 black vans surged forth from the roadside, blocking his path. A man in a suit and tie leaned out from the back seat, sneering, and brandished a loudspeaker, addressing Chu Lang. Chu, you are surrounded by Guangfa's men. Get out and surrender. Our vehicles are specially reinforced for collisions, and you cannot escape. The speaker was none other than Jin Rui, the deputy director of the credit department at Huitong Bank. After being humiliated by Chu Lang through Wu Shangxi, He harbored a deep grudge and sought assistance from the city's southern overlord, Ji Guangfa. They had joined forces as Ji Guangfa was already investigating Chu Lang. Chu Lang cast a glance at the increasingly pale and blood-soaked Luo Hongchen beside him, a flicker of madness igniting in his eyes. She had to be rushed to the hospital without delay. With a determined heart, he pressed the accelerator, causing the Maserati to emit a thunderous roar. The air reverberated with a cacophony of sound as dust and debris rose around them. The two nearby vehicles were forcefully pushed aside by Chu Lang's car. True to its special crash-resistant design, the Maserati's hood nearly flew off upon impact, the engine producing an astonishingly loud noise. The force of the collision left Chu Lang dazed, and he quickly turned to look at Luo Hongchen, who was visibly in pain from the jolt, her breathing becoming faint. "Sister, Luo Hongchen, hold on. I will not allow you to perish before my eyes. You cannot die. You must not die." Chu Lang's heart raced with urgency, his eyes turning a fiery red. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he trembled with anxiety, unwilling to ease off the accelerator despite his view being obstructed by the raised hood. The only thought occupying his mind was hospital. With a sudden crash, fate intervened as Chu Lang, having barely traveled 3 kilometers, collided with another vehicle. The hood could no longer withstand the strain, and the internal components, including the engine radiator, were violently ejected. The car Chu Lang occupied skidded for several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt. The Maserati, valued at over 2 million, was irrevocably destroyed. With a heavy heart, Chu Lang pushed open the compromised door and cradled Luo Hongchen, forcing himself to exit the wreckage. At that moment, he was a bloodied figure, reminiscent of a soldier emerging from the battlefield, battered and weary. The woman in his arms was on the brink of death, her head bearing 2 critical wounds, now marred with fresh injuries, blood seeping out in steady droplets. If not for Chu Lang's embrace, no one would doubt that Luo Hongchen had already succumbed to her injuries. 2 vehicles approached, halting before him. Dressed in garish attire and adorned with ostentatious jewelry, Ji Guangfa, flanked by Jean Rue and others, approached with a mocking smile. "Brother Lang, we meet again," Ji Guangfa taunted, tossing 2 walnuts in his hand as he surveyed Chu Lang with derision. "This time, it seems Brother Lang is not quite as impressive. What is that on you? Painter blood?" His words dripped with sarcasm. Feeling the weakening breath of the woman he held, Chu Lang's fury and murderous intent surged within him like the mighty tides. He fixed a steely gaze on Ji Guangfa, completely disregarding his taunts, and whispered to the fading figure in his arms, "Sister, I had hoped this cycle would bring you fortune, but instead, I have brought you misfortune. Forgive me, sister. Rest assured, your blood will not be shed in vain. I will ensure these scoundrels pay tenfold for their transgressions." His words ignited a raucous laughter among Ji Guangfa and his companions. "Ji Guangfa, Chu, I've gathered all the details about you from Jean Rue. You are nothing but a worthless gambler. In the bar, you tried to intimidate me like a big shot. Today, I shall see where you can escape." Buzzing filled the air as Ji Guangfa's voice faded. A cacophony of engines suddenly erupted around him. This place, situated beyond the 3rd Ring Road, was remote, which is precisely why Ji Guangfa chose to act here. How could such a multitude of engines be present in such an isolated location? Ji Guangfa looked up, his heart sinking in terror. Chapter 34. Counterattack and overwhelm on the once tranquil and desolate street. 20 to 30 vehicles surged forth with ferocity from the end of the road. The speed was such that even from a distance, the oppressive roar of engines could be heard. Who are they? Ji Guangfa fixed a wary gaze on the approaching vehicles. Given the sparse traffic and few pedestrians, the sudden appearance of such a large convoy raised serious suspicions. Moreover, he had only 2 vehicles at his disposal, while the number of people in those 20 to 30 vehicles could easily overpower them. Buzzing once more, the occupants of the vehicles offered no response. Racing ahead with lightning speed. "Move aside." The leading vehicle barreled directly towards him, sending Ji Guangfa into a panic. With a startled cry, he leaped to the side. Bang! The front of the vehicle collided with their Jinbei van, as if declaring their dominance and fury. A robust man clad in a black t-shirt, adorned with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder, leaped from the vehicle. "Zheng Si, why the hell are you here instead of following Chiu-san?" This man, Zheng Si, was Chiu-san's most trusted subordinate. As Chiu-san aged, he had entrusted many responsibilities to Zheng Si, making them well-acquainted adversaries. However, Zheng Si ignored Ji Guangfa. turning his attention to the blood-soaked Chu Lang, who cradled the now bloodied Luo Hongchun, visibly shaken. Lang Gu, I am deeply sorry. We arrived late and caused you distress. Zheng Si slightly bowed, a gesture of respect and apology. Only those closest to Qiu San understood his admiration for Chu Lang. This young man, seemingly able to foresee the future, had begun to earn Qiu San's respect, and as subordinates, they mirrored their boss's reverence for Chu Lang. Ji Guangfa's heart seized with unease. Zheng Si, have you lost your mind? This man is just a gambler, having tricked Wu Shangxi into obtaining some money. What does this mean? Are you bowing down to him? Jean Rue interjected. Exactly. You all have been deceived by Chu Lang. He is nothing but a useless waste. Bang! Zheng Si's eyes glinted with ferocity as he delivered a kick to Jean Rue's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. He even left a shallow trail of blood on the ground, clutching his stomach as he writhed in agony. Once a cold-hearted assassin, Zheng Si remained silent after kicking Jean Rue aside. Zheng Si, do you dare to completely sever ties with us? Qiusen exclaimed. Where is he? Does he know you have come to oppose me? Just as Ji Guangfa was about to finish his words, the vehicles behind Zheng Si came to a halt before Chu Lang. The sight of those cars intensified Ji Guangfa's anxiety. Dressed in traditional attire, Qiusen hurriedly descended from one of the vehicles. My goodness, Lang Gu, what happened to you? Witnessing Chu Lang, drenched in blood, Qiusen was filled with shock and fury. Ji Guangfa, how dare you lay a hand on my brother? You are courting death. Surround them. Not a single fly is to escape. Ji Guangfa finally recognized the gravity of the situation. It appeared that Qiu San was dead serious this time. Mobilizing nearly all his forces, Qiu San, what do you intend to do? If you wish to engage in a full-blown conflict, Long Yi will not take it lightly. Ji Guangfa was now frightened, invoking the name of Long Yi, the true head of the underground order in Shangjiang, to intimidate Qiu San. A fleeting expression of fear crossed Qiu San's face. Long Ye's influence surpassed his by many folds. Their previous coexistence had been merely a covert competition, kept in check by Long Ye's power. Otherwise, a major conflict would have erupted long ago. However, Qiu San then steeled his resolve and turned to Chu Lang. Brother Lang, just give the word. This scoundrel has caused you such harm. With your approval, I, Qiu, am prepared to risk offending Long Yi to avenge you. Chu Lang, having heard of Long Ye's name, cradled Luo Hongqin and approached one of the vehicles. His primary concern was still Luo Hongqin's safety. After placing her inside the car, he turned and declared, I will pay 5 million to have Ji Guangfa and Jean Rue's feet severed and sent to Nanyang to fend for themselves. I do not wish to see either of their shadows in Shangjiang again. Chu Lang was never a benevolent figure. Without a ruthless edge, he could not have ascended to the pinnacle of the business world. Especially after Luo Hongqin was harmed, he harbored a lethal intent toward Ji Guangfa. Severing their feet and abandoning them in Nanyang was undoubtedly more terrifying than a swift death. Brother Lang, how could I accept your money? Lao Si, take action. Having decided to stand with Chu Lang, Qiu San acted decisively. Following a few resounding commands, Ji Guangfa's men were swiftly overwhelmed by Zheng Si and his companions. The scene erupted into chaos and wailing. No, Qiu San, how dare you? Long Yi will not spare you. Zheng Si advanced, his bloodied blade in hand. No, Qiu San, third master. I concede this time. Do not act. We are all on the same path as friends. Please. Ji Guangfa was utterly panicked. Sensing the murderous intent in Zheng Si's eyes, he hastily called out to Chu Lang. Lang Gu, I was in the wrong. I apologize. I will cover your woman's medical expenses, compensate for the car, and offer you an additional 1 million. Let us consider this a misunderstanding and become friends. Boom. Chu Lang's fist struck Ji Guangfa's face, forcing the once arrogant man to spit out 2 bloody teeth. Gripping Ji Guangfa by the collar, Chu Lang exclaimed, That is my sister, my beloved. If you harm a single hair on her head, your entire family will be insufficient compensation. Did you consider this when you injured her? Did you reflect on it when you threatened to kill me? 1 million in compensation? Ha ha. Chu Lang, consumed by rage, laughed darkly, his voice a menacing growl. If a mere million could buy a life, I would have sent your entire family to hell long ago. Zheng Si, Brother Lang, hand me the knife. He was determined to take matters into his own hands against anyone who dared to harm his sister. No, Brother Lang, I was wrong. Ji Guangfa's scream echoed as blood spread, fear boiling over. Chu Lang resembled a demon returned from hell, filled with a murderous rage, meting out justice upon the wicked. Even Zheng Si shuddered at the sight of Chu Lang, realizing that this man was not only formidable in business, but also terrifyingly ruthless. Take him away. Send him to Nanyang. Yes. Zheng Si nodded, summoning his men. This time, he was genuinely impressed by Chu Lang, his attitude now filled with deference. Once Ji Guangfa was dealt with, Chu Lang's gaze shifted to Jean Rue. Brother Lang, spare me. With a sudden weakness in his knees, Jean Rue collapsed before Chu Lang. I was wrong. Please, grant me my life. It was all Jiang Wendong's doing. He forced me to pressure Gu Qingcheng that day and instructed me to trouble you through Ji Guangfa. I was coerced. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Lang kicked Jean Rue in the face, sending him crashing to the ground, his left foot pressing down on Jean Rue's head. Scum like you dares to kneel before me? Dares to plead for mercy? Chu Lang's eyes blazed with fury as he brandished the knife in his hand. Chapter 35. Replacing him Jiang Wendong. A fierce glint flashed in Chu Lang's eyes. He had yet to unleash his wrath upon Jiang Wendong. Yet the man seemed eager to confront him directly. Swish. Ah! A scream pierced the air, yet blood was required to cleanse the hatred. Take these two to Nanyang. The rest of you handle the situation as you see fit. Get me to the hospital, quickly. Chu Lang dismissed the cries of the fallen, focused solely on getting Luo Hongqin to the hospital. Brother Lang, I'll take you. Xiao Sen volunteered to drive Chu Lang. On the way, Chu Lang, cradling Luo Hongqin in the back seat, expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, San. If you hadn't arrived in time, despite my skills, Ji Guangfa's numbers would have overwhelmed me, and I would have had to divert my attention to protect Luo Hongqin. I would have surely been defeated. This is a matter of life and death, Brother Lang. We are now the closest of friends. There's no need for such formalities. Xiao San waved his hand dismissively. Chu Lang felt deeply moved by Xiao San's willingness to risk offending Long Yi for his sake. San, you must be worried about Huang Minglong, right? Huang Minglong is indeed the esteemed Long Yi mentioned by Ji Guangfa. Upon hearing this name, Xiao San visibly shuddered. He forced a wry smile and remarked, to say I am not worried would be a lie. Huang Minglong has ascended to the pinnacle of power in Shangjiang over the course of a decade, wielding formidable influence and resources. His methods are ruthless, and he forbids any disturbances under his watchful eye. Having disrupted his rules, I fear the consequences will not be trivial. Chu Lang was well aware of Huang Minglong and the fate that awaited him. In a previous life, Xiao San capitalized on the fortunes brought by the lithium mine in Maliu Mountain, which led to Huang Minglong facing a crisis, thereby granting Xiao San the opportunity to rise and strengthen his own position. Chu Lang also had a clear understanding of the intricacies surrounding that crisis. San Yi, may I pose a question? Go ahead, Lang Gu. Would you desire to ascend to Huang Minglong's position in a short span of time? The entire vehicle trembled slightly at Xiao San's astonishment. Lang Gu, you truly jest. I am not jesting. Merely tell me if you desire it, and I shall show you a path. I assure you, within half a year, you could occupy Huang Minglong's position. Chu Lang's voice exuded a captivating steadiness. Some statements, when uttered by others, may seem utterly absurd. Yet, Xiao San detected an undeniable confidence in Chu Lang's tone. The last time he heard such conviction, he had reaped over 10 million in profits within a month. Now, an even more alluring prospect lay before him. Through this encounter, Chu Lang had resolved to foster an even greater force, and Xiao San's decision today solidified Chu Lang's trust in him. He could confidently place a hand in the shadows into Xiao San's care. The seasoned Xiao San's breath quickened slightly. Yes, if Lang Gu can truly accomplish this, I shall serve you loyally for the rest of my days, without a hint of complaint. He understood that adult relationships are built on transactions. The more Chu Lang offered him, the greater his obligation in return. Chu Lang felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a composed exterior, saying, There's no need to be so tense, San Yi. As you said, we are the closest of friends. 200 kilometers north of Shangjiang lies the capital of Dai Province, Fuqing. In Fuqing, there exists a university known as Fuqing University. You must go there and seek out a young woman named Ouyang Jing. By my calculations, she should be in her 3rd or 4th year now. Once you locate her, inform her that we can aid her in avenging her wrongs, and then bring her to me. Xiao San inquired, Ouyang Jing, what purpose does seeking a girl serve? Just trust me, that will suffice. The rest I will handle. Having come to recognize Chu Lang's extraordinary abilities after the lithium mine incident, Xiao San ceased to question further and agreed. After escorting Chu Lang to the hospital, he promptly drove to Fuqing in search of the student named Ouyang Jing. If Chu Lang's memory served him correctly, Huang Menglong's crisis had originated from this very girl, leading to his subsequent downfall. Chu Lang must take precautions before it is too late. He must prepare for rain before it falls. In the hospital, a swift slap aimed at Chu Lang's face was intercepted by another. Shen Tian, why are you striking Xiao Wu? Let go of me, Yi Hanyu. This fool is merely bringing calamity upon himself. And now, not only does he show no remorse, but he has also dragged Hong Chun into this mess. I must teach him a lesson today. But Xiao Wu didn't mean to. Please calm down. He is injured as well. Calm down. Hong Chun has a fractured skull, a concussion, and is losing blood. Her life hangs by a thread. How can you expect me to calm down? Shen Tian's anger was palpable. While Chu Lang stood silently before her, his head wrapped in bandages. He understood the reason for his sister's fury. Indeed, he had implicated Luo Hongchen. Mistakes must be acknowledged. Second sister, please step aside. It is my fault. I am sorry. Shen Tian pushed Yi Hanyu aside. You finally realize it is your fault. With that, she raised her hand once more. Chu Lang remained steadfast, unmoving. Suddenly, the sound of a slap echoed, heavy and resounding. Yet Chu Lang felt no pain on his cheek. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the red imprint of 5 fingers on Shen Tian's face. She had struck herself. Now, her face was flushed, tears of frustration glistening in her eyes as she glared at Chu Lang. His heart twisted painfully, a mix of anguish and regret flooding him. Fourth sister, the sight of Shen Tian hurting herself pained him more than any blow could. He would rather endure 100 slaps than witness her inflict harm upon herself. He yearned to embrace her, but she pushed him away. Tears streamed down Shen Tian's face as she wiped them away. When we left the orphanage, I promised the old director I would help you succeed. I have betrayed that trust. Blame me. This slap is for you. Fourth sister, I'm sorry. No need to speak further. If you have any shred of conscience, stay here to care for her until Hong Chen awakens. If she does not pull through. At this, Shen Tian clenched her fists, another tear slipping down her cheek. I will never forgive you. I will. Shen Tian huffed, turning to fetch medicine. While Luo Hongchen lay in the hospital bed, connected to N4, pale and frail, her lips tinged with blue, Chu Lang felt a mixture of guilt and sorrow, which simultaneously ignited a flame of anger within him. Jiang Wendong. If it were not for his orders, Jin Rui could not have located Ji Guangfa. Nor would Ji Guangfa have dared to act so boldly. 3 months, is that not too long? Meanwhile, the one Chu Lang was concerned about was incessantly answering calls. Chapter 36. Arrogance. Hello? Have you found any leads on Jin Rui and Ji Guangfa? Mr. Jiang, there is still no news. They are undoubtedly missing. Jiang Wendong's expression changed dramatically. Jin Rui was the person he had dispatched to locate Ji Guangfa. And the sudden disappearance of these 2 individuals sent a shiver of impending crisis through him. And what of Chu Lang? At present, he was in the hospital, evidently nursing some injuries. Rumors suggested that the disappearance of Jin Rui and Ji Guangfa was orchestrated by Chu Lang in collusion with Qiu San. In this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden. The commotion caused by Chu Lang and Qiu San was too significant to escape the notice of the observant. Very well, I understand. With that, he hung up the phone, plunged into contemplation. The following day, another report came in. President Jiang, the arrangements for the Maliu mountain mining site have been completed. Our machinery has been delivered, and we have successfully excavated the first batch of lepidolite. The mining sites that Chu Lang had set up to ensnare Jiang Wendong were notorious pits in his previous life. Initially, the yield appeared substantial, but within a day it began to plummet, ultimately resulting in a total loss, rendering the initial investments futile. Excellent. Increase the investment in machinery and early-stage equipment. Indeed. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Wendong felt invigorated. With a grand gesture, he ordered an increase in the initial investments in machinery, aiming to recoup profits in the shortest time possible. And how is the communication with Chongming Mining progressing? We're in discussions. But Chongming Mining is holding their mining sites tightly and has no immediate plans for outsourcing. Do not rush. Once I have dealt with Chu Lang and Gu Qingqing, I shall take my time with Chongming Mining. Prepare the vehicle. We are heading to the Jiang City Hospital. I wish to meet this resilient brother Lang. Upon receiving favorable news, Jiang Wendong's spirits lifted considerably, prompting him to visit Chu Lang personally to gauge the situation. At the hospital, in Luo Hongchen's ward, Yi Hanyu had temporarily returned to rest, leaving Gu Qingqing to keep vigil with Chu Lang. Xiao Wu, do not be too hard on yourself. Go and rest. You have been here for a day and a night. If you continue like this, your health will deteriorate. Gu Qingsheng felt a pang of concern for Chu Lang, who, despite his injuries, remained by her side. It's nothing. Chu Lang waved his hand dismissively. He refrained from informing Gu Qingsheng that Jiang Wendong was the instigator, not wishing to burden her with the same guilt he felt. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted, "Greetings to you both." Gu Qingsheng reacted most strongly upon seeing the visitor, springing up from her chair. "Jiang Wendong, what brings you here? I heard your sister is unwell, so I came to check on her. Alas, the injuries are quite severe, such misfortune. Isn't it true that Brother Lang predicted the Jiang family would face ruin within 3 months? Has he mistakenly invoked the heavens, resulting in his own downfall?" A teasing smile blossomed on Jiang Wendong's face. No matter the extent of his own losses, he found solace in Chu Lang's discomfort, especially today. Having endured a sleepless night, Chu Lang appeared somewhat disheveled, leading Jiang Wendong to believe he had suffered a significant psychological blow. This only fueled his delight further. Chu Lang rose slowly, a fierce aura emanating from him. Pointing at Luo Hongchun, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed, he addressed Jiang Wending, cranial injury, severe hemorrhage. "Mr. Jiang, your methods are quite impressive." "What? Xiao Wu, did Jiang Wending do this?" Gu Qingqing exclaimed, a mixture of shock and anger flooding her expression. Jiang Wending shrugged nonchalantly. "So what if I did? Do you have any evidence? If you recklessly slander me, I will contact my legal counsel and sue you for defamation." "I initially intended to deal with Chu Lang, but who would have thought this woman would become your scapegoat? I must admit, Brother Lang truly has a remarkable fate." Jiang Wending unapologetically acknowledged his actions, confident that Chu Lang could do nothing to him. His arrogant demeanor was palpable. Chu Lang's face darkened ominously. "I originally aimed to bring ruin upon you, but now I have changed my mind. I intend to annihilate your entire family." "Ha ha ha, here we go again. Be careful that this does not backfire on you, Chu Lang. Tell me, what has Chiu Sin done with Jin Rui and Ji Guangfa? For the sake of Gu, I advise you to sever ties with Chiu San. He has violated the rules established by Lord Long and is in grave danger himself. You would do well to cooperate and locate those two. It may spare your life." Jiang Wending pointed accusingly at Chu Lang, exuding an air of dominance. With a cold smile, Chu Lang replied, "Those two, for the harm they caused to my sister, are suffering a fate worse than death. Would you care to test your luck?" Faced with Chu Lang's threat, Jiang Wending grew frantic. He had summoned them, and now that trouble had ensued. If he could not locate them, rumors would inevitably tarnish his reputation. "Curse you. Don't think that just because you acquired 30 million from Wu Shangxi and obstructed my entry into the Qingxin Group, you are invincible. Even if I do not enter the Qingxin Group, I can still amass great wealth, for I have already entered the Maliu Mountain lithium mine. Furthermore, I have established a friendly agreement with Chongming Mining. If Gu Qingcheng wishes to procure raw materials for her battery chemical plant in the future, Maliu Mountain will be an insurmountable obstacle for her. With a mere word from me, Chongming Mining can block her access to raw materials. At that time, I can manipulate you as I please, be it your assets or your lives. Compete with me? Perhaps a few individuals in Shangjiang qualify, but you, Chu Lang, fall far short." Jiang Wending appeared exceedingly satisfied with his schemes, unabashedly flaunting his triumph before Chu Lang. As he continued to boast, Gu Qingqing grew increasingly anxious. "Mr. Jiang, if you desire the Qingqing Group, you may have it, as long as you do not harm my younger siblings. I will grant you anything you wish." Realizing all avenues were blocked by Jiang Wending, Gu Qingqing deemed it wiser to prioritize the safety of Chu Lang and Luo Hongqun over her own ambitions. Ha ha. Hearing Gu Qingqing concede, Jiang Wending became even more insufferable. "Give it to me. I apologize, General Gu. Unlike your brother, I, Jiang, am not a beggar. I disdain the charity of others. Whatever I desire, I shall seize with my own hands. Once I have concluded matters concerning Maliu Mountain, I will gather all of you into my fold." At that moment, Jiang Wendong's phone suddenly rang. Noticing it was his secretary responsible for Maliu Mountain affairs, he answered the call and activated the speakerphone so that Chu Lang and the others could listen in. "Hello, Secretary Zhang. Do you have any good news? I am currently visiting Brother Lang and General Gu in the hospital, and I would like to share any good tidings with them." "General Jiang, there is a grave issue. My 3 mining sites, 51430, have just intensified the investment in mining, but we cannot extract anything." Jiang Wendong's triumphant and arrogant smile instantly froze on his face. Chapter 37. false mining sites. Hearing the voice on the phone, Chu Lang's lips curled into a chilling smile. Here it comes. On the other end, Jiang Wendong anxiously inquired. How could this happen? What about the mining experts we invited from the province? What are they doing? They need to find out the cause immediately. 30 million. Over 40 million in total. Who ruined this? I will make them pay. Jiang Wendong was nearing a frenzied state. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about acquiring the mining sites, expanding his influence in Maliu Mountain, and controlling the entire Qingqing group. Yet, in the blink of an eye, circumstances took a turn for the worse beyond his expectations. Now, Chu Lang mocked him, saying, "Thank you, General Jiang, for sharing such delightful news with us. Your swiftness is commendable, but allow me to remind you, one must eat a meal one bite at a time and traverse a path one step at a time. If you take too large a stride, it becomes precarious." Originally, Chu Lang intended to continue, but seeing Gu Qingqing beside him, he refrained from further embarrassing her in front of another man. Nevertheless, Jiang Wendong was visibly agitated by Chu Lang's provocation, his face flushed and trembling. "I, Jiang, am not in need of your guidance in my endeavors. Zhongming Mining is a significant enterprise and cannot deceive me. Moreover, even if I incur losses, so what? I can withstand 30 million. Jiang Wendong's anxiety caused him to lose composure. Is that so? Then I am curious to see how much Jiang Chemical can afford to lose. Chu Lang intentionally concealed his identity as the major owner of Zhongming Mining, knowing that revealing it would alert Jiang Wendong. Preventing him from stepping into the trap, Chu Lang had meticulously prepared. There are many ways to eliminate a person, but what Chu Lang desires is to gradually reduce the Jiang family's soul to ashes. I do not know how much I might lose, but I do know that your downfall is imminent. I am going to inform Lord Long that you are responsible for the disappearance of Ji Guangfa and the others." With that, Jiang Wendong's phone rang once more. "Hello, what? The experts have just declared our mining sites to be false. Nonsense. I paid triple the price, 30 million. Purchased from Zhongming Mining. How could that be?" Jiang Wendong exclaimed furiously over the phone, hurriedly preparing to leave, his demeanor somewhat disheveled. Gu Qingqing appeared taken aback. What on earth is happening? This display of protest seems to have left him quite flustered. Evil deeds eventually meet their reckoning, and his retribution is on its way. By afternoon, in a stroke of fortune, Luo Hongqin's condition finally began to improve, although he had not fully regained consciousness. His blood pressure, temperature, respiration, and heartbeat were gradually returning to normal. At this moment, Chu Lang received a call from the portly fellow, who informed him that personnel from Jiangshi Chemical were dispatched to negotiate concerning the false mining site, demanding an explanation. Observing that Luo Hongqin's condition had stabilized and no longer required his presence, Chu Lang instructed Gu Qingqing and Shun Tian to continue their care while he stealthily made his way to the Zhongming Mining office in Maliu Mountain. Currently, the premises of Zhongming Mining Company Limited were under renovation, hence the temporary office was established atop Maliu Mountain, as arranged by Chiu San, which was quite convenient. "Hey, Lengo, what happened to you?" Chu Lang, with bandages on his head and looking rather disheveled, encountered the portly fellow. "Just a little trouble, nothing serious." "What is the situation with Jiangshi Chemical?" The portly fellow persisted in prying into Chu Lang's personal matters, asking. "Jiangshi Chemical has sent 2 letters inquiring about our 51,430 mining site, demanding compensation for their losses. Lengo, these mining sites initially appeared to have substantial reserves. We haven't deceived them at all. This is sheer harassment. Mining inherently involves risks. Are we expected to deposit money directly into their bank account?" Chu Lang scoffed. "Who told you that I haven't deceived them?" The portly fellow gasped in astonishment. "Huh. I thought those mining sites seemed to have large reserves during the survey. So you raised the price. It turns out you intended to deceive them?" Chu Lang remained silent and instead inquired. "How many mining sites do we still have left to contract?" "There are a total of 46 sites, excluding the 4 you retained and the 3 given to Chiu San. That leaves 39 sites. As of today, 11 have been contracted out. Many investors are still in discussions, hesitating. These 11 sites have brought us around 70 million in capital. After accounting for various expenses, necessary construction investments, and the 33 million you allocated, we now have less than 1 million left in the account. The main issue remains the 30 million we deceived from the Jiang family. Otherwise, we would not have seen profits in the initial stages." Chu Lang nodded, fully aware that while things might seem prosperous at the moment, the lucrative Maliu Mountain was under the watchful eyes of many, and the necessary expenditures could not be diminished. Currently, managing to balance the accounts with the 11 mining sites was already quite commendable. Let us not rush. The remaining 29 mining sites are where our profits lie. No sooner had Chu Lang finished speaking than the portly fellow's phone rang. It was Jiang Wendong. Clearly, this was not the first time the portly fellow had received a call from him. Upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized the name immediately. "Answer it," he said. The portly fellow picked up the call and activated the speakerphone. "Mr. Liu, have you and your company reached a decision regarding our negotiations? The 30 million yuan mining contract fee and over 10 million yuan in equipment investment represent a considerable risk and pressure for our company in this venture. To my dismay, we have been deceived by your fraudulent mining site, and you must compensate for this loss." Jiang Wendong spoke bluntly, his frustration palpable. The funds were originally intended for investment in the Tingxing Group, but instead, they were squandered on the Maliashan mining site, leading to this unfortunate predicament and leaving him with nothing. Meanwhile, his father is at home in a rage, demanding that he resolve this matter satisfactorily, or else he would be expelled from the company. Coupled with the investment exceeding 40 million yuan in equipment, should this venture fail, even the affluent Jiang family would feel the sting. In business, everything relies on one's capabilities. If others can extract resources, why can't you? If you're unwilling to dig, feel free to leave. There are plenty eager to take on our mining contracts. Fatty understood the deep-seated conflict between Jiang Wendong and Lang Gu, and in his support for Chu Lang, he chose to be forthright with Jiang Wendong. However, upon hearing Fatty's words, Chu Lang's brow furrowed in concern, sensing something amiss. Jiang Wendong retorted angrily, "Lu Jie, you would do well not to be arrogant. Jiang Chemical will not let this matter rest lightly. Do you think I fear you?" Fatty abruptly hung up the phone and turned to Chu Lang with a grin. "Lang Gu, I've sent him packing. Look at how spoiled this brat has become." Chu Lang remained contemplative, a sense of unease lingering in the air. Indeed, half an hour later, a recording and a Weibo post erupted, igniting a scandal in Shangjiang City. Chapter 38, The Fermentation of Public Opinion. Zhongming Mining exploits ill-gotten gains, displaying an arrogant attitude, calling for industry peers to unite against them. Attached, recording. This Weibo post was released from the official account of Jiang Chemical in Shangjiang City. Once published, it instantly set the business community ablaze. While leading enterprises may escape the notice of the ordinary citizen, they certainly capture the attention of other companies. Zhongming Mining had already been under scrutiny in recent days, an enigmatic entity with immense influence. Many local businesses, envious of its early acquisition of the Maliashan mining rights, had resorted to underhanded tactics. As a representative of the local traditional enterprises, Jiang Chemical's statement carries significant weight. It accuses Zhongming Mining not only of exploiting fraudulent mining sites to defraud competitors, but also of colluding with local powers to harm the populace, destroying farmland, and disregarding the well-being of local villagers. I hereby call for the following. First, that Zhongming Mining disclose the reserves at each mining site and ensure profit guarantees. Second, that they seek the understanding of local villagers to safeguard their rightful interests, ensuring that the wealth does not solely enrich one entity while impoverishing the local populace. Jiang's Chemical has meticulously crafted an image of virtue and righteousness, not only rallying support from fellow businesses, but also amplifying the voices of local citizens, garnering widespread backing. The business community responds. Under the influence of Jiang's Chemical, local villagers have begun to voice their discontent. After all, despite Xiusan's esteemed reputation, he cannot deter some villagers driven by greed, colluding with Jiang Wendong. Furthermore, an audacious recording of a certain corpulent individual, manipulated and taken out of context by Jiang Wendong, has gone viral online, igniting a media frenzy. General Manager Liu, although we have secured the mining site, I still urge you to specify the lithium spodumene reserves at each location and establish a corresponding profit guarantee. General Manager Liu, our discussions regarding the contract may need to be momentarily paused. The headquarters prefers that we refrain from investing in a mine with uncertain profit returns. I hope you understand. General Manager Liu, local villagers have begun to organize gatherings demanding compensation. Sanye's associates have attempted to negotiate, but the outlook appears grim. A deluge of adverse news has assailed the office, leaving the corpulent man in a frenzy, akin to a headless fly. Seeing his agitation, Chu Lang recognized his concern for the future of Zhongming Mining. Yet, he was acutely aware that the corpulent man's capabilities had reached their limit. His loyalty and unwavering support were valuable, but in terms of skill, he was merely average, lacking the prowess to wield influence amidst turbulence. Enough spinning about. You're making me dizzy. I was already lightheaded, and now it's worse, Chu Lang said, remaining remarkably composed. Having weathered countless storms in his previous life, he deemed this minor turbulence inconsequential. Moreover, he had long anticipated that Zhang's chemical would not relent easily. Even if the corpulent man's naivety led to the recording being intercepted, Chu Lang was not particularly concerned. However, the corpulent man was in a state of panic. Lengo, what time is it? If this matter is not handled properly, we risk losing all 29 of our remaining mining sites. Those agreements we had previously secured are now halted, leaving us in a state of limbo. What shall we do? What to do? Let me think. We could raise the contract fees by 50%. I felt our profit margins were too meager, lacking substantial returns. Increase the price by 50. Are you out of your mind? The corpulent man believed Chu Lang had lost his sanity. Amidst a cacophony of denunciations, merely maintaining the current contract terms would be a blessing, and he proposed a price hike? Had his appetite grown insatiable after only a few days of decent meals? Enough. Let us resolve it this way. Those who seek you should be arriving shortly. I cannot expose myself. You must hold the fort for now. Best of luck. Chu Lang patted the corpulent man on the back and swiftly departed, leaving him to await the impending visitors with a face full of resignation. As Chu Lang descended from Muliu Mountain, he found himself at a loss for direction. The circumstances surrounding the Muliu Mountain mine required further public discourse to ferment. Just as Chu Lang entered the city and turned a corner into a bustling commercial district, he spotted a familiar figure outside a restaurant. It must be said that Shangjiang City is not particularly large. One can readily encounter acquaintances at any given location. Tang Xiaoshi. Chu Lang hailed a taxi and alighted, intending to greet her. However, as he approached, he noticed another man standing beside her. He appeared to be somewhat older than Tang Xiaoshi, dressed in a vest and short sleeves despite the sweltering heat. His long hair hung disheveled over his shoulders, and his face was adorned with a scruffy beard, giving him the appearance of a vagrant who might have emerged from beneath a bridge. My dear, if you could lend me 2,000 yuan, I could finalize payment for a lens I ordered on Xinyu, which is due for delivery today. With this lens, I can capture the snow-capped mountains you adore and present to you the most enchanting scenes of nature, he implored. His tone suggested that this man was indeed Tang Xiaoshi's boyfriend. One could not help but acknowledge that this scruffily dressed man possessed a certain charm in his flattery. While his words might repulse men, they held an irresistible allure for women. Tang Xiaoshi pouted, exasperated. Jason, how many times have you asked for money this month? I gave you the last 2,000 yesterday. I have been saving half my lunch each day to manage dinner. My beloved Xiaoshi, do you no longer wish to support my artistic endeavors? He replied, I genuinely want to. But all I have is the 3,000 yuan I earned from the interview with the president of Chongming Mining, thanks to my classmate Chu Lang. This is my rent for next month, and if I give it to you, I will be left homeless on the streets. Tang Xiaoshi found herself in a precarious situation. Her boyfriend needed support, yet she herself was in dire need of funds. Upon hearing about the 3,000, Jason's eyes lit up. Then give it to me, and I will help you find accommodation next month. But aren't you also couch surfing? As long as I am with you, even in the wilderness, we can make anywhere feel like home, he replied. With a resigned shake of her head, Tang Xiaoshi ultimately retrieved her phone and transferred the money to Jason. Once the transaction was complete, he departed without a moment's hesitation, leaving behind a lingering scent of grease. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Xiaoshi shook her head in resignation. Suddenly, a pang of hunger struck her. Returning to the studio was no longer an option, as the restaurant had already closed. With rent to consider, she cast an envious glance at the restaurant before deciding to seek out a convenience store to purchase instant noodles. Just then, she heard someone call out, Xiaoshi. What a coincidence. Let me treat you to a meal. Chu Lang. For reasons unknown, Tang Xiaoshi's mood, which had just moments ago been somewhat dismal, inexplicably brightened upon seeing Chu Lang. It was astonishing that this marked only their second encounter after many years. Tang Xiaoshi pondered that it must be due to Chu Lang's past assistance, though she did not dwell on it. The two entered the restaurant. After ordering their meals, Tang Xiaoshi found herself genuinely famished. After a few moments of casual conversation, Chu Lang inquired, that person at the entrance, was he your boyfriend? You saw him? Yes. His name is Jason, and he is a senior of mine from university. Despite his current demeanor, He is, in truth, a highly talented and principled individual. Indeed, one can discern much from appearances, Chu Lang replied. He has always told me that once his artistic endeavors gain recognition, he will liberate me from the shackles of this world so that we may pursue freedom together. A frown creased Chu Lang's brow. Could it be that Jason had shaped Tang Xiaoshi's worldview? In that case, I regret to inform you that you must part ways. You are destined to join my ranks. You possess great potential. Haha, you think so too, right? He is indeed a proud and lofty talent, and he treats me very well, holding me in high regard. Chu Lang shrugged. I cannot entirely agree with that last point. I believe he may not necessarily treat you well. Just as Tang Xiaoshi was about to respond, a furious shout interrupted her thoughts. Tang Xiaoshi, who is he? It turned out to be Jason, returning with a menacing glare directed at the two, filled with rage. Jason, why are you back? This is, Fortunately, I returned. Had I not, you two would likely have committed further transgressions against me. Jason's anger was palpable as he slammed his hands on the table in front of Chu Lang. Jason, it is not as you think. He is my classmate, Chu Lang, whom I mentioned to you before. We merely ran into each other here and are having a meal together. Tang Xiaoshi hurriedly explained. Their raised voices attracted the attention of other diners, who gathered to witness the spectacle. Tang Xiaoshi then turned to Chu Lang. I apologize, Chu Lang. Jason's temperament is just like this. He is overly concerned about me, which leads him to be hostile towards any man who appears in my vicinity. Please do not take offense. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Chu Lang's mouth. He is concerned about you? That is rather nice. Jason brusquely shoved Tang Xiaoshi aside and glared at Chu Lang. So you are the Chu Lang Xiaoshi spoke of. Tell me, why do you feel the need to meddle in her affairs? Do you harbor ulterior motives? Just because you dress well does not mean you can act with impunity. Xiaoshi is with me because she values my artistic cultivation, not my wealth. Our relationship is none of your concern. You would do well to keep your distance from her. Jason repeatedly emphasized his connection to Tang Xiaoshi, fearful that Chu Lang might take her away. For Jason, Tang Xiaoshi was his sole source of sustenance. Without her, his very existence would be at stake. Tang Xiaoshi was at her wit's end, knowing Jason's stubborn nature. The more she tried to persuade him, the worse it would become. All she could do was hope that Chu Lang would remain patient and diffuse the situation. In stark contrast to Jason's explosive rage, Chu Lang maintained a calm and collected demeanor. Rising to his feet with a faint smile, he patted Jason on the shoulder. Do not be anxious, my friend. I harbor no ulterior motives regarding Miss Xiaoshi. I merely admire her talent. Hence, I wish to recruit her as my secretary. Secretary? Chu Lang's words left both Jason and Tang Xiaoshi momentarily stunned. Having encountered a myriad of individuals, Chu Lang could discern at a glance that Jason was a shallow and despicable character. It was likely that Tang Xiaoshi would eventually become disillusioned with human nature, her quest for freedom marred by this very individual. Chu Lang could easily have offered this scoundrel a sum of money to ensure he left without a trace. But such an action would undoubtedly provoke Tang Xiaoshi's aversion. Consequently, his carefully crafted crisis management strategy would meet with utter failure. Thus, Chu Lang opted to first tarnish Jason's image in Xiaoshi's eyes before orchestrating his departure. No, impossible. People like you, everyone knows what hiring a secretary entails. Xiaoshi is so naive. You will surely deceive her. Jason's protest appeared to stem from a concern for Xiaoshi's safety. Presently, Tang Xiaoshi was indeed innocent. She softened her gaze towards Jason and gently replied, Jason, Chu Lang is merely jesting. Do not take him seriously. She believed Jason was only worried about her well-being. Who said I was joking? Chu Lang retorted. I am indeed serious about recruiting you as my secretary. He disagrees, does he? I shall provide him with a referral fee. Tang Xiaoshi shook her head. Chu Lang, please stop joking. Moreover, Jason is merely concerned for my sake in his refusal. It has nothing to do with money. He is a person of high moral integrity and pride, and would not bend for financial gain. Chu Lang inwardly scoffed. Integrity? It seemed that only Tang Xiaoshi still regarded Jason as possessing such qualities. Swiftly, as soon as her words fell, Chu Lang placed a stack of cash amounting to 5,000 yuan upon the table. Is this sufficient? Just as Jason was about to retort, the sight of the money rendered him momentarily speechless. He stared fixedly at the cash, swallowing hard. I refuse. It is impossible. Xiaoshi is my beloved. How could I push my dear one into a perilous situation? Who knows what your so-called secretary entails? I understand. You require more for your beloved, correct? Chu Lang produced another bundle of notes. An additional 5,000. Upon seeing such a substantial amount, Jason's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Is it truly as simple as being a secretary? With a sly grin, Chu Lang reached for the money on the table. No, no. I agree. It need not be complicated. As long as I survive, Jason, fearing that Chu Lang might reclaim the cash, snatched the 10,000 yuan from his grasp. He transformed from his previous haughty demeanor, now smiling obsequiously at Chu Lang. Chu Lang cooperatively handed him the money and patted his shoulder. You have consented. Do not go back on your word. I will not go back on my word. He assured. Xiao, once you become President Chu's secretary, be sure to give your all, and do not disappoint his favor towards you. Tang Xiaoshe glanced at Chu Lang, and then at the 10,000 yuan in Jason's hand, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity towards her boyfriend, whom she had known for quite some time. If it were someone else instead of Chu Lang, would he still have pushed her aside? Wasn't he supposed to be above such trivialities? How could he sell himself for a mere 10,000 yuan? Did he not fear the dangers that lurked? I understand now. Tang Xiaoshe's expression was one of desolation and disappointment as she uttered these words. Chapter 40. The King of Crisis Management. No one enjoys being betrayed. Though modern society lacks the blatant trade of individuals, Jason's words implied a willingness to cast her aside for the sake of money. How disheartening it was to realize that this was her own boyfriend. With a spring in his step, Jason took the money and left Tang Xiaoshe alone to face Chu Lang. As you can see, he doesn't seem to care much about you. Tang Xiaoshe's tone was somewhat stiff. Do you find this amusing? A sudden chill ran through Chu Lang. Despite his carefulness, it seemed Tang Xiaoshe was still upset. Who told you I was playing around? I am genuinely looking for a secretary. Tang Xiaoshe initially thought Chu Lang was intentionally mocking her. However, upon observing his earnest demeanor, she began to reconsider. Really? Of course. Chu Lang's mind raced as he sought a suitable explanation. You must have heard about the recent uproar online, right? Our president is, well, overwhelmed. It would be wonderful if someone could assist him with his troubles. Hence, I wanted to hear your thoughts, Xiaoshe. Upon hearing Chu Lang's explanation, Tang Xiaoshe's gaze softened considerably, allowing Chu Lang to breathe a sigh of relief. My apologies. I thought you were deliberately ridiculing Jason. In truth, he has always treated me fairly well. Perhaps he is just in need of funds to complete his artistic endeavors. Despite her disappointment, she could not allow him to appear foolish in front of others. If Tang Xiaoshe were to abandon him for a moment of confusion, Chu Lang would have to reconsider her loyalty to their cause. As it stood, her loyalty to their alliance seemed quite commendable. Yes, it is evident that he is struggling. His nature does not appear to be malicious. Indeed, with Chu Lang providing her an avenue to escape, Tang Xiaoshe's spirits lifted once more. I have also looked into today's events. Zhang's Chemical is currently targeting Zhoming Mining. Regardless of how extravagant their tactics may seem, they essentially boil down to two aspects. As the topic of crisis arose, Tang Xiaoshe appeared to fully engage, her demeanor transforming. Chu Lang observed, somewhat entranced, as if two individuals from different realms were blending together. This version of Tang Xiaoshe was more youthful, pure, and undeniably more enchanting. First, they seek to unite with other collaborators to threaten Zhoming Mining and fulfill their demands. Second, they aim to rally the villagers and employ a grassroots approach to undermine their foundation. Chu Lang expressed his appreciation, stating, indeed, it fundamentally boils down to these 2 points. So, based on Xiaoshe's perspective, what should we do? First and foremost, the key to resolving the crisis is speed. Whether it involves a hard confrontation or appeasement, prompt action is essential. To speak candidly, as public opinion intensifies and recordings circulate, if Zhoming Mining possesses particularly compelling evidence, I would advise an initial approach of appeasement and humility. Regarding the first point, we should agree to their demands for disclosing reserve levels and guaranteed profits. But it must be executed in stages, with differentiated treatment based on customer segments to fracture their unity gradually. We shall tackle them one by one. As for the second point, the situation with the villagers is even simpler. Offering them benefits will suffice. Oh, you want my company to distribute money? Certainly not. Handing out cash will only breed laziness and greed. At this juncture, it seemed that Tang Xiaoshe recalled someone. Offering an awkward smile before continuing the discussion, providing job opportunities for the villagers, similarly stratified by individual, land area, and influence, will allow for differentiated roles. By employing a strategy of divide and conquer, with a system of rewards for labor, they will be dissuaded from causing disturbances. After some time, We can engage online influencers to share videos of General Lu assisting in road construction and charity work in Maliu Mountain. This matter would essentially be resolved. Crisis management, at times, does not necessitate overly sophisticated tactics. Simplicity does not equate to ineffectiveness. Ultimately, crisis management can be distilled into two concepts: emotions and interests. Address the emotions of the lower tier while catering to the interests of the higher tier, and one will find success in all endeavors. Snap. Chulang quickly seized his phone to take a photo of Tang Xiaoshi, who was charmingly holding up 2 fingers, exuding a blend of steadiness and cuteness, radiating charisma. Hey, what are you doing? Although the Bible of crisis management does not preserve audiovisual materials, it retains photographic documentation. In the future, when Xiaoshi achieves success, these images will serve as a source of inspiration for her successors. Chulang silently praised her, recognizing her as the future king of crisis management at such a young age. Devoid of extensive experience, she already displayed an undeniable brilliance. With a few more years of honing her craft, she could undoubtedly replicate the glories of her past life. Whether in school or during internships, Tang Xiaoshi had always been a mere inconspicuous presence. She had never been regarded or praised in such a manner before. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing like a startled deer, as she pressed her lips together, holding her breath. Are you joking? I merely spoke casually. I have no idea if it's even effective. I am certainly not the king of crisis management. Though it sounded like denial. Chulang could discern that the girl was secretly pleased. Effective? Of course it is. Had your insights been heard by General Lu this morning, he wouldn't have been floundering like a headless chicken. Regarding the second point, I wholeheartedly agree with your proposal. Initially, I thought that finding Chiosen would resolve everything. But it appears that one individual cannot fully sway the thoughts of a multitude. Your combination of interests and emotions is indeed well suited for managing this incident. In the past, Tang Xiaoshi had indeed analyzed these matters, yet her insights were either met with Jason's scorn or disregarded by those around her. Never had anyone truly acknowledged her perspective. Tang Xiaoshi's fondness for Chu Lang deepened significantly, and a smile finally graced her face as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Chu Lang. However, she noted, the first point is still that I, as a student, lack experience. You consider the situation from an equal standpoint, pondering how to fracture and dismantle the opposing alliance. The truth is, from the very beginning, the playing field was never level. Why would our company seek to undermine those contractors? Our resource standing is fundamentally unequal. What we offer them is a privilege, and if we choose not to, they ought to bow and wag their tails in submission. Those who dare challenge my company have been indulged for too long. Chu Lang nearly revealed his identity, but caught himself, opting to refer to the company instead. If Tang Xiaoshi were to discover he was the owner now, she might misconstrue his intentions. At this juncture, a fierce and ruthless glint flashed in Chu Lang's eyes. Tang Xiaoshi found herself captivated by his commanding presence, momentarily mistaking him for an even more formidable president of Zhongming Mining than Mr. Lu. She quickly dismissed such an unrealistic notion. Is it truly feasible? But what of the formidable opposition? Are you not concerned that Zhongming Mining might falter under pressure? With so many eyes on this lucrative target, those fools cannot even comprehend their own positions. Let us wait and see, Tang Xiaoshi replied to Chu Lang, her skepticism evident. All right then, we shall observe. Chu Lang continued. As for your second point, you can call Mr. Lu now and inform him of the necessary actions to take. Should we succeed, the company will reward us with bonuses. Best of luck. In the afternoon, a monumental announcement reverberated through the business community of Shangjiang. Zhongming Mining declared an 80% increase in prices for all uncontracted mining sites, leaving open the possibility for further hikes in the future. Contractors who had clamored for the disclosure of reserves and profit guarantees would incur additional charges for communication and transit fees, amounting to 20% of the mineral price. The response was assertive. As the news broke, it caused a complete uproar. Chapter 41. Steps in progress. Just as Chu Lang had asserted, he now wielded an undeniable advantage. Initially, to capture the attention of Zhang's Chemical, he had chosen to temporarily concede profits. However, he had long desired to elevate his own margins. Otherwise, would he not be allowing others to reap the substantial rewards? This was certainly not in line with the reputation of being known as Chu the Skinner in later years. Yet, akin to ancient military campaigns, one must maintain a justifiable cause in the business realm. Otherwise, one risks being scorned by all competitors, rendering oneself immobile. Perfectly timed. They had chosen to abandon principles, so Chu Lang could not be faulted for disregarding ethics. As he swiftly disseminated the news via the company's official WeChat account, his phone rang immediately. "Hello, Brother Lang. Are you out of your mind? All contractors and prospective contractors are cursing you. Shouldn't we be stabilizing their emotions first before gradually proceeding?" The call came from Chiu San, who was also overwhelmed by the situation. Once Chu Lang became the target of public ire, his interests as a supporter of Chu Lang would undoubtedly be affected. "I tend to their emotions. But who attends to mine? Can I, Chu, allow someone surnamed Jiang to lead me by the nose? However, there can be no more hesitation. Your current task is to collaborate with the fatty and engage in community outreach. Then, locate Ouyang Jing, and I shall handle the rest." "Very well." Chiosen hung up the phone, still feeling uneasy. Chu Lang opened his phone, and indeed, Zhang's chemical company promptly issued a statement. "Our company has suffered a loss of 40 million due to the issues with the false mining sites. Thankfully, we have received substantial support from fellow industry colleagues in negotiations with Zhongming Mining. Yet, Zhongming Mining not only refuses to repent, but has audaciously raised prices, severely harming the interests of all contractors involved. Zhang's chemical company will cease all cooperation with Zhongming Mining and list it as a competitor, effectively blocking its business activities across all fronts. We call upon other colleagues to join us in condemning Zhongming Mining's disregard for contractor interests and to take action against them." This statement garnered responses from many companies in Shangjiang City, adorned with numerous corporate seals. It seemed to command significant momentum. Alongside the statement was an interview video featuring Jiang Wendong. In the video, he vehemently criticized Zhongming Mining, emerging as a formidable opinion leader, threatening official entities while implying the need to overturn Zhongming Mining. Jiang Wendong and these contractors subtly formed an alliance. Chu Lang smirked, memorizing the names of all the responding companies. He then made a call to the fatty. "Fatty, take note of these company names. For those already contracted, double the transportation fees and tolls. For those who haven't contracted yet but wish to, raise the price from the original increase of 80% to a staggering 300%. Brother Lang, the other side has begun a complete boycott against us. Soon, no one will dare to contract mining sites. How can we raise prices so much? Trust me, they will soon regret it. Notify everyone that Zhongming Mining will resume operations at the new mining site, number 9, in 3 days. Let them witness the kind of profits our mines generate." At Malu Mountain, despite some false mining sites being quite dismal, it is undeniably one of the most renowned spodumene mines in the nation, not merely a name without substance. Many individuals have amassed wealth in these mining fields, and the number 9 site alone has produced 3 billionaires. It is no small feat to create a billionaire in a city like Shangjiang, straddling the line between second and third tier. Businessmen pursue profit. Jiang Wendong's so-called alliance is but a fragile assembly in the face of substantial financial temptation. Having concluded this, Chu Lang dialed another number. "Hello, Boss Wu. It has been a long time. Nanfeng Technology has faced some difficulties recently. The once thriving Wushangxi has come under Zhang's chemical company's scrutiny, causing a plummet in market value and stock prices. Technology companies, lacking tangible support, dread the decline of their stock indices." Wushangxi found himself bewildered. What had prompted Zhang's chemical to short his company? As a burgeoning technology magnate, he was a giant among small enterprises. Yet when confronted with a venerable leader like Zhang's chemical, he appeared almost feeble. In recent days, Nanfeng Technology plummeted by over 30%, evaporating nearly 100 million. Without subsequent favorable developments, the likelihood of Nanfeng Technology going bankrupt within a month loomed large. Wushangxi placed call after call, seeking assistance. Those who had once elevated him now shunned him like a plague. This stark realization unveiled the harsh realities of society. "Xiaomei, have you uncovered the reason?" "I have. Zhang's chemical believes you lent money to Chu Lang, hence their deliberate sabotage of our company. Additionally, today they formed an alliance against Zhongming Mining, gaining considerable power. And it seems they have categorized our company among their adversaries, intending to strike us down." Though Jiang Wendong remained oblivious to Chu Lang's identity as the owner of Zhongming Mining, it did not deter him from leveraging other strengths to eliminate some of his usual foes. "What?" Wushangxi was in turmoil. "It was him. He clearly set me up. How have I become allied with him? Chu Lang, I despise you." Fuming with rage, Wushangxi realized that lamenting was futile at this juncture. "Boss Wu, should we call Jiang Wendong to clarify?" "Call him." Do you genuinely believe he is targeting us merely because I lent money to Chu Lang? He has long coveted the technology sector. He simply lacked the opportunity to engage until now. This is nothing more than an act of opportunism. Xiao Mei, do not underestimate these cunning foxes. None of their decisions are made in haste. Wu Shangxi understood the truth well. While he cursed Chu Lang, his hatred was not profound. He merely lamented being born into a society that thrived on predation. As he sat in the office, enveloped in despair, his phone rang. Hello? Chu Lang. I swear I'll kill you. The Jiang family bears a grudge against me because of you, and I'm on the brink of ruin. Though he bore no true hatred, his anger surged upon hearing Chu Lang's voice. Boss Wu, refrain from anger. It can lead to illness. And no one will be there to take your place. Besides, I'm here to bring you good news. How can you curse me? Chu Lang's tone carried a hint of amusement. He was well aware of Wu Shangxi's recent tribulations. While he was ruthless, he was not malicious, as Wu Shangxi had once aided him, and he felt a twinge of guilt for having betrayed him. Moreover, he had promised to assist him in his revival. Are you terminally ill? Now that's truly splendid news. Chu Lang nearly choked on his words. Wu Shangxi's tongue was indeed sharp. Enough with the pleasantries. Boss Wu gifted me a mining machine as startup capital, and in return, I offer you a mining site. Do you dare to accept? Chapter 42. Fortuitous turnaround. Wu Shangxi's initial reaction was one of skepticism. What more do you wish to deceive me with, Chu Lang? I tell you, my company has been thoroughly ruined by you. There is nothing left for you to swindle. Chu Lang nearly erupted in laughter. Wu Shangxi was the quintessential nouveau riche, lacking the composure of a seasoned magnate who remains unperturbed in the face of adversity. Such individuals are often more amenable to negotiation. Previously, Wu had borrowed 5,000 mining machines from me, valued at over 40 million. In return, I had lent him a mining site at Maliation. The arrangement was simple. Once he profited from the extraction, he would settle the payment. But Chu Lang's intentions extended far beyond merely repaying a favor. He was convinced that Wu Shangxi, also categorized as an adversary by Jiang Wendong, would be inclined to collaborate out of desperation. In contrast, others might succumb to pressure and capitulate to Jiang Wendong, perhaps even divulging secrets, an outcome that would be far from enjoyable. You, the Maliation lithium mine? Have you abandoned Wall Street tycoons to pursue the ventures of local entrepreneurs? Spare me your tricks. I am already in a dire state, Wu Shangxi retorted, entirely unconvinced that Chu Lang could secure a mining site at Maliation. It all depends on your courage to take this leap. Rest assured, I have my methods. Chu Lang replied. However, the Maliation resources are currently under industry-wide boycott. You may find yourself at the center of controversy, making enemies of this faction. Chu Lang aimed to establish a profitable exemplar, and Wu Shangxi, a natural enemy of Jiang Wendong, was the perfect candidate. Suddenly, Wu fell silent, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, I dare not. I have nothing left now, and even less for the future. If you truly can resurrect my fortunes, I would regard you as my forebear. With his company on the brink of collapse, what else could Chu Lang deceive himself with? His previous collaboration with Wu had not resulted in financial loss. Rather, it was the sense of betrayal that lingered, exacerbated by the emotional turmoil of bearing the blame. A faint smile graced Chu Lang's lips as he used another phone to send a message to the plump associate. Wu Shangxi, unaware of Chu Lang's actions, scoffed, humph. Yet I suspect you lack the capability. You are a fraud. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Mei, nearby, gasped in surprise. Mr. Wu, we just received an email from Zhongming Mining, granting us the number 9 mining site at Maliation, along with extraction equipment. We can commence production tomorrow. Buzz. Wu Shangxi felt as though struck by lightning. My forebear. Chu Lang chuckled, behave. Wu Shangxi's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. Ahem, Mr. Chu. How did you manage to acquire the mining site from Zhongming Mining? Is it truly lent to me? Overwhelmed by the unexpected joy, Wu's words became disjointed. However, his demeanor shifted. He no longer dared to address Chu Lang so casually. You need not concern yourself with the details. You shall oversee the extraction tomorrow. And do not mention my involvement to anyone. Communicate directly with Lu the Fat. Once you strike an abundant vein, let us astound those who doubted us. Qiu San and his compatriots belong to their own faction, while Gu Qingqing and Chu Lang share an excessively close relationship. Wu Shangxi is the most suitable intermediary to ignite this news. Offer him a modest profit, and once we topple Jiang Wending's ragtag alliance, the subsequent profits for Chu Lang will multiply infinitely. Excellent. Let us proceed. Chu Lang smiled faintly, satisfied as he ended the call, and then reached out to the portly man. Has the geological team arrived? Good. Ensure they are well fed and taken care of. Tomorrow, we shall unveil the mineral reserves, compelling those impertinent individuals to beg us on their knees. The next day, at Malu Mountain, the rural inn's main hall was bustling with activity. Inside, a group of well-dressed entrepreneurs mingled, while variously attired local villagers gathered outside. Jiang Wending sat at the center, a large screen projecting behind him, resembling a commanding figure dictating the course of events. Ladies and gentlemen, you should have seen the news from yesterday. Not only has Chongming Mining shown no signs of remorse, but they audaciously intend to raise our prices. Particularly, those among you who have contracted mining points with Boss Zhou and others are being charged exorbitant transportation fees and other inexplicable costs tenfold. The crowd erupted in indignation. How can such a mining company acquire extraction rights? I shall file a complaint. This spodumene mine is likely a ruse concocted by Chongming Mining and those surveying teams. There can't possibly be significant reserves, or else why wouldn't they guarantee a minimum reserve? Their conscience is clearly troubled. At worst, we shall cease our mining operations. After all, they only possess a year's permit. After a year, coupled with maintenance costs, they will incur losses of at least 50 to 60 million, leaving them with nothing. Anger is contagious, and the atmosphere began to boil. Jiang Wending was thoroughly pleased with the outcome of the day. He raised his head and addressed the villagers behind him. Dear compatriots, continue to rally the others in the village. Once this matter is settled, I assure each of you present will receive our compensation. Should that Xiusin dare to approach you again, come to me, and I shall have Lord Long deal with him. With favorable timing, location, and support, Jiang Wending believed his victory was assured. Once Chongming Mining could no longer endure and capitulated, he would ruthlessly drive down the prices, acquiring half of their mining points for himself, even monopolizing the mineral resources of Malu Mountain. Ah, what a lively scene. An incongruous voice interjected. Jiang Wending glanced up. Chu Lang, what brings you here? Oh, it is you, General Jiang. Greetings. I have come to assist my elder sister in examining the raw materials for lithium ore. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wending laughed heartily upon hearing this. Chu Lang, indeed, remained firmly within his grasp. You may leave. There will be no lithium ore here. Even if there were, it would all be under my control. Gu Qingcheng's battery chemical plant will not receive a single piece of lithium ore. I assure you, even the emperor himself would not alter this. Before Chu Lang could respond, a news segment aired on the television behind Jiang Wending. 40 million, the final stubborn stand, a desperate gamble by the tech upstart. Nanfeng Technologies Wu Shangxi invests 40 million into Chongming Mining's Malu Mountain No. 9 mining point to salvage the plummeting stock price. Jiang Wendong erupted into laughter once again. Is Wu Shangxi a pig? A mining point worth 40 million? If Malu Mountain possesses such substantial reserves, would it still fear the minimum reserve and profit margins? It seems he is truly on the verge of self-destruction. Chu Lang, did you witness this? This is the audacious Wu Shangxi, whose faculties seem to have abandoned him as he hastily enters the realm of Zhoming Mining. All who oppose me shall meet with misfortune. He shall meet the same fate as you. Is that so? Yet I observe that Boss Wu appears to be in high spirits, as if fortune is smiling upon him. Chu Lang shrugged, provoking laughter from those around. At that moment, another announcement broke forth. Breaking news. The 9th mining point has revealed a substantial reserve of spodumene, and upon examination by the surveying team, its economic value is conservatively estimated to exceed 200 million. A hush fell over the crowd. One could hear a pin drop. Chapter 43. Striking it rich. The assessment of ore reserves is, in fact, a challenging endeavor, as many mines lie concealed underground, requiring extensive time and highly specialized equipment for exploration. Otherwise, these contractors would have long since employed experts for surveying. They would not be compelled to force Zhoming Mining to disclose its reserves and guarantee profit margins. However, Chu Lang understood that the 9th mining point was different. This was a particularly shallow mine. With just a few strokes of a pickaxe, one could unearth its treasures. It was also one of the earliest and most renowned mining sites. Had it not been for the emergence of several mines with astonishing reserves, this site would have stood as the largest within Malu Mountain. Thus, its exploration was relatively straightforward. On the televised broadcast, Wu Shangxi was brimming with delight, his face aglow. I thank General Liu, I thank Zhoming Mining, and I express my gratitude to my ancestors for bestowing upon me this opportunity for redemption. Wu Shangxi was so animated that he nearly let slip Chu Lang's name, only to hastily amend his words to thank his ancestors. Those unaware might assume he was referring to his forebears, while only Chu Lang was close to spitting out the tea he had just sipped. Cough, cough. I told you Boss Wu is favored by fortune. Look, good fortune has arrived. It seems I must visit Boss Wu to procure some lithium or for my sister. By the way, what did General Jiang just say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Jiang Wendong's face shifted from red to white, and then darkened with rage. The faces of the contractors allied with him turned a shade of green, particularly upon hearing that a gamble of 40 million could yield over 200 million in profit. The so-called alliance was on the brink of collapse. Everyone, do not panic. Zhongming Mining cannot thrive without your support. One individual cannot sustain it alone. Jiang Wendong attempted to reassure his allies. Just then, the visage of Fatty Lu appeared on the television screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lu Jie, CEO of Zhongming Mining. Here, I solemnly declare, first, I warmly welcome those contractors allied with Jiang Chemical who seek to refund their contracts. I will not pursue any penalties for breach of contract. Second, I announce the abolition of the local mineral protectionist agreements. Welcome to all merchants across the province and even the nation who are interested in contracting mining points at Maliashan. I promise that no transportation fees or miscellaneous charges will be imposed. However, for those enterprises listed among the allies of Jiang's Chemical, fees will be collected and furthermore, increased tenfold. Thirdly, Jiang Wendong, are you eager for a confrontation? I shall accompany you to the end. No spodumene extracted from Maliashan is permitted to infiltrate their Jiang's Chemical factory. All industries under the contractors must refrain from any collaboration with Jiang Wendong and his affiliates. Those who defy this will be eliminated. This is a complete blockade. Moreover, not only will the blockade apply to spodumene raw materials, but we will also utilize the industry influence of the contractors to stifle other raw materials. Having said this, the hefty individual departed. Chu Lang, beside Jiang Wendong, lit a cigarette and remarked, "It seems that Mr. Lu is instructing you all to choose sides. Jiang, would you care for a cigarette to calm your nerves? Get away." Jiang Wendong snapped, directing his ire towards Chu Lang. His frustration could only be vented through impotent roars. Chu Lang remained unfazed. Why be so upset, esteemed one? A deeper disposition often presents a more appealing facade. The more Jiang Wendong engaged with Chu Lang, the greater his irritation became. Meanwhile, the others were on the verge of madness. Boss Zhou, who had already contracted a mining point, spoke up. "Jiang, my wife just called, and there are issues at home. I must take my leave." The first domino to topple, Boss Zhou rose swiftly, dialing a number even before he could exit. "Hello? Quickly, connect me with Mr. Lu. I need to clarify a misunderstanding." Zhou's defection signified the complete collapse of Jiang Wendong's alliance. "Jiang, I also have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Jiang. As they say, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Moreover, this group of individuals hardly qualifies as a cohesive band. They are merely a disorganized rabble thrust together. Even before the tree had fallen, they dispersed in a frenzy, fearing they would be left behind and miss out on the spoils. Jiang Wendong, aware of the unreliability of these merchants, called out to the villagers outside. "Fellow villagers, we must hurry as well. I hear that the son of Old Ding has secured the position of safety deputy leader at the number 9 mining point, earning over 8,000 a month. Brother Chio-san facilitated this, and there is a large recruitment of our people from Maliashan at the mining site. If we delay, the higher-paying jobs will be snatched away. The most steadfast adhesive is indeed profit. All else is mere pretense." Immediately, the villagers also scattered. The once seemingly invincible Jiang Wendong, merely due to a piece of news and a declaration, had become a solitary figure, awkward and enraged. "Jiang, in life, the most important thing is to be happy. A smile can take off 10 years. Chu Lang quipped. "Get away." Jiang Wendong bellowed in exasperation. The most infuriating experience is to be overturned in a dire situation, and even more so when the most irritating person is present to mock the defeat. Well then, until next time, I shall contact the contractors for the mineral. Farewell. Chu Lang rose with a sense of satisfaction and walked away. Upon reaching the door, his smile transformed into a chilling indifference. "Jiang family, your doomsday has begun," he declared, before dialing a number. Before he could utter a word, the excited voice of Fatty burst through the line. "Brother Lang, it's incredible. I thought those rascals would bother us for a long time, but but it turns out they are nothing but a scattered bunch. Now they are all coming to apologize to us. Hearing about such high profits and the nationwide recruitment, they all want to renegotiate the mining contracts. We only have a year, and if we are to recruit nationwide, negotiating with that bloated commercial entity would take months, if not half a year. We don't have that kind of time to waste. We should sign with these people, as per the original plan, and increase the handling fees. We will extract every ounce of profit we can. Fatty's earlier threats on television were merely to intimidate them. Chu Lang did not have the time or energy to deal with contractors from across the nation. Moreover, after this incident, it would be justifiable for him to squeeze the profit margins of these people, which would ultimately benefit him. Should we suppress the villagers? Fatty inquired. Tang Xiaoshu suggested that the villagers, unlike the contractors, could only be won over with kindness. Tang Xiaoshu is right. We should not pressure the villagers. We must provide them with as many benefits as possible. Furthermore, we need to cultivate an image of a philanthropist and establish a positive reputation. We had previously underestimated this aspect. Listen to Tang Xiaoshu's arrangements. She will use her journalistic background to assist you. Indeed, Brother Lang, I must report in advance that this time, we are truly going to make a fortune, Fatty exclaimed, concluding the call amidst laughter. Chu Lang pondered deeply. It seemed that Zhongming Mining could no longer be a small operation. It was time to expand and recruit. Just as his thoughts began to crystallize, he was interrupted by the ringing of his phone again. It was Fatty once more. Is there something else? Chu Lang asked. Brother Lang, I have a colossal joke for you. Guess who just came to apologize to us? Jiang Wendong. Ha. That fellow is begging for peace, desperately apologizing over the phone. It's absolutely hilarious. How could he still have the audacity to come to us for mercy after I berated him so thoroughly? It felt wonderful. Fatty's excitement was palpable even through the phone. Chu Lang furrowed his brow. Did you tell him to scram? Not yet, because he is your primary adversary, Brother Lang. I thought I should consult you first. It would be all the more satisfying if you were to personally tell him to leave. Fatty believed that Chu Lang could never forgive Jiang Wendong. No, accept his apology. This statement left Fatty momentarily speechless. Brother Lang, are you really considering turning hostility into friendship? Of course not. My relationship with him is purely adversarial. However, it is easier to deal with him when he is at a distance rather than keeping him close. Don't you agree? We must accept his apology, but also take advantage of him financially. It's best to bleed him dry gradually. A dull knife cuts deeper. Fatty took a deep breath, admiring Chu Lang's foresight. You truly are the leader. I could never think as far ahead as you do. Shall I feign reluctance in agreeing with him? Very well, go ahead and handle it. Indeed. I must report a matter to you. Tang Xiaoshu has been incessantly praising Lang Gu, revealing that he possesses a remarkable ability to handle affairs with such firmness. It appears she has drawn inspiration and education from you. Not only is she exceptionally attractive, but she has also been instrumental in managing the villagers' matters, providing invaluable counsel throughout. She has successfully navigated several challenging situations, earning accolades even from Chiu Sanyi for her impressive capabilities. It seems she is poised to develop into a sister-in-law figure. Hold on. Chu Lang noticed that the conversation was veering into inappropriate territory. Tang Xiaoshu is undeniably a talent. My admiration for her is purely rooted in her capabilities, devoid of any ulterior motives. Please refrain from making baseless assumptions. I understand. Your sisters are certainly keeping a watchful eye, stealthily entering the village. Anyone aiming to disrupt should vacate. Chu Lang realized that explanation would be futile and ended the call. At the number 9 mining site, Wu Shangxi gazed at the bustling activity, witnessing the resurgence of the abundant lithium ores that seemed almost dreamlike. Once the news broke, the stock of Nanfeng Technology immediately halted its decline and even began to rebound. Despite the relentless pressure from Zhang's Chemical, they could not suppress this momentum. I have survived. Nanfeng Technology has survived. We have all risen from the brink of despair, a miraculous turnaround that could leave a former billionaire utterly speechless. Beyond his astonishment, Wu Shangxi pondered a pressing question. Who exactly is Chu Lang? How could he so effortlessly command a number 9 mining site? Was he truly the same person who had deceived me for 5,000 mining machines? Wu Shangxi lit a cigarette, lost in profound contemplation. What could Boss Wu be thinking? At that moment, the fatty approached. President Liu. Wu Shangxi hastily rose. I was contemplating Chu Lang. Hiss, President Liu. I am at a loss as to how you came to know him. This individual is indeed formidable, enigmatic, and resourceful. However, I believe it would be prudent for you to maintain some distance, lest you find yourself consumed by him while counting his riches. That rascal is cunningly wicked. The fatty grinned, patting Wu Shangxi on the shoulder. If he were to hear your assessment, he would undoubtedly be quite pleased. Come, accompany me to the Chuanan Grand Hotel for a meal. Jiang Wendong is treating to apologize. Let us deal with that scoundrel decisively. In the ensuing days, Maliashan Zhongming mining became the most sought-after topic in the business circles of Shangjiang City. Numerous companies with mining qualifications from both the province and the nation began to take notice. With such attention and prominence came the inevitable profits. Langu, as per your instructions, arranged for Jiang Wendong's 3 mining sites to be exchanged for the number 24 site and additionally secured 4 more sites for him, all of which you designated. He has paid us 1.3 billion, and as for the additional fees and expenses, we have ensured he bears the brunt. Did he agree? Indeed, otherwise he would face a total loss of over 40 million. Now, with a bit more capital, he can acquire several mining sites, at least providing some explanation to his other shareholders. While the Jiang family holds the majority of shares in Jiang's Chemical as a large publicly listed company, it is not solely under their control. Naturally, there are other shareholders to whom Jiang Wendong must account for his actions. Chuluang narrowed his eyes, having siphoned over 170 million into his scheme. Given the scale of Jiang's chemical industry, it would require at least 1 billion to instigate any crisis or upheaval. There is no rush. 3 months is ample time to orchestrate their demise. For the moment, we shall allow them to revel in their false sense of security. In due course, we will discreetly arrange for our contractors to sell off the mining points to them, aiming to extract 700 or 800 million more. Then, we shall tighten the net. Chuluang smiled, relishing the thought that, should one enter his game, there would be no favorable outcome for them. How are the arrangements with Director Zhao progressing? Rest assured, Brother Lang, the third master has dispatched someone to make contact. We shall dictate the timing of the safety inspections. Excellent. By the way, Brother Lang, allow me to report on our recent gains. Out of 46 mining points, we have successfully contracted 36, retaining 10 in our grasp. Our current balance reflects 4.3 billion in funds. We are on the verge of a windfall. Moreover, there are substantial management fees and outstanding payments yet to come, along with the most lucrative mining points we have reserved, ensuring a continuous influx of capital. Upon mentioning the financial figures, the rotund man beamed with exuberance. Look at your limited aspirations. While 4.3 billion sounds impressive, it cannot even stir the currents of Shangjiang's business landscape, let alone make waves across the province or nation. Chuluang remained unfazed. He had once wielded 1 trillion in capital, influencing the international financial markets leverage. Such minor targets held no significance for him. However, should anyone witness Chuluang's recent transformation, they would be left utterly astonished. Just half a month ago, he was a debt-ridden gambler. Now, he had risen to the status of a billionaire. Brother Lang, what shall we do next? Just as the rotund man posed his question, Chuluang's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a voice emanated from the other end, steady yet laced with an unsettling chill. Are you Chuluang? Who is this? I am Huang Minglong, Dragon Lord. Chuluang's pupils constricted sharply. If Jiang's chemical industry was a leading figure in Shangjiang's commerce, Huang Minglong was the undisputed sovereign of its underbelly, wielding an influence even more formidable and terrifying than that of Jiang's. Greetings, Dragon Lord. Chuluang surmised the purpose of the call, aware that the intent was far from benign, though he wished to maintain a facade of cordiality. Ji Guangfa has gone missing under your watch, has he not? Why do you say that, Dragon Lord? What does Ji Guangfa's disappearance have to do with me? Or do you possess some evidence? My intention lies within that evidence, Huang Minglong replied, his tone slow and deliberate, yet undeniably authoritative. The underground dynamics of Shangjiang are dictated by me, not by your reckless actions. In light of your initial transgression, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. In half a month, I expect to see Ji Guangfa return to me, unharmed. Should you fail, I suggest you consult a skilled feng shui master to select a prime burial site and procure 5 exquisite coffins. Then bring your entire family to kneel before the Minglong Tower and seek atonement. Murderous intent, palpable and overwhelming. Chapter 45, Lord Long. Upon hearing the phrase 5 coffins, a fierce glint ignited in Chu Lang's eyes. He was unconcerned for himself, but Huang Minglong dared to target his 4 sisters. With but a single utterance, Huang Minglong ascended to Chu Lang's death list. In his past life, Their interactions had been scarce, yet Chu Lang was unperturbed. He welcomed the prospect of adding another illustrious name to his record. Lord Long, half a month, is it? Very well, in half a month's time. I shall provide Lord Long with an account. The emphasis on the word account was not lost on him. One can only hope. Huang Minglong terminated the call, while Chu Lang clenched his phone, his expression darkening to the point of precipitation, though he had privately resolved to eliminate Huang Minglong. It was undeniable that Huang Minglong presented a far more formidable challenge than Jiang Wending. Jiang Wending wielded influence solely within the business realm, whereas Huang Minglong was a veritable local tyrant. Fatty, contact the company that owns the land in Taiping Town upstream of Qinghua River in the name of the company. Inform them that I wish to purchase that parcel of land. Isn't that land earmarked for a film and television base? Brother Lang, are we venturing into commercial real estate? Just make the contact. I have significant arrangements to discuss. Chu Lang refrained from divulging the details to Fatty, instructing him to make the call first. He then dialed Chiu-san's number. Third Master, how goes your communication with Ouyang Jing? I've just made contact. We are still in discussions. Set a meeting. I must see her. Understood. To dismantle Huang Minglong's scheme. Ouyang Jing and the film base were of paramount importance. There could be no room for negligence. Chu Lang suppressed his restless heart and proceeded directly to the provincial capital, Fuqing. Regrettably, the news from Chiu-san was that Ouyang Jing would only be available for a meeting the following day. Reluctantly, Chu Lang acquiesced. However, a trip to the provincial capital could not be undertaken in vain. Unlike the second and third tier cities such as Shanjiang City, Fuqing was a bona fide emerging super first tier city, replete with every luxury brand imaginable. Chu Lang made his way to the most opulent shopping destination in Fuqing, the Yintai Center. This venue boasted the most lavish and luxurious brands, its name renowned across the nation. Influencers often flocked to its periphery to capture moments for social media. As Chu Lang perused the merchandise, he found the staff to be of commendable quality, a stark contrast to the condescending demeanor he had encountered at the 4S dealership previously. He returned from his shopping excursion with a receipt reflecting an expenditure exceeding 6 million, exclaiming with a mix of disdain and awe, "This wretched thing, decadent yet exhilarating." The life of capital. Emerging from the store, Chu Lang headed straight for Shanjiang City. By the time he returned to the hospital in Shanjiang City, it was evening. Before even entering the ward, he heard Shen Tian's furious voice emanating from within. "Still not back at this hour? That scoundrel has probably gone gambling again. He promised me he wouldn't leave until Hongchen awoke. This is infuriating. Sister C, Xiao Wu has changed significantly. I feel he is quite different now. You should refrain from judging him with past perceptions. He may be occupied with important matters." This is second sister Yihanyu speaking. Indeed, Xiao Wu has improved considerably. He must have serious business to attend to, Gu Qingsheng chimed in. Nonsense. What serious business could he possibly have? You two have spoiled him, allowing his bad habits to worsen day by day. Just wait until he returns. I shall teach him a lesson. Don't try to stop me. Yihanyu muttered. Aren't you the same? You secretly gave him last year's bonus of 12,000. Don't think we are unaware. If you truly dare to discipline him, I would be impressed. You, Shen Tian, fell silent. Among the four sisters, she was the one with a sharp tongue yet a tender heart. At that moment, Chu Lang finally pushed the door open. Upon entering Luo Hongchen's hospital room, he found the three sisters gathered, with only the still unconscious Luo Hongchen absent. Yi Hanyu and Gu Qingsheng promptly gestured for Chu Lang to be cautious, as Shen Tian's expression darkened the moment she saw him. Did you not promise me you would stay to care for Hongchen until she awoke? Truly, you are an untrustworthy scoundrel. Shen Tian glared, her already beautiful eyes widening in indignation. You haven't gone back to gambling, have you? If you dare touch that again, I swear. Shen Tian's anger was palpable, yet she managed to rein in her words. Chu Lang interjected, Sister C, please don't be upset. I thought of your hard work in caring for me, so I brought something to express my gratitude. Shen Tian retorted coldly, gratitude? If you could simply quit gambling and focus on your job with eldest sister, that would be sufficient gratitude. Chu Lang smiled as he unveiled his gifts. He first presented several exquisite packages to Gu Qingsheng, saying, these are clothes for eldest sister. Her waist is slender and her bust ample, making it quite challenging to choose suitable attire. What? The three sisters gasped in surprise. Gu Qingsheng's face flushed upon hearing Chu Lang's description of her figure. She shyly glanced at her two younger sisters, relieved to see they were unfazed. Then shot Chu Lang a discreet glare. They are quite lovely, Thank you, Xiaowu. Gu Qingqing examined the garments, sensing their exceptional quality, though she did not recognize the brand, and expressed her gratitude nonetheless. The clothes Chu Lang selected for Gu Qingqing transcended common luxury brands. They were high-end, original designer pieces, priced at 300,000 to 400,000 each, totaling nearly 2 million for the set. As long as eldest sister likes them, he said. These are for second sister, various shoes. Thank you, Xiaowu. They're beautiful. Yi Hanyu exclaimed, embracing Chu Lang and planting a hearty kiss on his cheek. If she had known that even a single pair of these shoes could purchase a Mercedes C-Class, she would have kissed him even more fervently. Sister C, I told you Xiaowu was different. He even knows to bring gifts for his sisters. How delightful. Shintian adjusted her slightly misshapen glasses. Tall and strikingly beautiful. Her features approached perfection. Yet, these glasses diminished her allure considerably. They were a gift from the former headmaster of the orphanage, and although she yearned for a new pair, her finances, depleted by Chu Lang, left her unable to afford an expensive replacement. Cheaper alternatives would hardly suffice. Humph, observing her two sisters receiving gifts. A flicker of envy crossed her eyes, though her expression remained stoic. It mattered not that he had not gifted her. She did not covet such gestures. No one would favor a person who met them with a cold demeanor. He likely felt the same. Humph. Chu Lang took a deep breath, gazing intently at Shintian. In her childhood, when I suffered from a relentless fever, it was you, my fourth sister, who rushed me to every hospital, tears streaming down your face, vowing to become a doctor. When others bullied me, it was you who stood before me, fiercely defending me, though you claimed indifference. You secretly slipped me pocket money time and again. The harshness of your words belied the softness of your heart. How could I disregard your love due to your frustrations with my shortcomings? Fourth sister, I apologize for the worry I've caused you over the years. This is for you, merely the beginning, with much more to come. Chu Lang's apology, long overdue by 20 years, surged forth as he opened the box prepared for Shintian, a radiant beam of light illuminating the eyes of all present. Chapter 46. Luxury goods rather than a mere pair of glasses. What lay within the box was an exquisite work of art, imbued with luxury and sophistication. The glasses currently worn by Shintian had long lost their vibrancy. She had repeatedly desired a more refined pair, yet financial constraints had thwarted her efforts. The Rhoda's eyewear brand, renowned as the epitome of luxury, boasts glasses valued from hundreds of thousands to millions. The pair Chu Lang meticulously selected for Shintian was worth an astounding 2,980,000 yuan. It stood as the pinnacle of luxury, far from ostentatious. It radiated an elegance characterized by its gem-like hues. How beautiful! Exclaimed Yi Hanyu, playfully complaining. Oh, Xiaowu is biased. We are merely garments. Yet fourth sister's glasses appear far more valuable than us. Chu Lang first removed Shintian's old glasses and then donned her with the exquisite pair worth 3 million. Fourth sister, let me put these on you. Shintian remained still, allowing Chu Lang to replace her glasses. As they settled upon her face, a truly breathtaking vision emerged, transforming her into a stunning spectacle. The previous worn-out glasses had added an air of seriousness and age to her demeanor. However, with this new pair, her delicate features were accentuated, her large eyes seemingly aglow, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. Now this is beauty, Chu Lang remarked gently, noticing a tear slip down Shintian's cheek. Why are you crying, fourth sister? No, it's nothing. I'm just tired, and my eyes feel uncomfortable. Shintian's heartstrings were tugged, and tears welled up in her eyes. However, accustomed to seriousness, she swiftly shifted the conversation to mask her embarrassment. Xiaowu, those glasses must not be inexpensive, right? Where did you procure the funds? A little over 30,000, he replied. Rest assured, I did not win this from gambling. I partnered with a friend in a small business venture and recently saw some profit. Such an extravagant amount. Chu Lang had understated the price by 100-fold, making Shintian feel it was excessively costly. If she were to learn the true cost of 300,000, she wondered if she would still have the courage to wear them. Spending money so recklessly is not advisable. This is a token of my goodwill. Money is trivial. Once spent, it can always be earned again. Shintian glanced at her old glasses, which she had replaced, and then caressed the new pair, genuinely enamored by them. Yet suddenly, she queried, I do not fancy this style. I wish to exchange them for another pair. Where did you buy them? Fourth sister, doesn't he like them? I got them from the Intai Center in Fuqing. All right, accompany me to exchange them for new clothes tomorrow. Sure. Your second sister is a night owl. She volunteered to assist in the mundane world. You've had a long day. Do rest now. Shin Tian's tone softened considerably as she unceremoniously urged Chu Lang to leave. Fourth sister, do you truly dislike these glasses? I could offer my clothes in exchange. Yi Hanyu was quite fond of them. Gu Qingcheng patted Yi Hanyu, saying, second sister. How could fourth sister not like them? She simply believes Xiao Wu is a rare prodigal son returning to the fold, and since his business is just beginning, earning money is not easy. She wishes to return them and hand the money back to him. Oh, the following morning, at the Yintai Center in Fuqing, at the Rhoda's eyewear counter. Xiao Wu, are you certain this is where you made the purchase? Gazing at the display, where the cheapest items were priced at 2 to 300,000, even the confident Shen Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. It should be, right? Chu Lang worried that if Shen Tian discovered the true value of the glasses, it could lead to chaos. As Shen Tian was about to summon a sales associate to discuss the return of the glasses, a couple entered the store. The man appeared to be over 60, old and unattractive, while the woman, in her 20s, was heavily made up, alluring and sensual, clinging to the man's arm. Had she not been calling him husband with such insistence, everyone would have mistaken them for a father-daughter or even a grandfather-granddaughter pairing. ISNT that Shen Tian. Our class flower from university? What brings her here? The woman exclaimed sharply upon spotting Shen Tian. Shen Tian scrutinized the woman, finally recognizing her as Wang Dandan, a former classmate from their medical university days. Back then, Wang Dandan had been quite overweight, while Shen Tian had been the belle of the class, even the school. Wang Dandan had harbored considerable jealousy towards Shen Tian. It's you, Wang Dandan. Long time no see. I'm here to return. Exchange a pair of glasses. Shen Tian nearly let slip too much. Ha ha. Wang Dandan laughed derisively. The total of your outfit amounts to merely a few hundred, and you come here to exchange glasses? You're going to make me die of laughter. Do you know how much a pair of glasses costs here? Over 200,000. Only a high-ranking executive like my husband can afford the eyewear sold in this place. Wang Dandan has always been immensely envious of Shen Tian, and now, seeing Shen Tian dressed modestly, she assumes her life is not going well and seizes the opportunity to flaunt her superiority. The glasses were a gift from my brother. Procured right here. As Shen Tian held Chu Lang's hand, in comparison to Wang Dandan's husband, who is old and unattractive, although Chu Lang may not be a conventional heartthrob, his youth and the solid, reassuring aura he exudes instantly overshadowed Wang Dandan's spouse. Just him? Can he really afford such luxuries? Chu Lang appraised Wang Dandan, a harlot who perceives all women as commodities, just as a pauper assumes everyone else is equally impoverished. With a light chuckle, Shen Tian covered her mouth, gently teasing Chu Lang's palm with her finger, signaling him to keep a low profile. Wang Dandan now appeared rather arrogant and not easily provoked. You. Wang Dandan blushed with fury, playfully pouting at the man beside her. The older man frowned and remarked, friend, do you know that trouble often arises from one's words? That is something you ought to direct at the woman beside you. The older man's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger brewing within, before he turned to Shen Tian. Miss Shen, greetings. I am Kong Jiangwo, the vice president of Furong Financial. You mentioned that he bought you those glasses here. Do you have any idea how much they cost? About 30,000, I suppose. Haha. Kong Jiangwo cast a disdainful glance at Chu Lang and continued, Miss Shen, you might not be acquainted with the products of Rhoda's. Their least expensive eyewear typically exceeds 200,000. For instance, the pair I came to have repaired today is valued at 300,000, a considerable expense. I heard that the most premium pair, worth 3 million, was purchased yesterday by a wealthy patron. One must ponder, how could a store frequented by such affluent clientele possibly harbor inferior merchandise priced in the thousands? It is evident that your brother has deceived you, lacking the insight to comprehend the market, and cannot even lie convincingly. Kong Jiangwo spoke confidently, aiming to expose Chu Lang and render him utterly humiliated, perhaps even allowing him a chance to captivate someone as stunning as Shen Tian. Despite his age, his heart remained youthful. Otherwise, he would not have pursued the youthful charm of Wang Dandan. Did you hear that, Shen Tian? You've been duped by this pretty boy beside you. The school belle has truly become a laughingstock. Seeing the unwavering conviction in their expressions, Shen Tian, unconcerned, simply smiled. Let them deceive. I cherish whatever little Wu gifts me. Little Wu, shall we leave? Shen Tian did not wish to prolong Chu Lang's embarrassment and was about to depart when the manager of the Rhoda store emerged from behind. I heard a customer wishes to exchange glasses. Where are they? Yes, Manager Wei, over here. Upon spotting the arrival of Manager Wei, Wang Dandan called out sharply. Wang Dandan previously worked at Yintai, which is how she became acquainted with Kong Jiangwo, and she was somewhat familiar with Manager Wei. Manager Wei is the one my classmate is visiting to replace her glasses. However, I heard her mention that her glasses are only worth several tens of thousands, and I wonder if she can exchange them for a pair of the same value. Manager Wei furrowed his brow, stating, "We do not carry glasses worth tens of thousands. Are they counterfeit from the market? Please show them to me." Shin Tian's expression turned a bit anxious. I won't exchange them anymore. Xiao Wu, let us go. I apologize, miss, but as the manager of Luotez, I have an obligation to eliminate all counterfeit brands from the market. Please present them. If they are indeed fakes, I will ensure that the other party faces legal consequences. Manager Wei's demeanor was quite firm. It seemed that if Shin Tian did not comply, he would not allow them to leave. Kong Jiangwo scoffed, saying, "It was that man next to her who bought them. Manager Wei, keep them here." Shin Tian felt the tension rising around her. They were unfamiliar with the area, and if a conflict arose, she worried that Xiao Wu might suffer. Thus, she reluctantly retrieved the box. Manager Wei took the box and examined it closely. "Manager Wei, are these counterfeit?" "Humph, the box is quite convincingly made." Manager Wei scrutinized it, but found no signs of inferior quality. How is this box identical to the genuine article?" Chu Lang remarked nonchalantly. "Because this is the genuine article. Whether it's genuine or not requires my appraisal to ascertain." Manager Wei, a seasoned veteran at Yintai, noted that the young couple before him exhibited none of the ostentation typical of the wealthy, leading him to almost conclude that the glasses were fake. He then opened the box, determined to find something amiss. However, upon doing so, Manager Wei felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen. He had taken the day off yesterday, but had come in early today, only to hear that a wealthy patron had purchased their most expensive pair of glasses, valued at 3 million. He had been quite pleased, anticipating a substantial commission and silently expressing gratitude to the affluent buyer. Little did he expect that the very glasses would reappear in his hands. Manager Wei, this counterfeit is indeed crafted to be more visually appealing than the genuine product, Wang Dandan remarked, completely oblivious to the true value. Chu Lang's voice interjected, "Look closely. Discern whether it is real or fake." The dissatisfaction in Chu Lang's tone immediately put Manager Wei on edge. One who could casually spend 3 million on glasses surely had formidable backing. Definitely not someone a mere store manager could afford to offend. Aye. Manager Wei stammered, hesitating to speak. Wang Dandan and the others sensed something was amiss. "Manager Wei, what is wrong?" This is real." Really? Does your store also carry glasses worth tens of thousands?" Manager Wei internally scoffed. "Tens of thousands? What on earth, several million?" Shin Tian exclaimed, her delight palpable. "Xiao Wu, is this for real?" Chu Lang shrugged, anxious that Manager Wei might inadvertently divulge something, and hurriedly added, "My sister is dissatisfied with the style of the glasses. She wishes to exchange them." Manager Wei, contemplating how to make amends and appease this wealthy client, abruptly shifted his demeanor, bowing and nodding towards Chu Lang and Shin Tian. Certainly, it's absolutely no problem. All merchandise in our store comes with a 7-day exchange policy. Please feel free to choose any pair you like." However, he hesitated, intending to mention that there were no glasses priced higher. "Never mind, let us exchange first," Chu Lang urged. "Fourth sister, don't worry about the price. Pick whichever pair you fancy." Shin Tian, however, had already sensed something amiss in Manager Wei's tone. Addressing him, she said, "Manager, actually, I am not here to exchange the glasses. I wish to return them." Return them? Manager Wei immediately found himself in a predicament. Upon hearing this, Chu Lang realized that trouble was brewing and his mind raced. Meanwhile, Shin Tian pressed, "What's wrong? Is it not possible to return them?" Wang Dandan, who had just recovered from her earlier shock, was now energized. "Shin Tian, have you lost your mind? You stumbled upon an incredible deal buying such an expensive item at such a low price, and you want to return it? Don't sell it to me. You bought it for 30,000, and I'll take it for 35. Wang Dandan indeed found the glasses appealing. Manager Wei regarded Wang Dandan as if she were daft, then turned to Shin Tian. "Miss, it's not that you cannot return the item. However, our company policy stipulates a 20% handling fee for returns. Based on the price of your glasses, you would need to pay 600,000 as a fee." "Wait." Shin Tian's pupils dilated in shock. "How much?" "Because your glasses are valued at 3 million, you would need to pay 600,000 in fees, thus only being able to refund 2,400,000. In that moment, Shen Tian felt as though she had been struck by numerous bolts of lightning, her mind buzzing incessantly. 3 million? The glasses are worth 3 million. She was astounded, while Wang Dandan and Kong Jiangwo gaped in disbelief, frozen as if caught in a chokehold. Kong Jiangwo, who had been boasting about his 30,000 glasses, realized that Shen Tian held something tenfold more valuable. The extravagant spender he had bragged about yesterday, purchasing 3 million worth of glasses, was standing right before him. Wang Dandan's face flushed crimson, enveloped in an indescribable embarrassment. "Miss, may I ask, do you still wish to return them?" Upon hearing the 600,000 deduction, Shen Tian suddenly felt reluctant. "Perhaps I should reconsider." With Shen Tian opting not to return the glasses, Manager Wei breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. "If I'm not mistaken, your boyfriend came to purchase these yesterday. You are truly fortunate to have such a generous partner. To express my sincere apologies for any offense today, we will provide lifelong complimentary maintenance for these glasses, along with some small gifts from our store to wish you happiness in life." Until Shen Tian was escorted out of the Lotus store by Manager Wei, she felt utterly dazed. Previously, she had hesitated for an extended period over purchasing a pair of glasses costing merely a few thousand, yet now, the prospect of a 3 million pair of spectacles left her completely disoriented. I apologize, it was I who spoke incorrectly today, please do not take offense," Wang Dandan stammered, her voice trembling. Those who are prone to being bullied tend to fear the strong, and in contemporary society, the most formidable force is undoubtedly wealth. Shen Tian signaled that it was of no consequence, but when she regained her composure and intended to inquire about Chu Lang, she discovered that he had inexplicably vanished. Realizing the risk of exposure, Chu Lang had stealthily slipped away. At that moment, outside a cafe near Fuqing University, Qiusen approached. "Brother Lang, Ouyang Jing is waiting for you inside. Dismiss everyone. I shall meet her alone. Remember, today's meeting is not to be spoken of," Chu Lang instructed, his expression grave. Qiusen understood that this was certainly not a whimsical pursuit of a university girl by Brother Lang, but rather a matter of grave significance. "Rest assured, Brother Lang." Chu Lang nodded, adjusted his attire, and took a deep breath. "My lady, we are to meet once more in this lifetime." Chapter 48, My Lady. Radiant as Jade, Ouyang Jing, originally named Bai Yi, is the daughter of Bai Yinshan, the underground kingpin of Shanjiang City, 2 decades prior. Bai Yinshan had 4 prominent disciples, the foremost being Huang Minglong. 15 years ago, Huang Minglong betrayed and murdered his master, gaining the allegiance of most of Bai Yinshan's followers, and usurping his dominion to become the new kingpin of Shanjiang City. According to the timeline of the past, Ouyang Jing is currently living incognito at Fuqing University, evading the pursuit of Huang Minglong. In 6 months, she will re-emerge as the sole heiress of Bai Yinshan, rallying the remaining 3 disciples to create a tumultuous uproar across the city, ultimately vanquishing Huang Minglong. Subsequently, she would expand her influence, gradually extending her power across the province and even the globe. Before Chu Lang's time travel, she had already gained immense recognition, rivaling Chu Lang, the titan of the global business realm. Even the warlords of the Triangle Zone and the tyrants of the desert world would regard her with respect, addressing her as my lady. If Chu Lang was the sovereign of the commercial world in his previous life, then Ouyang Jing was the supreme ruler of the Gray Realms. Having both hailed from the Great Xia, their relationship flourished over time, allowing Chu Lang to learn of the many hardships Ouyang Jing endured during her humble beginnings. This woman was ruthless to others, yet even more so to herself. Chu Lang held both trepidation and admiration for her. Upon arriving at a corner of the cafe, he finally beheld the Ouyang Jing of 2 decades ago. Pure and innocent, this was Chu Lang's immediate and visceral impression of the current Ouyang Jing, perfectly embodying the modern woman's fantasies of a female university student. She exudes tranquility and purity, reminiscent of a maiden emerging from the pages of a book. If the adage beauty resides within the pages holds any truth, then this enchanting figure is undoubtedly Ouyang Jing. Her long, silky black hair cascades gracefully over her chest. Her brows arch like distant mountains, and her eyes shimmer like autumn waters. A pair of sparkling decorative earrings enhances the delicate beauty of her features. Clad in a white t-shirt that reveals her petite and exquisite collarbone, her modestly proportioned bust, round and purred, harmoniously complements her slender physique, achieving an exquisite golden ratio. Below, She wears a pair of trendy ultra-short denim shorts, her long, straight legs crossed elegantly, resembling flawless works of art. Chulang has encountered countless beauties. Setting aside his 4 elder sisters, he has had his fair share of experiences in previous lives. Yet, when it comes to purity and serene beauty, the present Ouyang Jing is undoubtedly unparalleled. She possesses an aura that starkly contrasts with the seasoned demeanor one might expect 20 years hence, after experiencing the trials of life and achieving success. Hello, I am Chulang. Upon seeing a young man approach, Ouyang Jing's eyes flickered with a hint of caution, though she quickly masked it. Hello, Mr. Chulang. May I inquire why you summoned me? In truth, Chulang is only 2 years her senior. The title of Mr. Chulang feels rather nuanced. Uncertain of his identity, any informal address would seem inappropriate, making Mr. Chulang the most suitable appellation for her. Did Xiao-san not inform you of my appearance? Should I address you as Ouyang Jing or Bai? In that moment, Ouyang Jing, not yet hardened by the trials of life, revealed her youthful naivety. Despite possessing profound insights, she still lacked experience, her expression shifting rapidly. I do not understand what you are saying. My name is Ouyang Jing. Here is my student ID. She immediately donned a look of innocent vulnerability, presenting her student ID before Chulang. Any other man would undoubtedly feel a surge of compassion for her. Ouyang Jing's demeanor was disarmingly naive, evoking a protective instinct. However, with Huang Menglong's sword already poised above Chulang, he had little time to delicately navigate Ouyang Jing's trust. He needed to swiftly organize an effective resistance. Very well, Ouyang Jing. I shall ask you once more, do you desire revenge? I can assist you. I, too, am an enemy of Huang Menglong. Chulang's straightforwardness was not due to a lack of subtlety. Rather, he was pressed for time and needed to compel Ouyang Jing into action. I'm sorry, Mr. Chulang, but I truly do not understand what you mean. I have classes in the afternoon, so I must take my leave. Ouyang Jing rose in slight disarray, a fragrant breeze trailing behind her as she hurried out of the cafe. Shall we pursue her? Give me the car. I will go ahead, and you follow closely behind. Ouyang Jing appears flustered and may attempt to flee, and bring more people along. Chulang held no hopes of winning Ouyang Jing's trust on their first encounter. As she rushed out, her expression shifted from one of distress to one of vigilance and anxiety. Then I dialed the phone. Hello, second brother. A man named Chu Lang has come to me, claiming to know my background and threatening to help me seek revenge. I suspect he is a pawn of Huang Menglong. Testing my resolve. What should I do? Second brother, it's Luo Tianhao, the second disciple of Baiyanshan and the most loyal to the sect. If it weren't for Luo Tianhao's assistance in concealing Ouyang Jing's identity over the past decade, Huang Menglong would have captured her long ago and eradicated her completely. Consequently, Luo Tianhao has become a target of Huang Menglong's resentment and is now living in dire circumstances, evading pursuit. What? Huang Menglong is already on his way. I will come to get you. We need to hide elsewhere. Ouyang Jing understood that second brother was also nearing a dead end. With a wry smile, she said, Where can we hide now? Second brother, I no longer wish to run. Then what do you intend to do? I want to seek out Chao Qin. What? Luo Tianhao's voice grew agitated. You know what that scoundrel Chao Qin desires. Not only are you the only daughter of our master, with a noble status, but you are also a blooming flower. He is unworthy. Luo Tianhao was anxious and furious. Chao Qin was the third disciple of Baiyanshan. After the sex troubles, he chose to remain aloof and left Shangjiang City to develop in Fuqing, leveraging the resources left by Baiyanshan to establish a significant influence and a fortune worth billions. Luo Tianhao had once sought his help for revenge, only for Chao Qin to make excessive demands, which Luo Tianhao firmly rejected, leading to their estrangement. Ouyang Jing took a deep breath, her chest slightly rising, her eyes flashing with determination and ruthlessness. As long as it helps avenge my father, as long as I no longer have to hide, I am willing to sacrifice anything. I will do whatever is necessary. But second brother, you needn't persuade me. We are already in a desperate situation. Once Huang Menglong confirms my identity, we are all doomed, and my parents' vengeance will never be realized. I am going to find Chao Qin. Due to Chulang's pressure, Ouyang Jing took this step 6 months earlier than planned. She hailed a taxi driver to Huahai Villa District. Unbeknownst to her, as her taxi departed, Chulang's vehicle followed closely behind. Chapter 49. The deal. A rotund man in a floral bathrobe lounged on the sofa in his bedroom, casually playing with a pair of polished walnuts. A greedy Enigmatic smile spread across his face as he gazed hungrily at the young woman seated before him. Jinger, have you come to a decision? The man was none other than Chao Qin, and the girl before him was Ouyang Jing. Can you fulfill your promise? Looking at the pure and innocent girl, Chao Qin's breath quickened with anticipation as he fantasized about her alluring form. Rest assured, Jinger, as long as you choose to follow me, I promise to turn your dire situation around. Though Huang Minglong is formidable, I possess powerful trump cards of my own. However, as the conversation progressed, Chao Qin shifted to sit beside Ouyang Jing, his right hand resting upon her smooth, jade-like thigh. The delicate, silky texture sent a wave of thirst through the corpulent man. Ouyang Jing instinctively sought to evade the unwelcome touch, yet Chao Qin gripped her tightly, eliciting a pained expression upon her face. It was a matter of how much Jing could yield. The third brother had become a businessman, as one might understand. Ouyang Jing ceased her struggle, lifting her eyelids. Striving to maintain her composure, I can offer you my body. Chao Qin, while caressing her thigh, replied, Indeed, Jing's body is alluring and a worthy transaction. Yet, in comparison to Huang Minglong's vast enterprise, it lacks sufficient leverage. What else do you desire? He continued. Once Huang Minglong falls, Jing could follow the third brother, never again needing to hide, while any further concerns would rest upon my shoulders. Ouyang Jing comprehended his intentions. Chao Qin sought to possess her body, and thereafter, control everything related to Huang Minglong through her once he had collapsed. His appetite was undeniably vast. Narrowing her eyes, she emitted a cold glimmer. Once Huang Minglong is toppled, this loathsome man shall pay the price. Nevertheless, resigned to her circumstances, Ouyang Jing nodded. Very well. Chao Qin's heart soared with delight. Then, please, Jing, go take a bath. I have long awaited this moment. 10 minutes later, Ouyang Jing emerged clad in sleepwear. The attire, prepared by Chao Qin, was as thin as a cicada's wing. A mere hint of light could reveal every exquisite detail beneath the sheer fabric. She was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a water lily in bloom, delicate and fair, embodying the pure beauty of youth, unveiled before Chao Qin's gaze. Gulps of greed escaped him as his breath quickened. His junior sister was a rare gem of unparalleled beauty. Unable to contain himself, Chao Qin grasped Ouyang Jing's hand. Come closer, Jing. He forcefully pushed her onto the bed, pouncing on her like a ravenous beast. Third brother. I have never experienced this before, she stammered. Fear not, the third brother understands everything. Ouyang Jing closed her eyes, wishing to avert her gaze from the repugnant figure before her, resigned as tears streamed down her cheeks. Clenching her fists, the dreams of a young girl regarding her future shattered, replaced by an overwhelming sense of cold indifference and murderous intent. As if preparing for a final metamorphosis in this world. Suddenly, a voice, cool and detached, reverberated through the room. How dare you, a mere swine, think you can possess the esteemed lady? Bang! At that critical moment, the door was forcefully flung open. Chapter 50. The transformation of the innocent maiden. A young man clad in black emerged, like a demonic deity, amidst the cacophony. Who goes there? As a disciple of Baiyin Mountain, Chao Qin should possess agility. However, over the years, he has neglected the refinement of his physique. Before he could even turn around, a hand seized his neck from behind, pressing his face against the bed. Is it you? Ouyang Jing, upon recognizing the intruder, hastily wrapped her slender form in a quilt. Her expression filled with terror as she recoiled. Strangely, despite the fear that should have gripped her, given that this man, Chu Lang, likely bore a commission from Huang Minglong, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if she had narrowly escaped a dire fate. With his left hand firmly grasping Chao Qin's plump head, Chu Lang turned to Ouyang Jing and inquired, Is there a problem? Ouyang Jing instinctively shook her head, her cheeks flushing suddenly. She comprehended perfectly what a problem entailed. Let go of me. Who the hell are you? Let me go? Chu Lang, using Chao Qin's neck as leverage, hoisted him up and slammed him into the corner with a resounding thud. Bang! Chao Qin's corpulent form collided with the wall, emitting a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah, it hurts. My head. My back. Ouyang Jing, is this the pretty boy you know? How dare you conspire with this pretty boy against me? I didn't. Ouyang Jing began to explain, but was interrupted as Chu Lang delivered a swift kick, forcefully stepping on Chao Qin's neck, rendering him as helpless as a large rat beneath his foot, squealing in agony. Chu Lang, having undergone specialized training as a combat expert in his previous life, found it exceedingly simple to subdue Chao Qin, even if he could not perform miraculous feats like taking on 10 opponents at once. Ouyang Jing is now my partner. Do you fat pig, dare to entertain such thoughts? Chu Lang realized that had he not intervened, events would have unfolded as originally intended. Ouyang Jing would have compromised herself for Chao Qin, who, along with others, would have stirred the tumult in Shangjiang City, merely 6 months ahead of schedule. His motive for pressuring Ouyang Jing was to usurp Chao Qin's role. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, the painstakingly laid plans would have reverted to square one. What do you want? Chao Qin struggled to turn. But clad only in his underwear and devoid of any weaponry, he found it difficult to move with Chu Lang's foot pressing down on his neck. Chu Lang harbored a deep respect for the female marquis. For a man to carve out a commercial empire was fraught with challenges, yet Ouyang Jing, as a woman, had chosen a path akin to hell for her gender, emerging fiercely resilient from it. Both had risen from nothing, ascending from the depths of despair, sharing a sense of mutual understanding. Casting a glance at the young and pure Ouyang Jing, wrapped in her quilt with a hint of fear in her expression, he felt a pang of regret. The thought that this female marquis had been systematically ravaged from an innocent college girl into a ruthless female warlord was indeed poignant. In the ensuing dialogue with the female marquis, when reminiscing about her youthful days, an unmistakable pang of anguish would unfurl upon her otherwise tranquil visage. Chu Lang discerned that the experiences she was about to undergo would significantly shape the course of her life. Fortunately, there was still time to alter fate. The intensity of Chu Lang's resolve intensified beneath his feet. Do you truly believe that with your meager worth, you can assist Ouyang Jing in turning the tide? I possess an abundance of trump cards. Ouyang Jing, release this pretty boy at once. Otherwise, you shall forever dwell in the shadow of Huang Minglong, living a life akin to a scurrying rat. Chao Qin's tone suggested the presence of hidden resources. Ouyang Jing opened her mouth, her expression a mixture of confusion and peculiarity. She herself was uncertain of Chu Lang's affiliations. What if he genuinely was sent by Huang Minglong? Wouldn't this foolish, rotund man be courting his own demise? Oh, a trump card? Rather than being your own, it is more accurate to say that it is a card entrusted to you by Yin Mountain, intended for Ouyang Jing. Who could have imagined that this avaricious swine would use it as leverage? What? Chu Lang's words caused Ouyang Jing's pupils to constrict. Chao Qin's mouth gaped in terror. Why you? How do you know? I don't require you to know. Tell me, what is the phone number of Shirzun? Fourth brother. He is not dead. Ouyang Jing exclaimed once more. Shirzun, the fourth disciple of Yin Mountain's esteemed quartet. It was rumored that after Huang Minglong murdered their master, Shirzun perished alongside Yin Mountain. However, Chu Lang had learned from the female marquis of the later era that Shirzun had indeed survived, fleeing overseas with the last wishes of Yin Mountain, establishing a mercenary organization and amassing considerable influence. With a mere summons from Ouyang Jing, Shirzun could return, becoming the sharpest arrow in her quiver. Chu Lang's ambition revolved around harnessing Shirzun's formidable might. Yet, only Chao Qin held the key to Shirzun's contact information, a fact that would later fuel Ouyang Jing's profound resentment towards Chao Qin upon learning the truth. Ouyang Jing gazed at Chu Lang in sheer astonishment. How was it that he knew everything about her? Chao Qin, in a panic, shouted, I don't know what you're talking about. Shirzun has long since perished. Let me go? Not willing to speak, Chu Lang had no patience for Chao Qin's frivolities. In his right hand, a blade had materialized unbeknownst to him. With a swift thrust, blood splattered as the weapon pierced Chao Qin's heart. The first cry of agony escaped Chao Qin's lips, while the second gasp came from Ouyang Jing. Though she had concealed herself for over a decade, she had never witnessed such ruthless efficiency in handling matters. Yet, amidst her shock, Ouyang Jing unexpectedly felt a flicker of satisfaction. Whether it was born from her hatred for Chao Qin or the awakening of a dormant ferocity within her, none could ascertain. Regardless, her gaze towards Chu Lang began to shift. You have 3 seconds. Speak. Otherwise, with but a slight exertion, you shall bid farewell to this world. Boss Chao. 3, 2. The ferocity of the murderous intent in Chu Lang's eyes intensified. Chu Lang, having forged a colossal enterprise through sheer grit, possessed a ruthless nature in abundance. No. Spare me, noble hero. Spare me. I shall speak. I shall speak. Chao Qin, prostrate on the ground, began to relay a series of numbers. Upon hearing this, Chu Lang gestured to Ouyang Jing. Have you memorized it? Indeed. Proceed. However, Ouyang Jing was clad in a sleepwear that was more revealing than modest, devoid of a mobile device. Chu Lang could only retrieve his own phone and hand it to her. Ouyang Jing, not one to be coy, dialed the number. Hello, is this fourth brother? A prolonged silence enveloped the line for several seconds, followed by an exuberant exclamation. Young miss, after 15 years, I have finally awaited this call. Chapter 51, Bloom. O flower of hell. Shizun's voice was rugged, yet imbued with sincerity. Despite the passage of years, and the fact that she was but a child back then, Ouyang Jing distinctly recalled fourth brother's tone. Upon hearing his voice, her nose tinged with an involuntary ache. Fourth brother, it is I am Yi. Ouyang Jing's original name was Bai Yi, but Luo Tianhao had urged her to adopt the name Ouyang Jing to evade Huang Minglong. Young miss, you must have endured much hardship over the years. Where are you now? Fourth brother has prepared everything for you. I am in Fu City. Very well. Fourth brother shall set forth immediately. After hanging up, Ouyang Jing returned the phone to Chu Lang. Thank you. At that moment, her faith in Chu Lang had been significantly bolstered. After all, if he truly were an agent of Huang Minglong, how could he have summoned such formidable assistance on her behalf? As she handed back the phone, part of the blanket slipped from her shoulders, revealing the delicate whiteness of her form beneath the sheer fabric of her nightgown. A sudden chill enveloped her, and she realized her predicament. Letting out a soft gasp before hastily wrapping herself in the blanket, her cheeks flushed with an enchanting embarrassment. Chao Qin's voice shattered the atmosphere. Brother, I have provided the number. Now release me. Just as Ouyang Jing was about to respond, she heard Chu Lang say, Release you? What if you were to reveal secrets to Huang Minglong? The news of Shizun's return to the country must remain concealed from Huang Minglong at all costs. Brother. Having seized a momentary advantage, do not presume yourself victorious. While sheer brutality may grant you fleeting triumph, do you not realize that I have arranged for personnel around this villa? Should you attempt anything against me, you shall find no escape from here. After all, being a disciple of Baiyin Mountain, how could one expect to maintain the same level of integrity as an innocent merchant? Despite the vivid memory of Chu Lang's earlier ferocity, upon reflection, Chao Qin did not believe that Chu Lang could truly harm him. A disdainful smirk curled upon Chu Lang's lips. You threaten me? I have discerned all your secrets and insights. Do you truly believe I am unprepared? Chao Qin's expression shifted abruptly. A sudden jolt coursed through his heart as he shouted hoarsely towards the outside. A who? A bow. Someone. Anyone. Yet his voice lingered in the air for what felt like an eternity, met with silence. Is it not customary to respond? Or shall I give it a try? Sanyi. Just then, at the doorway that had been recently kicked open by Chu Lang, Xiaosun barged in with several brothers. Langgu, all of this old lecher-esque subordinates have been subdued. Please give your orders. No. How is this possible? Who are you? What do you intend to do? Ouyang Jing, who are they? Fear rooted in the unknown gripped her. What had initially seemed like a fortunate encounter had spiraled into chaos. These mysterious intruders had disrupted everything. Langgu, how should we handle this lecherous fat man? On the way here, Xiaosun had learned of Ouyang Jing's identity, deepening his reverence for Chu Lang. It was astonishing that Langgu had acquired such crucial information before Huang Minglong. Was he truly omniscient? Chu Lang turned to Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing, I presume you are already aware of this fat man's intentions. What do you suggest we do? Ouyang Jing was taken aback, not expecting Chu Lang to hand over the reins to her. Memories of her near violation by Chao Qin flooded her mind, along with the thought of Chao Qin's selfishness in suppressing Shizun's news, seeking to possess her entirely. A surge of anger welled up within her. The potential ferocity embedded in her blood began to manifest after today's transformation. Her gaze turned cold. I believe, for both emotional and logical reasons. He must not be allowed to persist. With the blanket wrapped around her, she revealed her delicate, fair collarbone, akin to a mandala flower blooming against the chilling winds of hell. A murderous intent. It was palpable. Chapter 52. The blooming mandala, the lethal aura emanating from Ouyang Jing sent shivers down Xiaosan's spine. Is this truly a female university student? Sanyi. Since Lady Ouyang Jing has spoken, let us take action. By any means necessary, make him disappear. Yes. No. Jinger, I am your third brother. You cannot treat me this way. Jinger, I was in the wrong. I apologize, spare me, and I shall assist you in dealing with Huang Minglong. I ask for nothing in return. Esteemed brother, no, dear brother. I truly had no knowledge that Jinger was your woman. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to act. I beg you spare me. Chao Qin pleaded, tears and snot streaming down his face. Upon hearing the phrase your woman, a subtle blush crept onto Ouyang Jing's previously indifferent face as she discreetly glanced at Chu Lang, noticing his lack of attention or response. An unexpected wave of disappointment washed over her. It was only their second encounter, and despite the previous mistrust, such delicate emotions could be confounding. Sen Yi, dispose of him. Of course, Chu Lang had no intention of letting Chao Qin off the hook. To fully embody the character of Chao Qin, this man could not be allowed to exist any longer. Qiu-san received his orders. All right, you lot, carry this hefty fellow away. You know what to do, right? Understood. Third master. No. Like dragging a fat pig destined for slaughter, they hauled away the corpulent Chao, leaving behind a cacophony of wails and cries. In the room, only Ouyang Jing, Chu Lang, Qiu-san, and a few others remained. Brother Lang, now that we've dealt with this fat man, can Miss Ouyang take over his assets? Qiu-san understood that Chu Lang aimed to position Ouyang Jing as a legitimate contender against Huang Minglong. Dream on. Chu Lang shook his head. This time we caught him off guard. Do you think this fat man could thrive under Huang Minglong's pressure? He is not a vegetarian. He has a pack of wolves at his command. Do you believe that once the news of Chao Qin's disappearance breaks, Ouyang Jing would dare to wave the flag over Chao Qin's enterprises and associates? Without Huang Minglong lifting a finger, they would trample her to dust in no time. Attempting to seize a cake beyond one's capacity without sufficient backing is akin to courting death. And it's not just about Chao Qin. Even the people brought by Shizun are the same. At this point, Chu Lang turned to Ouyang Jing. Am I right? Ouyang Jing nodded. Though I lack the insight and influence of Teacher Chu, I am aware. As a mere woman, lacking power and authority, it is implausible that anyone would genuinely wish to submit. Fourth brother can assist me, but he has his own subordinates who need to eat and harbor their own greed. In her past life, Ouyang Jing had relied on Chao Qin's substantial support driven by greed to gradually expand her influence. Chu Lang silently admired Ouyang Jing's understanding of the situation. Indeed, the female lord was not merely a name without substance. Brother Lang, what should we do now? We will create momentum for Ouyang Jing. If we lack funds, we will gather them. If we lack manpower, we will rally support. It's not just about Chao Qin and Shizun's current arrangements. Bai Yinshan had immense power in the past, and there are many scattered warriors out there. When united, they form an undeniable force. To confront Huang Minglong, all our strengths must converge. Ouyang Jing's expression shifted, gazing at Chu Lang in astonishment. Third master, you may prepare now. Understood. Qiu-san turned to leave, growing increasingly in awe of Chu Lang's strategic maneuvers as their relationship transcended mere monetary interests. After Qiu-san departed, he closed the door behind him, leaving only Chu Lang and Ouyang Jing in the confined space. A solitary man and woman, their attire scant, the atmosphere grew delicate. Thank you, Teacher Chu. The familiar title rolled off Ouyang Jing's tongue. You should now trust me, right? Ouyang Jing tightly clutched the blanket, forcing a bitter smile as she shook her head. 80%. I still cannot ascertain if Teacher Chu is merely using me on Huang Minglong's behalf to lure my father's remaining forces into a trap. However, the fact that I sought out Chao Qin today signifies my desperation. I have one last question for you. Are you truly Huang Minglong's enemy? Without a doubt. Ouyang Jing smiled with a sense of resignation. I will wager the remaining 20%. Chu Lang felt a heavy weight lift from his heart, and both his visage and spirit were filled with joy. Miss Jing will not lose. I must prepare now, await my news. With that, Chu Lang turned to leave. Teacher Chu, wait. In a swift motion, Ouyang Jing unveiled herself from beneath her blanket. A stunningly exquisite figure, adorned in a gossamer nightgown, radiated a magnificent allure. Chapter 53, The Fragrance of Youth Beauty. Heart-stirring beauty. The nightgown did not diminish Ouyang Jing's charm. Rather, it amplified her sensuality manifold. Upon witnessing this, Chu Lang felt the rush of blood quickening within him. In his rebirth, he had never been close to a woman, and previous encounters had been thwarted by awkwardness. He was, after all, a man, and especially after returning from 2 decades into the past, the vigor of youth had been revived within him. The alluring contours concealed beneath the delicate fabric, coupled with the shy expression on the maiden's face, epitomized the duality of innocence and desire. This left Chu Lang's blood racing, his mouth dry, and his composure slipping. However, recalling the woman's past identity, he forcefully averted his gaze, slightly turning away. What is Miss Jing doing? It was not out of virtue that Chu Lang refrained from gazing. Rather, it stemmed from a fervent respect he harbored for the noble lady from his previous life. This respect was evident from the moment he adjusted his attire outside the cafe. Though I am the daughter of Baiyin Mountain, I am aware that at present, I am merely a student with nothing to my name, hiding from danger. If Teacher Chu were not associated with Huang Minglong, why would he assist me so generously? First, helping me escape from Chao Qin's clutches, then aiding in my search for fourth brother, and even preparing to fund my endeavors. If this is a transaction, there must be some expectation of reciprocity. At this juncture, I possess nothing but my own self and this body. If Teacher Chu does not mind. Although I am prepared to lose something precious today, I am still an untouched maiden. Words faltered on Ouyang Jing's lips, her delicate cheeks flushed with a charming crimson. Unable to continue, the unspoken understanding lingered between them, for they were both adults, aware of the implications. A shiver ran through Chu Lang. He recalled how, in his former life, Ouyang Jing dealt with those who had wronged him. Among them, the very Chao Qin had met a gruesome fate at her hands, dismembered and cast into the river to feed the fish. What if, taking advantage of her vulnerability, she were to hold a grudge against him? It was not cowardice that gripped Chu Lang. It was the memory of the ruthless noble lady that had left an indelible impression upon him. He quickly inhaled deeply, suppressing the rising tide of blood within him. My collaboration with you is merely a matter of mutual benefit. There is no need for such considerations, Miss Jing. You are still young. There will be many more choices ahead. With that, Chu Lang strode toward the door. Ouyang Jing's gaze finally transformed, becoming as deep and flowing as water. She was not oblivious to the desire that gleamed in Chu Lang's eyes. She possessed the confidence that made her the unspoken belle of the department, exuding an irresistible allure to any young man, especially in such a captivating moment. The very fact that Chu Lang harbored desires for her, yet managed to suppress them, only filled Ouyang Jing with admiration and delight, dissipating any lingering reservations. As her nightgown slipped from her shoulders, Ouyang Jing stepped forward, enveloping him from behind. If Teacher Chu does not take something with him, I truly cannot feel at ease collaborating with him. Am I not beautiful? Fresh from her bath, the fragrance of her hair mingled with the unique scent of youthful femininity, transforming into invisible tendrils that tantalized Chu Lang's heartstrings. Feeling the warm and soft caress upon his back, Chu Lang sensed his body slipping further from his control. Yet, summoning his last vestiges of reason, he steadied himself. Miss Jing may find herself regretting this later. If Teacher Chu helps me take revenge, then this lifetime will belong to you. Hearing the young woman's words, a blend of sincerity and shyness, Chu Lang's lingering doubts finally melted away. No longer able to restrain his instincts, he suddenly turned to embrace the exquisite and enchanting maiden. Where are the items? What items? You came to find Chao Qin today. Surely you must have prepared something. I do not need anything right now. When I do possess something, should you truly wish to betray me, you would think twice. Truly, she was the future noble lady, ruthless to others, but even more so to herself. Chu Lang could never have imagined that in this life, he would find himself entwined with Ouyang Jing. Yet, as events unfolded, it felt entirely natural. Youthful passion ignites under the spring night, where dreams intertwine in silken chambers, and the crowing of roosters heralds the autumn dawn. Clouds disperse and rain ceases, as the colorful phoenix begins to sing. Miss Jing. Ouyang Jing looked up and shot Chu Lang an exasperated glance. Are you still calling me that? Jinger, Langgu. The way she called him Langgu was both sweet and electrifying. In a previous life, he would never have imagined that the noble lady would one day affectionately address him in such a manner. It sent shivers from his hair to his toes. If Langgu ever thinks of betraying me, he must remember today. Hearing this, Chu Lang suddenly felt perplexed. Had he seduced Ouyang Jing, or had she seduced him? Why did it seem as though he was the one being ensnared? Noticing the weariness in the beauty beside him and recalling her painful past, a flicker of compassion stirred within Chu Lang. Perhaps his presence could alter the course of tragedies yet to unfold. Perhaps in this life, Ouyang Jing would not be a noble lady, but rather a contented woman. Shaking his head, he cast aside these fanciful thoughts. Rest assured, I never betray my own. Ouyang Jing smiled faintly. What shall we do next, Langgu? Raise the flag. It is imperative to summon extraordinary strength before the arrival of your esteemed brother, Shizuan. in order to unite hearts and minds. But, can I truly accomplish this? Allow me to assist you. Ouyang Jing offered a gentle smile, planting a soft kiss on Chu Lang's cheek. Having ventured so far, this small display of affection bore no weight on her conscience. When to begin, and how to proceed. In the upper reaches of the Qinghua River in Shanjiang City lies an ancient town named Taiping, renowned for its breathtaking scenery and throngs of visitors. Within this town, there exists a designated area, as per the prevailing vision, intended for the establishment of a film and television production city. However, it is currently occupied by another company. Huang Minglong has also set his sights on this land. Our objective is to seize this opportunity before others can react. To wrest this piece of land from Huang Minglong and invest in the development of the film and television production city. We shall officially become his adversaries. Rallying the remnants of Chao Qin's faction, your father's former associates, and the restless elements beneath Shizhuan. Consider a name for the company. We shall register it tomorrow and enter the fray. I thought Langu was the boss. I will provide the funds. You will be the boss. With everything under your name, fully owned. Ouyang Jing was taken aback. She had presumed that even if Chu Lang genuinely wished to collaborate with her, he would inevitably seek to carve out a share for himself after dealing with Huang Minglong. To her astonishment, Chu Lang was prepared to offer her everything. In truth, Chu Lang had his own considerations. After all, he was not Chao Qin. No matter how one viewed it, Chao Qin was a disciple of Baiyin Mountain. Should he occupy a position as the owner or second largest shareholder of Ouyang Jing's group, it would lack legitimacy, potentially breeding suspicion among those beneath him. His current task was to consolidate all available forces to bring Huang Minglong to his knees, and only then to contend for power. After all, he had but 15 days. Are you not afraid that they will grow strong and cast you aside? I fear that you will grow strong. Chu Lang held nothing back from Ouyang Jing. He articulated his thoughts candidly. He genuinely feared that if she were to gain power, she might harbor resentment towards him, just as she did towards Chao Qin. Therefore, from the outset, he granted her the utmost freedom and respect. Ouyang Jing felt a blend of emotions, touched yet puzzled. Through their conversation and the intimate moments they had just shared, she sensed a profound respect emanating from Chu Lang. Although she could not fathom why this seemingly formidable and resolute man held such respect for her, what girl would not appreciate being treated with respect by a young man? Amid her confusion, Ouyang Jing found the situation amusing. Given their newfound closeness, she set aside any lingering doubts. With a swift motion, she found herself atop Chu Lang. Despite the calm that followed their passionate encounters, the graceful form of the young woman stirred deep feelings within him. After all, she was the first woman he encountered upon his rebirth, and one he had revered in his previous life. Who could remain indifferent to a girl who embodied both innocence and strength, whose beauty was captivating? Ouyang Jing lay against Chu Lang's chest, her delicate fragrance gently stirring his emotions like a tender caress. If we truly wish to thrive, allow me to protect you, she teased with a soft giggle. But what about now? Now, it is you who shelters me. With a playful smile, she grasped Chu Lang's hand and returned to her magnificent heights, nibbling on his ear. Just like this, I shall guard you. Chapter 55. Chairwoman Jing Shui. Initially, Ouyang Jing believed today would be a day fraught with sorrow and despair. Yet, following a series of extraordinary events, she felt no anguish. Instead, gazing at the profile of the man beside her, she experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility. The next day, Chu Lang emerged from Chao Qin's villa. Chiosen rushed over. Brother Lang, the funds are fully secured. When shall we proceed? Tomorrow, Chu Lang replied. Jinger has another day of classes. I will pick her up in the afternoon and return to Shanjiang. Jinga? Wait. You've changed how you address her indeed. Chiosen slyly produced a box from his pocket. Brother Lang, this is a supplement I had my subordinates prepare for you. You're still young. You need to replenish your energy. Otherwise, as time passes, you might find yourself weary at my age, with aspirations but no strength to pursue them. Get lost. Chu Lang retorted. I'm off to fetch someone. Do you need a car, Brother Lang? No, I'll take a taxi. Drawing too much attention is unwise. Originally, Chu Lang had planned to act today, but Ouyang Jing expressed her desire to finish her classes first. In her previous life, she had dropped out 6 months later, embarking on a tumultuous journey filled with hardships. Chu Lang pondered that perhaps allowing her to remain in school would lead to a simpler, happier existence. Thus, he consented. Ouyang Jing was majoring in financial management at the financial department of Fuqing University. At the university's second gate, Chu Lang instructed the taxi to stop and wait for her. He had anticipated that arriving in the luxury car prepared by Chiu San would be ostentatious, but upon reaching the entrance, he realized he had misjudged the situation. An array of luxury vehicles lined the entrance, with BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes appearing commonplace, while Porsches barely held their ground, and several ostentatious Lamborghinis and Ferraris caught the eye. The entrance had transformed into an unconventional auto exhibition. In contrast, Chu Lang's taxi became a conspicuous sight. As anticipated, just after he alighted from the cab, a young man driving a Lamborghini approached him. "Hey, bro, are you here to pick up your girlfriend?" Yes, Chu Lang replied, momentarily taken aback by the term girlfriend, which felt foreign to him. It was indeed rare for someone who could only afford a taxi to find a girlfriend in university. The young man, chewing gum nonchalantly, regarded Chu Lang with a hint of disdain. "Fortunately, my girlfriend doesn't care about such things. What does she value then? Looks, I suppose." Laughter erupted from those around them, turning the entrance into a joyful sea of mirth. "Brother, let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Kong. This is my steed, a little bull, worth over 4 million. Chu Lang, you possess a remarkable sense of humor. However, I can't help but wonder if your girlfriend is not quite as appealing." Lu Tsong, driving a Lamborghini, felt an overwhelming sense of self-satisfaction, believing that if a woman were not interested in someone like Chu Lang, she was likely not very attractive. "Well, I think she is quite lovely, though I cannot speak for others. Ouyang Jing is the epitome of beauty, a worthy contender for the title of campus belle. It is only Chu Lang, surrounded by 4 beautiful sisters and endowed with a strong will from his rebirth, who could withstand Ouyang Jing's repeated flirtations without succumbing as other young men might have done by now. What about you? Are you coming to pick someone up, Lu?" "No. I am here to pursue my goddess, Ouyang Jing from the finance department. Today, I shall win her heart." Chu Lang was taken aback. "You mean Ouyang Jing? The one from the finance department? Indeed, it appears you have heard of her illustrious name. It is no surprise. My dear Jing is the flower of our department, even capable of competing for the title of campus beauty. So tell me, is she not more beautiful than your girlfriend?" Observing the young man's relentless boasting about Ouyang Jing, Chu Lang could only chuckle in disbelief. "She is somewhat comparable, I suppose." Lu Tsong erupted in laughter. "Your bravado is truly amusing. Surely, you have only heard tales of her beauty, never having laid eyes on her, have you? Among the crowd, many are here solely for Ouyang Jing. But let me tell you this," Lu Tsong lowered his voice, "in just 10 minutes, Ouyang Jing will be my girlfriend, far more exquisite than your girlfriend by 1,000-fold. You seem quite confident, Lu." With nothing better to do, Chu Lang decided to engage Lu Tsong in conversation. This lad was quite verbose and harbored a touch of disdain for Chu Lang, though he did not go too far. Chu Lang remained unperturbed. "Of course, I have confidence. I have reserved a table at the most luxurious restaurant in Fuqing and hired the Divine Ship Band to perform. I even purchased this new Lamborghini. I will surely win the heart of my goddess. You seem rather agreeable. Once I succeed, I will reward you generously. Cheer for me." Lu Tsong was brimming with excitement and confidence. "I do not desire your reward, Lu. Moreover, I must not discourage you, but I fear you may not succeed." "Nonsense. I assure you, Ouyang Jing already has a boyfriend. It's me." Chu Lang pointed to himself. Laughter erupted not only from Lu Tsong, but from those around them as well. Ouyang Jing has a well-earned reputation for being difficult to pursue. Many affluent heirs have faced defeat. Indeed, do not be deceived by Ouyang Jing's seemingly innocent demeanor. She is not inclined towards romantic pursuits. It took Lu Tsong considerable effort just to exchange a few words with her, while other men can hardly dream of speaking to her. "Do you think you stand a chance?" The mockery from the crowd reignited the atmosphere. Lu Tsong laughed heartily. "Brother, you are too amusing. Are you taller than me? More handsome? Wealthier? Please, wake up from your dreams." Just as Lu Tsong finished his sentence, students began to exit through the second school gate after classes ended. A striking figure, radiant and unparalleled, emerged from the crowd, standing out like a crane among chickens in the sight of the onlookers. Ouyang Jing had arrived. Lu Tsong exclaimed with excitement, hastily opening his luxury vehicle to showcase his affluence. He then retrieved a bouquet of roses, eager to present them to Ouyang Jing. "Look, my goddess is approaching me. She must surely be aware of the preparations I have made for her today." Lu Tsong watched as Ouyang Jing approached with a beaming smile, his anticipation causing the petals of the roses to tremble in his grasp. As she drew nearer, Lu Tsong became increasingly convinced that she was indeed walking towards him. just as he prepared to extend the flowers. However, Ouyang Jing did not spare him a glance, and instead rushed straight towards Chu Lang. "Lang Gu," she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Buzz. Lu Tsong felt as though his mind had erupted in chaos. "Jinger, is that you?" Ouyang Jing acknowledged Lu Tsong's presence with a slight furrow of her brow. "From now on, I prefer no one but Lang Gu to call me Jinger. I would appreciate it if you addressed me by my full name instead, as I fear my boyfriend may misinterpret." "No." Lu Tsong's world crumbled as the roses scattered around him. "How could this be happening? Why is this so?" Chu Lang chuckled, patting Lu Tsong's shoulder, which seemed to have endured an apocalypse. "I didn't deceive you, did I, Brother Lu? Come on, Jinger, everything is ready." All right." Ouyang Jing linked her arm with Chu Lang's and vanished before Lu Tsong's eyes. Watching their affectionate departure, Lu Tsong's face turned as pale as if he had just suffered a grave illness. "Is he taller than me? More handsome? Wealthier? Why? Brother Tsong, take it easy. No matter how fast your luxury vehicle is, it cannot outrun the wheels of a taxi." In the vehicle, Ouyang Jing inquired, "Lang Gu, do you know Lu Tsong?" "Just met him. Quite amusing," Chu Lang replied. Ouyang Jing chuckled lightly. He's a rather naive second-generation rich kid, without much malice in his heart. "We belong to entirely different worlds." "You mean," T explained, "I haven't given it much thought." Indeed, these students are hardly a source of concern for Lang Gu. Chu Lang's calm demeanor and steadfast presence resembled that of a resilient pine tree, a quality far beyond what these young students could possess, regardless of his youthful appearance. "By the way, Lang Gu, where are we headed?" "Let us rest for a day. We'll negotiate in Taiping Ancient Town tomorrow." "Are you afraid?" Chu Lang gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery. "Lady Ho, it is time for you to emerge from the mountains. This realm is destined for a change of ownership." Ouyang Jing instinctively glanced at Chu Lang, his deep-set eyes and stern profile softened suddenly by a charming smile. "With Lang Gu around, I fear nothing." "That's good." The following day, in Taiping Ancient Town, a convoy entered from outside the town, halting before a company named Jingdeli Tourism Development Company, Limited. "Inform your superior. Chairman Ouyang Jing of Jing Shui Construction Development Company, Limited, has arrived." In a previous life, the estate of the female marquis was known as Jing Shan, with Jing naturally referring to Ouyang Jing and Shan denoting by Yin Mountain. In this lifetime, however, Ouyang Jing has replaced the character for mountain. As for the water, the meaning is self-evident. Chapter 56. Jingdeli Tourism Company. In the past, Taiping Film City was initially acquired by Huang Minglong. Subsequently, after Ouyang Jing took over Huang Minglong, she continued to manage it. Within a decade, Taiping Film City expanded to encompass 9 major sectors, including film and tourism, sweeping across all film cities in the nation, including Hengdian, and firmly establishing itself as the unequivocal leader. As the project flourished, even Chu Lang acquired a stake. Before Chu Lang's time travel, Taiping Film City had already evolved into a superlative film city capable of rivaling Hollywood, its value immeasurable. Now, as Chu Lang takes the reins, he is confident that by leveraging his memories and producing several blockbuster films from the past 20 years, he can amass considerable wealth in a remarkably short span. While mineral resources may eventually run dry, the creation of cultural entertainment IPs will remain inexhaustible. In his previous life, Chu Lang first collaborated with the female marquis through this film city, establishing a connection. In this life, the scenario remains unchanged. However, the difference lies in the fact that the female marquis of his past did not prioritize commerce. Instead, she wielded immense power and commanded the underworld with a fearsome reputation. During that time, although Chu Lang was nominally on equal footing with the female marquis, he felt he had little strength to retaliate should she choose to act against him. In Ouyang Jing's own words, they were fundamentally from different worlds, too disparate to compare. Yet, in this lifetime, the female marquis now holds his hand, affectionately calling him Lang Gu. The twists of fate are indeed remarkable. "Lang Gu, where are the others?" Observing that several vehicles had been parked outside Jingdeli Tourism Company for quite some time, the plump man had called out several times, but the company remained shuttered, with no one coming forth to greet them. Ouyang Jing looked at Chu Lang, who in turn glanced at the plump man. "What is going on? Were you not supposed to make contact with them first? Wasn't this arranged?" "Lang Gu, I did reach out. Just the day before yesterday, everything seemed fine. The price negotiations were nearly settled as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to invite you and Miss Ouyang here for discussions. I honestly don't know what has transpired. Chu Lang trusted the plump man would not deceive him and pondered. It seems some unexpected developments have occurred. Ouyang Jing queried. What sort of developments, Langge? Huang Minglong may have intervened. Otherwise, Jinda Li would not avoid meeting us. Their current cash flow is also not ideal. They wouldn't forfeit this opportunity. Upon hearing the name Huang Minglong, the expressions of everyone present shifted. Although they were aware they would become adversaries, the shadows of urban conflict from over a decade were still quite daunting. A portly man received a phone call. Lang, the vice president from their company, just reached out, requesting us to meet at the Gu family restaurant to discuss a matter. Chu Lang nodded in acknowledgement. It seems so. Let us retrieve the fine wine from the trunk and meet him to hear what he has to say. In the realm of business, it is all too common to be blindsided by competitors who seize opportunities. Chu Lang maintained a composed demeanor. Although he had been reborn and possessed a wealth of information, this society is characterized by its relative transparency of information. His actions could equally trigger a butterfly effect. Huang Minglong had established himself in Shangjiang for so long. Had he been so oblivious, he would have been outmaneuvered long ago. Even the most formidable underground forces require economic backing. Chu Lang would never underestimate any adversary. The Gu family restaurant is currently the most upscale establishment in Taiping ancient town. Upon entering the private room with Ouyang Jing, Lu Jie, and Qiu San, Chu Lang observed several men already waiting. At the head of the table sat a man in his 50s, his forehead lined with deep wrinkles, a cigarette clutched between his fingers. The others, also smoking, surrounded him, filling the room with a dense and acrid haze. While Chu Lang was accustomed to such an atmosphere, Ouyang Jing covered her mouth and nose, coughing a few times. Chu Lang expressed concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. Since I've chosen to come, I must endure. I cannot offend these people. Ouyang Jing, perceptive and understanding, forced herself to acclimate to the environment. This ability to adapt through discomfort is one of her admirable qualities. And Chu Lang felt both pride and tenderness for her. After all, she had become his woman. Who else would care for her if not him? After introductions, Chu Lang learned that the middle-aged man was Tao Zhengji, the vice president of Jindeli Travel Company, while the others were his subordinates. Mr. Tao, this is the director of Jingshui Real Estate Development Company, the one I mentioned who intends to acquire that parcel of land, said the portly man. Ouyang Jing, though slightly apprehensive at being singled out, quickly regained her composure. Good day, Mr. Tao. Tao Jingji gazed at Ouyang Jing's porcelain-like hands, an unmistakable glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes as he extended his hand toward her. Chapter 57. Surrender. It must be said that Ouyang Jing had always been beautiful. However, after undergoing Chu Lang's transformation, she exuded a newfound femininity that transcended her youthful charm. Especially since Chu Lang did not repel her, rather, he instilled a sense of secret delight within her. That innate allure held a captivating power over men, and Tao Zhengji was no exception. Oh, so you are the esteemed Ouyang, he remarked, his tone betraying a false sense of familiarity. I have long heard of you. Long heard of me. The Jingshui company was only just registered this morning. Chu Lang discerned Tao Zhengji's intentions clearly and preemptively reached out to shake the hand that Tao Zhengji had extended. Mr. Tao, I have also heard much about you. I am Ouyang's assistant and a friend of Mr. Liu. Today, following boss Ouyang's wishes, I have brought forth some wines that, while not particularly rare, are quite difficult to procure, with the intention of sharing a couple of glasses with you. I, Chu Lang, am currently reluctant to offend Tao Zhengji, who serves as the vice president of Jindeli and wields substantial power. Although he cannot decisively secure the land before Huang Minglong, he possesses the ability to undermine the process. However, he surely cannot stand idly by while Ouyang Jing is bullied by those with ulterior motives. Before I could finish my thought, a series of loud crashes erupted. Tao Zhengji, with a swift motion, sent the exquisite bottles of wine, each worth several thousand, flying across the room, shattering upon impact and releasing a fragrant aroma. The entire assembly was left in stunned silence by Tao Zhengji's actions. Release your grip. Am I speaking to you? An assistant? Does an assistant even have the right to shake my hand? I'm conversing with your boss. And who do you think you are to interject? Get lost. Tao Zhengji's furrowed brow deepened, a cigarette clenched between his fingers, exuding an air of bravado. As he spoke, his piercing gaze conveyed a palpable sense of menace. The portly man seethed with anger, while Qiu San's murderous intent surged. How could the highly esteemed Lang Gu allow himself to be insulted by this impertinent fool? Regardless of his identity, it was imperative to confront him. Yet Chu Lang discreetly gestured for Chiu San to hold back, opting to endure this moment and gauge the extent of the portly man's influence over the land transaction. Observing Chu Lang's restraint, Ouyang Jing swiftly extended her hand to shake Tao Jingji's. I apologize, Mr. Tao. It was my oversight, and it does not concern others. Since Lang Gu had chosen to bide his time, Ouyang Jing naturally sought to alleviate the awkwardness on his behalf. With satisfaction, Tao Jingji clasped Ouyang Jing's hand and smiled broadly. I understand that Mr. Ouyang is a lady and perhaps not as strict in her management. However, subordinates must never overstep their bounds or presume to act in place of their superior. One must be acutely aware of their own standing. As the conversation progressed, Tao Jingji fixed his gaze on Chu Lang, fully aware that Chu Lang had discerned his intentions. He was asserting his dominance under the guise of a pretext. Ouyang Jing, discreetly reaching under the table, took Chu Lang's hand and placed it upon her supple thigh, gently patting it while casting a reassuring smile in his direction. Chu Lang realized that Ouyang Jing genuinely cared about the feelings of others, but that consideration was contingent upon their acceptance by her. At this moment, it seemed that only Chu Lang enjoyed such privileges. He playfully squeezed her thigh, eliciting a blush upon her delicate features, and she shot him a playful glare. Concerned for his mood, she found herself the target of his teasing. How vexing. Bring me my fine wine. Since Boss Ouyang is here, we must indulge a little. And while you're at it, clear up the debris from the floor. Tao Jingji commanded his subordinates to fetch his own wine. As Ouyang Jing, the designated negotiator for the day, seized the moment, she stated, Mr. Tao, I trust that Mr. Liu has already conveyed my purpose for being here. In terms of pricing, Mr. Liu has already communicated with you regarding the land deal. Are you in a position to make a decision on this matter? Ouyang Jing's enchanting eyes captivated Tao Jingji's heart. In a moment of impulsiveness, he chuckled, Boss Ouyang, you are rather youthful and may not fully grasp how deep the waters of this industry run. Allow me to clarify. Although Mr. Liu has discussed it with us, this matter is not one that can be resolved hastily. Why is that? Ouyang Jing inquired, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with an innocent charm that left Tao Jingji utterly entranced. Words tumbled from his lips, both the appropriate and the inappropriate. I must say, your youth is evident. The price you discussed is likely untenable. Let me share a secret with you, but keep it between us. This land is a key project outlined by the higher-ups for the construction of a film city. It is not just you who has set their sights on it. Even the illustrious Lord Long is interested in this project. According to our president's perspective, it would not be wise to offend any party involved. It will likely go to auction to determine the outcome. An auction? Ouyang Jing frowned slightly, her expression tinged with mild disappointment. Even Tao Jingji, along with the ever-observant Chu Lang, could hardly contain their reactions. If Jinger were to stand on her own, she would undoubtedly become a formidable matriarch. If she sought support, she would certainly become a captivating enchantress, though she appeared as a pure and innocent university student. Her every gesture seemed imbued with a magnetic allure that ensnared the attention of all men, leading them to unwittingly fall under her spell. Fear not, Boss Ouyang. As long as I lend my assistance, your side will meet the price, ensuring you secure that piece of land. At that moment, Tao Jingji found himself utterly captivated by Ouyang Jing's glances, oblivious to the increasingly sharp gaze of Chu Lang. It appeared that his initial suspicions were accurate. With Huang Minglong entering the fray, the owner of Jin Deli had no choice but to resort to an auction to avoid offending anyone. Thus, it seemed that Tao Jingji was of little significance in this matter. Here comes the wine. At that moment, one of Tao Jingji's subordinates brought forth the wine he had prepared and set it on the table. Boss Ouyang, I feel an instant rapport with you. Come, let us sit together and enjoy a couple of drinks. I'd like to discuss the details of the auction with you, ensuring you will succeed in securing the bid. Tao Jingji's laughter was exuberant, akin to an unrestrained wild dog, as he patted the chair beside him. It was evident to everyone what his intentions were. Ouyang Jing's expression stiffened as she glanced awkwardly at Chu Lang. Boss Ouyang, why are you watching others? Come here. Are you refusing to recognize a good opportunity? Regarding the land, Ouyang Jing was reluctant to join Tao Jingji for drinks, yet Chu Lang had already arranged everything for her. If her stubbornness led to failure, she would feel immense guilt, regardless of whether Chu Lang blamed her. Very well. Just as she prepared to rise, She felt Chu Lang firmly pressed down on her shoulder, compelling her to remain seated. You stay put. Having discerned Chu Lang's intentions, Ouyang Jing felt a surge of emotion. It seemed that Lang Gu was unwilling to let her suffer a loss. Ouyang Jing lowered her voice. But Lang Gu, the land is of utmost importance to us. We cannot relinquish it because of me. The land is significant, yet you are equally vital. In comparison to your dignity, interests pale into insignificance. Ouyang Jing's pupils widened in shock, her lips pressed together, as if her heart had been touched by an unseen force. A wave of emotion surged within her, causing her nose to tingle and her vision to blur. For so many years, apart from her second brother, who has cared for her feelings in such a way, she had assumed her relationship with Chu Lang was merely transactional. Even if she didn't view it that way, Chu Lang might have. Yet now, it appeared that her assumptions were misguided. Things were far better than she had anticipated. In her past life, Chao Qin had exploited Ouyang Jing after claiming her, weaving her into his schemes and resulting in her sorrowful existence. Chu Lang, however, would never commit such treachery. Bang! Tao Jingji slammed his hand on the table in outrage. You insolent assistant, it seems boss Ouyang has spoiled you. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. It was you who has been spoiled. Chu Lang swept his hand across the table, his voice dripping with menace. His gaze turned icy, brimming with fury. Boom! The table flew upward with Chu Lang's forceful motion, crashing down with a thunderous noise. Dishes and cups scattered across the floor, creating utter chaos. The table, propelled by Chu Lang's strength, hurtled toward Tao Jingji. Fortunately, he dodged swiftly. Otherwise, that heavy table could have shattered his legs. The intensity of Chu Lang's rage was palpable. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Chu Lang, who resembled a rampaging beast. Having been reborn 2 decades later, Chu Lang was not easily swayed by emotions, yet that did not mean he was immune to them. To dare pursue a woman before his very eyes was intolerable for any man, let alone a proud man like Lang Gu. How dare you? Slap. Before Tao Jingji could utter a word of insult, Chu Lang's palm struck his face fiercely, sending him staggering backward. Do you think someone like you can covet boss Ouyang? Chu Lang's eyes were filled with a fierce glare as he kicked Tao Jingji in the abdomen, causing him to writhe in pain on the ground. Ouch! That hurts. Someone, get him. Tao Jingji called for his security. I dare anyone to try? Qiu San unsheathed a glimmering dagger, and his companions swiftly moved to regain control of the situation. Qiu San, a man accustomed to bloodshed, handled such scenarios with ease. Cowed by the fierce presence of Qiu San and his formidable companions, Tao Jingji finally conceded. Friends, let us talk it over. We are partners. There is no need for this. Who considers you a partner? Do you even deserve that title? Chu Lang's eyes remained fierce as he grasped 2 undamaged wine bottles. An affinity for alcohol, perhaps? He thrust the bottle's neck into Tao Jingji's mouth, the liquor cascading down his throat, choking him to the point of desperation. Cough, cough. I was wrong. I apologize. I shall never do so again. He gasped. Get lost. Chu Lang finally kicked Tao Jingji in the face, sending him sprawling away in a frantic retreat. It wasn't until 2 minutes later, when Tao Jingji had fled downstairs, that he pointed at the window and bellowed, You all wait for me. The land will not be yours. I swear it. Even Jesus cannot change that. Upstairs, following the ruckus, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. Qiu San, anxious, remarked, Lang Gu, having dealt with that scoundrel might cause us some trouble regarding the land. Trouble is inevitable, but it is not as grave as you might think. Once Huang Menglong intervened, the ownership of the land has become less significant to their company. Chu Lang replied, Fatty, ensure the funds are ready. We must secure the land by tomorrow. The first battle with Huang Menglong may need to commence sooner than anticipated. Understood. With that, Chu Lang turned his gaze toward Ouyang Jing. She lowered her head, nervously rubbing the hem of her garment, fearful that Chu Lang might blame her for her actions. With a hint of vulnerability, she murmured, Lang Gu, I will not act this way again. Chu Lang gently pinched her cheek. We have aspirations to fulfill and adversaries to vanquish, but none of this should come at the expense of your well-being. I recognize the fierce spirit within you, but that vigor should be directed towards our foes, not yourself. You must understand, your life holds greater importance than that of our enemies. Do you comprehend? Though Chu Lang bore her no ill will, Ouyang Jing felt an inexplicable sting at the tip of her nose, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lang Gu, even though I am still a student, I understand that seeking help is like swallowing a 3-foot sword. and relying on others is akin to ascending to the heavens. You have aided me immensely, and I wish to ensure that I do not become a burden. I do not require much from you. Simply follow the path I lay out step by step. Ouyang Jing could sense the genuine concern in Chu Lang's words. She opened her arms and embraced him, declaring, I understand now. Xiao San and the others, witnessing this, quickly retreated, patting Chu Lang on the shoulder as they departed. Lang Gu, take care of yourself. If you need anything, seek me out. Lao Si has connections that can provide everything. At that moment, Ouyang Jing had buried her head into Chu Lang's chest, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tao Zhengji dialed the number. Hello, Dragon Master. This is Tao Zhengji from Jindeli. Huang Menglong's voice was deep and resonant. What is it? I am quite busy. Dragon Master, I need to report something. A certain Lu Pengzi from Chongming Mining has, for reasons unknown, associated with an individual named Ouyang Jing to establish a company called Jingshui Real Estate Development, intending to acquire that Film City land. You should keep a close watch on this matter. Chongming Mining. Huang Menglong's brow furrowed. This enterprise had recently gained considerable prominence in Shanjiang City. However, Huang Menglong himself had no related industries, so he had only heard whispers of it without paying it much heed. However, it is known that this enterprise has recently been flourishing, with considerable capital at its disposal. What bid have they presented? It has already reached 2.3 billion. Yet it appears there is room for negotiation. If you wish to secure this deal, preparations will be necessary. I will speak to Boss Qin on your behalf to strive for a 20% rebate. The term rebate refers to the practice of negotiating a return after the initial offer. Huang Menglong is the undisputed ruler of Shangjiang, and only he enjoys such privileges. I understand, and once the deal is finalized, there will be benefits for you. As he hung up the phone, Huang Menglong's eyes glimmered with malice. Another Chu Lang. And now a Zhongming Mining. It seems that I, Huang, have not made a stir in Shangjiang for quite some time, and these foolish clowns have grown increasingly audacious. A Sheng, Master Long at your service. A young man with bulging muscles stepped into the room. Make arrangements. It is time for the people of Shangjiang to witness the iron will of our Menglong group. Yes. Have you found any news on Chao Qin? Replying to Master Long. There is still no news. It is likely he has offended some enemies and may be lost. Continue the search. Although Chao Qin's disappearance is advantageous for us, I still sense something amiss. Understood. Huang Menglong made his arrangements and awaited the following day. The next day, at the top floor of the Wealth Center A in Shangjiang. Have you prepared everything I instructed? Everything is ready. Indeed, one must not underestimate Huang Menglong's ruthlessness. With Shizun absent, and Jing still not waving the flag. Confronting Huang Menglong directly is not possible for now. This is to ensure her safety, as well as that of everyone involved. Let us proceed. It is time to begin. Under Chu Lang's arrangement, Ouyang Jing walked in the center, leading the group with great momentum into the auction venue. As soon as they entered, a man in a suit and sunglasses obstructed their path. Gentlemen, our boss wishes to meet with you. Following the sunglasses-wearing man's indication, Chu Lang finally encountered the man who had vowed to annihilate his entire family, Huang Menglong. Chapter 59. The battlefield unfolds. Huang Menglong did not immediately enter the private room. Instead, he sat upright on the sofa in the booth, his hands resting on his knees, exhibiting an air of composure. With graying hair, a short cut, and a vintage black patterned shirt, coupled with his stern expression, he exuded a solemn gravity that commanded respect without uttering a word. Those passing by would take notice of Master Long and would steer clear from a distance, a testament to his formidable presence. Master Long, they have arrived. My subordinate has brought Chu Lang and Ouyang Jing. The fat man and Xiao San were not included in this gathering. Huang Menglong's gaze swept over the two. Sharp as the edge of a steel blade, Chu Lang remained relatively unfazed, having weathered many storms. He was able to maintain his composure despite being significantly outmatched by Huang Menglong's prowess. Ouyang Jing, however, appeared anxious. This was her longtime adversary who had inflicted great trauma during her childhood, evoking both fear and anger within her. I had presumed that anyone daring to oppose me, Huang, even if a woman, would be a formidable figure. However, I was taken aback to find merely a delicate young girl before me. Huang Menglong had never encountered Chu Lang and had no inclination to investigate him, for in his eyes, Chu Lang was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. When the half-month mark arrived and Ji Guangfa failed to return, he would simply eliminate his entire family. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Lang stood directly before him at that moment. Ouyang Jing, feeling anxious, found her hand clasped within Chu Lang's, the warmth of his touch calming her. Taking a deep breath, she stated, "By my father's command, I am engaging in business activities in Shangjiang. I bear no intention of offending Lord Long." "Very well," Huang Minglong replied with a slight nod. It was entirely understandable that he could not recognize Ouyang Jing, as she had left Shangjiang as a young girl, and now, in her 20s, her appearance had transformed significantly. He retrieved a checkbook from his pocket and swiftly pinned a check for 1 million, declaring, "Consider this a gesture of friendship between me and your father. Depart from Shangjiang with this money, and I shall hold no grudge. Otherwise, the consequences of offending me, Huang, in Shangjiang are beyond anyone's endurance." Huang Minglong adopted a strategy of courtesy before aggression. Upon hearing Huang Minglong mention her father, Ouyang Jing's hatred dispelled her fear, and she responded with a cold smile. "I apologize, Lord Long, but my father intends to expand his interests in Shangjiang, and I cannot comply." He furrowed his brow and, with a decisive motion, crumpled the check in his hand, his authoritative presence radiating an astonishing chill. "Young lady, are you prepared to display such ingratitude? Just because you know Fatty Lu from Chongming Mining, you believe you can thrive here? You remain ignorant of the depths of this water. Beware, or you may drown. A beauty like you, opposing me, can sometimes be more agonizing than death itself." Truly, he was the Dragon Lord, having eradicated rivals over the years to become the underworld's leader. His imposing aura was so potent that even the future female marquises would falter in its presence, their faces turning pale. Chu Lang gently placed his hand on Ouyang Jing's waist, taking over her conversation and addressing her directly. "Lord Long is a contemporary titan. It would be laughable to trouble a young girl." Just then, the sound of mechanical clicks echoed as two of Lord Long's subordinates raised their weapons, their dark muzzles aimed at Chu Lang's head. "Ah!" Ouyang Jing gasped, her heart racing with terror. If the weapons were directed at her, it would have been bearable. But aimed at Chu Lang instead, it sent her spiraling into dread. The thought of his peril felt more terrifying than her own. Trembling, she clutched his arm, her mind racing with the fear of what would happen if Lang Guo were to perish. What would she do? How would she face the days ahead? Previously, she had been unencumbered and living freely, but now that she had grown attached to someone, anxiety began to take root in her heart. Then, Lord Long's voice echoed, "Do you believe you have the right to critique my actions?" Chu Lang, in stark contrast, remained composed and unperturbed. He did not believe that Huang Minglong would dare to commit murder in front of such a multitude. Even he, in his arrogance, would not dare to infringe upon the fundamental order of society. "When I assess others, I never consider who they are. The mouth resides on my own face, and how I choose to use it is my own affair." Huang Minglong, in a fit of rage, laughed derisively. "Ha! I once thought Miss Ouyang was audacious. Yet I am taken aback to find she is accompanied by an even more presumptuous youth. Young man, temper your exuberance, at your age." I certainly did not exhibit such bravado. He was indeed astonished. This young man's calm demeanor was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. A young man who is not brash is a rarity. Today, the organizers, the contractors, the bidders, and the auctioneers are all my associates. What do you intend to contest against me? Youngster, I admire your courage, yet without the strength to match it. Your foolishness renders you no different from the ignorant. Since you too refuse to heed my warnings, you shall meet your demise as you deserve." Chu Lang stood his ground firmly. "Very well, I, along with Boss Ouyang, shall await your methods. Lord Long, show them out." Huang Minglong commanded with a flutter of his eyelids. When they reached the private room on the second floor of the auction, Ouyang Jing's expression had yet to recover, etched with fear and anxiety. "Lang Guo, you frighten me to death. I truly fear his subordinates might go mad and harm you." Ouyang Jing clutched Chu Lang's arm tightly, completely oblivious to the fact that his arm had become ensnared in her exquisite embrace. He dared not move. Chu Lang remained unflappable. Ouyang Jing lifted her gaze to admire Chu Lang's composed profile. He appeared remarkably youthful, yet exuded a calmness under Lord Long's pressure that filled her with admiration. She wrapped her arms around his neck and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Though perilous, you are undeniably handsome." After this encounter, witnessing a man who could match Huang Minglong's imposing presence, Ouyang Jing felt a surge of confidence regarding her revenge. The stage had been set, and the battlefield was prepared. What followed would be a true test of steel and resolve. The real struggle had only just begun. Half an hour later, The MC took the stage. The auction for the land at number 103 Taiping Ancient Town is now commencing. Following a prolonged series of speeches and various commercial flattery, the auction bids were finally initiated. The land at number 103 Taiping Ancient Town encompassed a total of 15,000 acres, with an opening bid price of 2.3 billion, with increments no less than 5 million. The auction has begun. Given that this was not in the city center and was subject to stringent planning regulations, the unit price was not excessively high. However, a total price exceeding 1 billion for such substantial land would still be considered exorbitant in Shanjiang. Those capable of bidding were all reputable companies. Upon hearing the base price, Chu Lang wore a cold smile. It was evident that this Jean Deli had set the reserve price based directly on their bid. We, Guangming Real Estate, bid 23.5 billion. With the presence of competitors, it was only fitting to set the stage. Chu Lang signaled to his subordinates within the private room to call out the bid, their voices resonating beyond the confines. 2.5 billion. Chapter 60. Fierce bidding 25 billion for Jingshui Real Estate. The voice echoed throughout the auction hall. The top floor of Building A in the Wealth Center served as a highly professional auction venue, characterized by its duplex structure. The first level was occupied by seating, while the second level featured a circular corridor connecting several private boxes. Given that auctions often involve personal privacy, prominent figures could choose to sit in a box if they wished to conceal their identities. Currently, Chu Lang resided in Box 9, while Huang Minglong opted not to enter a box, instead seating himself in the main hall, surrounded by a vast expanse of empty space, underscoring his unparalleled status. As soon as Chu Lang completed his bid, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. This individual raised the bid by 15 million. Jingshui Real Estate? I've never heard of it. It seems to belong to the two young men who conversed with Master Long just moments ago. Are they daring to challenge him? Do they possess great courage or significant backing? Who knows? But this promises to be an intriguing spectacle. As the crowd continued to speculate, Huang Menglong's expression soured. As the underground emperor, having seized power through ruthless means, he was exceedingly protective of his reputation. Any incident that threatened to undermine his authority would incite his ire. For instance, the disappearance of Ji Guangfa and the interference of Jingshui Real Estate were both affronts to his dignity. 27 billion, Huang Minglong declared, his authority unwavering as he made his bid. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Indeed, the illustrious Master Long had clashed with an obscure company. Moreover, the murderous intent glinting in his eyes indicated that the matter was far from straightforward. In Box 9, Chu Lang smiled. What are you laughing about, Lango? Isn't it more difficult now that Huang Minglong has entered the fray? Not at all. Chu Lang gently pinched Ouyang Jing's face, increasingly delighted by her blend of innocence and allure. This caused her to blush and turn away. We should be discussing serious matters, Lango. Please, no frivolity. She shot him a playful glare. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Huang Minglong personally stepping into the ring is undoubtedly advantageous for us. Shizun is already on his way back, along with the remnants of Chao Qin's forces and your father's scattered subordinates. They are all waiting for you to rally them. And when the time comes, we can assemble a force that, while perhaps not surpassing, will at least be able to contend with Huang Menglong's might. However, the key is that their loyalty must revolve entirely around you. If you remain merely a schoolgirl, will these wolves of the underworld respect you? If unity falters, everything could collapse in an instant. I understand. A spark of realization lit up Ouyang Jing's beautiful eyes. Langu, do you mean we should begin to leverage Huang Minglong to our advantage? The more he regards us with importance, the more it indirectly signifies our capabilities. After gathering those individuals, they ingeniously leveraged Huang Menglong's high pressure to ensure a close bond with us, leaving no room for dissent. Chu Lang silently admired her. Indeed, she was exceptional, even contemplating utilizing Huang Menglong's animosity to enhance cohesion, a strategy that Ouyang Jing had already considered. It seemed he had never mentioned this to her. Jinger is truly astute. You are absolutely right. All we need to do now is flex our muscles. Ouyang Jing finally received Chu Lang's acknowledgement, her face beaming with joy. That still requires Brother Lang's clever hints. At that moment, the door to their private room swung open. You are indeed here. The visitor was Tao Zhengji, the very person whom Chu Lang had dealt with harshly the previous day. Chu Lang inquired, Deputy General Tao, what brings you here? In truth, Tao Zhengji had been assigned by Lord Long to monitor Chu Lang and Ouyang Jing, ensuring they did not escape. Of course, I came to observe your auction. Weren't you quite arrogant yesterday? If you wish to secure this land through your own merit, Lord Long has made a bid. Do you have the audacity to match it? Tao Jingji scoffed condescendingly. Chu Lang paid him no mind, simply smiling faintly. 3 billion. 3 billion. The owner of Box 9 bids 3 billion. That parcel of land, designated for a film city, held unpredictable potential for profit. In terms of sheer value, the land itself was worth roughly 3 billion. Any bid above that was merely inflated. Chu Lang instantly raised the price to its zenith, causing the faces of the other owners to shift. Did the owner of Box 9 not wish to profit? Purchasing it for 3 billion and then constructing a film city. What if it failed to yield returns? They could face ruin. Jingshui Real Estate is formidable. There were gasps of astonishment at the impressive strength of Jingshui Properties, and this news would undoubtedly spread through the mouths of these owners to the outside world. This was precisely the outcome Chu Lang desired. Flexing muscles. It was a display of wealth. Huang Menglong's eyes narrowed in fury. Rascal. This is no longer a business transaction. It is a blatant provocation. Although Huang Menglong was furious, he maintained his composure. He indeed desired the land, but he was unwilling to engage in a losing venture. He glanced at a mustached man seated beside him. 30% return? This man was Shui Gang, the head of Jindeli Tourism Company. Huang Menglong was demanding that he return 30% of the auction proceeds. Under Huang Menglong's pressure, Shui Gang was drenched in cold sweat, yet he stammered, Lord Long, you must see reason. This company is not solely mine. There are numerous shareholders below. I can only return 20% at most. Anything more would be impossible to justify to the shareholders. Huang Menglong's business approach was indeed tyrannical, yet he possessed the capital to be so. Huang Menglong, already irate, glared, nearly frightening Shui Gang into submission. Lord Long, 25, at most 25. Would that be acceptable? I have already inserted the portion I could acquire. Huang Menglong slightly nodded, contemplating that with a 25% rebate, he should not fear the Jingshui Real Estate. Indeed, 32 billion. After the rebate, he would only need to expend 24 billion, nearly the bottom price, to secure the land. Huang Menglong smirked inwardly, believing he could obtain greater profits. What could they possibly use to contend with him? Miss Ouyang, if you forego profit, then I, Huang, shall likewise abandon profit. Let us see whose assets are more formidable. Unbeknownst to him, Huang Menglong had already regarded Jingshui Real Estate as his formidable foe. His words and actions made the surrounding businessmen regard Jingshui Real Estate with newfound respect. It appeared that Jingshui Real Estate could indeed match wits with Lord Long. What is profit? Grateful for Lord Long's esteem, we accept the challenge. Thus, Jingshui Real Estate has no reason to evade battle. 35 billion. A premium of 50 million. Such a staggering price ignited a fervor throughout the venue. Chapter 61. Preparing for rainy days upstairs, within the private room. Have you all lost your minds? 35 billion, not only without profit, but potentially at a devastating loss. Tao Zhengji exclaimed, wide-eyed, pointing at Chu Lang and his companion. Chu Lang casually replied, our boss Ouyang has ample funds. What are you after? The joy of it. A soft giggle escaped Ouyang Jing's lips, filling the room with charm. At that moment, a piercing sound echoed. Crash! Huang Menglong's teacup shattered on the floor, and the previously fervent atmosphere instantly fell silent. Not a sound could be heard, as if a pin drop could be detected. Such was the might of Lord Long. How outrageous! Huang Menglong was furious. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a tremendous wrath. A mere local company dared to disregard him in front of so many people. They even relinquished profit, deliberately provoking him. How could the esteemed Lord Long endure such disrespect? Ouyang Jing's calm voice drifted down from above. Lord Long, it is merely an auction. Why be so angry? At your age, it would be wise to temper your temper. Be cautious of what ailments may arise, for your health is at stake. A provocation. A blatant challenge. The entire room was secretly horrified. This female proprietor of Jingshui Real Estate must possess significant influence to dare provoke Lord Long so directly. Huang Menglong felt the flames of anger surging within him. Lord Long, I shall eliminate them. Ah Sheng, poised at his side, was ready to act. Wait, just as Chu Lang had stated, no matter how audacious Huang Menglong was, he would not dare to disregard the fundamental order of society. If she wishes to fight, then I shall engage. Huang Menglong seized Shui Gang by the collar. 30. Lord Long, I smack. A resounding slap landed on Shui Gang's face. His anger was to be borne by Shui Gang alone. 30. I will ask one last time. Shui Gang was utterly terrified, fearing that Huang Minglong would end his life on the spot. He struggled to swallow and stammered, all right, 30. Master Long. It really can only be 30. I must allocate 25 to the shareholders. 30 is my limit. Any more, and I would be begging on the streets myself. Huang Minglong brushed Shui Gang aside. He was not short of funds, but his recent investments had diverted his capital. Despite his anger, he was resolute against making a loss. This was a principle that had enabled him to grow strong and prosperous, never allowing rage to cloud his judgment. 3.8 billion. With this returned, he could offer 2.6 billion. According to Huang Minglong's calculations, this profit margin was already minimal. Were it not for pride, he would not be compelled to exert himself so fiercely. I, Huang, shall wager 80 million as my stake. 80 million? Is Master Long so miserly? 400 million. A hum filled the air. There was no clamor, no uproar. When the number was announced from Box 9, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Had this man lost his mind? The number 103 plot offered no guarantees, yet he was willing to invest 400 million outright. Did he not regard money as money? In Shangjiang, even the underground king, Master Long, would hesitate to casually wager hundreds of millions on a whim. One must always weigh the gains and losses. However, what was going on with Jingshui Real Estate? At this moment, Huang Minglong's expression transcended mere fury. If circumstances permitted, there would be no doubt he could send someone upstairs to dismember Chu Lang. You are playing with fire. His voice was chilling, penetrating to the bone. Inside Box 9, a brief silence ensued. Everyone presumed that Jingshui Real Estate had been intimidated by Master Long's might. Approximately 30 seconds later, a voice emerged from the box. 400 million is trivial, Master Long, mind your stature. Bang. Huang Minglong slammed his palm down in exasperation. Very well. Jingshui Real Estate. I shall remember this. 400 million. I shall see if you have the life to spend it. Huang Minglong's gaze sharpened, signaling Sheng to head to the second floor. Sheng understood, leading a dozen burly subordinates, menacingly advancing to the second floor. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. It was over. Those from Jingshui Real Estate would likely meet their end here. Who could argue otherwise? In Shangjiang, it had been over a decade since anyone dared to confront Master Long. With a snap, Huang Minglong's subordinate ignited his cigar. In my business, I not only earn money, but also reputation. Anyone who dares to tarnish my name shall pay with their life. Over there, Sheng, flanked by several men, wore a grim and foreboding expression. Are they inside? Yes, Brother Sheng. Tao Zhengji has already entered to monitor. All corridors are sealed. No one has exited. Good. Sheng nodded, daring to offend Master Long. Today, we must ensure these two become corpses. Brother Sheng, the alluring proprietress of Jingshui Real Estate, appeared remarkably enchanting. One of his sycophants, with a furtive demeanor, rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with desire. Let us apprehend her first, then we shall heed Master Long's directives. You will undoubtedly receive your due rewards. Haha, splendid. The staircase to the second floor was brief. Upon reaching the door, Sheng's eyes widened. This must be the place, right? Indeed, room 9. Advance. With a resounding crash, Sheng, as Master Long's trusted confidant, was known for his decisive actions, never indulging in procrastination. His combat prowess was formidable. His kick reverberated throughout the building. The door swung open with a thud. As the vanguard, Sheng charged in, fueled by boundless fury, intent on restoring Master Long's reputation. However, upon entering, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Chu Lang and Ouyang Jing were seated on the sofa. The room was densely packed, filled with at least dozens of individuals. A mere 30 square meters of space was overcrowded. Even a deity would struggle to maneuver within such confines. Sheng's heart sank in terror. Hold still. A glinting blade was pressed against his throat. Brother Sheng, do not move. One more step, and you shall meet your end. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sheng's forehead, transforming his rage into sheer dread. Trouble was brewing today. Chapter 62. The land deal secured. The voice behind him was colder than the blade. Ouyang Jing slowly rose. You hastened up here. Do you seek me for something? Sheng's sweat cascaded down as he beheld Tao Jingji, trembling in the corner. It was evident that every maneuver had been anticipated. He had not come seeking a quarrel, but rather courting death. Strangely enough, he did not recognize a single individual in the room. leaving no opportunity for threats or negotiations. When entering the auction house, Chu Lang had instructed Fatty and Chiu San to prepare precisely for this. Chu Lang had previously arranged for Chiu San to position individuals in other rooms, awaiting Ah Sheng's arrival to ensnare him. Huang Minglong was indeed formidable. In comparison, Chiu San resembled a flickering candlelight. However, to outsmart someone who is cunning is an entirely different matter. Chu Lang had orchestrated meticulous preparations, even going so far as to spend money to bring in some ruthless individuals from afar. The concern was that locals might fear Master Long's might and turn against them at the last moment. Indeed, everything had unfolded according to Chu Lang's calculations. Downstairs, Huang Minglong puffed on a vibrant red cigar, tendrils of smoke curling gracefully. Only the finest Cuban cigars were worthy of his status as a leader. Humph, challenging me. Do they truly believe that wealth grants them the license to act with impunity? Huang Minglong wore a faint, proud smile. If it were to deal with others, Huang Minglong would show no sign whatsoever. Whether to tidy up or not was merely a fleeting thought. However, it seems that even Huang Minglong himself had not realized that after believing he had taken control of the Jing Shui property, a small thrill had blossomed within him. This sensation clearly indicated that he had relegated the Jing Shui property to the ranks of his adversaries, a subtle form of significance. Master Long, the outsider, always presumed he could wield power in Shangjiang, yet he had likely never experienced the terror of being at your mercy. The flattery from his subordinates prompted Huang Minglong to take a satisfying puff from his cigar, while onlookers sighed in resignation. Master Long remained the same Master Long, his prowess undiminished. Just when everyone believed that the Jing Shui property would be dealt with by Ah Sheng's men, a resounding thud echoed from the second floor. Bring them down, Ah Sheng, Huang Minglong commanded, slightly raising his chin, addressing the upper floor with nonchalance. Bring who down? Chu Lang's indifferent voice pierced the air, reaching everyone's ears. As Huang Minglong looked up, he was suddenly taken aback. Ah Sheng and the dozen or so individuals he had brought upstairs, along with Tao Jingji, were all being forcibly escorted into the corridor. Each person's neck was held at bay by a glimmering dagger. Any hint of resistance could lead them to meet the King of Hell immediately. The scene erupted into chaos. Master Long's men had been countered. Dozens of individuals filled the second floor to the brim. Ah Sheng's hands were bound behind his back, with Chu Lang personally pressing a knife to his neck. Master Long, we've been set up. I am sorry, it was my mistake. With a swift motion, Huang Minglong could no longer contain himself and rose from his seat. His gaze fixed intently on Chu Lang. You dare. Calm down, Master Long, Chu Lang interjected. This individual is your trusted aide, is he not? I am aware that you have more men outside, and I know that my people do not hold much value to you. However, his voice was cold as the blade's tip began to pierce Ah Sheng's skin, a trickle of blood seeping forth. Our lives, and the life of your loyal aide. Which holds more worth? I suggest you weigh that carefully. After all, it is merely a life. Chu Lang understood that although he had arranged for dozens of men to ascend, it was far from sufficient to confront Huang Minglong. Outside, with a mere call, Huang Minglong could crush them to dust. Yet Chu Lang was acutely aware of the adage that fortune favors the bold. If he could best him here, the legend of the Jing Shui property would echo throughout the city of Shangjiang. He would emerge victorious. Ah Sheng cried out, Master Long, kill them. Don't worry about me. Huang Minglong would have relished the thought. However, first, Ah Sheng was quite valuable to him. Moreover, everyone understood that Ah Sheng was his confidant. If he were to disregard Ah Sheng's fate at this moment, what would his subordinates think? Once the human heart turns cold, rekindling warmth becomes an arduous endeavor. In silence, Huang Minglong seethed, his chest rising and falling violently with indignation. Good, 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 he repeated thrice, revealing the ferocity and fury simmering within him. Jingshui Real Estate. Boss Ouyang, today I miscalculated. Speak, what do you desire? After 15 years, this marked one of the rare occasions where Huang Minglong conceded. In previous instances, he had chosen to endure in the face of greater adversaries, lacking the strength to retaliate. However, this time was different. He was unexpectedly dominated by two young individuals. If one were to observe closely, they might even notice the subtle tremors coursing through his powerful frame. Ouyang Jing seized the moment. Where are the auction documents and transfer procedures? Bring them to us. They had just conferred upstairs. She would handle the commercial aspects while Chu Lang would confront opponents. Huang Minglong turned to Shui Gang, signaling him with a glance. Go, deliver them to Boss Ouyang. Soon. The auction documents and transfer procedures were presented. Ouyang Jing revealed the bank card provided by Chu Lang. For 100 million, not a penny less. Shui Gang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, outwardly anxious. Yet inwardly he admired Ouyang Jing and Jingshui Real Estate, recognizing their corporate integrity. Such was the demeanor of a true enterprise. They did not bully the weak but honored their commitments. 400 million was indeed 400 million. While Shui Gang appeared humble, he had genuinely profited from this encounter. He received the bank card with both hands, respectfully declaring, "Thank you, Boss Ouyang. Everyone, take heed. I, Ouyang Jing, am clear about my principles and will not exploit my position for personal gain." Many business leaders in attendance secretly admired her. Only Huang Menglong's expression grew darker. Ouyang Jing was publicly shaming him, insinuating that he was a bully. Chu Lang grabbed a shang. "We secured the land. Let us depart. I request that you clear a path for us, Dragon Master." Huang Menglong gritted his teeth, forcing out a single word through clenched lips. "Withdraw." His men dispersed, while Chu Lang signaled for his team to leave first. Ultimately, he took a sheng and descended in the elevator. At the ground floor of Building A in the Wealth Center, Huang Menglong dashed out in pursuit, yet he could not spot Chu Lang and his companions. Instead, he only saw a sheng and others standing pale at the entrance. Upon Huang Menglong's emergence, a sheng fell to his knees with a thud. "Dragon Master, I'm sorry." He understood that Huang Menglong's reputation had suffered a significant blow today. "Rise," Huang Menglong replied coldly. "Investigate the relationship between Zhongming Mining and Jingshui Real Estate. Uncover their origins, and then make them disappear without a trace." Huang Menglong was infuriated. This was the angriest he had been in 15 years. Little did he know, the news of the auction had already stirred a tempest throughout the city. Chapter 63. In need of funds, have you heard? A company called Jingshui Real Estate has emerged in Jiangsu, daring to challenge Dragon Master. The legendary Long Yi has been outmaneuvered, losing the land of Taiping Ancient Town. No. 103, have you heard? A formidable company has emerged in Shangjiang, capable of holding its own against Long Yi, known as Jingshui Real Estate. They have managed to trample Long Yi at the Wealth Center and effortlessly secured the aforementioned land from him. Long Yi, rendered speechless, dares not voice his fury. Rumor has it that a new sovereign has arisen in Shangjiang, and it is a woman, the very owner of Jingshui Real Estate, who has left Long Yi in a state of stunned silence. She even slapped Long Yi in the face, compelling him to relinquish the land he had acquired. Ultimately, he was forced to kneel and apologize, bowing thrice. Truly remarkable. This is how the rumors swirl, growing more extravagant with each retelling. Lao Guo, is this too far-fetched? When did Huang Menglong ever bow to me? Although I wish he would. Listening to the various rumors circulating in society, Ouyang Jing felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Chu Lang, I have encouraged the momentum." I understand now. Lao Guo intends to leverage Huang Menglong's influence. "Precisely. When will Shi Zun return to the country?" Ouyang Jing replied. "It may take a few more days. Si Gu is still gathering his brothers, which requires some time. You must grow stronger before his return. While you can trust Si Gu, his subordinates are bloodthirsty individuals, and it's hard to guarantee that a few won't stir up trouble, leading to chaos. Once Shi Zun is back, you can raise your banner. Your father's hidden remnants and Chao Qin's legacy will all be within your grasp." "I understand, Lao Guo." As soon as Ouyang Jing finished speaking, Chu Lang placed the contract for the land number 103 before her. "Sign here, and with a fingerprint. This land worth 400 million will belong to the Ouyang family." Lao Guo, is this truly for me?" Chu Lang had previously stated that he would not involve himself with Jingshui Real Estate, leaving everything to Ouyang Jing. Yet, when everything lay before her, it felt like a dream. This was indeed 400 million. Did I not say this before? Do you think I jest? In a past life, Chao Qin utilized threats and various means to manipulate the emperor, ultimately being usurped by Ouyang Jing and meeting a tragic end. In this life, Chu Lang has chosen to do the opposite. He possesses absolute confidence in himself, even if Ouyang Jing were to harbor any ulterior motives. He does not believe she could surpass him, having gained 2 decades of foresight. The most effective way to conquer a woman is to be stronger than she is. However, as power steadily rises, once Si Gu returns, I will raise my banner, and in a single night, both people and wealth will be mine. Lao Guo need not fear. Sign it. It is still too early to discuss anything. You may not even realize your own ambitions yet. If you leave, then so be it. As long as Huang Menglong is gone, You may do as you please. Ouyang Jing trembled slightly, picked up the pen, and signed her name. Then, casting the pen aside, she draped her arms around Chu Lang's neck, her alluring fragrance enveloping him as she leaned closer. Half an hour later, in the living room outside, Chu Lang summoned Chiu San and the fatty. Master San, during this period, you may need to exert a bit more effort. Huang Minglong is furious and will undoubtedly seek revenge. Until Shizuan returns to the country and Jinger raises the banner, we will not be entirely safe. Rest assured, Brother Lang. I may not be able to provoke him, but I know how to evade him, the fatty replied. Brother Lang, we have secured the land, but it cost us 4 billion. This expenditure stings. Broaden your perspective, fatty. 4 billion is merely a trifle. We can earn that back in less than a month. However, who knows if such an opportunity will arise again? We currently have less than 1 billion left on our balance sheet. Moreover, having acquired the land, we must commence construction immediately according to the stipulated requirements. Otherwise, we will incur hefty capital gains taxes. I had someone calculate the expenses. If we are to build the film and television city as per the requirements, the initial phase will demand an investment of over 6 billion. Even if we pay in installments, only providing a portion for now, along with the deposits required above, we still face a shortfall of over 1 billion before we can commence, Brother Lang. The fatty appeared increasingly anxious. Initially, after acquiring the land for 23 billion, the remaining funds were just sufficient for the preliminary construction. Once the mine was operational, the funds would be manageable. If necessary, we could secure a loan. However, the unexpected additional expenditure had completely disrupted the fatty's plans. Don't panic. So we need over 1 billion, correct? Yes, Brother Lang. What shall we do? Should we sell off the remaining 10 mining points? Don't rush. Hastily selling will not yield a favorable price. Furthermore, as more mineral reserves are revealed in the future, our 10 mining points will only appreciate in value. But where will we acquire the urgently needed funds? The Guzheng Management Committee just notified us that we must commence work within a week. Chu Lang smiled faintly. By the way, how is the covert communication I asked you to handle progressing? Has Jiang Winden quietly acquired several mining points in recent days? Chu Lang had previously instructed the fatty to liaise with the contractor he arranged to secretly transfer the mining points to Jiang Winden. Such clandestine dealings were precisely the sort of underhanded business that Jiang Winden, who despised integrity, relished. The fatty replied, that scoundrel has an insatiable appetite. He has already acquired over a dozen mining points, including his own, along with equipment and other investments. He is nearing 5 billion. If we account for the bank loans, it is approximately 8 billion. Moreover, our spodumene mines have recently revealed significant reserves, and since he has barely begun mining, the economic value is skyrocketing, increasing by at least 1 billion. 8 billion already? Almost there. Master San, how is the preparation on the fourth side? All set. The fourth has dispatched 3 individuals to Jiang Winden's 3 mining points to dig for a few days. They are regular employees, absolutely loyal, one of our own. Good. Contact the higher-ups. It is time to conduct a comprehensive safety inspection and fulfill my promise. We shall also take the opportunity to exploit Zhang's resources. Chu Lang stroked his chin, grinning wickedly. A promise to dismantle Zhang's chemical enterprise within 3 months. However, Chu Lang did not mind the early arrival of the moment. Chiu San and the stout man shivered. Every time Lang Gu smiled in such a manner, it foretold misfortune for someone. Meanwhile, Jiang Wendong stood atop a high mound, surveying his subordinates, a dozen or nearly 20 mining sites under his covert control, filled with exuberance. Mine, all mine. Soon, every mining point in Muliu Mountain shall belong to me. With the recent revelations of significant lithium spodumene deposits, the value of the sites Jiang Wendong held soared. Their potential immeasurable. Chapter 64. The battery chemical plant. What nonsense is this Zhoming mining? Once I secure the majority of mining points, I shall expel you from the game entirely. They are all mine. Recently, Jiang Wendong's worth had skyrocketed, and he brimmed with confidence for the future. Donggu. A young man, with a shifty demeanor and a red cap, scampered over to Jiang Wendong. Had Chu Lang been present, he would have recognized this individual as the infamous Li Xiu. While investigating Chu Lang, Jiang Wendong had contacted Chu Lang's former acquaintances and fortuitously found the bankrupt Li Xiu. Li Xiu, eager to ingratiate himself, managed to secure a sycophantic position by Jiang Wendong's side. What is it? The battery chemical plant overseen by Gu Qingqing, which you instructed me to monitor, is about to commence production. They are currently sourcing raw materials through various channels, with the highest demand for lithium spodumene, and several orders have already arrived on our side. Recently, the new energy sector has surged, leading to a substantial increase in lithium battery demand, presenting a golden opportunity for Gu Qingqing. Orders are continuously flowing to the Qingqing battery chemical plant, and Gu Qingqing has adeptly seized the opportunity, preparing for mass production of lithium batteries. Therefore, the demand for lithium spodumene has dramatically increased, and the newly emerged Moliu Mountain lithium spodumene mine is undoubtedly the prime choice for raw materials. One might even say the sole option. For if one were to place orders externally, local protectionism would inflate transportation costs, doubling the base price. Haha, splendid. Let us visit President Gu's factory. As the largest contractor in Moliu Mountain, it is only fitting that we tour our downstream unit, the Qingqing battery chemical plant. This facility was originally a chemical plant, but had closed due to mismanagement before Gu Qingqing took it over. In a past life, Gu Qingqing did not enter this plant. Instead, after Jiang Wendong gained control of the shares of the Qingqing group, he shifted to another project, leaving Gu Qingqing devastated. In this life, Gu Qingqing entered as she had wished. Following the incident with Zhang Kong, Gu Qingqing undertook sweeping reforms within the company. Those promoted by Zhang Kong were dismissed under various pretexts, streamlining the organization for a fresh start. The entire Qingqing group flourished. Naturally, Gu Qingqing's loyal subordinates enjoyed commensurate rewards. The head of the security team at the Qingqing chemical plant was one such individual. Captain Mai Chao has been exhilarated lately, having ascended to the esteemed position of security chief, with his monthly salary surging by over 5,000, surpassing the 10,000 mark and joining the ranks of the high earners. In Shangjiang City, it is quite rare for those in the working class to attain such a level. Who could have imagined that just a year ago, he was a gambler? And after reforming his ways, he has flourished at the Qingqing group. Consequently, his motivation is palpable. He arrives at the factory bright and early each day, vigilantly monitoring for any potential disturbances. With production imminent, he is particularly diligent. One morning, as Mai Chao arrived at his post, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a familiar figure. Chu Lang. Goodness, is that you? Mai Chao exclaimed, as Chu Lang surfaced from the depths of his memory. A year ago, Mai Chao, like Chu Lang, was ensnared in the gambling world. The social circles in Shangjiang are rather small, and they often crossed paths at the same gambling venues. Thus they were somewhat acquainted. I didn't expect to see you here. What brings you? Mai Chao approached, patting Chu Lang on the shoulder, akin to a senior greeting a junior. He had grown fond of this gesture lately, relishing in his newfound authority. I'm here to find my sister, Gu Qingqing. Chu Lang had been away for several days, and each time his sisters called, he merely exchanged a few words before hanging up, undoubtedly causing them concern. Mai Chao paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Ah? So you are the notorious gambler brother of manager Gu that the company has been gossiping about? I was curious who was responsible for nearly bankrupting her. Now it all makes sense. Chu Lang's expression darkened. This fool had struck a nerve. Gambling was the path he regretted most in his 20 years of life. He bore no fear of others mentioning it, as it was a mistake he had made and had to face the consequences. Yet, how dare this Mai Chao, also a gambler, chastise him? Chu Lang raised his gaze and replied tersely, I have no time to waste with you. Step aside, I need to see my sister. Hey! Mai Chao interjected, retrieving a baton from his waist and blocking Chu Lang's path. Hold on. What business do you have inside? Going to beg manager Gu for money again? What's it to you? As the security chief of this chemical plant, I have the responsibility and duty to safeguard the company's assets. I believe your visit to manager Gu poses a risk of jeopardizing our company's stability. You cannot enter, Mai Chao declared, his nose held high, brandishing the baton as if Chu Lang were a thief. At that moment, the morning rush hour was underway, and employees were arriving at the factory, soon gathering around the entrance, gossiping and pointing at the two. Is this the brother of manager Gu? I heard he is a gambler. Chu Lang furrowed his brow. Gu Qingqing is my sister. It is only natural for me to seek her out. Move aside. How dare you curse at me when I'm not letting you in? Only employees are allowed inside under President Gu's orders. What does it matter that you are President Gu's brother? I said you cannot enter, so you cannot enter. Mai Chao reveled in his malice, using Chu Lang to assert his authority, determined to show everyone that no one could defy him in his presence. At that moment, an Audi A6 approached. Make way. Director Chun from the production department is coming. Mai Chao recognized the car. Director Chun had previously negotiated with President Gu at the executive level. now reassigned to manage production at the chemical plant. He held significant power and was an unwavering ally of Gu Qingqing. Mai Chao quickly opened the vehicle access gate. Just as the Audi was about to enter, the window rolled down, and a surprised exclamation floated out from within. Brother Lang. Director Chun had witnessed Chu Lang's formidable presence during the negotiation with Jiang Wendong. With a swift motion, he opened the car door and hurriedly approached Chu Lang. Brother Lang, why are you here in person? You could have informed me, and I would have come to fetch you. Only those present at the time understood the extent of Chu Lang's terrifying influence. With his singular effort, he had turned the tide and safeguarded the livelihoods of everyone in the company. He could be likened to the towering pillar of the Qingqing Group, a support of unparalleled might. Director Chen's tone was filled with the utmost respect. So, if no one had come to greet you, I would have been unable to enter this factory, wouldn't I? Upon being questioned by Chu Lang, Director Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Mai Chao's heart skipped a beat. Director Chen, do you know him? Director Chun, seasoned and astute, was well aware that Chu Lang had been obstructed by Mai Chao at the entrance. This is Brother Lang, President Gu's brother. Step aside quickly, or even the heavens cannot save you. Chapter 65. The king of the factory. Mai Chao felt a jolt of fear. Brother Lang? Director Chen even referred to him as Brother Lang? What are you still standing there for? Hurry and make way for Brother Lang. With Director Chun's reprimand, Mai Chao finally regained his senses. No. After an initial wave of terror, a thought struck Mai Chao. Have you lost your mind, Mai Chao? This is President Gu's brother. Brother Lang. Director Chen reminded him again. Yet, Mai Chao seemed resolute, brandishing a stick at the entrance. Director Chen, I acknowledge your high position, and I recognize you as the leader of this factory. However, that does not make you my superior. As the head of security, I am only accountable to President Gu and our factory. You may show him deference because he is President Gu's brother, but I cannot. Regardless of who he is related to, President Gu's order is clear. No one not affiliated with this factory is allowed inside. Therefore, Chu Lang cannot enter. Mai Chao stood firm, believing he was on a moral high ground, disregarding Director Chen's authority. He thought to himself that perhaps President Gu would feel uncomfortable because of his refusal to let her brother in, but as long as he appeared loyal, President Gu would surely not punish him. Even afterward, one might even reward oneself. After all, Chu Lang is merely a gambler, and in comparison to a gambler, the loyal head of security is undoubtedly of greater worth. The onlooking employees silently admired Mai Chao, raising their thumbs in approval of his unwavering integrity. Director Chen's face turned an ominous shade of green. Mai Chao, are you courting death? How dare you obstruct Brother Lang? A mere gambler has you subdued? Watch as I report you to General Gu. Chu Lang interjected, halting Director Chen from continuing. Enough, the factory has just commenced operations. Let us not escalate matters too much. I shall call my sister. At that moment, a black SUV once again entered the crowd. It was Director Ma from the Quality Inspection Department. Director Ma was also a high-ranking executive involved in the negotiations, present when Chu Lang single-handedly turned the tide that day. Due to Gu Qingqing's significant investment in the chemical plant, many senior executives from the headquarters were dispatched. Other businesses were scaled down or abolished, with the chemical plant becoming the mainstay of the Qingqing Group. Isn't that Brother Lang? Why have you come in person? I would have gone to receive you. Director Ma eagerly approached, echoing Director Chen's words. Your head of security 1T let me in. I shall wait for my sister to escort me. What? Director Ma exploded with rage. You impertinent fool, this is Brother Lang. How dare you deny him entry? You have some nerve. Initially resolute, Mai Chao now felt a twinge of unease. From their tone, it seemed that Chu Lang was not merely General Gu's brother. Soon, more vehicles arrived. Regardless of their awareness of Chu Lang's identity, everyone disembarked and stood orderly at the entrance. Those who recognized Chu Lang held esteemed positions, while those who did not, seeing their superiors present, dared not enter. In no time, the area outside the factory was filled with high-ranking officials from the chemical plant. Almost the entire management team was present, except for Gu Qingqing. Mai Chao stood alone against Chu Lang, a solitary warrior at the gate. Unfortunately, he had lost the composure he once had, his heart pounding with uncertainty regarding Chu Lang's true standing. Chu Lang, how about I let you in? Not going in. I will wait for my sister. No, you should go in. I do not wish to move. Chu Lang was quite displeased with this scoundrel, savoring the moment by slowly tormenting him. At this juncture, another Mercedes-Benz E-Class rolled in from outside. It was Vice President Zhou, who oversees market and security matters. Vice President Zhou, a figure of considerable authority within the factory, was also Mai Chao's direct superior. Good day, Vice President Zhou. Mai Chao quickly saluted upon seeing Zhou's arrival. The car window of Vice President Zhou rolled down with a swish. In his excitement, Vice President Zhou stumbled as he exited the vehicle, exclaiming loudly, "Brother Lang? What a surprise to see you in person. Had I known, I would have come to receive you." As a trusted aide of Gu Qingcheng, Vice President Zhou had naturally also participated in the negotiations that fateful day. Even Vice President Zhou silently expressed gratitude towards Chu Lang, had it not been for Chu Lang driving Zhang Kong away. He might never have had the opportunity to rise in rank. Upon seeing Chu Lang's arrival, he felt more exhilarated than if he were to encounter his own father. "Brother Lang, why don't you come inside? Allow me to escort you. General Manager Gu should have arrived by now." "No need. Your security captain 1T let me in." Vice President Zhou turned back with a glare, causing cold sweat to cascade down Mai Chao's back. The situation seemed precarious. Chu Lang appeared to be more than just General Manager Gu's younger brother. Why did the higher-ups in the factory treat him with such profound respect? This was certainly not the treatment reserved for General Manager Gu's sibling. It felt as if Chu Lang were the true master here. "You foolish pig. Do you not realize that without Brother Lang, this factory would not exist? You think you can still be captain? You'd be best off blowing away with the wind. If it weren't for Brother Lang, the company would be finished. How dare you provoke him?" After being reprimanded by Vice President Zhou, Mai Chao looked utterly despondent. "Vice President Zhou, you must be mistaken. This person was once a gambler, just like me." Slap. Vice President Zhou's hand struck Mai Chao's face. "I see you are the real dog, a wild dog that bites indiscriminately. Apologize to Brother Lang immediately, or with just one word from him. Even General Manager Gu 1T be able to save you. In this factory, Brother Lang's words are commands from the heavens." Mai Chao, treasuring his position, swallowed hard. Aye, at that moment, Gu Qingqing finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. "What has happened?" Mai Chao exclaimed. "General Manager Gu, please help." He then recounted the entire event. Tears and snot flowing. Since Xiao Wu is displeased, we shall deal with it accordingly. Without him, do you think you could live so comfortably? He is the true king of this factory." Mai Chao finally realized that Chu Lang was indeed different. He was the real boss. "I'm sorry, Brother Lang. I was wrong. I won't dare to obstruct you again." Chu Lang looked down at Mai Chao. "Do you think I'm unaware of your intentions? Trying to assert your authority over me, thinking General Manager Gu would hold you in high regard? First, I'm not someone you can stop. Second, even if I had nothing, my sister is notoriously known for favoring family over reason. Go be an ordinary security guard. Captain ISNT suited for you." "No." Mai Chao lamented his misfortune. He had just received a promotion and a raise, and now his dreams were shattered. Chu Lang was not inclined to entertain Mai Chao's thoughts. In Gu Qingcheng's office, he exchanged pleasantries with her, deftly sidestepping the recent events. At the doorway, a voice with an irritating tone interrupted. "General Manager Gu, I, Jiang, have come to visit. Please extend a warm welcome. Jiang Wendong." Upon seeing Jiang Wendong's arrival, Gu Qingqing's brows furrowed immediately. "I didn't expect President Lang to be here as well. What a coincidence. What a lovely day it is." Jiang Wendong, with an air of self-importance, addressed the two individuals in the office by name. Chu Lang delicately brushed aside the calendar beside Gu Qingqing's desk, examining it closely. "Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Did I neglect to consult the calendar before leaving home today? How is it that in broad daylight, I am witnessing such absurdity?" A soft giggle escaped Gu Qingqing's lips as she covered her mouth, gently patting Chu Lang's shoulder. In recent times, Chu Lang had undergone a remarkable transformation. He exuded confidence and composure, standing on equal footing with Jiang Wendong. Naturally, this only added to his allure. Jiang Wendong scoffed, his demeanor faltering in the face of Chu Lang's banter. Suddenly, a sly little figure emerged behind Jiang, exuding an air of malice. It was the conniving Li Xiu. His family had been bankrupted by Chu Lang's cunning schemes, and had it not been for Jiang Wendong, he might have found himself starving in the streets. His animosity towards Chu Lang was palpable. Had curses been lethal, Chu Lang would have long since perished. Another voice joined in, echoing Li Xiu's sentiments. "Indeed, Chu Lang, you are merely a grasshopper after autumn. Your days are numbered." Zhang Kong stepped forward. Observing the trio's commotion, Chu Lang smiled and remarked, "I cannot ascertain whether I am indeed a grasshopper, but I must say, The three of you have vividly illustrated the essence of birds of a feather flock together. The expressions of the three men shifted instantly, especially Jiang Wendong, who prided himself on being a prominent figure in Shangjiang. To be likened to such individuals as Li Xiu incensed him. Gu Qingcheng could no longer contain her amusement, grasping Chulong's arm and laughing heartily. Xiao Wu, your charm has only increased lately, especially in your repartee. Engaging in a verbal duel with Chulang? He has silenced titans of business from 16 nations on the podium. What are you three compared to that? State your purpose for being here, she continued. If you're seeking employment, turn left towards the Human Resources Department. We are not inclined to watch you make fools of yourselves. Realizing he could not gain the upper hand in conversation, Jiang Wendong sulked onto the sofa. I am not here to make a fool of myself, but rather to witness you do so. I have heard that your factory is about to commence production. Is that correct? Gu Qingcheng had no intention of concealing the truth, knowing it would be futile. Indeed. Have you procured the raw materials? I am aware that your factory has snatched quite a few lucrative contracts from my family's company, so your demand for raw materials must be considerable, correct? Jiang Wendong's inquiries unfolded like a general confidently advancing on the battlefield. Gu Qingcheng sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy. We have already dispatched personnel to procure them. There is no need for your concern, Mr. Jiang. A chuckle escaped Jiang Wendong's lips as he gestured for Zhang Kong to present a stack of documents. Placing them before Gu Qingcheng. You have seized so many contracts from me. I imagine your need for lithium metal is substantial. Take a look at this price quote for spodumene from my mines. If you find it agreeable, perhaps you could procure some from me. Gu Qingcheng took the quote with growing perplexity, her expression darkening with each passing moment. Mr. Jiang, are you jesting? Your quoted price is 5 times that of the market, even exceeding the cost of finished lithium batteries. I bid you farewell. Gu Qingcheng was infuriated upon seeing the quotation. It was evident that Jiang Wendong was deliberately toying with her. The price was exorbitant. Please, General Manager Gu, do not rush to dismiss me. Just wait a moment. I assure you that in no time, you will be begging me for supplies of lithium metal, Jiang Wendong smugly declared, his hands clasped together. Sure enough. Shortly after his words, there came a knock at Gu Qingcheng's office door. General Manager, the situation is rather dire. The procurement report from Malaysian regarding the acquisition of lithium metal indicates that no mine is willing to supply us. What? Gu Qingcheng's expression shifted dramatically as she glared at Jiang Wendong. He merely shrugged, reveling in his triumph. What about suppliers from other regions? She inquired. They cannot deliver. They claim the Jiang family has issued a decree. Anyone who dares to supply us becomes an enemy of the Jiang family. Most of those external suppliers rely on the Jiang family for survival and dare not proceed. General Manager, if we cannot procure the raw materials, we will be unable to fulfill our orders on time, resulting in a penalty of 10 times the breach of contract, which is an astronomical sum. The assistant was in a state of panic. Bang! Gu Qingcheng's fury reached its peak as she slammed the table. Jiang Wendong, was this all you're doing? Before Chulang, she portrayed herself as a gentle and graceful sister, but to manage such a large company, one must possess a temper. Indeed. Otherwise, how could General Manager Gu's new factory secure so many orders? I have intentionally relinquished them. Currently, I hold sway over a dozen or 20 mining sites in Malaysian. All contractors in Malaysian must act according to my whims. Jiang Wendong finally revealed his true nature, laughing heartily. General Manager, shouldn't you take a look at my quotation now? Will you procure, or will you perish? You scoundrel! Gu Qingcheng retorted. In business, what need is there for such anger? By the way, isn't General Manager Lang quite resourceful? If he can find 30 million, perhaps you should consult him to see if he can assist you once more in turning the tide? Jiang Wendong, self-proclaimed king of lithium metal, was poised to wield considerable influence in Shangjiang City, utterly convinced that Chu Lang could conjure no further upheaval. You overestimate him, General Jiang. The sly Catzy scoffed. He is merely a gambler who stumbled upon a stroke of luck. That 30 million was swindled from Wushangxi. He has no means to reverse the situation. Zhang Kong adjusted his glasses. General Manager Gu, when you favored this brother of yours and cast me aside, did you foresee this day? The procurement of materials is a game to be played by our General Jiang, and if you refuse to buy, you will perish immediately. Choose wisely. Gu Qingcheng clenched the quotation, her expression darkening. At that moment, a note was pushed in front of her. Sister, without Zhang the butcher, do we still eat pigs with fur? Here, call this number for procurement. Tell him I sent you. Jiang Wendong and the others were momentarily taken aback. Who is it? Gu Qingsheng replied, Wu Shangxi. That fellow is on the brink of collapse, but managed to revive himself with a mining site. You know that, don't you? Laughter erupted from Li Xiu, who mocked incessantly. Chu Lang, do you truly believe you can deceive others once again? While others may be unaware. Do you think I am not? Wu Shangxi was nearly led to ruin by you. He harbors resentment, not goodwill. Gu Qingsheng gazed at Chu Lang and said, Is it feasible? Let's give it a try. What if it works? Gu Qingsheng recognized that she could only treat a dead horse as a living one at this moment. If Jiang Wendong grasped the raw materials, it would mean a slow demise for them. The call connected. Hello, is this Mr. Wu? This is Gu Qingsheng from Qingqing Chemical. I would like to procure a batch of lithium metal raw materials from you. Is that possible? On the other end, Jiang Wendong sneered, I bet he won't dare. In the call, Wu Shangxi immediately responded without hesitation, certainly. Jiang Wendong's face flushed crimson in an instant. Chapter 67. Reluctance to accept fate. Gu Qingsheng was taken aback. She did not anticipate such a straightforward response from Wu Shangxi. Jiang Wendong and his associates felt as if they had swallowed a fly. As the situation diverged significantly from their expectations, Gu Qingsheng continued to confirm over the phone, Mr. Wu, is it really possible? If it's inconvenient for you, I can offer a higher price. Oh, what additional price? I will provide you with as much as I have. I will cover the shipping costs. And I will sell it to you at 70% of the market price. How does that sound? Wu Shangxi's tone was exceedingly respectful. He was acutely aware of the relationship between Chu Lang and Gu Qingsheng. Without Brother Lang, there would be no Wu Shangxi today. Thus he was determined to show utmost respect. Had it not been for Brother Lang's instruction to keep a low profile, he would have been willing to offer it for free. Gu Qingsheng was momentarily bewildered. Not only was there no price increase, but a price reduction along with free shipping? What was going on? By the way, how much do you need, Director Gu? Approximately 8 million in lithium metal. 8 million? Director Gu, here's the situation. Although my mine has a decent reserve, it has only just begun operations, and given that I recently dispatched a batch, I currently only have over 2 million available. If you require it, I can have it all brought over immediately. As for payment, you can settle whenever it suits you. Even by the end of the year. Although Gu Qingsheng had not achieved complete success, she felt a surge of joy. Something was indeed better than nothing. She refrained from being overly formal. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for your assistance. Please, Director Gu, don't mention it. I am eager to be of service to you. It will arrive this afternoon. After hanging up, Gu Qingsheng could hardly believe it. Wasn't Jiang Wendong claiming to monopolize the Maliu Mountain? How could a single phone call result in a delivery? Was he merely boasting? Xiao Wu, what is going on? Chu Lang shrugged. Mr. Wu is showing courtesy, and besides, Zhang's luck in gambling has always been rather poor. He has lost again. Jiang Wendong's face turned beet red with fury. Clenching his fists, he glared menacingly at Chu Lang. His earlier proclamations of monopolizing Maliu Mountain, stating that one must either purchase from him or perish, now echoed in his ears like a slap to the face, leaving him utterly humiliated. Immediately dial Wu Shangxi's number. That scoundrel dares to defy me. Zhang Kong immediately dialed Wu Shangxi's number. Jiang Wendon, unable to contain his impatience, shouted into the phone, Wu Shangxi, have you forgotten the matters I entrusted to you? His stern tone left Gu Qingsheng feeling uneasy, fearing that Wu Shangxi might succumb to the pressure and change his mind. What matters? I instructed you not to provide Gu Qingsheng with raw materials. Do you dare defy my will? You must not wish to keep your mine operational, do you? Who holds authority over Malayushan, I wonder? Jiang Wendon's furious outburst was intended to assert his dominance in Malayushan. After a few seconds of silence, Wu Shangxi retaliated with an even angrier shout through the speakerphone. Who do you think knows anything about Malayushan? You, Jiang Wendon, are nothing. How dare you issue orders to me? Did you think of today when you try to bring me down? Am I supposed to show you respect now? Get lost. Without allowing Jiang Wendon to finish, Wu Shangxi hung up. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. An unparalleled embarrassment. Here was Jiang Wendon, who fancied himself in a position of power, being thoroughly berated instead. This left the proud Jiang Wendon with a face flushed with rage and humiliation, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. Chu Lang took a drag from his cigarette, chuckling. Calling to be scolded? Jiang, your hobbies are rather unique. Gu Qingsheng laughed heartily. Xiao Wu, stop. You'll drive Jiang mad. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Put out that cigarette. When did you pick up such a bad habit? Oh, Chu Lang had only succumbed to his smoking habit after the sisters were gone. It was a reflexive action, and he quickly extinguished the cigarette. Don't celebrate too soon. Jiang Wendan finally regained his composure, gritting his teeth. He had intended to witness Gu Qingqing's misfortune today. Yet unexpectedly, he had become the fool. Did he think that over 2 million in raw materials would solve everything? Was that enough for your orders? Besides Wu Shangxi, I guarantee you won't procure a single penny's worth of materials. Prepare to pay the penalty for breach of contract. With Jiang Wendan's reminder, Gu Qingqing realized that the situation was far from resolved. Jiang Wendan was still blocking their acquisition of raw materials, and Wu Shangxi's insufficient production capacity meant they could not fulfill all the orders relying solely on him. The relief Gu Qingqing had just felt was now replaced with anxiety once more. Sis, don't pay him any mind. Aside from his bravado, Jiang is nothing but a weakling. Am I boasting? Jiang Wendan retorted. Chu Lang, just wait and see. No need to wait. Let us do it now. Since Jiang is here at our factory, why not go to Malayushan together and watch how we procure our goods? Gu Qingqing's expression changed, and she tugged at Chu Lang. Hey, Xiao Wu, are you insane? Jiang Wendan is already scheming against us. Going to procure together? Do you really want him to see us fail? Sister, don't be afraid. Jiang is just bluffing. Can't you see that? Recently, fortune has smiled upon our household. Perhaps we may indeed procure what we seek. Unable to resist Chu Lang's insistence, Gu Qingqing reluctantly set forth with him towards Maliu Mountain. Jiang Wendan trailed behind, his gaze fixed malevolently on Chu Lang's license plate, teeth clenched in frustration. Yet, unbeknownst to all, as they departed, a message was dispatched to Fatty's phone. Subsequently, a flurry of calls rapidly reached the mobile devices of all contractors at the mining sites. Listen closely. General Manager Gu from Qingqing Group will be procuring lithium metal. She shall receive whatever quantity she desires. Should there be even a hint of dissent, I possess a myriad of ways to seal off the mining sites. Who is she? She is the ancestor of all your mining operations. Fatty's stature has grown increasingly formidable. Those contractors are surely treading carefully, for his commands are delivered without a hint of leniency. Maliu Mountain remains ablaze with commercial extraction activities. The entire mountain is taking on the appearance of a mining district, as Zhongming Mining prepares to construct supporting facilities nearby to accommodate the families of its employees. The vehicles of Chu Lang and Jiang Wendan halted at the nearest 17th mining site. Jiang Wendan seemed to regain his vigor, pointing towards the 17th site. General Manager Gu, allow me to introduce you. Over there is the 17th mining site, and the owner's surname is Qin. Jiang Wendan had contemplated much during the journey. It now seemed highly probable that Wu Shangxi harbored resentment against Zhang's chemical for nearly leading Nanfeng technology to ruin, thus seeking revenge. Other contractors, naturally, would still prioritize their own interests. As the group approached the mine, they had not yet entered the project department when Jiang Wendan's pupils constricted. President Qin, what brings you out? Jiang, I am awaiting someone. Chapter 68. The ancestor of the mine boss Qin, known as Qin Lang, was not originally in the mining industry. Seizing a fortuitous opportunity, he chose to partake in the venture, wagering his entire fortune on Maliu Mountain. During the previous turmoil, Qin Lang had sided with Jiang Wendan, nearly leading himself to financial ruin. Now, filled with reverence for Zhongming Mining, he sought only to steadily earn his rightful share. Thus, the orders from Lu Jie felt to him like commands from a deity, waiting for someone who, Qin Lang did not recognize Gu Qingqing, yet had heard from Jiang Wendan that selling raw materials to her was forbidden. Not wishing to offend Jiang Wendan, he chuckled lightly. I am awaiting a friend. Is there a matter, General Manager Jiang? Jiang Wendan replied with a proud smile, gesturing towards Gu Qingqing and Chu Lang. These two wish to procure some lithium metal from you, President Qin. I feared they might lose their way, so I brought them to see. Qin Lang chuckled. General Manager Jiang, you supply your own chemical plant, so I presume you have limited raw materials? Since they are your friends, there should be no issue. I'll offer a 10% discount and have the shipping costs. What do you think? Jiang Wendan's expression hardened. President Qin, I believe you are mistaken. These two are not my friends. Chu Lang interjected. Indeed, we are not friends. I am a person who usually performs good deeds and accumulates virtue. My ancestors have bestowed upon me a continuous blessing, and my fortune has been quite favorable. How could I possibly find myself unfortunate enough to befriend someone like General Jiang? Jiang Wendan was once again infuriated by Chu Lang's taunts. What is that? Qin Lang, perplexed, wondered if they had come here to purchase materials through a friendship. These two, he continued, are the owners of the Qingqing Battery Chemical Factory, As I previously mentioned to Boss Qin, this is Ms. Gu Qingqing. Are you two in a relationship? Or are you more like siblings? Your connection is rather ambiguous, making it difficult for me to introduce you properly. Jiang Wending harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Chu Lang and seized the opportunity to tarnish his reputation. Chu Lang suddenly embraced Gu Qingqing, causing her to gasp in surprise. She had not anticipated such a bold move, and her face flushed crimson. It is all permissible. General Jiang may introduce us however he pleases. Qin Lang had no time to concern himself with others. Upon hearing the name Gu Qingqing, his expression shifted dramatically. Gu Qingqing? No, Ms. Gu, you are indeed Ms. Gu? Lu Jie had informed him over the phone that she was the ancestral figure of Muliu Mountain. Such stern words caused Qin Lang, during his conversation with Gu Qingqing, to inadvertently address her with a formal pronoun. Gu Qingqing was unaware of the myriad events that had transpired. She believed Jiang Wending had preemptively warned others not to sell her raw materials. Thus, with a heart full of trepidation, she addressed Qin Lang. Hello, Boss Qin. I am Gu Qingqing. Our Qingqing battery chemical factory urgently requires a batch of lithium metal raw materials. Could you possibly sell us some? We are willing to pay a price slightly above the market rate, ensuring you do not incur any loss. After posing this question, Gu Qingqing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Jiang Wending wore a cold smile, while Li Xiu scoffed from the side. Chu Lang, I did not expect you to invite General Jiang to witness your disgrace in person. I told you that you wouldn't be able to procure even a penny's worth of raw materials, yet you remain unconvinced. Are you still holding on to hope? Jiang Wending nodded with self-satisfaction, casting a glance at Qin Lang, signaling him to communicate the futility of their endeavor. Qin Lang shot a strange look at Jiang Wending and then swallowed hard. With utmost sincerity and respect, he replied to Gu Qingqing, Ms. Gu, you are far too courteous. Just let me know how much you need, and there is no need for you to come personally. I can deliver it to you. Chapter 69, Delivery him? Aside from Chu Lang, everyone present was utterly astonished. Hadn't Jiang Wending boasted about blocking the procurement of materials for the chemical factory? Why did this Boss Qin respond so straightforwardly? Gu Qingqing widened her eyes, glancing between Qin Lang and Chu Lang. Boss Qin, is that truly the case? Indeed it is. I have over 900,000 in lithium metal. If you do not mind, I can have someone deliver it to you immediately. At last, Jiang Wending's facade began to crumble. Boss Qin, have you forgotten my words? I specifically said she is Gu Qingqing, the Gu Qingqing I instructed you about. Did I not command you not to sell lithium metal to Gu Qingqing? Are you disregarding my orders? Jiang Wending's expression grew somewhat sinister. Previously, there was a certain Wu Shangxi who had brought shame upon himself. Qin Lang's reaction, once again, struck him as somewhat peculiar. Ah, Mr. Jiang's statement has indeed reminded me. Qin Lang, feigning ignorance, remarked to Gu Qingqing, since Mr. Jiang has advised against selling to you. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqing's expression tightened, and she soon forced a wry smile. If it's inconvenient, then let it be. I wouldn't want to trouble Boss Qin. Ah, Mr. Jiang mentioned I cannot sell. Thus, I shall gift it to you, Ms. Gu. After all, the 90,000 lithium metal was extracted at minimal cost. Consider it an opportunity to forge a friendship with you. Qin Lang, being a businessman, understood the principle of giving and receiving. Anyone capable of having Lu Jie personally call and arrange matters was certainly worth the investment of 90,000 in materials to cultivate goodwill. Gu Qingqing was taken aback. It seemed almost generous to not sell, yet to offer it as a gift. Who could she turn to for an explanation? Jiang Wendong was infuriated, yelling, Qin Lang, are you out of your mind? Are you mocking me? Mr. Jiang, did you not instruct me not to sell? Is it not acceptable to offer it instead? Scoundrel! Jiang Wendong seethed in impotent rage. He sensed something was amiss, but could not articulate it. Despite her astonishment, Gu Qingqing recognized it was not the moment to voice her confusion, so she addressed Qin Lang. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Please deliver it to the Qingqing battery chemical plant. Certainly. I shall deliver it immediately. Chu Lang observed Jiang Wendong's expression, as if he had consumed 100 flies, alternating between red and white. Amused, he almost lit a cigarette to celebrate, but upon seeing Gu Qingqing's glare, he quickly extinguished it and smiled at Jiang Wendong. Mr. Jiang, you see, we have indeed acquired it. No, not purchased, but received as a gift. Many thanks for introducing us to such a generous friend as Boss Qin. Jiang Wendong glared at Chu Lang's smiling face, wishing he could punch him. Infuriating. Xiao Wu, let us move on to the next place. Mr. Jiang is already quite distressed. Do not provoke him further. Indeed, we wouldn't want to be responsible if his anger causes any issues. Is Mr. Jiang joining us? Chu Lang, beaming, took Gu Qingqing's hand as they continued to the next destination. After this incident, Gu Qingqing felt a surge of confidence. It seemed that Jiang Wendong was not all-powerful. She could still procure raw materials. Jiang Wendong glared at the two figures in the distance, fuming with rage. What is going on? Slap. The sharp sound of a slap echoed as Jiang Wendong struck the face of Mao Zai. How the hell should I know? Didn't you say Chu Lang was a gambler? What else with this absurdity? Speak up. Jiang Wendong could only vent his anger on Mao Zai, who, despite being the young master of the Li family machinery factory, was left to endure the humiliation with a burning cheek. Mr. Jiang, shall we follow them? Let us go. I refuse to believe they can continue to have such luck. Chapter 70. The rush to deliver minerals. Xiao Wu. Why does today's incident seem so surreal? Gu Qingqing expressed her confusion as she held Chu Lang's hand while walking towards mine number 16. Wu Shangxi is somewhat understandable, after all. He has a connection with you and has previously engaged in business together. However, that Mr. Qin was rather extravagant, wasn't he? To simply gift over 900,000 worth of goods? Perhaps it's just Jiang Wenden boasting. Even if he is impressive, he cannot wield such influence alone. Can he? No. I can't shake the feeling that someone is covertly assisting us. Who could it be? Chu Lang, concerned that Gu Qingqing would persist in her inquiries, knew he could not reveal his identity just yet, as they were on the verge of a significant operation. His intentions were not solely to aid Gu Qingqing in retaliating against Jiang Wenden. He also aimed to use today's developments to indirectly pressure Jiang Wenden into a corner, prompting him to act irrationally and thereby increasing his eventual losses when the net was drawn. Thus, it was imperative to keep his identity concealed, not out of distrust for Gu Qingqing, but rather because the fewer individuals privy to the truth, the more authentic the performance would be. All right, sister, stop overthinking. We have arrived at mine number 16. This site was considerably larger than mine number 17. As expected, an older gentleman in his 50s awaited them outside the project office. Upon seeing Chu Lang and Gu Qingqing approach, he quickly advanced towards them. May I inquire if you are General Manager Gu from Qingqing Chemicals? Being a mining site, it was dusty and seldom frequented, so those who came were likely individuals specifically sent by General Liu. Gu Qingqing was taken aback. The treatment she received here felt almost more prestigious than her own company. It's me. And you are? I am the contractor for this site. My surname is Wang. You may call me Xiao Wang. Gu Qingqing nearly collapsed at the absurdity. This Mr. Wang appeared to be older than her own father, yet he referred to himself as Xiao Wang. What was that about? Mr. Wang, hello. I came to purchase. Before Gu Qingqing could complete her sentence, Mr. Wang picked up the phone and began dialing. Hello? Quickly. Notify Boss Zhang, Boss Chun, and Boss Xiao. Yes. General Manager Gu has arrived. Don't let her have to walk to each of them individually. It's quite a struggle for a delicate young lady to traverse this dusty place. Have them all come here. After hanging up, Mr. Wang turned to Gu Qingqing with a fawning smile. General Manager Gu, you are here to procure lithium metal, correct? Feel free to choose. We have an abundance available. Gu Qingqing was no longer surprised. At that moment, Jiang Wenden appeared, following closely behind. Wang Jian, how dare you? Have you forgotten what I told you? If you dare to provide her with raw materials, I will not let this go. Most of the mines in Maliashan are under my contract. I intend to drive your prices down. You cannot withstand this alone. It will only take moments for you to lose everything. Jiang Wenden no longer had the luxury of time to toy with Chu Lang and the others. He felt an unsettling dissonance in the air today, though he could not quite articulate it. In a desperate bid to curb Gu Qingqing's progress, he resorted to threats. However, no sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of sound erupted as a dozen rugged pickup trucks, specifically designed for mining, came to a halt at the entrance of the project department. A throng of men and women, each distinct in appearance, hurried towards him. Jiang Wendong's eyes widened in disbelief. Boss Zhang, Boss Xiao, Boss Chun, what brings you here? Where's President Gu? We have come to deliver lithium metal. Jiang Wendong stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 71. The Winds of Change. Wang Jin scoffed. Mr. Jiang, it's not just me. Can you withstand the price where you've initiated? Jiang Wendong felt as though his entire life's reputation had been obliterated that day. The momentum was now irrepressible. One by one, the bosses clamored to present themselves before Gu Qingqing. President Gu, I have over 1 6 million. Shall I bring it to you? President Gu. I have 3 million. I have plenty of trucks available. Would you find it suitable if I transported it now? Despite Gu Qingcheng having prepared for a complete loss, upon arriving at this scene, it was as if she had stumbled into a bountiful harvest of leeks. Astonished, she widened her beautiful eyes and surveyed her surroundings, attempting to discern who was covertly aiding her. Yet, apart from the seemingly amused Chu Lang beside her, no suspicious figures were in sight. Xiao Wu, I feel somewhat uneasy. What on earth is happening? Chu Lang chuckled. Uneasy about what? The one who should feel uneasy is Mr. Jiang. You should proceed as you see fit. To snatch victory from the jaws of defeat under Mr. Jiang's blockade is an impressive feat in itself. Once again the target of Chu Lang's mockery, Jiang Wendong could no longer contain his burgeoning fury. Chu Lang, do you have any advice for me, Mr. Jiang? I am all ears. Jiang Wendong's handsome features contorted in anger, rendering him grotesque and fearsome. Veins bulged from his neck as he glared at Chu Lang with fiery eyes. I don't care what tricks you employ to outmaneuver me, but do not think this is the end. Mark my words. I will ensure you face bankruptcy in the chemical factory in utter despair. You will end up as a beggar. And as for Gu Qingcheng, I will strip her bare and make her kneel before me, begging for mercy. Slap. The moment Jiang Wendong uttered those final words, Chu Lang delivered a resounding slap across his face. How dare you speak so disrespectfully of my sister? You've overstepped your bounds. Jiang Wendong, taken aback by Chu Lang's audacity to strike him, covered his face, both astonished and enraged. You slap. Slap. Another 2 resounding slaps reddened Jiang Wendong's face, causing him to stagger backward. Chu Lang seized him by the collar, resembling a dragon awakened from a deep abyss. From the moment you incited harm against my third sister, I have vowed to be your eternal adversary. You, Jiang Wendong, merely bask in the remnants of your forebears' legacy, enjoying a modicum of fortune. Do you truly believe you possess the ability to contend with me? I desire to end your existence, a feat not dissimilar to extinguishing the life of an ant. Were it not for my deep-seated disdain for you, you would not even qualify as my adversary. Depart. With a swift kick, Chu Lang sent Jiang Wendong sprawling to the ground, where he rolled several times. Chu Lang, just you wait. Just you wait. Jiang Wendong bellowed in fury, his frustration boiling over as he leapt into his vehicle. He immediately dialed a number. Hello? Invest for me. Pour in all available funds. I intend to acquire the majority of the mines at Ma Lushan. I shall seize control of Ma Lushan. I will ensure that Gu Qingcheng's battery factory is utterly crippled. Meanwhile, Chu Lang observed Jiang Wendong's frantic retreat, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips as he gazed at the winds sweeping across the mountains. He dialed the phone of his associate. The winds are rising. Let Zhang's chemical company face bankruptcy starting today. Chapter 72. From joy to sorrow in the car, Jiang Wendong's face was twisted with malice. His gaze fixed ahead, an aura of cold fury emanating from him. Zhang Kong, seated in the passenger seat, turned to Jiang Wendong and said, General Jiang, I sense something amiss. Is that so? Need you state the obvious? No, what I mean is that you may have been outmaneuvered by the people of Ma Lushan. Jiang Wendong furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Consider this. Mao Zai and Chu Lang are intimately familiar with one another. Even if he were to turn over a new leaf, it is implausible that he could amass significant resources in just half a month. As for Gu Qingcheng, she is merely a minor owner of a small company. I suspect that the proprietors of Ma Lushan may have deliberately banded together to oppose you. Your assertive command, coupled with the losses they incurred during that last incident, has bred discontent among them, prompting them to unite against your authority. Jiang Wendong nodded. Indeed, these thoughts have crossed my mind. Therefore, Ma Lushan must be swiftly consumed. At that point, we shall determine their fate. Anyone daring to tarnish Jiang Wendong's reputation shall face ruin. Jiang Wendong seethed with rage, yet the thought of seizing control over the majority of the mining sites, surpassing Zhongming Mining to dominate Ma Lushan, and imposing retribution upon these individuals filled him with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Jiang Wendong received a phone call. Dad, I've heard you've diverted all family funds to Ma Lushan. Yes, father. The value of the mines we currently hold has skyrocketed. I believe the economic potential of Ma Lushan far exceeds our expectations. I intend to wrest the mining rights from Zhongming Mining to ensure substantial profits. Proceed as you see fit, but know that you are gambling heavily. Several industries will soon launch, necessitating vast amounts of capital. If Zhongming Mining resorts to trickery and complications arise, our family may face dire consequences. Rest assured, father, everything is under my control. I operate behind the scenes. And Zhongming Mining remains oblivious. Jiang Wendong vowed earnestly. At the headquarters of Zhongming Mining, after escorting Gu Qingqing back to her factory, Chu Lang made his way directly to this location. Qiu San and the stout man were present. The stout man exclaimed, Lang Gu, in accordance with your instructions, we have discreetly arranged for numerous individuals to facilitate the transfer of mining contracts to Jiang Wendong. Out of 46 mining sites, he has covertly acquired 29, with expenditures surpassing 1.3 billion. Chu Lang felt a surge of delight. Is there an unexpected gain? 1.3 billion is sufficient to severely wound Zhang's chemical corporation. After all, Shangjiang is merely a city of second or third tier, even if Zhang's is a unicorn. Its scale cannot possibly compare to those nationally renowned enterprises that boast valuations in the hundreds of billions. 1.3 billion is indeed ample. What about Third Master? Everything is arranged. Our operatives have concealed themselves, beyond the reach of even the most skilled. Excellent. After all this effort, select 2 of Jiang Wendong's mining sites. You have brothers to support, and we cannot let this be in vain. Many thanks, Lang Gu. Qiu San replied, not shy in his gratitude, bursting into hearty laughter. Now, let us proceed. 2 days later, Jiang Wendong sat in his office, exhilarated as he gazed at a multitude of contracts for the Maliashan mining site. Father, we have now secured the majority of mining sites at Maliashan, surpassing Chongming Mining. With the continued revelations of lithium ore reserves over the past 2 days, our Zhang's Chemical Corporation has successfully exceeded a market valuation of 10 billion. Jiang Wendong beamed with pride before his father. Good. Well done. You have managed to fulfill President Ning's directives while also paving your path to wealth. Wendong, I truly did not misjudge you. Rest assured, father. Soon I shall corner Gu Qingqing, forcing that Chu Lang into oblivion. As Jiang Wendong's venomous words lingered in the air, a sudden outcry erupted from outside. President Jiang, this is terrible. A major incident has occurred. Both father and son felt a jolt of alarm. What has happened? Just now, at 11 o'clock. There was a collapse at our mining site. Many workers are too frightened to continue. It was evening, and Jiang Wendong, eager to liquidate assets, had been demanding miners work overtime tirelessly. Jiang Wendong and his father, Jiang Luan, regained their composure from the shock. Mining accidents were commonplace. As long as they were handled properly, there would be no significant repercussions. Are there any fatalities? It remains uncertain. They are still counting the numbers. I rushed here the moment I received the news to report to you, President Jiang. Go quickly and assess the situation. Such matters can escalate. We must not allow public sentiment to fester. Strive to bring it under control swiftly, do you understand? Jiang Luan sensed an underlying foreboding, but could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Jiang Wendong nodded in acknowledgement and hastily departed for Maliashan. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Chongming Mining, despite the late hour, the lights were still ablaze. The management team was gathered there. Lu Jie passionately slammed his hand on the table, declaring, there is no room for negotiation. Tomorrow, we will boldly acknowledge the significant safety hazards at the Maliashan mining site and request Director Zhao to seal it off directly. Chu Lang lit a cigarette and remarked, if we proceed according to your plan, within 3 days the Jiang family will be ready to reopen their operations. Do you believe that? Do you really think they have spent all those years in Shangjiang for nothing? Chiosen nodded slightly. Indeed. While I may not be well-versed in business, I am acutely aware of the Jiang family's influence. Do not underestimate them. The stout man lamented. What shall we do then? The mine has exploded. The personnel are in place. Are we to let this remain merely a thunderous sound with little rain? Chu Lang inhaled deeply, letting the smoke swirl around him. First, let us orchestrate a media frenzy tomorrow. We must ensure that this news reaches the entire province, and if possible, the whole nation. Spend a little money, by trending topics, and create a stir as grand as we can. Qiu San and the stout man felt a shiver of excitement. Brother Lang, are we really going to escalate this? Let us elevate the Ma Lu Mountain situation to a peak of public scrutiny. The greater the oversight, the less likely anyone will dare to assist the Jiang family in smoothing things over. Qiu San clapped his hands in admiration. Brilliant. Brother Lang, truly brilliant. You're being modest. You thought of this too, didn't you? Qiu San, a cunning old fox, may have appeared quiet beside Chu Lang, but his mind was as clear as glass. He smiled without responding. Chu Lang continued with the plan, eager to hear more. He then pointed at the stout man. Do not forget, last time, you merely gained the reputation of a loudmouth. Go on Weibo, forums, short videos, and all public platforms, and unleash your fury. Engage with everyone criticizing Ma Lu Mountain. The harsher and more vehement your words, the better. This is your forte. Do not tell me you cannot manage it. However, Chiosin smiled and added, Brother Lang is right. The more ferocious you are, the greater the public outrage you will incite, making it increasingly difficult for Jiang Wending to manage the fallout. To the outside world, we and Jiang Wending are all in the same boat. Chu Lang and Chiosin exchanged knowing smiles, both resembling sly old foxes. The stout man felt as if he had been sold out, though he couldn't quite articulate what had been lost. The following morning, a piece of news swiftly ascended to the front pages of major media outlets nationwide. Shock! The emerging lithium spodumene mine, Ma Lu Mountain, has experienced a severe collapse, resulting in 3 missing persons. The cause of the incident is still under investigation. Upon seeing these rampant headlines, Jiang Wending felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This was bad. Chapter 74. The situation escalates early that morning. His father had gone to the management committee, leveraging his connections to inquire about the situation, hoping to quell the matter. However, as Jiang Wending observed the widespread discussions ignited by the news, he realized that his father's efforts were likely in vain. Indeed, Jiang Wending promptly received a call from Jiang Luan. Damn it, who orchestrated this trending topic? Who? The higher-ups had already agreed to conduct a discreet investigation and then settle the matter. With this national trending news, no one dares to get involved. The leaders aren't even answering their phones. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Wending could clearly hear Jiang Luan furiously pounding the table, his anger palpable. He toiled diligently to traverse that path, only to be obstructed entirely by a trending topic. Father, it is evident that someone harbors animosity towards us and is deliberately orchestrating our downfall. Who could it be? Might it be that Chu Lang? I cannot say. Jiang Luan retorted fiercely, let us not concern ourselves with the identity of the perpetrator for now. Have the 3 missing individuals been located? Not yet. They are likely trapped beneath and perished. Regardless of their fate, we must comfort the families. You must reach out to Lu Jia, urging him to exert influence on his end to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. Otherwise, the mine will suffer grievously, and he too will not escape unscathed. Moreover, since the upper echelons no longer yield results, we must first placate the sentiments below. Convene a press conference, and even if it is a facade, let it be somewhat genuine. We cannot allow public opinion to fester. Do you understand? I comprehend, Father. Rest assured. Jiang Wendong furiously disconnected the call, his irritation mounting as he gazed at the trending topics. He then dialed Lu Jia's number to apprise him of the situation. The portly man on the other end of the line laughed heartily. Do not worry. Setting aside personal interests, we are now a community of shared stakes. I know precisely how to navigate this. It is merely a matter of public sentiment, and I am well versed in such matters. With the assurance from the portly man, Jiang Wendong felt a modicum of relief. He promptly convened a press conference at the headquarters of Jiang's Chemical, inviting numerous friends from the media. Ladies and gentlemen, I express my profound regret and sorrow regarding last night's mining disaster. Our Jiang's Chemical has been working tirelessly overnight before the assembled media. Jiang Wendong exhibited an earnest demeanor. It must be noted that once he regained his composure, he displayed a modicum of acting prowess. At least some of the inexperienced female reporters present were genuinely moved, believing that Jiang Wendong was sincerely prepared to take responsibility for the situation. Additionally, our esteemed CEO of Chongming Mining, Lu Jia, convened an urgent meeting with our contractors last night to provide guidance on addressing our safety hazards, mandating immediate rectification. As the safety of personnel is paramount, Jiang Wendong strenuously endeavored to cultivate his own image, as well as that of the Ma Lu Mountain mine. He had invested billions, yet placed even greater emphasis on the survival of Ma Lu Mountain than Lu Jia. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Those keyboard warriors online are merely spewing nonsense. Our Ma Lu Mountain mine is devoid of any issues. Anyone who dares to spread rumors or slander should beware of my legal warnings, for I shall see them bankrupt. While Jiang Wendong continued to elucidate, behind him, the conference room screen displayed Lu Jia, furiously berating the camera. The echoes of Jiang Wendong's previous statements lingered in the air, and Lu Jia's demeanor shattered his composure. Chapter 75, 13 billion. Entrapped. The mining accident was a result of improper operations by those workers. It has nothing to do with our mine. Our management at Chongming Mining is faultless, and Jiang's chemical extraction processes are impeccable. When incidents occur, it is solely due to those individuals' own folly. Family members? Jiang and I have already settled matters amicably. Their families are not causing a ruckus, so why are you making a fuss? Are you fools? The audacity of that keyboard warrior is truly astounding, isn't it? He even dares to threaten to shut down my mining operation. Come on, go ahead and try. I possess both wealth and influence. Who would dare to close me down? I would obliterate you all. The rotund man spewed forth his vitriol before the cameras, exuding an air of brazen defiance akin to a capitalist who disregards all. Jiang Wendong gazed behind him, utterly stunned. The journalists who were still interviewing him were equally taken aback. Shouldn't they be soothing the situation, allowing public sentiment to calm before gradually engaging with the higher-ups to resolve the matter? Was this foolish, stout man truly lacking in sense? Or did he revel in escalating the situation, challenging dissenting voices on live media? An avalanche of thoughts cascaded through Jiang Wendong's mind. His own words felt like a slap to his face. What of the claims that Zhongming Mining valued safety, that they would initiate thorough inspections? Is this truly the attitude expected during a safety review? This is nothing short of stubborn resistance. After a brief moment of shock, the journalists erupted in fervor. Mr. Jiang, may I ask if Mr. Liu's stance reflects the position of Jiang's chemical? Mr. Jiang, have you conferred with Mr. Liu and decided upon this hardline approach? The inquiries from the reporters sharpened, transforming the press conference into a scene of interrogation and censure. Jiang Wendong, with a string of evasive responses, retreated from the conference in disarray. As he stepped outside, he immediately dialed Liu Jia's number. Liu Jia, what on earth are you doing? Didn't I tell you to calm things down? We need to defuse the situation, not let it escalate. Huh, Mr. Jiang, are you satisfied with my comments today? I handled it this way last time, and ultimately, those fools, my apologies, didn't they eventually back down? This time will be no different, rest assured. Those ruffians are merely seeking attention. In reality, they are all ineffectual losers. Just watch how I deal with them. Liu Jia, true to his name, displayed a reckless demeanor that seemed genuine. After their exchange, he hung up with a flourish, evidently ready to stoke the flames once more. Hello, hello, Jiang Wendong shouted. But he could not halt Liu Jia from ending the call. He could only resort to calling his father. Dad, we have a problem. That fool Liu Jia is clashing with public opinion. What? Is he out of his mind? To call him a fool would be an understatement. This could lead to serious trouble. Jiang Wendong's apprehensions were not unfounded. By the afternoon, an official announcement reached Maliu Mountain and was disseminated across major media outlets. Following an investigation, it was confirmed that the Maliu Mountain mining operation faced significant safety hazards. The site was ordered to suspend operations for a thorough safety overhaul, with the reopening date to be determined. This news sent a chill deep into Jiang Wendong's heart. It was over. More than $1 billion, completely ensnared. Chapter 76. The edifice is crumbling. A day prior, Jiang Wendong was poised to seize control of the Maliu Mountain, having placed significant bets and resolved to take a daring leap. Yet, a mere day later, he yearned to withdraw, regrettably realizing it was too late. Once the news of the mine's closure spread, he found himself irrevocably mired in a quagmire. Father, what should I do? A resounding slap echoed across Jiang Wendong's face. Jiang Luan, his expression fierce, seized Jiang Wendong by the collar and roared, "This is all you're doing. Did you not assure me that success was all but guaranteed? Is this your version of certainty? The conglomerate is on the verge of launching several projects, relying on cash flow. Where's the money? Tell me, where is the money?" Over 10 billion had drained away from the Jiang family's liquid assets. The rupture of the capital chain is a dreadfully catastrophic event for any tangible enterprise, as everyone is well aware. Father, what did the bank say? The bank? Nonsense. With the mine closed, the loan officer is avoiding me like the plague. You must understand this. We currently possess only a few mine locations, merely burdened by the troubles of Chongming Mining. We cannot let outsiders know that we control 30 mines and are ensnared in a staggering 13 billion. Do you understand? Otherwise, our stock will plummet. Father, it seems we are already too late. Jiang Wendong trembled as he pulled out his phone. A news alert had just come through. Wu Shangxi from Nanfeng Technology announced that his mine had adopted the most advanced extraction technology and would soon commence operations, urging everyone to remain at ease. Furthermore, It was revealed that Jiang Chemical had secured the majority of the mine locations, ensnaring a full 20 billion. Now they were truly in peril. 20 billion. Outrageous. Jiang Luan bellowed, his face draining of color. Ding ding ding, his phone rang. Hello, Lao Ming. Let me explain, the company is fine. Hello, Lao Huang. The company is perfectly fine. It's not 20 billion, it's only 13 billion. That old dog Wu is deliberately deceiving us. Calls from shareholders flooded in, one after another. With each call Jiang Luan answered, his heart sank further. Jiang Wendong, overwhelmed, clutched his head. How could this happen? How could this happen? The stocks of Jiang Chemical were awash in red. In just half an hour, they hit the limit down. The following day, limit down. The day after that, limit down upon opening. The grim specter of collapse had become the prevailing narrative for Jiang Chemical. Through the Maliu mountain mine as a conduit, the entire Jiang Chemical group was brutally exposed, laid bare for all to witness. Within 3 days, the stock plummeted nearly 30%. All liquid assets were ensnared in Maliu Mountain. Lu Jie continued to hold press conferences, vehemently attacking those keyboard warriors, yet the more he raged, the stronger the tide of public opinion surged against Jiang Chemical. After all, they currently controlled the vast majority of the mine locations. The one being criticized is Lu Jie, yet it is they who suffer the consequences. Even the authorities have issued several statements, vehemently rebuking the unrepentant Lu Fatty. There are even whispers suggesting that should Lu Jie concede and show remorse, the Maliao mountain mine would be reopened. The trajectory of this situation is unfolding in a manner that has completely shifted the balance of power away from the Jiang family. Father, we've been in decline for 3 days. We can scarcely endure this any longer. Shareholders are in an uproar, stock prices are plummeting, and those 2 projects urgently require funding injections. If this continues, bankruptcy is imminent. It seems we are left with no choice but to make drastic sacrifices for survival. Jiang Luan shook his head, taking a deep breath. Let us go and meet Lu Depeo. His strategy is exceedingly astute. Chapter 77. Identity revealed. Lu Fatty? What game is he playing? Jiang Luan regarded his son with incredulity, scoffing. You still cannot see it? Lu Depeo is deliberately orchestrating this. Does he possess such intelligence? Laughing at others' intellect, one finds their own intellect trampled upon. Jiang Luan showed no mercy to his son, leaving Jiang Wendong feeling quite embarrassed. Let us proceed to Chongming Mining and ascertain who this enigmatic Lu Depeo truly is. At that moment, at the headquarters of Chongming Mining, Lu Fatty, with furrowed brows, was absorbed in the swirling public opinion on his phone. Lu Depeo is the scourge of the community. Not only does he wish to close the mine, but he also intends to investigate this person's background. There must be something amiss. What right does such a person have to monopolize mineral resources? Investigate his entire family. Such foul-mouthed individuals, they have yet to encounter me. Should I meet him in society, just wait and see if I do not end his life. Lu Depeo, a capitalist hound. Brother Lang, I am being ridiculed to the point of being a sieve. Do you know what they call me? Lu Depeo is still mild. Some refer to me as Fat Pig Jia, a societal criminal, and others have even threatened to come to Shanjiang to take my life. The fatty grimaced as he scrolled through the comments on his phone. Chu Lang and Xiao Sun exchanged glances, their shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Brother Lang, Third Master, what are you laughing at? We're not laughing. You misread the situation. Third Master, care for a cigarette? Can't do it. That stuff makes me cough. I'll stick to Li Kun. The two paid no heed to the fatty's distressed expression, engrossed in their own enjoyment of a smoke. I see now. I always sensed something was amiss. This is a deliberate ploy to make me the scapegoat. To draw fire away from you, right? The fatty finally grasped the situation, raising his voice in protest. Third Master patted him on the back. Calm down, fatty. As CEO, greater power comes with greater responsibility. Does it not? Besides, we cannot allow your name, Lu Depeo, to be in vain. After this incident, you will be regarded as a social figure, wherever you go. People will look up to you. Rest assured, should anyone dare to harm you, I will take care of them. The fatty continued to grumble. You owe me for those few bottles of hidden liquor. All right, whatever you say, fatty. At this moment, an assistant entered to report, Mr. Lu. A person claiming to be the owner of Jiang Chemical is here to see you. Lu Jie glanced at Chu Lang. Chu Lang smirked. Finally, he's arrived. I presume they would only realize the situation when it was too late. How many of them? The assistant, unaware of Chu Lang's identity, acknowledged that he was the elder brother of Mr. Lu, saying, 2. They appeared to be a father and son duo. Chu Lang nodded to the rotund man, who then instructed, "Please escort them to the conference room. I shall be there shortly." In the conference room, fragrant tea wafted around the father and son. Yet their minds were far from the art of savoring it. "Mr. Liu, what a remarkable strategy you possess. You seem reckless, yet your thoughts are as meticulous as a needle. You have turned my Jiang chemical industry to the brink of bankruptcy." Jiang Luan, direct and composed, struggled to conceal his ire. The rotund man was unyielding. "This is all thanks to Mr. Jiang having a competent son." Jiang Luan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this reckless scoundrel, in his ambition for glory, has provoked Mr. Liu's ire by consuming numerous mining points, compelling Mr. Liu to resort to such desperate measures. It is his fault. Impertinent wretch, apologize to Mr. Liu at once." Jiang Luan demanded. "Mr. Liu, I sincerely regret my overreach. I have caused you distress. I implore you to show mercy and forgive me. My intention was merely to leverage the blockade of raw materials against Gu Qingcheng and Chu Lang, and I never meant to offend you." The rotund man chuckled, his shoulders shaking with derision. "It appears you remain oblivious to the manner of your demise. Against Gu Qingcheng and Chu Lang? Ha ha." Jiang Wendong felt a tightness in his chest. "Mr. Liu, what is going on? Look who it is." The rotund man gestured toward a shadow looming behind Jiang Wendong. He turned slowly, his eyes wide with terror. "Chu Lang, what are you doing here? What brings you to this place?" Jiang Wendong blurted out 3 questions, each underscoring his profound shock. Chu Lang fixed his gaze upon Jiang Wendong, a strange, complex smile gracing his lips. "Of course, I am here to put an end to you." Before Jiang Wendong could utter another word, Jiang Luan intervened. Being a seasoned player in this arena, he was far more attuned to the nuances of the situation than Jiang Wendong. The moment Chu Lang appeared, he recognized the gravity of the circumstances. "Do not inquire further, Wendong. If I am not mistaken, this individual is at the core of everything transpiring here." Jiang Luan regarded Chu Lang intently. "I have heard your name from my son on multiple occasions, yet this is our first meeting. A pleasure, Chu Lang." If Jiang Wendong had thrived on the legacy and advantages bestowed by his forebears, Jiang Luan had forged a vast enterprise through sheer determination, establishing himself as a unicorn in the city of Shangjiang. Chu Lang disregarded Jiang Wendong, yet regarded Jiang Luan with a measure of respect. He nodded and smiled. "Greetings, Mr. Jiang. I never anticipated that Brother Chu would be acquainted with Mr. Liu, turning the tables on us. Previously, my son has offended you and your family. I extend my sincerest apologies. Let us, for my sake, transform our hostilities into peaceful relations, shall we?" At this juncture, Jiang Luan remained unaware of Chu Lang's true identity, believing him merely to be an acquaintance of the rotund man. Jiang Wendong's eyes flickered uncertainly. "Chu Lang, my father has already shown weakness in Shangjiang City. If you can make him do so, I advise you to recognize the situation and retreat gracefully. Let us each take a step back." Chu Lang, unperturbed, maintained his smile and continued addressing Jiang Luan. "Mr. Jiang, there is no need for such theatrics. Your reputation holds little value in my eyes. In our world, what matters is credibility. If I declare your family's ruin, it shall indeed come to pass." Though Chu Lang's tone was gentle, it bore an unsettling undertone of lethal intent. Jiang Luan was taken aback. As a prominent tycoon in Shangjiang, he had never anticipated that a mere youth would disregard his authority. His expression darkened instantly. "Is it your intention to engage in mutual destruction?" he retorted. "Do not blame me for the warning. Although you have reached an understanding with General Liu and gained some advantage, should you push the Jiang family too far, I assure you that General Liu would never jeopardize his standing for someone as insignificant as you." Having failed to intimidate, Jiang Luan's true nature emerged as he resorted to threats. At that moment, Jiang Wendong sprang to his feet, pointing accusingly at Chu Lang. "You, Sir Chu, should understand that there are limits to using others' power to bolster your own. My father's capacity for concession stems from his broad-mindedness. Do you truly believe you hold any real power?" At this juncture, Jiang Wendong turned to the portly man. "General Liu, you may be unaware, but this individual was nothing more than a gambler a month ago, relying on deceit to gain your attention. Wu Shangxi nearly lost everything to his treachery. You would do well to recognize his true nature and not be led astray." The portly man regarded Jiang Wendong as if he were a fool, then slowly rose and approached Chu Lang. "Allow me to introduce to you the young man you speak of." Jiang Luan's eyelids flickered and his heart sank. "This is Chu Lang, the founder of the Maleutian Mine and chairman of Zhoming Mining Company, Limited." The faces of the Jiang father and son underwent a dramatic transformation. Jiang Wendong's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed back into his chair. Chapter 79. Abyss of Hell. The introduction delivered by the portly man struck the father and son like a series of thunderclaps, leaving their minds in a daze, rendering them momentarily incapable of coherent thought. They could scarcely fathom that Chu Lang was the true owner of Zhongming Mining. All this time, the Jiang family had been under Chu Lang's watchful eye, akin to monkeys being toyed with, ultimately ensnaring the very monkey that had once seemed so inconsequential. How could this be? How can he possibly be the owner of Zhongming Mining? This cannot be. Jiang Wendong was unable to accept this sudden reality. His most despised enemy held the very reins of their family's fate. Such a revelation was intolerable for anyone. In contrast, Jiang Luan, after the initial shock, regained his composure and offered a wry smile. Mr. Chu, I beg your pardon. Does Mr. Jiang still believe his reputation holds any value now? I dare not say otherwise. So, does this imply that the previous incident was, in fact, orchestrated by you, Mr. Chu? Eventually, forgiveness was extended towards Jiang Chemical, and another scheme was set in motion. Indeed, Chu Lang smiled and nodded, lighting a cigarette for himself. Jiang Luan, who abhorred smoking and disliked the sight of others indulging in it before him, felt compelled to remain silent. So, this entire affair began with the disappearance of the miners, all orchestrated by you, Master Chu? Chu Lang replied with a subtle smile. In truth, the arrangements commenced the moment your young master set foot into the Qingqing battery chemical plant. Young Master Jiang appeared composed. Yet beneath that facade lay a haughty spirit, quick to anger. To bring about another's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. In my view, inducing madness in young Master Jiang is not a particularly arduous task. What? You have been plotting against me from the very beginning. Chu Lang, you are utterly deranged. Indeed, it was all too simple. Chu Lang disregarded Jiang Wendong's outburst, continuing his discourse with Jiang Luan. The gravest insult one can bestow upon another is not to hurl invectives at them, but to ignore them entirely. Such disregard penetrates the very soul, especially for someone as proud as Jiang Wendong. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Jiang Luan's admiration bore a kernel of sincerity. Wendong, facing an opponent like Master Chu, your defeat is not without merit. You operate based on your own emotions, while he evaluates the sentiments of his adversary, a profound disparity in perspective. Father Neil. Jiang Luan suddenly raised his voice. Jiang Wendong was taken aback. Neil. With Jiang Luan's unexpected roar, Jiang Wendong's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. Apologize to Master Chu. The fate of the Jiang family now hinged upon the whims of this man. In that moment, all of Jiang Wendong's pride crumbled. Taking a deep breath, he uttered, Master Chu, I am truly sorry. Please spare my family this once. I promise never to trouble you again. Chu Lang smiled. Observing the man who had betrayed Gu Qingcheng in his past life and now repeatedly vexed him in this one, he then extended his hand, helping Jiang Wendong to his feet. The onlooker was perplexed, questioning whether Brother Lang had chosen to forgive. Nonsense. However, the Jiang father and son secretly relished the thought. Was Chu Lang truly prepared to let go? Little did they know, Chu Lang's subsequent words plunged them into even deeper despair. Young Master Jiang, do not kneel, do not apologize, nor should you speak to me in a tone of subservience. For regardless of your pleas, you remain on my list of those who must be eliminated. Your show of weakness will not dissuade my intentions. Rather, it will diminish the pleasure I derive from your demise. Chu Lang clapped a hand on his shoulder, and to the unknowing, it might have seemed like a reunion of old friends, yet his voice bore a chilling intent of slaughter. From the moment you harbored thoughts against my sister's company, from the instant you suppressed the factory, from the day I warned you that in 3 months you would face ruin, and from the moment you inflicted grave injuries upon my third sister, I vowed to cast you into the abyss. Chu Lang's eyes glinted with murderous rage, a torrent of hatred surging forth. Chapter 80. Avalanche. Jiang Wendong, overwhelmed by Chu Lang's imposing presence, collapsed to the ground, terror-stricken. Get up. Jiang Luan pulled his son up from the ground, filled with trepidation and resentment. Was Boss Chu truly prepared to sever all ties and engage in a relentless confrontation? Had my expressions not been sufficiently clear? Jiang Luan mused, astonished that his unassuming son had inadvertently offended Boss Chu to such a profound extent. Very well, then. Let us depart. Though Jiang Luan appeared composed and steady, an undeniable air of desolation enveloped him. He understood that even if the Jiang family were to survive this ordeal, they would be forced to retreat several decades. Accompanied by Jiang Wendong, he left Chongming Mining. Fatty, Langguo, I'm here. Continue the onslaught. Indeed. Fatty nodded, retrieving his phone to escalate the conflict to new heights. In an instant, those who had been observing the situation with neutrality began to join the ranks of those denouncing Fatty. We must compel Liu Depeo to apologize for his transgressions. He is isolating himself from the people. He must bow down. Yes, as long as he concedes, everything can be negotiated. If he refuses, we must petition the authorities to obliterate Maoyao Mountain. The strength of an individual is feeble, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Yet, a collective voice, millions strong, can certainly conjure a chorus of condemnation, leading one to an untimely demise without cause. Regardless of any covert maneuvers to mitigate the situation, the initiative now lay firmly in Fatty's grasp. As Chu Lang directed the online discourse, public sentiment gradually shifted to, everything hinges on Liu Depeo's capitulation. To forcefully bring down Liu Depeo's esteemed head would symbolize a triumph for the common folk. The authorities appeared to relish the spectacle of a capitalist like Liu being trampled by the masses, thus aligning themselves decisively with the public. Langguo, it's all over for me. I have become the enemy of the people. What should I do? Even my wife has called, expressing her disdain for my remarks and joining the ranks of my detractors. Chu Lang chuckled helplessly, finding his friend's wife to be quite the character. Do not fret. Every word and action of yours is pulling Jiang Chemical deeper into the abyss. Your sacrifices are duly noted. Langguo, I aspire to be a hero, but not a martyr. My father just called, berating me mercilessly, threatening to sever our father-son relationship and collaborate with the clan to erase me from the family tree. Fatty had become a real-life embodiment of Huang Shiren, with numerous celebrities and internet personalities joining the fray to deride him, seeking to ride the wave of public outrage. It was a clear case of feasting on the flesh of Tang Sung for immortality, while condemning Liu Depeo to notoriety. Within the headquarters of Jiang Chemical, the conference room was shrouded in a pall of gloom. The fury etched on the faces of the shareholders, the helplessness of the employees, and the despair of the Jiang father and son coalesced into a palpable atmosphere. The stock price of Jiang Chemical had plummeted by over 81%. President Jiang, I believe we must abandon the vehicle to save the commander. We need to divest from Maoyao Mountain. Otherwise, if Liu Depeo continues to create chaos, the 13 billion will become a burden that drags us down. Zhang Luan rubbed his forehead. Has the application for sealing the account been approved? The securities side rejected it. Zhang Luan smiled bitterly. Alas, I knew it would come to this. Someone is eager to see us fail. We must cut our losses, sacrificing Maoyao Mountain, and organize funds to boost the stock price. Jiang's Chemical cannot perish. On this day, Jiang's Chemical, a unicorn enterprise in Shanjiang City, was forced to sacrifice for survival. Today marks just 17 days since Chu Lang's 3-month deadline for Jiang's Chemical's demise. Chapter 81. Soaring Prices Third Master. Prepare the funds for the brothers to quietly acquire the mineral points that Jiang's will soon release. All right, we are just waiting for this. Do not let Jiang's Chemical know that we are secretly absorbing their stocks. Otherwise, we won't get the lowest price. Rest assured, Langguo, I understand. Chiu-san, who was not particularly adept at business before, has recently become more astute by following Chu Lang's cunning strategies. In his previous life, Chiu-san managed to rise to the level of a provincial boss, undoubtedly possessing some talent. Without long yes suppression, Chiu-san is quite formidable. After Chu Lang completed his instructions over the phone, he hung up. Xiao Wu, who are you on the phone with? Chu Lang was at Gu Qingqing's factory, where she had brewed him a cup of tea and made one for herself as well. No one. Xiao Wu, let me tell you. You must not have been following recent major events. Jiang's Chemical has trapped 20 billion in Maoyao Mountain, which is now halted, causing Jiang's Chemical's stock to plummet by over 80%. Upon hearing about Jiang's Chemical's predicament, Gu Qingqing smiled brightly. She felt delighted at Jiang Wendong's misfortune. Recently, as Jiang's Chemical weakened, many orders have come to our factory, and soon I will earn enough to pay off your previous gambling debts. Aren't you happy? Hearing that Gu Qingqing was still thinking of settling his debts, Chu Lang felt warmth in his heart and smiled gently. There's no rush on my debts. After all, there's no IOU. Why panic? Sister, how much do you have on hand now? The final payment for the first order and the deposit for the subsequent orders have been settled. I currently have around 12 million in funds. What's the matter? I suspect Jiang's family will soon be unable to hold on and will have to cut their losses. It's up to you, dear sister, whether to invest in the mineral points or Jiang's stocks. Gu Qingcheng was quite astonished. How can Xiao Wu be so certain? However, considering Chu Lang's acquaintance with Wu Shangxi, it was likely that he had received guidance from him. She felt reassured. Emotionally, she wanted to acquire Jiang's stocks. And whatever they sought to take from us, we should reclaim in kind. But rationally, it was certainly more suitable for our factory to go for the mineral points. Chu Lang nodded. All right, then let us go for both mineral points. Can we manage that? Let us give it a try. What if it works out? Jiang's family, in a desperate move, sold all 30 mineral points valued at 13 billion for a total price of 1 billion. The released mineral points were secretly acquired under Chiosan's arrangements. 30 mining sites, acquired back at an astonishingly low price of 100 million. Of course, approximately 12 of these sites were provided by contractors collaborating with Chu Lang. Chu Lang values integrity in his business dealings and intends to return their share. Nevertheless, there remained 18 sites, and should they all be contracted out, it would constitute a tremendous fortune. Moreover, Chu Lang possesses an additional 10 sites, which are of even greater value. The chubby man was elated, his excitement palpable. Brother Lang, 100 million for 18 sites. Only you possess such remarkable prowess. This is a windfall, exhilarating. And it is still the hard-earned money of Jiang Wendong. How satisfying. Now, the funding for the film city is incredibly abundant. Ha ha ha. Wait. Why am I laughing? I should be crying instead. In the afternoon, the notorious capitalist, Liu Depeo, wept bitterly before the entire nation, confessing his transgressions. The internet erupted in jubilation. The public's emotions were unleashed, and after a thorough inspection, the mining operations reopened. The value of the mining sites skyrocketed. Chapter 82. Profiting exceedingly, such is the nature of certain circumstances. The more one suppresses, the more outrageous the rebound. Following Jiang Wendong's sale of 30 mining sites for 100 million and Liu Depeo's forced apology, the people emerged victorious. The release of this news allowed the public's anger to be expressed, and the Maliu Mountain lithium mine was unsealed. Unbeknownst to the masses, almost immediately upon the announcement, the value of one of the mining sites in the mineral resources sector at Maliu Mountain nearly tripled. Chu Lang, however, was not overly possessive. Wealth should not be hoarded, and he required substantial capital for swift transactions. Thus, he promptly contracted out 20 of the 28 mining sites in his possession. Most of these sites had already been prepared for extraction by Jiang Wendong, requiring only personnel and equipment to commence operations. After deducting necessary fees and various expenses, Chu Lang's earnings amounted to 910 million yuan. Brother Lang, we've struck it rich. Ha ha ha, 900 million. Now the funding for the film city is fully secured. The chubby man was exuberant, dancing with joy. Brother Lang, why do you look so serious? Smile a little. Chu Lang took a drag from his cigarette. Maintain your composure. You are now a person of significance, merely a few billion. Is there a need to be so excited? Still impressive. I am on a different level from you. It has been a while since we divided any profits, right? You deserve your 10% share. Take 100 million back. Don't let your wife complain incessantly. The chubby man was taken aback. Brother Lang, we need substantial funds now. Isn't this inappropriate? Take it without hesitation. No need for such talk. Sinyi has acquired several mining sites. You cannot toil in vain, even if more funds are needed. We are not lacking in that regard. Thank you. Brother Lang, I will accept it. My wife will surely be overjoyed. The chubby man was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. With an initial investment of 20,000, within just over a month, an astonishing return of 100 million was realized. The portly gentleman suddenly perceived that perhaps the most lucrative business in this world is not found in the various monopolistic industries, but rather in the realm of investment. People. Indeed. Dear sir, when you have the time, do take a stroll through the southern part of Fuqing. If you can acquire land, do procure as much as possible. Fuqing? Is Brother Lang planning to venture into Fuqing? No inquiries, simply take a look. Excellent. Should Chu Lang's timeline prove accurate, in the near future, Fuqing will strive to become the 5th super first-tier urban economic zone of the Great Xia, with plans to establish a central business district in the southern region. Given that the waters of Shangjiang City are rather shallow, it is inconceivable for Chu Lang to remain confined here. He must eventually venture forth. As night descended upon Shangjiang City, in the Dream Dragon building, they met with Huang Minglong, who was brewing tea. Boss Jiang has arrived. Please take a seat. Both men belonged to the elite echelons of Shanjiang City. Despite their differing circles, they were well acquainted. Dragon Master, it appears we truly require your assistance this time. Shanjiang City is in turmoil. The very Chu Lang who caused Ji Guangfa's disappearance is, unexpectedly, the mastermind behind Chongming Mining. Our Jiang chemical industry is utterly ruined. Jiang Chemical was on the brink of bankruptcy, its vitality severely depleted, and Jiang Luan had fallen from the ranks of top tycoons to that of a mere affluent businessman. This blow ignited a fierce hatred within the Jiang family towards Chu Lang, wishing to rend him asunder. Oh, the owner of Chongming Mining? Huang Menglong's thoughts swiftly traversed to Jing Shui Real Estate. The emergence of Jing Shui Real Estate was, in fact, intertwined with the shadow of Chongming Mining. It was all orchestrated by that very Chu Lang. The individual once regarded as insignificant now revealed a considerable background, prompting Huang Menglong to take him more seriously. Yes, that is indeed him. Dragon Master, should you manage to eliminate him, our Jiang family would willingly follow your lead. All our connections and resources would be at your disposal. Jiang Luan was resolute, for the Jiang family stood at the precipice of survival, with former adversaries lurking ominously. Seeking the protection of Dragon Master was perhaps their only glimmer of hope. Sensing an underlying anomaly due to the emergence of Jing Shui Real Estate, Huang Menglong contemplated bolstering his own forces and nodded in agreement. Very well, let Wen Dong remain by my side to learn. Jiang Luan was overjoyed. Thank you, Dragon Master. Young rascal, hurry and pay your respects to Dragon Master. Address him as Master. Huang Menglong intended to consolidate the Jiang family. A formal recognition was essential. Jiang Wendong, ecstatic, had just secured a formidable ally, and now he found himself before an even more powerful mentor. Thus, he knelt down. Disciple Jiang Wendong pays his respects to Master and bows. All right, rise. Huang Menglong instructed Jiang Wendong to stand, then picked up his phone and dialed Chu Lang's number. Meanwhile, at Chu Lang's residence, the lights shone brightly. Chu Lang had yet to return, and his 4 sisters were already at home. After several days of treatment, Sister Luo Hongchen was discharged from the hospital safely, albeit with a pallid complexion. The 4 sisters gathered together, almost simultaneously exclaiming, I have something to share with you. They exchanged glances, wondering if everyone harbored a secret. Let's share together. It's about Xiao Wu. Me too. Me too. The 4 sisters' attention converged on Chu Lang. Gu Qingqing spoke first. Xiao Wu has transformed remarkably. Not only did he help me secure 30 million in funding, but he also collaborated with boss Wu Shangxi, effortlessly resolving my raw material issues. Even more astonishing, he assisted me in acquiring 2 mining sites in Maliu Mountain. Luo Hongchen nodded in a daze, only to realize a slight headache, and quickly supported her head. You wouldn't believe it. Xiao Wu bought me a $3 million sports car. Although it got wrecked, I was utterly astonished. In his demeanor during our visit to Wu Shangxi's company, he even spoke with a flawless London accent. It's like he has undergone a complete transformation. Yi Hanyu frowned. Is it really that exaggerated? Although Xiao Wu seems to have come into some money, it can't be that extreme. I have an even more astonishing piece of news. Shin Tian adjusted her exquisite glasses. Can you guess how much these glasses cost? 3 million. The 3 sisters gasped in unison. They could somewhat comprehend the sports car and funding, but a pair of glasses for 3 million? It was utterly preposterous for a family that had been impoverished by Chu Lang for many years. Quick, let us see what else Xiao Wu has bought. Yi Hanyu exclaimed and hurriedly presented the clothes and shoes that Chu Lang had purchased. Then she opened her laptop and searched online. Goodness. Each item costs around 2 to 300,000. The sisters were engulfed in shock, and a brief silence enveloped the room as they simultaneously turned their gaze toward Gu Qingqing. Eldest sister, what should we do? Just then, the door creaked open, and Chu Lang stood at the entrance, locking eyes with the 4 sisters. Why are you all staring at me? Do I have something on my face? Chu Lang wiped his face, feeling that the reactions of the sisters seemed somewhat off today. Yi Hanyu, the most agitated, exclaimed, Xiao Wu. You. She was about to rush out and demand clarification, but Gu Qingqing stopped her. Ahem. Xiao Wu, have you been tired? I've noticed you've been returning late these past few days, and there's still food left in the kitchen. You should eat and rest early. You 3 should also go and rest. Chu Lang, still unaware of the situation, merely responded with an "oh" and did not pursue further inquiries. After dinner, he returned to his bedroom to sleep. This apartment had been purchased collectively by the sisters, comprising 3 bedrooms and a living room. The 4 sisters shared 2 rooms, while Chu Lang occupied one alone. As soon as he lay down, he felt his bed sway gently. Suddenly, the covers were pulled back, and a warm body nestled closely beside him. Who is it? Xiaozi, don't move. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, carrying an alluring essence. Yi Hanyu? Sister, what brings you to my bed? What if someone sees us? Please, get down. As Chu Lang gently reached out to push Yi Hanyu away, he realized that although she wore a loose t-shirt, there was nothing beneath it. You little rascal, where are you touching? It felt as though his palm had been scorched, prompting him to retract his hand swiftly. Sister, I apologize. Why should I pull back? Don't you like it? Chu Lang hadn't visited Ouyang Jing in several days, and their relationship was more transactional than emotional. However, with his 4 elder sisters, it was an entirely different matter. The bond forged over 2 decades was irreplaceable by any fleeting connection. Especially after his rebirth 20 years later, Chu Lang found himself reevaluating his feelings for his sisters, which had evolved into something profoundly intricate. While he could maintain a facade with others, he could never do so with his sisters. He swallowed hard. I like it. Chu Lang was being candid. Although Yi Hanyu's figure was less tempestuous compared to the most fiery Gu Qingqing, she possessed an enigmatic and ethereal beauty. It was as if a Persian cat gazed at him from a distance, and with every smile and frown, she could effortlessly ignite the deepest desires within a man. It was utterly irresistible. Since he was fond of Yi Hanyu, she playfully grasped his hand, smiled seductively, and then returned his hand. Then let it be. Gulp. Chu Lang's Adam's apple moved with difficulty, his pulse quickening, making his breath feel fervent. Xiao, honestly tell your sister what you have been up to lately. Answer me, and you can have whatever you want. As she spoke, Yi Hanyu leaned closer, accentuating her long, fair legs against him while cupping his face, smiling alluringly. You know I keep my word. Whatever you desire, just let me know, but it's up to you if you want to share with your sister. Rejuvenated and emboldened, Chu Lang felt he was on the brink of losing control and inhaled deeply. He hadn't done much, just. Chapter 85. Let me speak. As Chu Lang prepared to articulate his 20-year dream, suddenly, the bed shifted gently. The covers were pulled back. Xiao. The newcomer was about to call out to Chu Lang, but was taken aback to find he was not alone. Eldest sister? Hanyu? What are you doing in Xiao's bed? It was none other than Gu Qingqing. How dare you question me? What brings you here? Yi Hanyu exhibited a bold demeanor, managing to maintain her composure despite a fleeting moment of panic. In contrast, Gu Qingqing flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, when confronted by Yi Hanyu's pointed inquiry. Am I to understand that you have come to discuss matters with Xiao Wu while dressed in such a flimsy nightgown? Is this how one engages in conversation at such a late hour, sneaking into bed? Yi Hanyu's teasing tone deepened Gu Qingqing's embarrassment with every word, leaving her at a loss for a suitable response. Seeing Gu Qingqing's flustered state, Chu Lang was about to interject with words of solace when, much to his surprise, the door, which Gu Qingqing had just slightly ajar, creaked open once more. Xiao Wu, are you asleep? It was Luo Hongqian. Gu Qingqing and Yi Hanyu, entangled on Chu Lang's bed, fell silent, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Chu Lang shrugged, expressing his own exasperation. His intention had merely been to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Yet one sister after another had entered his room, much to his bewilderment. Not receiving a response, Luo Hongqian gently closed the door and stealthily approached the bed. Just as she reached out to lift the covers off Chu Lang, Yi Hanyu called out, Hey, Luo girl. Startled, Luo Hongqian exclaimed, Eldest sister, second sister. How can you be on Xiao Wu's bed? And you? What brings you here? I came to discuss matters. Well, it seems our accounts align curiously well, given that the bed was merely 1.5 meters wide. Accommodating 4 individuals was already a challenge. The spark ignited by Yi Hanyu had extinguished the moment Gu Qingqing arrived. He stood up, flicked on the lights, and settled onto the sofa, regarding the 3 sisters before him. Feel free to ask whatever it is you wish to know. The door creaked open again, revealing Shun Tian in her nightgown, the most conservatively dressed among the 4 sisters. However, given the late hour, her attire hardly seemed modest. Upon entering, she was instantly illuminated by the room's bright lights, met with the gaze of 8 eyes, rendering her momentarily frozen in place. With an awkward smile, she stammered, Hee. I came to discuss matters. What about you all? 10 minutes later, the 4 sisters lay half reclined on the bed, while Chu Lang sat alone on the sofa. Are you all curious about what I've been up to outside? Chu Lang's brow furrowed slightly, his mind racing. It was not that he intended to conceal the truth. Rather, he was on the verge of confronting Huang Minglong, which would inevitably bring the matters concerning Chongming mining to the forefront, setting the stage for a fierce confrontation. If his sisters were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be filled with anxiety, and Chu Lang wished to spare them such distress. The curious gazes of the four sisters were evident as Chu Lang took a deep breath and finally spoke. Chapter 86, Family Leisure. In fact, I have embarked on a business venture of my own, a remarkably significant one, Chu Lang declared solemnly. Unexpectedly, Luo Hongqian erupted. I already know. Little Wu, do not attempt to deceive me. It's Wu Shangxi, isn't it? When I was unconscious, I faintly sensed someone's presence. Later, I heard the eldest sister mention your connection with Boss Wu. It must be him, right? Gu Qingqing nodded in agreement. Was it Boss Wu who promoted you? Did he assign you work at Muliu Mountain? That makes sense. Otherwise, how would you possess that mining machine and acquire such detailed insider information? All while exuding such confidence in securing raw materials for me. The two of them exchanged words, painting Chu Lang's identity as one who collaborates with Wu Shangxi but holds only a minor stake, akin to a mere underling. Wu Shangxi, now a billionaire with the backing of the formidable Zhoming Mining, could theoretically enable Chu Lang to earn several hundred million without much difficulty. Yi Hanyu and Shun Tian also acquiesced to this interpretation. I find what the eldest sister said to be quite reasonable. Little Wu, you need not conceal anything further. Chu Lang intended to wait until the matter with Long Yi was resolved before divulging more, but decided to go with the flow. All right, you have seen through me. I had hoped to keep it under wraps. Luo Hongqian smirked. Humph. I've starred in detective films. You cannot deceive me. However, her tone shifted, her expression growing serious. Little Wu, your career has just begun to flourish. This is not the time for frivolous expenditures. I appreciate your intention to buy gifts for me. I too delight in handbags and sports cars, yet I would prefer to see you transform your ways. Wait until you have more money before purchasing such items for me. There is no rush. A warmth enveloped Chu Lang. Whether in this life or the last, most individuals sought to benefit from him. Only the four sisters genuinely wished for his well-being. Yi Hanyu chimed in with a smile. Exactly. What is the point of buying so many expensive shoes? Do you think your sister is a centipede or an octopus? You are currently working for someone else, and your expenses are considerable. There are numerous social engagements that require expenditure. You ought to save where possible. Sometimes, one must consider times of scarcity. Save your money for a larger house in the future. Shen Tian fixed her gaze on Chu Lang. No more gambling? No more gambling. Really? Really? Shen Tian rose. Come here. Huh. Chu Lang approached, puzzled. Shen Tian stood on her toes and gently kissed him on the cheek. Just a little reward. As long as little Wu is well, that brings me more joy than any extravagant gift. Being inherently reserved in expressing her feelings, her face flushed crimson after speaking, and she hurriedly left the room. Watching Shun Tian exit, Chu Lang turned to the remaining three. Aren't you all leaving? Yi Hanyu smiled enigmatically. Leaving? With her gone, we can comfortably settle in. Come on up. Gu Qingqing and Luo Hongqian both bore a hint of blush, while Yi Hanyu remained the most audacious. Gazing upon the three enchanting women, Chu Lang found himself utterly captivated by each one individually. However, when they were together, the dynamic shifted entirely. One could only ponder who would dare to engage with whom. Ahem, perhaps it would be best to refrain from such thoughts. It is indeed a delightful situation, albeit somewhat taxing on the waist. Luo Hongqian spat. Huh. You little lecher, what are you thinking? Suddenly, a pillow soared through the air, prompting Chu Lang to swiftly evade and retreat to the adjacent room. Despite the apparent reluctance, his heart brimmed with joy, as if the long-held desires of 2 decades were finally recognized and forgiven by his sisters. Yet, just as he began to bask in the warmth bestowed by his sisters, a phone call shattered the moment, piercing through his eardrums. Master Long. Chu Lang's body tensed instantly. Chapter 87. Fourth brother, Shizun. Chu Lang, the owner of Chongming Mining, one of the masterminds behind Jingshui Real Estate. To this day, Master Long remained oblivious to the fact that the man entwined with Ouyang Jing was none other than Chu Lang himself. He mistakenly believed that Chu Lang had allied with Jingshui Real Estate out of desperation, opposing him as a result. With a mere flicker of intuition, Chu Lang surmised that his identity had been disclosed to the Jiang family by Jiang's father and son. What guidance do you have for me, Master Long? Chu Lang had no intention of concealing the truth, and openly acknowledged his position. Huang Menglong's laughter was rich and resonant. There are still 2 days until the deadline I previously communicated. By then, I expect to see Ji Guangfa. Or be prepared for 5 coffins. Without allowing Chu Lang a moment to respond, Huang Menglong abruptly ended the call. Chu Lang's expression darkened, nearly dripping with discontent. In his previous life, he had long since mastered the art of concealing his emotions. However, the individuals who once evoked such feelings in him were no longer present. Now, with all 4 sisters alive and well, how could he not feel incensed? Just as he hung up the phone, it rang once more. Jing, Langgu. There's news from 4th brother. He has arrived in Shangjiang City and wishes to arrange a meeting. When? I haven't finalized the specifics yet. I wanted to gauge your thoughts first. Ouyang Jing, aware that every step of Chu Lang's was meticulously calculated, sought his decision before informing Shizun. Better sooner than later. Let us set it for tomorrow afternoon. As he spoke, a peculiar smile crept across Chu Lang's lips. In Taiping ancient town, at the Gu family restaurant, one could gaze upon the land purchased by Jing Shui Real Estate. The terrain had been leveled, and the official design plans were at hand. They merely awaited the arrival of funds to commence operations. The Gu family restaurant? Indeed. Most of those who accompany your 4th brother back to the country are primarily driven by the pursuit of wealth. To ensure their loyalty, they must be shown the promise of riches, vast and plentiful riches. Chu Lang now possessed the funds, but he lacked the manpower willing to fight against Huang Menglong. Is Lang Gu preparing to flex his muscles? Yet, without adequate funding, entering the film city remains unattainable. An empty plot of land hardly holds sufficient allure. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Chu Lang reassured, rest assured, tomorrow we shall show those southern ruffians what true wealth means. Ouyang Jing smiled softly. Then I shall leave it all to you, Lang Gu. After hanging up the phone, Chu Lang found no time for sleep and personally sought out Xiao San to arrange the plans for the following day. The next day, at noon, in the ancient town of Taiping, due to the absence of any recent holidays, the town was relatively deserted. The vacant lot beside Ji's restaurant attracted even fewer tourists. However, today, Ji's restaurant was teeming with people, bustling with life. Over 300 guests filled the already modest establishment to capacity. Several sleek black S-Class Mercedes-Benz vehicles slowly came to a halt outside the restaurant. The woman who finally stepped out captivated the attention of the noisy crowd. Adorned in an elegant black long dress, her tall and graceful figure was beautifully accentuated. Her cascading hair fell elegantly down her back, secured by a simple yet charming hairpin, radiating an astonishing allure despite its simplicity. All eyes were drawn to this enchanting woman. She, however, linked her arm with a man, sweetly urging, "Come on, Lang Gu. Si Gu and his men have already arrived." Chu Lang, feeling a sense of helplessness, replied, "Weren't we supposed to keep this under wraps for now?" According to his plan, he intended to keep the relationship between Ouyang Jing and himself concealed from the Shizun group. As he did not belong to the Baiyan Mountain faction and his identity remained ambiguous, making him an outsider. Revealing their connection might provoke unwanted resistance from Shizun and his associates. Yet, Ouyang Jing, in front of everyone, boldly demonstrated their relationship. Eventually, they will know. Wherever I go, I want others to recognize that I am Lang Ji's person, she declared with a playful and innocent stubbornness. A surge of affection welled up in Chu Lang, prompting him to relent. Before they could step into Ji's restaurant, a burly man with a dark complexion emerged from within. "Miss Si Gu." The newcomer was Shizun, flanked by 3 others. The 2 were already familiar with each other's appearances from their previous video calls. "Where's your 3rd brother?" Shizun's sudden inquiry cast a pall over the atmosphere. "I dealt with him." A man's voice instantly seized everyone's attention. Chapter 88. The ruthless thugs of the South. Shizun was a robust, middle-aged man, having spent years in the wilds of the South Seas, exuding a predatory ferocity. Upon hearing Chu Lang's words, his eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to blades, casting a menacing glare at Chu Lang. "You have 10 seconds to explain yourself." At once, the towering figure standing behind Shizun, a muscular giant named Chui Menghu, reached for his waist, readying a weapon. The air was thick with an intimidating aura. Chu Lang recognized this formidable man, known for his ruthless prowess, having once been Shizun's top enforcer and later becoming a feared figure alongside Ouyang Jing, infamous for his deadly reputation. At that moment, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Chu Lang. "Be cautious, Lang Gu." A figure lunged from behind, pulling Chu Lang to the side. It was Zheng Si, one of Qiu San's subordinates. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as a weapon discharged. A horrifying spray of blood erupted from Zheng Si's waist, and he collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him. Chu Lang cried out in alarm. Old Si, Qiu San, absent, had assigned Zheng Si to safeguard Chu Lang, yet upon their first encounter, he lay in a pool of blood. The assailant was not Cui Menghu, but rather a pale-faced man in his 30s among Shi Zun's entourage. Qiu Huan, what are you doing? I gave him 10 seconds. Shi Zun scolded the pale-faced man named Qiu Huan. Brother, this man has killed your third brother, Chao Degu. Why waste time? Just kill him. Qiu Huan raised his weapon once more. With a swift motion, Cui Menghu slapped Qiu Huan's hand, disarming him. What are you doing? Are you disregarding your brother's orders? Reluctantly, Qiu Huan withdrew, though a sinister smile lingered on his face as his gaze shifted to Ouyang Jing, surveying her intently. Meanwhile, Chu Lang examined Zheng Si's injury. Fortunately, it was merely a wound to the waist and not life-threatening. He instructed someone to take Zheng Si to the hospital. Turning back, he regarded Qiu Huan with unyielding composure. So you are Qiu Huan? Chu Lang had heard of this man, but had never encountered him before. So it was him. In a previous life, Qiu Huan had returned to the country with Shi Zun, joining Ouyang Jing's faction. However, after eliminating Huang Menglong, Qiu Huan conspired with Chao Qin to secretly murder Shi Zun, subsequently sharing power with Chao Qin over Ouyang Jing. Eventually, when Ouyang Jing rose to prominence, she stripped Qiu Huan of his assets and buried him alive. This indicated that his misdeeds against Ouyang Jing were as grievous as those of Chao Qin. Otherwise, he would not have met such a fate. Chu Lang's strategy to allow Ouyang Jing to consolidate her power before revealing her intentions was primarily to guard against Shi Zun's followers, particularly Qiu Huan. To his astonishment, upon their first encounter, Qiu Huan had already identified Chu Lang as a potential obstacle to his ambitions, intent on swiftly eliminating him. A mix of astonishment and fury coursed through Chu Lang. Had it not been for Zheng Si's intervention, that blow could have cost him his life. For both personal and public reasons, this man must die. Qiu Huan sneered, you wish to kill me? Indeed, Chu Lang replied, haha. Just then, Ouyang Jing finally regained her composure from the earlier commotion. Observing the tense atmosphere, she quickly interjected, fourth brother, it was I who instructed Lang Gu to eliminate Chao Qin. I will explain the details to you. If you harbor any ill will toward my Lang Gu, let us consider this matter concluded. Lang Gu, we must leave. Having witnessed Chu Lang nearly fall victim to Shi Zun's men, Ouyang Jing felt a surge of anxiety followed by a wave of anger. She now preferred to forego vengeance rather than risk Chu Lang's safety. Miss, fourth brother, I know you wish to assist me. However, more than seeking vengeance, my foremost concern is for Lang Ji's safety. Farewell. Miss, no wait. Slap. Shi Zun swiftly delivered a resounding blow to Qiu Huan's face. Chapter 89. Short of funds? The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Qiu Huan standing within Shi Zun's circle was nearly that of a vice leader. Despite Cui Menghu's indifference towards him, it did not diminish Qiu Huan's position within the team. It was unexpected that Shi Zun would strike him without hesitation. Brother, what are you doing? Now, immediately apologize to the young lady and her friend. You better remember this. Our purpose for returning home is to assist me and the young lady in seeking revenge. Do not bring the barbarism you learned from the southern savages here, understand? Shi Zun could overlook many things, but he was steadfast in his belief in vengeance. Nurtured for 15 long years, he could not allow the impulsive actions of a subordinate to shatter that resolve. At that moment, Chu Lang could distinctly see a peculiar smile forming at the corner of Ouyang Jing's mouth. He mused to himself that Ouyang Jing's grasp of human nature seemed to be an innate talent. She had accurately assessed that Shi Zun, after traveling great distances and waiting 15 years, would never easily surrender his quest for retribution. Thus, her feigned departure was a ruse to exact a measure of revenge for Chu Lang. Indeed, it had succeeded. Did you not hear me? I demand an apology. Shi Zun raised his voice. Qiu Huan's eyes fixated on Ouyang Jing and Chu Lang, his chest heaving as he struggled to contain his fury. Ultimately, he subdued his anger and inhaled deeply. I apologize. This gentleman is Lang Gu. You should apologize to him. Ouyang Jing tugged at Chu Lang's arm and stepped forward. I'm sorry, Lang Gu. Chu Lang offered a faint, emotionless smile and patted Qiu Huan's shoulder. No need for formality, my friend. I detest apologies that come after wrongdoing. You're commendable. Thus concluded a farcical episode between life and death, culminating in Qiu Huan's capitulation. Yet, gazing at the bloodstains that marred the ground, Chu Lang's murderous intent remained undiminished. Apologies? Unnecessary. Blood must be repaid with blood. Upon entering the Gu family tavern, the atmosphere was lively and boisterous. Those returning from the southern seas were, in truth, fierce warriors accustomed to danger, yet they faced dire material shortages in that region. Money was scarce, the population was large, and expenses were high. Merely maintaining a stable existence was a challenge. This reality partially explained why Shirzun could rally his brothers to return home with him. So, that scoundrel Chao Qin is using my contact information to coerce the young lady? If it weren't for this brother Chu, wouldn't the young lady? Shirzun held a genuine respect for Bai Yanshan and similarly regarded Ouyang Jing with esteem. Ouyang Jing, still simmering with anger, nodded. Indeed. Shirzun raised his wine cup and addressed Chu Lang, saying, Brother Chu, I must apologize for my earlier indiscretions. This drink serves as my sincere gesture of contrition. I am grateful for your assistance to the young lady. Otherwise, the contingency left by my master would have likely turned me into a mere accomplice of that scoundrel. Chao Qin, understanding Shirzun's loyalty and valor, Chu Lang lifted his cup in return and replied, Brother Shir, you are too courteous. He downed the drink in one gulp. Out of the corner of his eye, Chu Lang noticed Qiu Huan whispering something to Cui Minghu. The burly figure, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, spoke in a coarse tone, Big brother, I must voice a concern. While it is true that we have come back for revenge, we are over 300 strong, and our basic needs require funding. We have persevered in Nanyang, but surely we cannot expect to continue in such a manner upon our return? Might the young lady assist us with this issue? Money. Cui Minghu's words revolved around this singular theme, drawing the attention of all present. What is the purpose of risking life and limb if not to live comfortably? Chu Lang cast a complex glance at Qiu Huan, fully aware that the topic had been instigated by the impetuous Cui Minghu. Discussing finances upon their first meeting was indeed inappropriate. However, a smile crept upon his face as he wondered, Brother Lang, do we truly lack funds? According to the timeline, the young lady has just turned 20 and is still a student. Given the relentless pursuit by that scoundrel Huang Menglong over the years, her life must have been exceedingly difficult. Why do you insist on broaching such a topic? Chu Lang retorted. I have guaranteed that you will enjoy a bountiful life upon your return. I will certainly not go back on my word. When have I ever failed to keep my promises? Shirzun, concerned for Ouyang Jing's feelings, quickly intervened to ease the tension. Chu Lang silently acknowledged Shirzun's admirable loyalty. Yet, the sentiments of the others were less certain. Big brother, one cannot frame it in such terms, Qiu Huan interjected. You are our elder brother, and we willingly follow your command, selflessly aiding you and the young lady in your quest for vengeance without expectation of reward. However, you have exerted both effort and manpower. If others contribute nothing and merely reap the benefits, though you remain silent, we brothers cannot help but feel aggrieved on your behalf. Qiu Huan's eloquence was impeccable, presenting a case that left no room for Shirzun to find fault. Consequently, Shirzun found himself in a predicament, unsure whether to support or oppose the sentiment. Meanwhile, Qiu Huan's words ignited Cui Minghu's indignation. Indeed, big brother, how can one expend effort and resources while others sit idly by, feasting on the fruits of our labor? What purpose does our return serve if we could just operate independently? Bang! Nonsense! Shirzun slammed the table, his voice rising in anger. Ever since the departure from Huang Menglong, the term independent operation was something he dreaded hearing. Cui Minghu recoiled slightly, though his discontent was unmistakably evident. Young lady, these rascals have grown wild in Nanyang. Do not engage them on their level. Rest assured, since I have been entrusted by my master's last wish to venture overseas, I am resolutely committed to avenging him and eliminating that scoundrel Huang Menglong. Upon uttering these words, many of my brothers fell silent, evidently shaken by Qiu Huan's recent remarks, leading them to question the purpose of our return and the presence of this young lady. A conspiratorial smile crept upon Qiu Huan's lips as he discerned that Ouyang Jing and Chu Lang were exceedingly youthful. How much depth could they possibly possess? With just a slight maneuver, I could complicate this collaboration, thus significantly enhancing the room for maneuver in the future. Chu Lang felt a growing resentment towards Qiu Huan, who had indeed stirred the pot, disrupting the atmosphere considerably. Fortunately, he had prepared for such disruptions. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently incited a faction. Brother Shir, I believe that Brother Chui and Brother Chiu have made some valid points. It is unreasonable for you to exert effort while also providing for yourself. Brother Shi was taken aback by these words. What did Chu Lang mean? He had not anticipated that Chu Lang would dare to interject. At this moment, Chui Menghu leaped forth, bellowing with fervor. Do you possess the capability to settle our 300 brothers? I see no signs of maturity in your speech. I would consider you too young to be my son. Do you truly have such abilities? Chui Menghu's forthright nature meant he often voiced his displeasure without hesitation. Ouyang Jing felt a pang of indignation at hearing her brother demeaned and wished to speak out, but was halted by Chu Lang. What's it to you? Whether you have it or not. If not, then be off with you and cease wasting my time. Once we have settled, we will seek you out. At that time, with ample provisions and good spirits, we shall gladly extend our assistance. And if you do possess it? Chui Menghu's boisterous laughter reverberated through the air, shaking the very ceiling. If you can indeed accommodate our brothers, how many of them could you possibly manage? If you can arrange for over 300 brothers, I shall call you grandfather. The laughter of the 300 proud warriors echoed around them. Well said, Brother Hu. Brother Hu thinks of us. We admire Brother Hu. Brother Shi, caught off guard by the rising tide of dissent, felt a mix of anger and frustration. Chui Menghu, do you dare? Brother Shi, do not be hasty. Chu Lang interjected with a beaming smile. Brother Chui, since you wish to see the depth of your esteemed lady's resources before committing to serve, let us forego the meal for now and proceed together. With that, Chu Lang led the group toward the construction site. Chapter 91. Proud warriors. The construction site was newly leveled, still cloaked in yellow dust. Upon arriving, over 300 men found themselves unable to occupy even a corner. What do you intend for us to do here? Do you expect us to pitch tents? Chui Menghu was utterly clueless about Chu Lang's intentions. Qiu Huan, too, scoffed. Setting up tents here is hardly preferable to returning to Nanyang, where at least we had status and could earn a living. It is far better than merely standing guard over a construction site. Brother Shi shot Qiu Huan a glare, wishing to silence him. Qiu Huan seemed resolute in her intention to make this first encounter rather awkward. She offered a faint smile to Shi Zun, seemingly unwilling to cease her remarks. This parcel of land, nestled by the mountains and waters, must surely be valued at several tens of millions, right? Chu Lang calmly stated, for 100 million. A collective gasp echoed among the 300 present. In Nanyang, despite the sheer number of individuals, they had never witnessed business dealings in the hundreds of millions. Most of the brothers were content with provisions and housing, and earning a mere 100,000 a year was considered a prosperous venture. After all, Nanyang remained untamed. And with the recent global upheaval, many who could not find their footing elsewhere flocked to Nanyang to make a living, resulting in increasingly challenging employment opportunities. The mention of 400 million truly sparked envy among the crowd. Qiu Huan raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of foreboding at Chu Lang's clarity and composure. How do you know? Ouyang Jing interlaced her fingers with Chu Lang's, proudly declaring, because this land was purchased outright by Brother Lang as a gift for me. Moreover, you would never guess from whom this land was seized. None other than Huang Minglong. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Huang Minglong. Was he not the target of their return to the homeland? Had Brother Lang already engaged him in battle and snatched victory from his grasp? The onlookers' gazes toward Chu Lang gradually transformed. Shi Zun's anxious expression was instantly replaced by shock, observing the youthfulness of Chu Lang and Ouyang Jing. He had never imagined they possessed such depth. His return home was solely aimed at assisting in dealing with Huang Minglong. Yet he now realized that many under his command harbored their own ambitions. As he felt a surge of anxiety, Chu Lang's actions abruptly halted his worries. Is this truly the case? Have you developed to such a formidable degree without making any noise? And you seized it from that scoundrel Huang Minglong? For 100 million. Shi Zun's 3 questions were enough to reveal the depth of his astonishment. At that moment, one of the 3 men who had been silently standing beside Shi Zun finally spoke. Master, I never anticipated your young lady would possess such confidence. Our return has not been in vain. Receiving praise for his daughter brought Shi Zun more joy than praise for himself, and he laughed heartily. Brother Xiong, you flatter us. Yi has always been clever, following in my master's footsteps. He continued, Brother Chu, I neglected to introduce you earlier. This is Brother Xiong. When I first arrived in Nanyang, it was his assistance that paved the way for my current standing. Upon hearing this, Chu Lang immediately recognized the man, Old Bear, the former leader of their team, who had later relinquished his position to Shirzun and retreated to the background. This individual held a remarkably esteemed position within the team. Though he did not involve himself in daily affairs, his reputation was immensely high. Even Shirzun referred to him as Brother Xiong. "Brothers, are you not impressed?" Shirzun inquired with pride. Cui Minghu voiced his disbelief. "Big brother, just because he claims he bought it does not make it true. I could just as easily claim I own the entire earth. There stands a bulletin board. I shall take a glance." Cui Minghu fixated on the edge of the bulletin board and called out, "Jingshui Real Estate Development Company, Limited Legal Representative, Ouyang Jing." "Who is this Ouyang Jing? The young lady bears the surname Bai. What connection could she possibly have with Ouyang Jing? Have we been deceived?" Qiu Huan's countenance, fluctuating between gloom and brightness, finally broke into a smile. "Fortunately, there exists this bulletin board. Otherwise, we might have been misled without even realizing it." The expressions of the brothers on site shifted once more. Could it be that they were lying? "You understand nothing. Ouyang Jing is the name the young lady adopted to evade the pursuit of Huang Minglong. It is indeed her current identity." A collective sigh of relief echoed among the brothers, as a weight lifted from their hearts. Old Bear clapped his hands in admiration. "This return to our homeland can indeed be seen as a stroke of fortune. We are grateful that the young lady has taken us in without disdain." "Brother Xiong, you are too modest. It is all thanks to Lang Gu," they replied. Chu Lang's reputation was gradually elevated, receiving increasing acclaim. With a smile, Chu Lang turned to Cui Minghu. "Brother Cui, do you harbor any further doubts?" Beyond his remarkable ability to fight and kill, Cui Minghu was devoid of any financial resources and had never encountered such wealth. Reminded of his earlier demeanor, his face flushed crimson. He intended to persuade them. Yet, Qiu Huan interjected once more. "Elder brother, Brother Xiong, and all esteemed brothers, let us set aside the question of whether this land is worth 4 billion. Our purpose in returning is twofold: revenge and sustenance. Even if this land were worth 10 billion, it remains merely land. What relevance does it hold for us? We cannot rely solely on this parcel of land for our survival. Can we? Brothers, do consider this rationale." Chu Lang's brows knitted tightly. Indeed, he recognized Qiu Huan as a ticking time bomb, always poised to stir trouble. "What do you imply by following Brother Qiu's reasoning?" I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to contemplate the future lives of my brothers. Moreover, to merely boast about a bulletin board and expect the brothers to risk their lives for it, I find such a transaction unworthy." Qiu Huan seemed somewhat entranced, aware that such words should not emanate from him. However, should matters continue to unfold in this manner, even if this meeting were successful, Ouyang Jing would smoothly attain the transfer of power from Shirzun, significantly diminishing his operational space, relegating him to a mere expendable worker. This was far from his desire. He sought it all. The brothers fell into silence, secretly acknowledging that Qiu Huan's words held some merit. "You speak the truth. Your young lady indeed shares your sentiments. She also considers the welfare of the brothers." Chu Lang's phone buzzed. It was a message from Qiu San, indicating all preparations were complete. No longer would he conceal the truth. Ouyang Jing's expression tightened, whispering, "Lang Gu, entering the construction site is quite challenging now. Who can truly consider anyone else?" Chu Lang gently patted Ouyang Jing's hand, signaling her to remain calm. "Oh, is that so?" Qiu Huan couldn't help but smirk in silence. 400 million spent on mere land. Surely there's no more money left for operations. Shangjiang is merely a city straddling the second and third tiers. Where would such wealth come from? Of course, Cui Minghu scoffed, hands in his pockets. Humph, what a boast. Yet, before he could finish, he was silenced by a glare from Shirzun. Chu Lang surveyed the over 300 formidable warriors gathered from afar and smiled gently. "Gentlemen, please." With a thunderous command from Chu Lang, the ground trembled beneath them. The droning of engines resonated as several heavy loaders slowly approached under Qiu San's direction. The front buckets of these loaders were brimming with an astonishing hue of red. "What on earth is that?" Qiu Huan exclaimed, eyes fixed on the loaders. "My heavens! Look! Money! It's all money. Goodness, while others might stuff money into their pockets, this is the first time I've seen someone loading money into a bucket. How much could this possibly be?" As the crowd beheld the contents of the loaders, a roar akin to a tidal wave erupted. "Money! It's all money!" A dazzling crimson. The sunlight glinted off the bounty, nearly blinding everyone present. With a flourish, the loaders lifted their buckets, depositing the cash onto the ground like a small mountain. "Lang Gu, the money has arrived." 100 million. Chiosen halted the convoy, standing proudly before them. The warriors stared at the money, eyes wide, rendered speechless. What is it that one seeks in this world, if not wealth? Their eyes turned crimson, breaths heavy and rapid, fixated on the treasure before them. If it were merely a string of numbers, perhaps it wouldn't evoke such a reaction. However, the staggering visual impact of this mountain of cash was something these rough men could hardly withstand. Shizun was dumbfounded. Lao Xiong, Cui Minghu, and Xiu Huan were equally taken aback. Even Ouyang Jing gazed blankly at the pile of red bills, unable to articulate a single word. Chu Lang relished the expressions on their faces and turned to Cui Minghu. Brother Cui, do you have any questions? And no, I concede, Cui Minghu stammered. Have you forgotten our wager, Brother Cui? Do you believe this young man, lacking in facial hair, can adequately arrange for your 300 brothers? Cui Minghu recalled his words in the tavern. He had vowed to call Chu Lang grandfather if he could manage it all. Swallowing hard, he steeled himself. Cui is willing to bet and accept defeat. No need for the formality. Chu Lang raised a hand to interrupt. We are brothers. There is no need for such enmity. It was merely a jest, Brother Cui, don't take it to heart. Cui Minghu was taken aback, a wave of shame and guilt washing over him. In an instant, his face turned crimson, and with utmost seriousness, Zheng addressed Chu Lang. Brother Lang, let us not speak further. Your grandeur is truly impressive. I, old Cui, am genuinely in awe. Chu Lang felt a sense of private satisfaction. This rugged man was genuinely convinced. With a grand gesture, he declared, Brothers, consider this small sum a token of gratitude for your long journey. It is merely a gesture of respect. What followed was a thunderous cheer from over 300 people, erupting in a cacophony of delight. Although 100 million divided among such a large group may not appear substantial, this was merely their first encounter. Such extravagance was unprecedented in the wilds of Nanyang. Brother Lang is magnificent, generous, incredible. We are all in admiration. This is the true demeanor of a great leader. We apologize for our earlier behavior. Until now, most of these individuals regarded their return trip as merely a task. Money speaks. Wealth is paramount. Ouyang Jing realized that Chu Lang's decision to allow her to gather momentum before making a bold declaration was indeed sagacious. Otherwise, the mess from today would have been insurmountable, and she found herself admiring him even more. Xiu Huan stared at the money, his expression fluctuating between red and white. He could scarcely believe that Chu Lang had produced such a sum, and in cash no less. He understood that his scheme for undermining Ouyang Jing and Chu Lang's reputation had failed. It seemed impossible to diminish their standing now. He could only take a deep breath and retreat a few steps. Chu Lang had no intention of pursuing him. Now was not the time for relentless aggression, which would only reveal his own narrow perspective. His gaze fell upon Shizun, whose countenance shifted unpredictably. Instantly, Chu Lang discerned the man's thoughts and chuckled inwardly, proclaiming, Brothers, this money is all arranged by the young lady. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards her. Shizun's tension evaporated, replaced by a smile as he quickly approached Chu Lang. Brother Chu, you remain humble despite your contributions, aiding the young lady in her plight. It is no wonder she is so reluctant to let go of your hand. Shizun regarded Ouyang Jing as she clung to Chu Lang's arm. He had never openly acknowledged their relationship, initially viewing Chu Lang as a scheming rogue. He had intended to find a chance to test him further, or even to eliminate him if necessary. However, witnessing Chu Lang's generosity and hearing his brothers chant Brother Lang only intensified Shizun's suspicions about Chu Lang's intentions. Regardless of the efforts from outsiders, the Bai family must remain under the Bai family's control. There could never be a second Huang Minglong. Yet, after Chu Lang redirected the credit to Ouyang Jing, all of Shizun's doubts dissipated. He no longer regarded Chu Lang as an outsider. Ouyang Jing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she remarked, Fourth brother, you keep teasing him. Brother Lang treats me exceptionally well. He has given me everything. The tranquil property is indeed an investment of Lang Gu, and now it is fully under my name. Ouyang Jing's words significantly enhanced Shizun's fondness for Chu Lang. With deep emotion, he patted Chu Lang on the shoulder, saying, Brother Chu, you have a discerning eye. Brother Shi, you are too modest. I have held a grudge against Huang Minglong for quite some time. Then we are even closer now. Come, let us enjoy a few drinks together. Shizun affectionately draped his arm over Chu Lang's shoulder as they made their way to the tavern. As for the money on the ground, there would be someone to take care of it. With a piercing gaze fixed on Chu Lang's departing figure, Qiu Huan's eyes were as sharp as a blade, seemingly intent on devouring Chu Lang whole. Every action Chu Lang took was undermining his status within the team, fueling his rage. I heard you harmed the fourth? At that moment, Qiu Sin approached Qiu Huan, his tone laced with a chilling severity. Qiu Huan turned with a cold scoff. And what of it? You have offended Lang Gu and harmed my fourth. Prepare your coffin. After speaking, Qiu Sin turned and hurried to catch up with Chu Lang, his hand brushing against the weapon at his waist, trembling with rage. He longed to eliminate those two immediately. However, while it was feasible before the tavern, it was no longer an option now. Should he act recklessly, those 300 brothers who had just received $1 billion from Chu Lang could tear him to shreds in an instant. In their team, the second in command was not worth $1 billion. Just wait. Everything you have will be mine. Ahead, noticing Qiu Sin trailing behind, Chu Lang quietly inquired, was there a threat? Indeed. But that man's murderous aura is truly terrifying. His subordinates must bear countless blood debts. I genuinely fear he might go mad and attack you and me. Do not worry. He dares not act now. A threat is sufficient. Tonight, you and your men should hide in Jing's room. He may act out of desperation. Lang Gu is so certain. Are you willing to gamble? Haha. Recently, luck has favored Lang Gu. I win every bet. Let us wager. Chu Lang chuckled, finding Qiu Sin quite humorous. Let us bet on your family's oldest Matai. The group ascended the stairs once more, the atmosphere growing exceedingly lively. Despite Chu Lang's considerable drinking capacity, he could not withstand the enthusiasm of over 300 people and soon found himself utterly intoxicated, provoking a playful rebuke from Ouyang Jing. As night fell and all were settled, Ouyang Jing returned to her quarters as instructed by Chu Lang. Miss Jing, the brothers are hiding at the back door. Lang Gu mentioned someone would be coming tonight to trouble you. Please proceed, San Gu. Today, Chu Lang had informed her of the impending intrusion into her room. Yet Ouyang Jing secretly shook her head. Lang Gu is not omniscient. How could he predict so accurately? She chose to sit on the sofa in her bedroom, preparing to read for a while, intending to mock Chu Lang's overthinking in the morning. However, just as she lifted the book, the door to her room, which was clearly locked, was unexpectedly pushed open from the outside. Chapter 95. A clash of words. Ouyang Jing set down her book, her eyes widening slightly. One reason for her astonishment was Lang Ji's uncanny ability to predict that someone would appear in her room at night. The second reason was that, despite the door being locked, this person had managed to enter without a sound, indicating a certain level of skill. Miss still hasn't gone to bed? The visitor was Qiu Huan, who approached Ouyang Jing with a smile, remarking, as expected of a university student, still reading at such a late hour, unlike me, who can fall asleep with a book in hand. Qiu Huan's voice carried an eerie undertone, prompting Ouyang Jing to shield her chest with the book, watching him warily. Qiu Gu, why have you come to my room at this hour? If I recall correctly, my door was locked. How did you manage to open it? Qiu Huan rubbed his hands together, inching closer to Ouyang Jing, who continued to retreat, book in hand. Has the young lady forgotten where I returned from? From the chaotic and untamed region of Nanyang, one cannot survive without a few tricks up their sleeve. Picking locks is one of my specialties. The brothers in my team hold me in high regard for this skill. As he spoke, the conversation shifted to his status within the group. What exactly do you wish to convey, Qiu Gu? If there is nothing pressing, I would appreciate it if you could leave. I need to rest. Don't be in such a hurry. Mississippi. Qiu Huan blocked Ouyang Jing's path, scrutinizing every inch of her skin and figure with a glint in his eyes. This young lady, still a university student, truly attracted the gaze of men with every part of her being. Her fair skin, innocent beauty, and alluring figure, all of which exuded a subtle charm amidst her purity. Having lived in Nanyang for long, Qiu Huan was hardly accustomed to encountering such beautiful women, and he found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself, especially in the stillness of the night, alone with her. His breath became heavy and rapid, but reason reminded him that the moment was not yet right. He steadied his heartbeat and asked, what does the young lady think of your Lang Gu? He treats me very well. It seems the young lady is still naive, unaware of the world's treachery. Young lady, I am part of the Brotherhood. We are family. To speak candidly, have you never wondered why Chu Lang is so determined to assist you wholeheartedly? Ouyang Jing fell silent. Qiu Huan, interpreting her hesitation, pressed on more fervently. To speak frankly, there is no hatred without reason in this world, nor is there love without purpose. His assistance to you must have an ulterior motive. Oh, as a poor student, what could I possibly have that others would covet? Xiao Huan gazed greedily at Ouyang Jing. Hee, young lady, you underestimate yourself. Setting aside your beauty, your very status is enough to make others envious. That Chu Lang merely seeks to exploit the young lady and gain control over greater resources. Given her noble status, I believe it unnecessary for you to subordinate yourself to others and be manipulated. Why not consider a collaboration? Indeed, with my esteemed reputation in your fourth brother's team, securing your position would be a mere formality. The young lady need only demonstrate a modicum of sincerity. Once you leverage Chu Lang's capital to establish your footing, you can easily cast him aside. Then, the entirety of Shangjiang shall belong to us. You wish for me to scheme against Lange? Ouyang Jing fixed her gaze intently upon Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan grinned malevolently. Is that not advantageous? He is also utilizing you. Regardless of Lang Ji's motivations for assisting me, I can speculate, but others cannot guess, let alone speak of it. Ouyang Jing stood tall, a fierce aura emanating from her. She was acutely aware that despite their recent acquaintance, any trust between her and Chu Lang bore the scent of mutual exploitation. Yet, every time she contemplated this, she felt a wave of discomfort and uncertainty. She questioned whether Lang Gu would continue to treat her the same way if she cast aside her identity. Thus, when mentioned, Ouyang Jing became infuriated. Leave. Chapter 96. Unforeseen strategies. Whoever dares to utter a word against Lang Gu becomes Ouyang Jing's most despised adversary. Xiao Huan evidently did not comprehend Chu Lang's esteemed position in Ouyang Jing's heart, leaving her momentarily bewildered by the scolding. But after the days, an uncontrollable fury surged within her. Young lady, you wish for me to leave? Regardless of your motives, any hostility towards Lang Gu renders all negotiations void. Although Ouyang Jing, having received guidance from Chu Lang, recognized the act, it did not diminish the authenticity of her anger. Xiao Huan, berated by Ouyang Jing, alternated between crimson and pallor, a sinister hue gradually overtaking her face. Out of respect, I have addressed you as young lady. Do you truly believe that by selling your body, you have secured a life of luxury and can consider yourself of royal descent? You had better comprehend your position. If you cooperate with me, we both benefit. Should you refuse, believe me, with a mere word, these brothers will instantly rebel. Do not think that you and that Chu fellow are safe. Even Shirzun cannot protect you. Having failed to entice her, Xiao Huan resorted to intimidation. The malevolent expression on her face was chilling. Upon hearing the remark about selling her body, Ouyang Jing's eyes suddenly reddened. You scoundrel! With that, she raised her hand, ready to strike Xiao Huan. However, Xiao Huan, a ruthless brigand from Nanyang, easily evaded her attempt. The ferocity ignited within her, as malice arose from the depths of her heart. Now, alone together, with no one else around, Xiao Huan flashed a sly grin. It seems the collaboration has faltered, having traveled thousands of miles from Nanyang. I must collect some form of compensation. Those bearing the surname Chu can toy with you, so why should I not? As she spoke, a greenish glint ignited in Xiao Huan's eyes as she lunged towards Ouyang Jing. Even if I were to toy with you, it would amount to nothing. If that Chu fellow discovers you've become a tarnished Chu, let us see if he continues to assist you. Such a proud and haughty wealthy man would surely disdain a woman who has been played with. Xiao Huan suppressed a sinister smirk. At that moment, she heard a voice. Dare to make a move, miss? I see you're quite tired of living. Bang! Xiao Huan had not noticed when someone had appeared beside her. Before she could react, a foot struck her in the waist. Pain coursed through her midsection, and she let out a wretched cry, rolling several times on the ground. Who? Xiao Huan, a skilled fighter from Nanyang, managed to stabilize herself despite the pain, instinctively reaching for her concealed weapon to confront these sudden intruders. This was a habit she had honed over the years. However, suddenly, her head was pressed against a cold object. Years of experience immediately informed Xiao Huan of its nature. A chill ran through her body, and a wave of fear surged in her heart as she instinctively raised her hands. Friend, let us talk it out. Lang Gu. The individuals inside the room gasped upon seeing the figure standing behind Xiao Huan, still too afraid to turn around. Xiao Huan merely lifted her eyelids to see Qiu Sin filling the room. The voice, however, was directed at the figure behind her. It's you, Chu Lang? How did you end up here? Your question is indeed peculiar. This is my dear Jing's room, and my presence here is quite normal. Conversely, what brings you to my dear Jing's quarters? Xiao Huan, not lacking in wits, quickly grasped the situation. You've set a trap for me. How did you know I would come tonight? Xiao Huan felt a bit dazed. Could this person possess foresight? Want to know? I want to tell you. Chu Lang chuckled coldly. He had, of course, deduced this based on the tales he had heard from the former Lady Marquis about Xiao Huan, analyzing her ambitious nature. Chu Lang recognized that his eye-catching maneuvers today had placed immense pressure upon Xiao Huan. Thus, he instructed Xiao San to further press her, ultimately forcing her to capitulate. Jing, don't be frightened. No, thanks to Lang Gu arranging for San Yi to protect me, I felt no fear. Not to mention Lang Gu being here. I felt even safer. Excellent. Ouyang Jing beamed with delight. To be able to contribute, even in a small way, during Lang Ji's endeavors filled her with immense satisfaction. Not to mention receiving praise from Lang Gu. She felt she was no longer the burden in need of constant protection. Brother Lang, what should we do about this person? Should we kill him now? Xiao San is indeed a ruthless individual, especially in recent times, as he has been following Chu Lang in significant endeavors, his ferocity intensifying. Chu Lang remained silent. He, Xiao Huan, who was rendered immobile by Chu Lang's pressure, suddenly burst into laughter. Dare you? If you have the guts, just kill me now, mister. Chu, you're afraid, aren't you? You're scared that Shirzun will hold you accountable, right? You're concerned that Shirzun will be displeased and obstruct your plans to use Ouyang Jing to obtain the Bai family's resources, aren't you? Ha ha ha. It seemed Xiao Huan had stumbled upon some realization, believing that his life was no longer in jeopardy, and he couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Let me go, you scoundrel. Bang. Xiao San, unable to contain his anger at Xiao Huan's arrogance, kicked him squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Chu Lang crouched down, staring at the blood streaming from Xiao Huan's nose, and coldly remarked, You are indeed correct. Killing you now serves no benefit for me. Chu Lang picked up his phone and dialed. Hello. Brother Shi, your man is in your young lady's room. Could you please come and take care of this? Xiao Huan's expression suddenly shifted. This is bad. 3 minutes later, Shirzun arrived alone in the room. After understanding the situation, his face darkened, and his eyes turned red. Slap. You dog. A resounding slap landed on Xiao Huan's face. Having endured repeated blows and now this slap, he felt dizzy and nearly lost his balance. Big brother, I'm sorry. I drank too much and was too impulsive. Chu Lang refrained from mentioning Xiao Huan's intentions to conspire with Ouyang Jing against him, knowing well that familial ties can be frail. Xiao Huan was an absolute core figure within Shirzun's group, holding considerable weight in Shirzun's eyes. Without solid evidence, even if there were proof, it was highly unlikely that Shirzun would truly eliminate his right-hand man. Thus, Shirzun dismissed it as Xiao Huan being infatuated and drunkenly harassing Ouyang Jing. No need to say more. Get back, from now on. You're forbidden from coming within 3 meters of the young lady, or I will ruin you. Yes, big brother. Xiao Huan limped away, thoroughly dejected. After Xiao Huan's departure, Shirzun addressed the young lady. I apologize. It is my failure to manage my subordinates that has led to this foolishness. However, these individuals have been long entrenched in Nanyang, and some roughness is to be expected. I hope you can be understanding. It's all right. I understand. Shirzun was deeply moved by the young lady's generosity and then turned to Chu Lang, saying, Brother Chu, I trust that today's incident remains unknown to others. Rest assured. Brother Shi, I recognize Xiao Huan as your trusted confidant and have kept the matter from escalating, only notifying you. Shirzun breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of gratitude as he patted Chu Lang's shoulder. Brother Chu embodies great righteousness. Thank you. With a mix of shame and gratitude, Shirzun departed. In the room, only Chu Lang's people remained. Xiao San, puzzled, asked, Brother Lang, you are truly astute. Did you foresee that Xiao Huan would come to disturb Miss Jing tonight? Why did you not bring Shirzun here in advance? If he had heard Xiao Huan's nonsensical words, he would surely face dire consequences. How could it be merely a matter of lightly punishing him and letting him escape? Xiao San's confusion mirrored that of everyone present. Just as Chu Lang was about to elucidate, Ouyang Jing interjected with a smile. Third Master, Lang Gu is engaging in a form of psychological warfare. Chapter 98. The old bear Xiao San was taken aback. Psychological warfare? Indeed. Chu Lang expressed his astonishment, chuckling as he addressed Ouyang Jing. Jing, you have discerned it? Ouyang Jing nodded and continued her explanation. Xiao Huan has a formidable reputation among the fourth brother's subordinates, deeply entrenched and not easily uprooted. To eliminate this thorn is not a simple task. If Xiao Huan were to perish today, I can guarantee that this group of Nanyang returnees would instantly disintegrate. returning only to have their second-in-command eliminated. What would you think if it were you, third master? Would it not feel like a betrayal, a means to eliminate rivals? As Ouyang Jing spoke with eloquence, Chu Lang stroked his chin, his admiration for her growing. Truly, she is Ouyang Jing. Regarding the question of why fourth brother was not summoned first, it was essential to note that fourth brother and Xiao Huan shared a bond forged in the fires of adversity, a bond of life and death. Summoning fourth brother carelessly would undoubtedly sow discontent in his heart towards Xiao Huan. However, he would also harbor resentment towards Lang Guo, perceiving it as a deliberate trap. Given our current relationship, we are not yet close enough for such a maneuver. Hence, the modern-day Mengchong Jun persona that Lang Guo constructed today would collapse. Chu Lang chuckled softly, relieved that Jinger's fourth brother was not as astute as she, or else every move I make would be scrutinized by her perceptive eyes, leaving no room for mischief. Ouyang Jing's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a playful glare at Chu Lang, she continued, "Thus, this approach is perfectly executed. It diminishes Xiao Huan's image in fourth brother's eyes while enhancing our own standing." Xiao Xin scratched his head, appearing both baffled and impressed. Yet, with Huang Menglong's blade poised to strike in 2 days, this leisurely planning raises the question, when will we eliminate Xiao Huan and rally our forces? Soon, perhaps by tomorrow. We may be able to take action. Lang Guo must already be devising a plan. As Chu Lang noticed Ouyang Jing's knowing smile directed at him, he realized that she had undoubtedly guessed his intentions. "You might as well speak. Otherwise, if I say it, I risk appearing foolish. You've seen through me." Ouyang Jing replied with a grin. Within fourth brother's team, there exists an individual capable of undermining Xiao Huan's standing and leading him to his demise. Who? The old bear. Clap, clap, clap. A series of applause resounded from the darkness beyond the room. I thought Lang Guo was already quite accomplished at a young age. But it seems the young lady is even more astute than him. Truly, she is worthy of being by Lao Da's daughter. Impressive, I must say. Everyone turned towards the entrance, where a middle-aged man with graying temples, the old bear, walked in, clapping and smiling with admiration. The crowd was taken aback, astonished to find that the old bear was secretly watching. No need to panic. I did not intrude uninvited. It was Brother Lang who invited me to witness this spectacle. Ouyang Jing felt her face flush with embarrassment as she recalled her earlier scheming thoughts directed at the old bear. She shot a fierce glare at Chu Lang, as if to say, "You knew the old bear was nearby, yet you let it be said. Were you not hoping to see me make a fool of myself?" Chu Lang shrugged nonchalantly, feigning innocence. Ouyang Jing, feeling flustered, addressed him, "Brother Bear. No need for formalities, Mississippi. Just call me Old Bear. I've been known by that name for decades, and it sounds more comfortable." Chu Lang shifted the conversation, addressing Old Bear. "So, what do you think of today's performance?" Old Bear did not respond directly, instead offering a slight smile. However, as the smile lingered, his expression suddenly turned cold. Chapter 99, A Web of Deceit Not Great at All. You dare to scheme against my closest brother in my presence, and then inquire about my thoughts. Are you not afraid I might end your life with a single shot? The atmosphere grew tense, and Xiao Xin nervously reached for his waist, while Ouyang Jing hurriedly interjected. "Brother Bear, I." Her voice was abruptly silenced by a wave of Chu Lang's hand. With an unwavering smile, Chu Lang declared, "Close brothers, is it? San Yi Jinger, let us ascend the mountain. Old Bear, please lead the way." Humph. Old Bear let out a cold snort, his face inscrutable. Yet a concealed smirk danced in his eyes as he exited with Chu Lang. After an hour's journey, they arrived at the summit of Maliu Mountain. The night was bustling with activity. Chu Lang, accompanied by his companions, gazed down upon the busy mining sites below. According to the rules of the Jianghu, one must pay extra for dear friends and family. The 2 mining sites, each worth over $1 billion, prompted Chu Lang to boast, "Old Bear, what do you think now?" Ouyang Jing and the others were taken aback, realizing the implication of his words. Old Bear too was unprepared for Chu Lang's forthrightness regarding such immense wealth. He was not one to covet power or fame. His greatest desire in life was to be a well-off gentleman without worry. Upon hearing Chu Lang's offer, his breath quickened. "May I inquire, Brother Lang, what is your identity?" Xiao Xin chimed in, the founder of the Maliu Mountain mining site, the hidden owner of Zhoming Mining, Chu Lang. Boss Chu. Ah, a mining site. No wonder he could spend lavishly. Old Bear, having long resided in the wilderness, might have been less surprised with other technological industries. But the revelation that Chu Lang was a mining mogul and even a founder, left his expression shifting dramatically. There was shock, excitement, and disbelief. Old Bear quickly straightened up. Bowing slightly to Chu Lang, "Brother Lang, my apologies. Do not stand on ceremony, Old Bear. Now, tell me, what are your thoughts?" "Ha ha ha." The Old Bear, after a moment of astonishment, finally burst into hearty laughter. He realized that his return to the homeland was indeed fortuitous. What a privilege it is for him to collaborate with someone as exceptional as Brother Lang. "Just 3 days, grant me 3 days, and I shall present Brother Lang with a satisfactory report. 3 days. By then, the flowers will have wilted." Chu Lang chuckled heartily. "Ha ha. Since Old Bear is so straightforward, I, of course, cannot fall short." The chubby man, having learned of Chu Lang's assent, hurriedly rushed over, bouncing eagerly before Chu Lang. He presented 2 transfer contracts with both hands. "Old Bear, sign these. The 2 mining sites, valued in the billions, will belong to you. We will also assist in installing and debugging the excavation equipment. You merely need to await the profits from the mines." Old Bear's eyes nearly bulged out as he stared at the contracts. So soon. Yet, his mind raced, and he discerned the reason behind Chu Lang's swiftness. Brother Lang's task was indeed a formidable one. "Tomorrow, I shall deliver that fool Chiu Huan's life to you. However, your cooperation is required." Naturally, Chu Lang smiled at last. This greedy old fellow had been successfully managed. After signing the transfer documents, Old Bear returned home, exhilarated and brimming with anticipation. No sooner had he entered his bedroom than there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Chiu Huan standing there. "Old Bear, I need your assistance. You have your connections. Find out about that Chu Lang, who he is, and where his money comes from. The more detailed, the better." Old Bear raised an eyebrow and, with a subtle smirk, inquired, "What is the matter, Brother Chiu? Why the sudden urgency? Did Chu Lang provoke you?" Ignoring his question, Chiu Huan pressed, "Forget about my wounds for now. I ask you, Old Bear, what is your opinion of that Chu Lang? What else can I think? Since the head of the family considers him one of us, he must be our brother." Chiu Huan slapped his thigh in frustration. "Old Bear, you are mistaken. While you consider him family, he does not regard you as a brother. My elder brother may not see it, but I certainly do. This Chu Lang now has control over the young lady and is diligently marketing his persona to cultivate a favorable impression. Look at how, in less than a day, many brothers have praised him. If this continues, once my elder brother hands over power to the young lady, and Chu Lang consolidates control through her, after dealing with Huang Minglong, where will we stand? Your dreams of wealth will come to naught." Had Chiu Huan incited such thoughts in Old Bear before he acquired the mining sites, he might have hesitated. However, now that Old Bear possessed mining rights worth billions, riches within his grasp, all thanks to Chu Lang, he could only scoff internally. Yet, he maintained a facade of concern. "What shall we do? Therefore, I urged you to investigate the source of that individual named Chu's wealth and discern who his benefactor might be. Let us then take measures to undermine him." Chiu Huan believed that the Old Bear had taken his words to heart and spoke with increasing fervor. "Excellent. I shall inquire immediately." 10 minutes later, the Old Bear finally gathered the information and said to Chiu Huan, "Brother Chiu, I have ascertained everything. The funds of Jing Shui Real Estate and Chu Lang derive entirely from the Jinming Mining Company at the Maliu Mountain Mine, owned by a man named Lu Jia. It is said he has some past dealings with Huang Minglong." Chiu Huan slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I knew it. We have all been deceived by this person. Is it possible to get in touch with Lu Jia?" "Yes, it is indeed possible." "Good. I shall prepare and seek him out tomorrow." Why should that Chu Lang be allowed to wield other people's money to recruit followers? That wealth belongs to us. Chiu Huan was overwhelmed with excitement, dancing about in glee. "Truly, you are remarkable, Old Bear. Once I succeed, I will not forget your contributions." With a sense of satisfaction, Chiu Huan departed. The Old Bear watched his retreating figure with a cold gaze, took out his phone, and dialed. "Langu, it's done. Thank you for your efforts. It is I who should be grateful to you." After ending the call, the Old Bear turned and exited the room, making his way directly to Shizun's quarters. There was no need to knock. He simply pushed the door open, indicating the closeness of their relationship. "Brother Xiong," Shizun remarked, "you're here and still awake." "Oh." Meng Hu was also present. Cui Minghu was in Shizun's room discussing matters. "You arrived just in time. I wish to talk to you about Chiu Huan," Shizun said, furrowing his brow as he recounted the events witnessed by Cui Minghu. Fortunately, Brother Chu acted with great propriety and did not escalate the situation. Otherwise, That scoundrel would have thoroughly disgraced himself before the brothers. Shirzun expressed his frustration. The old bear patted Shirzun on the shoulder, saying, "Leader, have you not considered what Qiu Huan's intentions were in visiting the young lady's room?" Shirzun, still simmering with anger, replied, "Is it not obvious? The young lady is strikingly beautiful, and that scoundrel, having never encountered a woman in Nanyang, emboldened by drink, acted shamelessly." Cui Minghu nodded in agreement. The old bear chuckled. "Leader, there is something I must convey that others may hesitate to express. This matter appears rather intricate." With a shadowy smile, the old bear articulated what Chu Lang could not say. Chapter 101. The hook. Shirzun's brow furrowed. Had anyone else uttered such a statement, it would have been seen as sowing discord among brothers, and he would have silenced them instantly. No matter how reckless Qiu Huan may be, he is still a brother who has faced death alongside them. Shirzun commands respect among the brothers precisely because of his loyalty and righteousness. However, upon hearing such words from the esteemed old bear, Shirzun paused in contemplation. "Does Brother Xiong harbor different thoughts?" Shirzun inquired. "You know better than I what sort of person Qiu Huan is. To speak bluntly, this fellow is more rational and astute than anyone else." Knowing full well the esteemed position of the young lady, one can only surmise that there exists a singular motive behind such audacity. What could that motive be? It is undoubtedly the support of absolute interests. Have you, as the head of the household, contemplated the potential ramifications had the brother Chu not intervened today? If Qiu Huan had succeeded in leveraging the young lady, what would have transpired? Given the sensitivity surrounding her identity, he would merely need to control her. And with his own status, he could covertly orchestrate affairs, rendering even you inconsequential. With a sharp intake of breath, Shirzun furrowed his brow. "He dares. I shall obliterate him." Cui Minghu's fury ignited. "Wait." Shirzun promptly halted Cui Minghu. "Brother Xiong, these are mere conjectures. They cannot be taken as fact. We have fought side by side in Nanyang for many years. We cannot hastily conclude about a brother based solely on speculation. Indeed, old bear, we cannot rely solely on guesses. If that scoundrel truly harbors such nefarious ambitions, I will be the first to eliminate him." Old bear understood that matters should not be rushed and nodded in agreement. "You make valid points. We cannot draw conclusions based on mere conjecture." "Very well. Our primary adversary remains Huang Minglong. Tomorrow, Brother Lang has invited us to Maliu Mountain, where his partners await to discuss plans to bring down Huang Minglong." Old bear succinctly concluded, then departed. However, while Shirzun outwardly appeared unfazed by old bear's assertions, internally, he was indeed stirred. Upon reflection, the events of the day were decidedly more complex than they initially seemed. Engaging in drunken revelry and seeking the company of a courtesan is undoubtedly far less perilous than confronting the young lady. "Brother, I sense some truth in old bear's words. Ever since Qiu Huan unexpectedly targeted Brother Chu, I have discerned a deviation in his intentions." "I am aware," sighed Shirzun. "After all, they have been brothers for many years. Perhaps he deserves another chance, hoping he will recognize my good intentions. Should this individual prove to be another Huang Minglong," Cui Minghu's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, "do not worry, I will take care of him." Shirzun nodded slightly, choosing silence. The night passed without incident, and by dawn the following day, there remained but one day until the 15-day agreement between Chu Lang and Huang Minglong. Bright and early, Chu Lang, along with Shirzun and others, ascended Maliu Mountain. A simple pretext was offered. Fat Lu had pressing matters to discuss. However, due to old bear's machinations, Qiu Huan remained oblivious to this meeting. Arriving at the office of Zhongming Mining on Maliu Mountain, Shirzun encountered Fat Lu, and the group engaged in lively discourse. They elucidated plans for dealing with Huang Minglong with clarity and vigor, just as Shirzun felt that vengeance was within reach. His face flushed with excitement at the prospect of meeting Fat Lu. Suddenly, news arrived. "Manager Lu, there is a person outside claiming to have returned from Nanyang who wishes to see you. It appears he goes by the name Qiu Huan." Upon hearing the name Qiu Huan, a profound silence enveloped the office, as palpable as the sound of a pin dropping. All eyes were fixed upon Shirzun's visage. "Mr. Lu, you should meet him. We shall await your return. And remember, do not disclose our presence here." The words of the old bear from the previous day had taken root deep within Shirzun's mind. In times past, he would have ventured forth to meet Qiu Huan himself, rather than allowing the corpulent figure to do so while he remained in the inner chamber. "Very well." The corpulent one nodded in acquiescence. Outside, Qiu Huan finally achieved his long-sought meeting with the corpulent one. He wasted no time, addressing him directly. You must be Mr. Liu. I presume you have learned of our existence through Chu Lang. Indeed, I am the one who has recently returned from Nanyang. I understand there is some animosity between you and Huang Minglong, hence the delegation of Chu Lang, via Ouyang Jing, to approach us in a bid to undermine Huang Minglong. Correct? Well, that is one way to put it. Today, Chu Lang had subtly instructed the corpulent one, silence. Under no circumstances should you utter anything suggestive. Silence is a lethal weapon. The corpulent one's reticence only fueled Qiu Huan's fervor. Mr. Liu, surely the funds that Chu Lang is spending are yours? He squanders your wealth while secretly consolidating his own power. Can you truly endure such insolence? You need not rely on someone like Chu to engage with us. I could be your most fitting partner. The corpulent one remained mute. There is no need for hesitation, Mr. Liu. Aside from my elder brother Shizun, I am the most capable in this team. Should you choose to collaborate with me and work discreetly to grow our strength, I assure you, it won't be long before we can usurp Shizun and become the absolute core of the team. Once we dethrone Huang Minglong, we shall ascend to unparalleled heights. At this juncture, Cui Minghu's face flushed crimson with indignation, ready to storm out, only to be restrained by Shizun. No, grant him one more chance. Cui Minghu suppressed his fury, listening intently as the conversation continued. Mr. Liu, you may not yet be aware that Chu Lang has successfully ensnared Ouyang Jing, the daughter of Bai Yinshan, using the very assets you entrusted him with. He has gathered wealth, influence, and now a woman. If you ally with me, your expenditures will be minimal. My standing within the team surpasses that of Chu Lang in terms of efficacy. As for the woman, once I leverage your resources to claim Ouyang Jing, you will understand that she is a rare beauty, the finest I have ever encountered. We shall share her in due course. The corpulent one felt a chill run down his spine. Ouyang Jing was indeed Lang Ji's woman, and this fool dared to covet her? If circumstances allowed, he would have relished the opportunity to silence this imbecile permanently. Yet, he chose to remain silent, as Chu Lang had advised him. In this moment, silence is akin to a dagger. What are you hesitating for, Mr. Liu? Once we eliminate Chu Lang, everything will be ours. By disposing of Shizun, the Bai family's resources, including Ouyang Jing, will also belong to us. And when we vanquish Huang Minglong, we shall become the second Huang Minglong. This final proclamation struck a deep chord, serving as the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. A soft exclamation echoed from within. Kill. Boom. At the command, a dull explosion reverberated. Instinctively alert due to his profession, Qiu Huan sensed danger. Yet he was a moment too late. His right leg erupted in a brilliant burst of crimson. Chapter 103. Qiu Huan's descent into despair. My leg. Who? Who dares to strike me? Seeking death. Truly, he was a desperate outlaw emerging from the savage lands of the South Seas. Despite his injury, he instinctively resisted. However, upon recognizing the face of his assailant, his countenance turned ashen with terror. You treacherous wretch. Brother. With a thud, Qiu Huan collapsed to the ground in fright. Blood poured from his leg, leaving him uncertain whether his pallor was due to fear or loss of blood. Having followed Shizun for many years, he understood the gravest taboos for his brother, including certain names that were best left unspoken. He also understood the dire consequences of his recent words being overheard by Shizun. Over the years, Shizun had dealt with traitors, their fates chillingly unforgettable. Brother, let me explain. It's not as you think. I only said that to incite Lu Jie. I never harbored any intention of becoming a second Huang Minglong. Qiu Huan, overcome with terror, felt his spirit wane. Before him stood Shizun, weapon raised, cold and menacing, aimed directly at his head. Last night, your visit to the young lady's chamber was not merely innocuous, was it? Brother, was it that Chu fellow who informed you? I fought alongside you. You should trust me. I didn't tea. Shizun scoffed, unwavering. You are mistaken. With Brother Chu's intelligence, he must have discerned your actions. Yet, he chose to remain silent about your transgressions. With a benevolent heart, he endured humiliation for the greater cause, not wishing to hold your misdeeds against you. Little did he know of your ruthless intentions to endanger him. Not only that, but you sought to harm the young lady, to vie for power, uttering vile remarks unworthy of a beast. Ultimately, you aspired to become the second Huang Minglong. Qiu Huan, you consider me a fool, while I regarded you as a brother. Brother, I am here. Act. Xiao Huan's desperate cries pierced the air. Please, brother. Old bear, you know me. Speak on my behalf. The only one who could prevent Shirzun from executing his order was Old Bear. Yet, Old Bear exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Lang, then sighed, Master. This behavior cannot be tolerated. This boy must be punished. A realization struck Xiao Huan like thunder. He understood fully. He had been betrayed. Old Bear was in cahoots with Chu Lang. Shirzun's presence here was undoubtedly orchestrated by both Old Bear and Chu Lang. Every move one makes is meticulously calculated by others. Just as Xiao Huan was about to explain his presence here, a dull and jarring sound erupted within the office. Xiao Huan bid farewell to the world. Cui Menghu, with an air of indifference, sheathed his weapon, fulfilling his promise. He had declared that should this individual harbor treacherous ambitions, he would personally ensure his demise. Mr. Liu, Brother Chu, Brother Qiu, I have inadvertently provided you with a spectacle, Shirzun remarked, his eyes momentarily closing, a heavy heart weighing upon him. After all, this was a brother with whom he had faced life and death upon returning to his homeland. Ready to embrace a new life, he found himself responsible for his own execution. Chu Lang sighed. Ah, the allure of chaos can be beguiling. Third Master, let us grant Brother Qiu a grand farewell. Shirzun was deeply moved by Chu Lang's magnanimity. Brother Chu, no, let me respectfully address you as Brother Lang. Thank you. Chapter 104, Rally. Transformation. Brother Shi, you are too modest. Chu Lang felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Finally, these proud warriors from the South Seas had submitted. Meanwhile, Qiu San was struck with trepidation, drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by fear. Brother Lang, is he truly only in his early 20s? In just 2 days, he effortlessly brought a South Sea bandit to his demise here. After such an execution, he even had the leader of that faction express gratitude to him. Had anyone told Qiu San before this event that Shirzun would personally slay Xiao Huan and yet thank him for it, he would have scoffed in disbelief. Yet, reality surpassed all imagination. Qiu San replayed the sequence of events in his mind, starting with financial coercion, then threatening Xiao Huan, followed by the night ambush, enticing the Old Bear, and ultimately, the decisive hammer of Ma Lu Mountain. Each step was interwoven like a masterful tapestry, as if Brother Lang possessed an invisible hand of divinity orchestrating the affairs of men. The ruthlessness of Brother Lang's actions was truly terrifying. A shiver coursed through Qiu San, and he felt immensely fortunate to befriend Brother Lang. At that moment, he found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Huang Minglong. He wondered how this so-called leader of Jiangshang would meet his end at the hands of Brother Lang. In the aftermath of Qiu Huan's interference, everything proceeded with remarkable ease. Qiu Huan was dispatched to the funeral home, awaiting a grand farewell. That evening, over 300 brothers gathered in the open space of the ancient town. Chu Lang pointed to the makeshift project office of Jing Shui nearby. Jing, do you see that? That is your prestige. With it, you are now a formidable force in the mouths of the populace of Shangjiang, capable of challenging Huang Minglong. A cool breeze swept through the night air. Ouyang Jing stood beside Chu Lang, listening to the gentle flow of the river. She softly acknowledged with a hum. The moonlight bathed the land in a silvery glow. Chu Lang gestured towards the land illuminated by the moon. These lands, these assets, are your foundation. With their presence, you shall no longer remain a destitute student, but rather a true capitalist. Ouyang Jing responded with a soft hum. The incessant chorus of cicadas and frogs filled the air. Chu Lang pointed to the formidable warriors of the South Seas, gathered in the earth. They are your sharpest spears. With them, you will cut through thorns and overcome all obstacles with ease. Wealth, fame, and influence are now at your disposal. All of this shall be entrusted to you. I cannot discern whether this is right or wrong, but from this moment forth, you must bid farewell to a life of tranquility and comfort. The pursuit of power in the Central Plains will be your new destiny. Ouyang Jing gazed at Chu Lang, her thoughts lingering. I understand that although Brother Lang has his own private motives, I also recognize that he likely views our relationship as merely transactional. Nevertheless, regardless of how I may change in the future, Brother Lang will always remain my Brother Lang, the first man in my life, and he shall be the only one. Chu Lang smiled indifferently. Let the banners be raised. It is time for Huang Minglong, for Shangjiang City, and for the entire world to once again experience the terror of being governed by Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing was uncertain as to why Chu Lang used the word again. However, she was wise enough to know that some matters were not for her to question. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Second brother, raise the banner. It is time for Father's old comrades to return home. Hello, third master. Notify the team that we can fully absorb all of Chao Qin's assets now. That night, a fierce storm brewed. No one knew that amidst this tempest, a girl, crafted by Chu Lang's own hands, was undergoing an astonishing transformation. Chapter 105. Are you all looking for me? The following day, at Minglong Tower. Master, you called for me. Jiang Wendong had experienced a surge of fortune in the past 2 days. Initially, he believed the Jiang family was finished and that he would face a challenging future. Little did he know, a twist of fate led him to become a disciple of Huang Minglong. In the past few days, accompanying Huang Minglong to meet the various brothers under Long Yi, the fierce and formidable thugs who reverently addressed him as young Master Dong, had inflated Jiang Wendong's ego to an alarming degree. Has Chu Lang come to kneel before us? Huang Minglong inquired calmly, sipping his tea. In response to Master, no. A surge of rage and murderous intent erupted from Huang Minglong's otherwise tranquil demeanor. Humph, one does not shed tears until seeing the coffin. Instruct them to convene a business meeting in Shangjiang City and invite that Chu Lang to attend as well. I want everyone in Shangjiang City to witness the consequences of opposing Huang Minglong. Yes, Jiang Wendong was elated. Master was finally going to take action against Chu Lang. Vengeance would be his. By the way, inform Chu Lang to bring more people. The fewer, the less exciting. Understood. The Zealous Peninsula Grand Hotel, located in the heart of Shangjiang City, along the banks of the Qinghua River, was aptly named for its position on the peninsula created by the river's flow. Huang Minglong's chosen venue is an outdoor semi-roofed banquet hall, surrounded by lush greenery. Gazing upward, one is treated to a breathtaking view of the expansive river scenery on 3 sides. Today, the hall is filled to capacity with esteemed guests, each a figure of prominence. The invitation from Master Long has drawn nearly half of the city's elite to this gathering. Master Long, have you summoned us today for some significant matter? Upon seeing Huang Minglong enter from the back hall, the attendees rose in respect and inquired about his purpose. Although these individuals appeared cordial, each harbored their own ulterior motives. After all, reaching such heights in society often comes with its own set of complexities. Being compelled to attend Huang Minglong's banquet left many feeling a tad uneasy. As an experienced figure in the realm, Huang Minglong was well aware of their sentiments. With a faint smile, he began. I trust you are all aware that some time ago, I had my sights set on a parcel of land in Taiping Ancient Town. I had thought it would be a mere formality to acquire it, only to find myself outpaced by another. This incident, which was exacerbated by your collective whispers, has circulated widely, resulting in a significant loss of face for me. The recent notoriety of Jingshui real estate is undeniably linked to the rumors propagated by these individuals. The business owners present offered awkward explanations, attempting to assuage the tension. There is no need for concern. As the saying goes, a debt must be repaid to its rightful owner. This matter pertains solely to the conflict between myself and Jingshui real estate. I have gathered you here today to bear witness. Due to the emergence of Jingshui real estate, Huang Minglong had been bested in the game, yet had not retaliated, leading to murmurs of discontent among his subordinates. His intention was not only to seek revenge, but to do so in a manner that would be both spectacular and renowned. What you may not know is that behind Jingshui real estate lies another force at play, specifically the capital operated by Chu Lang of the Maliu Mountain Mine. A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Isn't the owner of Chongming Mining Lu Jia? How has he become Chu Lang? And does he dare to stand against Master Long? Do not be surprised, Huang Minglong continued. I have thoroughly investigated this matter, and I have invited Chu Lang to today's banquet to resolve all grievances. A cacophony of murmurs erupted. Jiang Wendong scoffed. Master, I wager that Chu Lang is likely too frightened to show up now. Young Master Dong has a point, another chimed in. With Master Long's overwhelming presence today, even if he brought a legion, he wouldn't dare confront his adversary. The sounds of mockery filled the air. Then, a serene yet resonant voice pierced through the din. Are you all looking for me? A lone figure appeared at the entrance, standing confidently, calm and composed. Chapter 106. A solemn meeting. All eyes turned to the man clad in black, captivated by his presence. Jiang Wendong shouted, Chu Lang, you truly dare to come to my master's gathering. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Chu Lang. Huang Minglong and the other attendees of the auction were momentarily taken aback before finding their composure. Wasn't this the man beside Ouyang Jing? It turned out to be Chu Lang. As he strolled leisurely into the venue, he casually lit a cigarette for himself. "Did you not invite me? Why should I not come?" he remarked. "Your master? I thought you had become a stray, yet here you are, having found a new guardian." Jiang Wending was left speechless by Chu Lang's retort. Chu Lang approached with an air of nonchalance. Around him, a formidable crowd of dozens, all brought by Huang Minglong, loomed ominously. Each individual was a paragon of strength, their impressive physiques accentuated by their intimidating presence, all seasoned fighters and fierce individuals. Yet, Chu Lang seemed utterly unfazed by these men, confidently advancing alone. "Isn't Long Yi waiting for me? Now that everyone is gathered, we can commence." The spectators silently admired the young man's audacity, reminiscent of the legendary Gu'er Yi who boldly faced danger alone, now embodied in Chu Lang's fearless demeanor. Huang Minglong, noticing the gazes of those around him, furrowed his brow in realization. The multitude on his side merely served to accentuate Chu Lang's bravery. The more people there were, the more they highlighted Chu Lang's audacity. Furious, Jiang Wending pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Lang. "Do you think that by leveraging Chongming mining to undermine my master once, you can truly stand against him? Since you dare to show up today, we shall settle both old and new grievances, and you are destined to meet your demise." Unfazed by Jiang Wending's hostility, Chu Lang sat down on a chair, casually brushing off the ash from his cigarette. "Where's the tiger? Sending a fox to challenge me is rather dull." His words elicited laughter from many present, as he subtly mocked Jiang Wending's reliance on false bravado. Indeed, compared to Chu Lang, Jiang Wending's snarling demeanor paled in comparison. Fuming, Jiang Wending shouted, "How dare you?" With a light scoff, Huang Minglong intervened, dismissing Jiang Wending. He understood that allowing Jiang Wending to continue would only further diminish their standing. Regardless of whether Chu Lang arrived alone or how he managed to come, Huang Minglong felt confident in his ability to eliminate him, and thus he remained unperturbed. Taking his seat opposite Chu Lang with a smile, he remarked, "I did not expect you to possess such courage. Long Yi is too kind. Not only do I possess courage, but I also have many surprises that you could not anticipate," Chu Lang replied. Huang Minglong laughed heartily. Chu Lang remains as audacious as ever. "Since inheriting my master's mantle 15 years ago, I have dealt with countless arrogant young men like you. However, it seems that Xiao San and his associates have already been frightened off. No one dares to accompany you, am I right? The time I promised you has come to an end. This morning, you did not come to express your contrition, so I had no choice but to invite you here." Observe how Huang Minglong, like an old friend sharing confidences, gestures towards the vast, frost-laden expanse of the river. This picturesque location, nestled between mountains and water, serves as a fitting resting place I have chosen for the illustrious Lang. Are you satisfied? At the auction house, Huang Minglong was unprepared, yet today, this venue is teeming with his people, rendering any concerns utterly unnecessary. The atmosphere turned menacing, revealing his ferocious intent. A palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth, silencing the crowd in an instant. However, Chu Lang merely chuckled. Why must one be buried in their homeland? Life is filled with mountains of green. Moreover, I, Chu, possess a resilient fate. It is not yet time for me to rest in peace. Clang. A flash of cold light erupted from Huang Minglong's hand. A gleaming dagger was plunged into the table before Chu Lang. "Will you take action yourself, or shall I assist you?" The overwhelming aura of hostility and chilling presence suffocated everyone in attendance. I surveyed the room, pondering who would dare to lay a hand on my brother Lang. A crisp yet sinister female voice echoed from the corridor. Chapter 107. The arrival of the young mistress. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress, accompanied by a weathered middle-aged man, Xiao San, and a dozen others. It was Ouyang Jing. Today, Ouyang Jing bore an aura strikingly different from her usual demeanor. She no longer resembled the inexperienced university student. Instead, she exuded a formidable and resolute presence. Her gaze swept across the room like a knife slicing through flesh, rendering onlookers unable to meet her eyes. "I thought you had kicked Chu Lang aside and fled. But it seems you did not escape after all," Huang Minglong sneered at Ouyang Jing. Xiao San chimed in, "Flee? With our Miss Jing here, it is you who should be running. Long, your good days are over." Speaking so boldly to Huang Minglong sent a shiver down Xiao San's spine. Yet he relished the moment. He had often dreamed of the day he could confront the Dragon Lord so openly. Jiang Wendong bellowed, "Just her? Xiao San, it seems you are sinking further into the depths. You dare to challenge my master with a mere woman? Huang Minglong found this quite amusing. Since accepting his master's legacy, no one in Shangjiang had ever compelled Huang to retreat. Now that you all have arrived, I certainly do not mind providing a few more coffins for you. Huang Minglong's murderous intent surged. As he stated, he would not hesitate to dispose of a few inconsequential lives. Huang Minglong, it's surprising you still remember my master. But do you know the identity of the person before you? The weathered middle-aged man beside Ouyang Jing growled through gritted teeth. Huang Minglong raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the newcomer. Suddenly, his expression shifted in shock as he sprang from his seat. You are Luo Tianhao. At the utterance of this name, a wave of astonishment rippled through Huang Minglong's longtime associates. Immediately, the news spread like wildfire, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Second master, Luo Tianhao. Hasn't he been missing alongside the young lady for 15 years? Huang Minglong, after a prolonged pursuit of both myself and the young lady, has finally recalled my existence. The young lady is here today as well. I wonder how audacious he has become. What? She is the young lady Bai Yi. The revelation of Ouyang Jing's identity undoubtedly detonated a bombshell in Huang Minglong's mind. Among the majority of the old comrades, those privy to the truth understood that Huang Minglong had committed the heinous act of murdering his master. Yet, a portion remained oblivious, following Huang Minglong in a daze. All the while, Huang Minglong publicly claimed to have inherited his master's legacy and tirelessly sought the master's orphan, Bai Yi. His relentless pursuit of Luo Tianhao and Ouyang Jing mirrored that of the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di. When one's position is unjustly obtained, one must eradicate potential threats. Indeed, shouldn't you hasten to pay your respects to the young lady? Oh, but you, the traitorous murderer of your master, are unlikely to honor her presence. Huang Minglong's subordinates began to stir restlessly. The expression on Huang Minglong's face shifted rapidly. Silence. The prestige he had amassed over 15 years instantly commanded their attention. His countenance transformed into one of malevolence, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. The young lady? He chuckled, fixing a piercing gaze upon Chu Lang. I wondered why you dared to attend this meeting alone today, why you would aid a stranger in gaining favor. It seems I have found the answer. Quite the clever scheme. Unfortunately, Lang Zong, you remain too naive. Do you believe that locating my master's orphan will topple me, Huang Minglong? Do you think that my 15 years in Shangjiang were spent idly? I declare her a young lady. She is a young lady indeed. If I say she is not, then she is merely an ordinary woman. Chapter 108. A visit without reciprocity is unseemly at this moment. Jiang Wendong interjected. Everyone, listen closely. Do not forget whom you have feasted upon for the past 15 years, to whom you have bowed. You have but one elder brother, and that is Dragon Master. Indeed, Dragon Master is the true leader of Shangjiang. His reputation is unparalleled, impossible to alter in a short span. Huang Minglong had completely cast aside his facade, scanning the faces around him. Truly, it is said that heaven has its paths, yet you have chosen to stray into hell. After searching for you for 15 years. This is indeed a double blessing. Huang Minglong erupted into a sinister laugh. Lang Zong, are you surprised? Did you think that by finding my young lady, you would remain unscathed? Chu Lang brushed off the ash from his cigarette. I have never harbored the illusion that mere identity could bring down Dragon Master. Huang Minglong scoffed disdainfully, gesturing toward the dozen or so individuals behind Chiu-san. Ah, so we have this motley crew as well. Young man, do not take offense at my warning. These despicable individuals are no match for any one of my brothers. By the way, I almost forgot to show you something. Wendon, please present our gift to our dear friend, Mr. Lang. Yes, master. Jiang Wendon grinned as he produced his phone, displaying a video before Chu Lang. The footage revealed the very community where Chu Lang resided, with a particular focus on his apartment floor. Soon, a stern young man appeared on screen, Dragon Lord. My brothers have already set things up at Chu Lang's home. We can eliminate his 4 sisters at any moment. This man was none other than Ah Shang, a trusted confidant of Huang Minglong. Chu Lang's pupils constricted sharply, and the fury simmering within him surged violently. Huang Minglong taunted, Mr. Lang, are you angry? Despairing? You should have foreseen this outcome the day you chose to oppose me. Do you regret your decision? Alas, it is of no consequence. The video was sent around 10:30. By now, your 4 sisters should have fallen into Ah Shang's clutches. Just imagine, such delicate beauties at the mercy of the ruthless Ah Shang. One shudders at the thought. Huang Minglong, like a malevolent dragon, exuded an air of triumph. intent on crushing Chu Lang's spirit. The onlookers, witnessing this display, could only sigh in resignation, gasping at the chilling ruthlessness of Dragon Lord's tactics. This young man was clearly too naive. Chu Lang's anger, however, began to recede, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Perhaps, Dragon Lord, you ought to call your Ah Sheng and inquire about his success. Huh. Huang Menglong's expression suddenly tightened. He perceived only rage on Chu Lang's face, but no hint of anxiety. Upon hearing those words, a jolt of unease coursed through him. What do you mean? Give it a try. You may find a delightful surprise. Dragon Lord. Huang Menglong hastily grabbed his phone and dialed Ah Sheng's number. Disconnected. Huang Menglong's heart sank. How could it be off? Wendon. Has Ah Sheng contacted you recently? Jiang Wendon seemed to grasp that the situation might be diverging from their expectations. Master, he is not. Sure. Since Dragon Lord has presented us with a gift, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Let us prepare a grand surprise for him. Very well, Mr. Lang shall decide. Ouyang Ji picked up her phone and dialed. Hello, please deliver it to Dragon Lord. A low rumble of a yacht's engine filled the air as a vessel sped across the river like an arrow released from a bow. With a resounding thud, a woven bag was tossed at Huang Menglong's feet. Dragon Lord, please. Panic gripped Huang Menglong as he trembled slightly, opening the bag to reveal its contents, which left the seasoned warrior wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 109. Riding the Winds and Breaking the Waves. Ah Sheng. Even with Huang Menglong's hardened mentality, the realization of the situation struck him like a thunderclap. His brothers gathered around, each stepping forward to investigate. The scene instantly erupted into chaos and noise. You dare! Huang Menglong, who had remained composed throughout, unleashed a roar filled with righteous fury. Ah Sheng, having followed him faithfully for many years, was a diligent and courageous subordinate, second in importance only to Huang Menglong's family. However, the tragic state of Ah Sheng filled Huang Menglong with profound sorrow and indignation. In stark contrast to Huang Menglong's wrath, Chu Lang remained remarkably unperturbed. Calm yourself, Dragon Lord. You are a significant figure in the underworld and should understand a fundamental truth. Those who venture into this life will eventually pay their dues. One wonders, however, whether you are prepared with a fine coffin and a suitable burial site. Chu Lang's demeanor was relaxed, as if he were jesting with an old friend. Yet, at that moment, everyone present, be they the invited bosses or Huang Menglong's supporters, dared not disregard the palpable menace emanating from the young man. Some educated individuals, upon seeing him, seemed to envision a slender figure wielding a feather fan, embodying the phrase, in the midst of jest, ships and masts turn to ashes. You dare to seek death. Huang Menglong gritted his teeth, forcing out 5 words through clenched lips, his hand already reaching for his waist. He had never been a benevolent man and would never suppress his anger. Crack, crack, crack. The brothers surrounding Huang Menglong rolled up their sleeves, and the atmosphere grew tense and charged. Dragon Lord, I advise you not to act impulsively. Should anything untoward happen today, I can guarantee you won't see the sun rise tomorrow. I am merely a lowly youth, a commoner. Your grand family, your wealth and glory, far outweigh my life. Huang Menglong's anger remained unabated. You think it's just the few of you? Chu Lang smiled enigmatically, extinguishing his cigarette. No, there are many more. Buzzing sounds filled the air as a fleet of speedboats approached rapidly across the river, charging forth like a surge of wind and waves. Hundreds of speedboats, carrying countless individuals, formed a fearsome battalion. The leading figure, bare-chested and adorned with the image of a fierce tiger, was Cui Minghu, accompanied by the brothers under the command of Master Chao San, here to pay their respects. Greetings to the young lady of the Bai family. Greetings, young lady. Ouyang Jing, with her delicate figure leaning against Chu Lang, seemed to convey that he was her support. Yet, her beautiful eyes shimmered with a mixture of determination and frost. With a commanding tone, she declared, wait. Yes. Huang Menglong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Chao Qin's men have been recruited? The ominous feeling in his heart intensified. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, reminding himself that these were merely scattered soldiers and not to be feared. However, his heart was still unsettled when he suddenly heard a buzzing sound of waves approaching from the right. Another fleet of speedboats emerged, equally grand and imposing. The old bear led his comrades, the loyal brothers under Bai Lauda, to pay their respects to the young lady. These individuals, although the younger ones had already surpassed 30, and the elder ones were over 50, commanded an undeniable aura. My heavens! Is that not the long-lost Chong Mao? Indeed, and there is Uncle Lian. Uncle Ba is also present. He was the one who introduced me when I first joined. Ouyang Jing raised her voice. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Please wait a moment. Yes. Huang Menglong's face fluctuated between green and white, his inner turmoil more tumultuous than the surging waves. How could these remnants of masters have gathered so suddenly? Shouldn't they have been too frightened to show themselves? How dare they? How dare they? Some were scattered soldiers, while others were feeble and infirm. Did they truly believe they could do anything to me? Huang Menglong's eyes shimmered with fierce light, attempting to bolster his own morale. Chu Lang tilted his head and smiled slightly. Is that so? Then let me show Lord Long what true elites are like. Buzzing. Once again, a speedboat surged forward. Chapter 110. Suppression. Shirzun, following his master's last command, summoned over 300 brothers from the South Seas to pay their respects to the young lady. If the remnants of Chao Qin and Bai Yenshan could be described as scattered soldiers, the people Shirzun brought were undoubtedly the elite of the elite. Their appearance radiated a fierce momentum, akin to the white waves crashing upon the river surface. Wave after wave, the tumultuous waters struck the shore. Hundreds of speedboats rode the winds and waves, swiftly arriving at the shore. They joined forces with the Old Bear and Chui Minghu, creating a formidable encirclement around the restaurant. Shirzun leaped off the speedboat. Young lady, Lang Ge, I apologize for arriving late. I was tidying up the remnants of that ashung on the way. No. Brother Shi, you arrived just in time. At that moment, Huang Minglong finally felt a sense of panic. Shirzun, it's you. You're alive. Shirzun glared darkly at Huang Minglong. You treacherous dog. Your heinous crime of murdering your master is unforgivable. How could I, Shi, possibly perish so easily without taking you down first? Huang Minglong's gaze drifted to the formidable individuals Shirzun had brought. Recognizing their strength could certainly rival his own. Humph. Young lady, you are indeed your father's daughter. You have quietly amassed such formidable power right under my nose. Though Huang Minglong appeared composed, the moment Shirzun and his men arrived, his previous superiority had vanished entirely. He now regarded Ouyang Jing as a true adversary. Ouyang Jing leaned against Chu Lang. This is all thanks to Lang Ge. I merely assisted in waving the flag. At this moment, Chu Lang finally rose to his feet. Huang Minglong, his gaze piercing, fixated on the approaching Chu Lang. It was at this juncture that he truly acknowledged the young man before him. President Lang, I must apologize. I initially believed that granting you a mere 15 days would allow me to manipulate you at will. Little did I anticipate that I, Huang Minglong, would one day find myself overshadowed by someone over 20 years my junior. A smile graced Chu Lang's lips as he produced a cigarette, offering one to Lord Long. You simply overlooked it. Care for one. It has been many years since I've indulged in this brand. With a throng of onlookers surrounding them, the two men stood as the center of attention, reminiscent of generals clashing on an ancient battlefield. Although they were filled with animosity, eager to annihilate one another, they bore the demeanor of old friends. This cigarette is quite good, genuine indeed. However, President Lang, do you intend to keep me here today? Chu Lang surveyed the crowd and shook his head. Had this been Nanyang, the moment Brother Shi appeared, you would have already been a corpse. Huang Minglong replied. President Lang might as well test the waters to see whose 15 years of experience outweighs the mere 15 days of your operations. Huang Minglong had thrived in the tumultuous world for 15 years, possessing both ruthlessness and resolve in equal measure. If Chu Lang sought a fight to the death, he would not shy away from a decisive battle. Yet, Chu Lang remained nonchalant, unperturbed. Who said I wish to resolve things with Lord Long in a life-or-death struggle? I am here today as an invited guest to a banquet. Oh, and I plan to take someone with me. With that, Chu Lang raised his chin, pointing towards Jiang Wendong. This individual belongs to me. The reference to this individual was unmistakably about a life, and Jiang Wendong never anticipated that he would be the target, leaving him utterly petrified. Chapter 111. The Bond of Master and Apprentice. Master, save me. Jiang Wendong could easily discern the murderous intent in Chu Lang's eyes. Yet the overwhelming pressure from Chu Lang, even causing Huang Minglong to retreat, left him with but a single hope, that Huang Minglong would come to his rescue. Huang Minglong's brow furrowed. Today he was ill-prepared, firmly held down by Chu Lang and the young lady, finding himself in a precarious position. Though he was relieved that Chu Lang did not intend to settle matters through a deadly confrontation, He had not anticipated that Chu Lang would target Jiang Wendong. Suddenly, Huang Menglong's expression darkened as he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. President Lang, Sheng's lack of skill is evident, and I concede to your capture of him. However, Wendong is my newly accepted apprentice, entrusted to me by his father, Boss Jiang. You cannot harm him. It was not that Huang Menglong held an excessive regard for Jiang Wendong or the Jiang family, but he had to ensure Jiang Wendong's safety today. The appearance of Ouyang Jing had already stirred unrest among his inner circle. While it had not led to outright betrayal, many were filled with trepidation. If someone were to brazenly take away his apprentice in front of everyone, what would his subordinates think? Once the hearts of men scatter, it becomes exceedingly difficult to regain their loyalty. However, Chu Lang showed no sign of retreat. In his previous life, his family of 5 suffered greatly, and the tragic beginning was instigated by Jiang Wendong. Even though Jiang Wendong had already incurred significant losses at Chu Lang's hands, the combination of old grievances and new enmity left Chu Lang resolute in his intention to not spare Jiang Wendong. Not even the Dragon Lord's prohibition could sway him. Today, even if the King of Heaven were to intervene, Jiang Wendong must die. Upon hearing that his master intended to protect him, Jiang Wendong felt a measure of relief as he bared his teeth at Chu Lang, saying, "You think that, because you have numbers on your side today, you can do as you please? My master's influence is beyond your imagination. You dare to lay a hand on me. Go ahead and try." Little did he know, before he could finish his taunt, 2 dull thuds echoed through the air. "Ah, my legs!" Jiang Wendong screamed in agony as he collapsed, blood bursting forth from his legs. The entire venue was taken aback, astonished at the ferocity of Chu Lang's men, who wasted no time in acting. Cui Minghu let out a cold snort. "What an impudent request. Brother Lang's hands are clean. For scum like you, I shall gladly oblige." Huang Menglong's pupils dilated sharply, filled with murderous intent. "You insolent fool." A subtle mechanical sound of trembling filled the air, and Huang Menglong's long-developed sense of vigilance alerted him that he was being targeted like prey by a predator. He looked up to see Cui Minghu raising his weapon, exuding a palpable aura of death. "Silence, or I will end you right now. I've dispatched countless gang leaders in the South Seas. I wouldn't bat an eye at adding you to the count." Indeed, he was a fierce individual who had fought his way through the wilderness. While others feared Huang Menglong's reputation, Cui Minghu regarded him as inconsequential. It was only because Brother Lang and the young lady had not given the order to strike, aware that the two had other plans, that Huang Menglong remained unharmed. Otherwise, he would have been gunned down without hesitation. Seeing the tension escalate, Huang Menglong's subordinates began to move, prompting Chu Lang's men to respond in kind. Suddenly, the scene devolved into chaos, with various weapons exuding a menacing aura, permeating the entire peninsula restaurant. The invited businessmen trembled in fear, realizing that if they were to be caught in the crossfire, they would have nowhere to lament their fate. Yet, Chu Lang remained composed, smiling as he addressed Huang Menglong. "Dragon Lord, tell your men to temper their impulses. Those returning from the South Seas, like Brother Shi and the others, are quite unruly, and I cannot rein them in. If anything were to happen to you today, we could retreat alongside Brother Shi to the South Seas. But without you, what fate awaits your family? You should be more aware of that than I." Though Chu Lang wore a smile, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable to Huang Menglong. He understood that this man might truly be willing to go to extremes today. Huang Menglong clenched his fists, his suppressed anger causing veins to bulge on his neck. He recognized that Chu Lang was unlikely to act against him today, but he was unwilling to take the risk. Every one of his vulnerabilities was deftly exploited by Chu Lang. "Put down your weapons." Then he said to Jiang Wendon, "It seems our bond as master and disciple is rather tenuous." Chapter 112, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. Jiang Wendon's eyes narrowed, immediately deciphering the implication in Huang Menglong's words. "Master, no?" Jiang Wendon let out a desperate wail. Chu Lang smiled, a chilling grin. "Third master, take him away." "Yes." Chiao Sin seized Jiang Wendon's right leg, dragging the once privileged young master down to the ground. Chiao Sin felt a surge of satisfaction. A month prior, he looked up to Jiang Wendon, and now he held his life in his hands. Chu Lang was truly formidable. "Chu Lang. No. Brother Lang, I was wrong. Please, spare me. I will never oppose you again." Jiang Wendon cried out in terror, a foul odor emanating from his trousers. The architect of Chu Lang's family's disintegration in a past life was now utterly terrified, lying on the ground like a condemned dog. Chu Lang lifted his foot, stepping on Jiang Wenden's face. Didn't I tell you a few days ago not to beg for mercy? Why didn't you remember? Didn't your master teach you that in this world, one must eventually pay their dues? Young Master Jiang, since you commanded Ji Guangfa to crash into my sister, there is no longer any talk of mercy between us. It is time for your curtain call, young Master Jiang. Let us do this with dignity. Third Master, grant young Master Jiang a swift end. After all, he was once a man of stature. Yes. No. Chu Lang, I will haunt you even in death. I have allies who will avenge me. Jiang Wenden was dragged away by Chiu San amidst his cries and threats, vanishing from the world. One could only wonder if he felt any remorse. Thank you, Lord Long, for your generous mentorship. Jing, let us depart and not disturb Lord Long's meal. It looks splendid. Let us not ruin anyone's enjoyment. Ouyang Jing nodded, waving her hand. Withdraw. With military precision, the formidable procession of thousands vanished from the riverside. Chu Lang, I, Huang Minglong, will not rest until you are dead. Yet, everyone present could perceive that Lord Long had lost his composure. It was a roar of helplessness. On the speedboat, Cui Minghu queried, Brother Lang, why not eliminate Huang Minglong today? It's the perfect opportunity. Because this is the mainland, not the South Seas, Chu Lang replied, his gaze cast into the distance. The South Seas operate under the law of the jungle, while here, there is societal order. Huang Minglong is not merely an individual. He is the head of a vast interest group. Just imagine, if a large-scale conflict were to erupt here with Huang Minglong. The bloodshed and turmoil would be immense. Countless of Huang Minglong's supporters would inevitably be drawn into this bloody affair. The casualties among our own brethren are a matter of grave concern. Moreover, should a considerable upheaval arise and provoke the wrath of those in power, do you believe we can continue to reside in the mainland? At that point, there will be no refuge for us domestically. Do you wish for Jinger to venture to the South Seas? Cui Minghu hastily shook his head, declaring, that is out of the question. The young lady is too delicate to endure the hardships of such a desolate place. Shirzun nodded in agreement, saying, Lang Ji's assessment is astute. Huang Minglong must not perish, not yet, at least. I had initially thought Lang Gu was merely a shrewd businessman, yet his strategic foresight is equally remarkable. Cui Minghu scratched his head in confusion. So, what shall we do? Do not fret, my brother. Today, Sheng and Jiang Wendong openly surrendered before him, and he did not dare utter a word in protest, which has already driven him towards a dire fate. Jinger's presence further stirs the sentiments of the people. Once hearts are swayed and Huang Minglong's support crumbles, bringing him to his demise will become an effortless task. Cui Minghu, impatient, asked, when will that happen? Chu Lang smiled with a sense of confidence. Let the situation unfold for a while. Chapter 113. Gradually approaching despair. Subsequently, a tempest of chaos swept through Shangjiang City. Rumors and gossip, akin to dandelion seeds, spread throughout the city, disseminated both intentionally and unintentionally by various individuals. Have you heard? The proprietor of Jingshui Real Estate is, in fact, the daughter of the notorious Bai Yinshan, who was said to have been slain by Huang Minglong 15 years ago. Ouyang Jing has returned to avenge her father. What do you make of that? I have heard an even greater secret. Can you guess who is backing Ouyang Jing? Zhoming Mining. Is that truly a great secret? Many are already aware. The real matter of significance lies in the events that transpired at the Zealous Hotel. Lord Long's right-hand man was dispatched by Ouyang Jing. He was coerced into handing over his own disciple to her in exchange for his life. Furthermore, I have heard that Huang Minglong repented and knelt before Ouyang Jing, pleading for mercy. A cacophony of rumors, both true and false, circulated wildly. Regardless of how the news ultimately evolved, it imparted a singular message to all, including Huang Minglong's supporters. He has encountered a formidable adversary, the daughter of his master, a true rival capable of challenging him. Bang! Upon receiving the report from his subordinate, Huang Minglong shattered several desks in his office atop the Dream Dragon building, seething with rage. How outrageous! Whoever dares to propagate these rumors, bring them to me. I shall rend their tongues. In recent days, Huang Minglong was indeed overwhelmed, personally meeting with his most trusted subordinates daily, fearing betrayal. Fortunately, his long-standing reputation still garnered support from them. However, he deeply regretted taking Jiang Wendong as his disciple, as his association had severely tarnished Huang Minglong's standing. Many of his subordinates, though silent, began to harbor ulterior motives. Lord Long, we have just received word that Qian Lao Lu from the North District, along with Yang Matzi and Song Laopao, have discreetly visited Ouyang Jing. In the past, these individuals were under the thumb of Su Danao, too intimidated to assert themselves. Perhaps upon seeing Ouyang Jing, they now perceive a glimmer of hope for a reversal of fortunes. Furthermore, Peng Siyuan from Xiqing has also taken the initiative to pay his respects to Ouyang Jing, entrusting him with the excavation and filling work at the film city. This young man has been vocally praising Ouyang Jing's generosity, and many are swayed by his words. Long Yi, Ouyang Jing, and Chu Lang are continuously consolidating the enemies we have nurtured over the years, and the situation is becoming increasingly precarious. Moreover, the subordinates hesitated, reluctant to continue speaking. Furthermore, Ouyang Jing has proclaimed that she will only deal with the principal offenders, while all those who previously pledged allegiance to her will be treated according to their original status, with generous benefits. Bang! Huang Minglong slammed his hand down in frustration. Nonsense. She is undermining us from within, sowing discord. Huang Minglong's eyes blazed with fury, although he can still maintain control over his brothers. He fears that as time passes without a significant response from us, the situation may spiral out of control. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Minglong's eyes gleamed with determination. Even the most formidable fortress can be breached from within. If they can divide us, we can equally divide them. No matter how powerful Ouyang Jing appears now, her foundation is rooted in Chu Lang's cultivation. If we can create discord between these two, Akan, you arrange for someone to execute this plan. Finally, Huang Minglong devised a counter-strategy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jinger, all you need to do is to develop steadily, and you will exert immense pressure on Huang Minglong. Prepare to embrace those who harbor grievances against him, giving them the courage to express their anger. That alone will keep Huang Minglong restless. Soon, we will only need an opportunity to bring him to his knees. Lang Ji, are you leaving again? Ouyang Jing, clad in her nightgown, gently embraced Chu Lang's waist, her voice laced with melancholy. I haven't been home for several days. Ouyang Jing sighed in disappointment. Then please take care of yourself. Upon arriving home, Chu Lang found Luo Hongqin changing her shoes. Today, she wore a fiery red, form-fitting short dress that accentuated her alluring curves. Chapter 114. Trivial matters in the ancient town. Where are you off to, dressed so beautifully? Luo Hongqin exclaimed, quickly covering her chest. Upon realizing it was Chu Lang, she relaxed her grip. I wondered who it was bursting in. It's you, Xiaowu. How do you like my outfit? After putting on her shoes, she twirled in place. The fiery red dress highlighted her voluptuous figure, with the hem grazing mid-thigh, revealing legs that were not particularly long, but remarkably fair, slender, and beautiful. Her adorable face, characterized by cute dimples and baby fat, perfectly complemented her seductive silhouette, making her a sight to behold. She could easily outshine 99% of women in the world. You look stunning. Third sister, you resemble a 17-year-old high school girl, both youthful and sexy. Are you attending some grand meeting? Luo Hongqin's smile faded, revealing a troubled expression. It's not that, she began. There's a television drama with substantial investment. Initially, the company secured for me a significant supporting role, which was already confirmed. However, I sustained an injury recently, and my scenes have yet to be filmed. The production team was prepared to replace me, but after much pleading from our company, they finally relented. Nevertheless, the higher-ups are quite dissatisfied with me and could replace me at any moment. Hence, I must swiftly complete my scenes today. I should dress nicely to leave a good impression on the producers. As Luo Hongqin walked out, she explained to Chu Lang. Chu Lang understood at once, feeling a pang of guilt. So it was my actions that caused you trouble. Luo Hongqin smiled gently. Sister would never blame Xiaowu. I shall take my leave now. Having navigated the entertainment industry for so many years, Chu Lang felt assured of her self-protective instincts and allowed her to depart without further thought. Afterward, Chu Lang returned indoors, where Yi Hanyu was still enjoying her slumber, and he chose not to disturb her. He then visited Gu Qingcheng's factory and later had lunch with Shun Tian at the hospital. He also touched base with the chubby guy regarding his progress in acquiring land in the southern part of Fuqing. The situation was relatively favorable, nearing the negotiation stage. The central business hub in the southern region of Fuqing was Chu Lang's next strategic project. It required careful planning without haste. Later, Chu Lang declined an invitation from Qiu San to join a drinking party with Shi Zun and others, knowing well that such ruffians could drink until the heavens darkened, a feat beyond his endurance. At 5 in the afternoon, Chu Lang suddenly realized he seemed to have nowhere to go. Since his rebirth, his nerves had been taut, and he rarely encountered such leisure. Thus, he wandered to Taiping ancient town to observe the film studio situation. Strolling leisurely along the riverside, he suddenly noticed a large crowd gathered. What is the name of that beautiful supporting actress? Her figure, her face, my goodness, she looks so youthful, one onlooker exclaimed. Look at the director. His eyes are practically glued to her. I believe her name is Luo Hongchun. I've seen her on Douyin, and she appears even more stunning in person. It's outrageous that the chubby guy would reprimand such a beautiful star. I wish I could step in and defend her against that despicable man. Upon hearing Luo Hongchun's name, Chu Lang's interest piqued, and he ventured into the crowd. Taiping ancient town, with its picturesque scenery, often attracted film crews for location shooting, which was why the establishment of a film studio was planned. As he stepped closer, he found Luo Hongchun adorned in ancient Han attire, standing gracefully with her head bowed, while a portly man in a green vest berated her. Not only have you delayed our schedule, but could you at least show some dedication while filming? Pay attention to the leading lady's position. Remember, you are merely a supporting character. Supporting character. You exist merely to accentuate the protagonist's presence. Do not steal the spotlight. Do you understand? Luo Hongchun, feeling wronged, lowered her head, aware that she had not overshadowed anyone. Yet she swallowed her pride and replied, I understand, my apologies, director. Beside the stout man stood a woman, presumably the leading lady, with her hands tucked away, glaring at Luo Hongchun with palpable hostility. Compared to Luo Hongchun, she seemed to fall short in both stature and appearance, almost as if she were the supporting character herself. Thus, she deliberately made things difficult, ensuring that Luo Hongchun faced reprimand. Director Wang, let us continue shooting. Next time, remember to hire someone more professional. Chu Lang, witnessing his sister's distress, felt a surge of indignation. At that moment, someone unexpectedly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Mr. Lang, what an honor it is for you to grace us with your presence. I am truly humbled that you would come to observe my crew at work. Chapter 115. The dilemma of the sister turning to see a man in his 50s, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. Chu Lang inquired, Who are you? Mr. Lang. It is understandable that you do not recognize me. My name is Ding Sheng, and I am involved in the film and entertainment industry. We met previously at the Zealous Hotel. I hold you in the highest regard. Ding Sheng's flattery was evident. This man before him could compel a figure like Huang Minglong, a powerful underground leader, to remain silent in the face of his authority. If Huang Minglong were to fall, Mr. Lang would undoubtedly rise as the most influential figure in Shangjiang. It was prudent to align with him now, if only to avoid complications. Are you affiliated with Huang Minglong? Chu Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. Ding Sheng, suddenly alarmed, felt a chill run down his spine, his complexion paling. No, Mr. Lang, you misunderstand. Although I was invited, my dealings with Huang Minglong are merely business-related. I am not one of his people. The coldness emanating from Chu Lang subsided. Hello, Mr. Ding. Ding Sheng, still unnerved, thought to himself how imposing Mr. Lang's presence was, and quickly waved his hand, saying, Please, Mr. Lang, do not be so formal. Simply call me Lao Ding. Chu Lang was currently working to dismantle all of Huang Minglong's influence, and since Ding Sheng was somewhat connected to that network, he decided to drop his guard. So, Lao Ding, are you one of the investors in this production? I must apologize. My investment is rather modest, a mere 15 million. Chu Lang regarded him with newfound respect. That is considered a significant investment in Shangjiang. You flatter me, Ding Sheng thought, feeling a surge of joy. It seemed Mr. Lang was not dismissing him. He then shifted the conversation. Mr. Lang, dinner time is approaching, and my crew has booked a hotel and restaurant not far from here. Would it be an honor for you to join us for a drink? Initially reluctant to participate, Chu Lang reconsidered, realizing that Ding Sheng might provide an opening to undermine Huang Minglong's business alliances. Very well, I appreciate the invitation, Lao Ding. Ding Sheng was overjoyed. Mr. Lang had agreed. Ha ha ha. It is I who must thank you for your graciousness, Mr. Lang. Observing that the crew had resumed shooting, Chu Lang decided not to disturb Luo Hongchun, instead sending her a message. Sister, please call me after you finish filming. Chu Lang contemplated that it would be prudent to reveal Luo Hongchun's true identity to Ding Sheng only after the filming had concluded, thereby ensuring that her treatment would naturally be elevated, free from excessive scrutiny or criticism. Meanwhile, Ding Sheng promptly dialed Director Wang's number. Wang Xiaoling. Inform the hotel of our accommodation to prepare the most luxurious private room. A significant figure will be gracing us with their presence. Ensure that everything is arranged to the highest standard. Should there be any shortcomings, you shall be dismissed. Ding Xing's tone was exceedingly stern. How could they not accord due respect to the esteemed guest? Yes, rest assured. Ding Zhou, we will make the necessary arrangements, Wang Xiaolin replied, his heart racing. Ding Sheng was a billionaire, and anyone who warranted such a designation was undoubtedly formidable. Everyone, wrap up. We're heading back to the hotel. At the hotel where the crew was staying, Wang Xiaolin hastily completed the arrangements and finally returned to his own dining table, surrounded by a gathering of artists. Among them was Luo Hongqin. Director, what has caused you to be in such a rush? One artist inquired. A major client is hosting a distinguished guest, and I must make the arrangements. It is perilous to serve a powerful figure, Wang Xiaolin replied, exasperated. The surrounding individuals began to murmur, their curiosity piqued by the gossip surrounding the notable guest. After a moment, a middle-aged woman seated next to Luo Hongqin smiled and said, in this top-tier private room resides the esteemed guest, yet here, Director, you are the most significant person among us. Allow me to propose a toast to Director Wang. Without your support, during your hospitalization, your role would have been replaced. This woman was Luo Hongqin's manager, known as Sister Liang. Her comparison of the esteemed guest to Director Wang brought a smile to his face, as his gaze fixated intently on Luo Hongqin. Feeling uncomfortable under his stare, Luo Hongqin shifted slightly. Director, Sister Liang, I just left the hospital and cannot consume alcohol. Bang! Sister Liang's expression darkened as she slammed her hand on the table. Luo Hongqin, do not be ungrateful. This is Director Wang's gathering. Do you know how much he has sacrificed to retain your role? Will a few drinks truly harm you? The atmosphere grew tense, and Luo Hongqin's face turned pale. However, Director Wang sneered. It is no wonder you remain obscure despite your advantageous conditions. My dear, one must learn to wield their resources wisely. Do you understand? As he spoke of resources, Director Wang's gaze fixated on Luo Hongqin's chest, his eyes gleaming with desire. Luo Hongqin felt a wave of distress wash over her. Her health had only just begun to improve, and she feared that drinking might lead to misfortune. Sister Liang, you may not be aware, but the company is already contemplating replacing your role. If Director Wang remains displeased, you could face being shelved. Sister Liang warned. A chill ran down Luo Hongqin's spine. Being shelved was the greatest fear of any artist. She had worked tirelessly and did not wish for such a fate. Resolutely, she raised her glass and ultimately downed its contents in one go. Director Wang, resembling a satisfied wolf, grinned as he watched the blush spread across Luo Hongqin's face. His inner fervor ignited, and he personally poured her another glass. My dear, you have a hearty constitution. Allow me to refill your glass. Director Wang, I truly can no longer partake in this. A mere cup of liquor, 2 taels, with the fiery spirit exceeding 50 degrees, coursed down my throat, instantly rendering the recently recovered Luo Hongqin dizzy and disoriented. Hongqin, drink. Should you succumb today, I shall ensure your safe return, threatened Sister Liang from the side. The onlookers regarded the scene with detached amusement. After several more cups, an entire gene of liquor consumed, Luo Hongqin, unable to withstand the potency, collapsed onto the table, her body aflame with heat. Observing this, Sister Liang feigned a headache, exclaiming, Alas, Director Wang, I've also indulged quite a bit. How about you escort Hongqin home? Director Wang, chuckling as he rubbed his hands together, surveyed Luo Hongqin's exposed skin with a gaze imbued with greed and possessiveness. Very well, I shall see her off, he declared. Laughter erupted among the crowd, all aware of the potential events that were poised to unfold. Just then, a man burst into the gathering. Wang Xiaolin. The boss requests that you bring Luo Hongqin into the private room. Chapter 116. A path to self-destruction. The crowd was momentarily stunned. None could fathom that the big boss would specifically request Luo Hongqin. All eyes turned to Director Wang, whose depths revealed a flicker of resentment. He had painstakingly maneuvered her into this position, only to have the big boss lay claim to her. Yet, mindful of his precarious standing under General Ding, he dared not defy the boss's wishes for the sake of a woman. Resigned, he replied, Very well, I shall deliver her at once. By the way, Brother Qin, could you elucidate why General Ding has suddenly requested this woman? Assistant Qin shook his head. It appears that a significant figure personally named her. Beyond that, I cannot say. You may inquire further yourself. Thank you, Brother Qin. I understand. Initially disheartened, Director Wang's spirits soared upon receiving this news. Director Wang, it seems fortune smiles upon you. To have attracted the attention of such a distinguished personage, the prospect of delivering Luo Hongchen to this illustrious individual and ensuring their comfort promised a swift ascent to greatness. Director Wang, should you find wealth, do not forget us. The flattery from the onlookers buoyed Director Wang's ego further. Under Assistant Qin's guidance, they proceeded upward, while the now unconscious Luo Hongchen was supported by two female attendants. As they approached the opulent private room, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily. Director Wang, anxious, adjusted his hair before pushing open the door. General Ding, I have arrived. Inside the lavish room, apart from the attendants, only General Ding and two vice presidents were present, accompanied by a notably youthful man, Chu Lang. General Ding, I have brought the Luo Hongchen you requested, Director Wang announced, gesturing as Luo Hongchen was unceremoniously deposited onto the sofa. Originally, Ding Sheng intended to rise and greet Luo Hongchen, but upon witnessing her dazed demeanor, he found himself frozen in both motion and expression. What could be the cause of this? After a moment, Ding Sheng abruptly turned his gaze to the previously amiable General Manager Lang, now shrouded in ominous clouds. Director Wang, with a sycophantic smile, remarked, Mr. Ding, this Luo Hongchen is merely a small-time actress from an insignificant company. With her striking appearance and figure, my subordinates were considering arranging a banquet to intoxicate her before sending her your way. To our surprise, your intentions coincided perfectly, and she has been delivered to you. Ding Sheng had just heard from Chu Lang that Luo Hongchen was his sister, and his expression shifted through various shades of distress. The more boastful Wang became, the more profound Ding Sheng's fear grew. Lang, Chu Lang interjected, rising slowly and moving closer to Director Wang. Was it you who arranged for her to accompany the drinks? Director Wang, rubbing his hands together, continued to smile obsequiously. Indeed, indeed. This young lady possesses a fiery temperament. If she remains sober, I fear she may inadvertently offend you, sir. In her current state, she is at your disposal. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the trio accompanying Ding Sheng felt cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, cursing Wang Xiaolin in their hearts for being so oblivious to the fact that they were already teetering on the brink of doom. Chu Lang approached Luo Hongchen, his thoughts racing back to a past life, recalling the tragic fate of the woman who had once sacrificed herself to entertain him, ultimately plunging from a height to her demise. A deep-seated, uncontainable murderous intent flickered in Chu Lang's eyes.